problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
This week at Big O Tires, get up to $140 in rebate savings on select Michelin and BF Goodrich tires and up to $80 on select Uniroyal tires. Visit your participating Big O Tires for details. Ends September 18th. Great deals on great brands. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
This is a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup sound experiment. We're looking to find the perfect way to hear Reese's so you'll buy more of them. Here we go. Reese's. 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 Hey, get out of here, you little stinker.
Reese's.
Reese's. Reese's.
Peanut Butter Cups. That breathy one sounded very creepy, am I right?
Doug. Chances are you're jamming in your car right now. And since Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance so you only pay for what you need, Limu and I are going to show you some safe car dance moves. Hit it. Everybody, check your blind spots real quick. Now hands on the wheel. Put them 10 in 2 and move your head like a bird do. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In Pleasanton, we're looking for 89 degrees and mostly sunny today.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
On the infield, mostly straight up. That one bounced to first. It's a fair ball. Wilmer's got it. He'll run to the bag for the putout. And it wasn't easy, but Camilo Doval, he won that epic battle with Miguel Cabrera. And he gets through the ninth inning. The Giants beat the Tigers by the final score of 3-1, and Camilo can flash that big old smile.
Giants back in Motown where they won a World Series in 2012. And again, Miguel Cabrera strikes out looking against Camilo Doval. 10 years ago, it was against Sergio Romo in Motown. Memories there, memories. But the Giants get a hard-earned win, 3-1. Carlos Rodon was special once again. We'll have a conversation about what the Giants can do to try to keep him. There's a lot of Farhan Zaidi sound with Tim Kawakami from The Athletic about the state of the Giants, the future of the Giants, the farm system, all that good stuff. Plus Trey Lance, the Niners getting ready for the Houston Texans tomorrow night for their last preseason game. And then it's on and cracking for the regular season. Also, Jonathan Kuminga getting a little big-headed. All that coming up on the roast as I say good morning to everybody. Langford Lubman. And, of course, you, Joe Shatz, the Butcher. What's happening?
I'm really excited for this preseason game tomorrow.
Why is that?
You know, I just football feels so close, yet so far away.
Yeah. No
you
doubt.
know, it's like when I used to do the night shift. I felt so a part of the station, yet also so disconnected simultaneously.
Never made the graphics.
You know?
The start lineup.
It would just be like they would have everybody do contributions. Like, what do you think is going to happen for the Warriors versus the Grizzlies in this series? And then everyone would give their predictions, and me and Covey would be on at night, and no one would ask us our predictions.
And I would see the emails from Joe Shasky. Hey, what about us? What about us? What about us?
No, I didn't do that.
I'm kidding.
I didn't do that.
But no, you're
I would
right.
use it as content at night. But I feel so close yet so far. It's like, man, football's right around the corner, and I know this is a fake game, as people like to say, but we haven't seen a lot of Trey Lance. Like, even if you have been tapped in and watching every single thing, real games, you've gotten 8 plays from a preseason game this year. You had the 2.5 games last year, right? And then you had the 2.5 or so games of preseason that he played. It's not a lot.
Not a lot of work. Not a lot of work. And John Lynch has recently said that they won't know what they have in Trey Lance for a few weeks. They will not know. I think they know. They're just playing coy. But if they don't know, is that a reason why they're keeping Jimmy Garoppolo around right now? We're going to have the conversation.
There's got to be something fun we can do around this whole Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean,
is he going to stay? Where is he going to go? What's he worth? I will laugh my you-know-what off if Nick Mullins, and I know there's money and there's lots of nuance to this and there's context, but you know what's going to happen, right?
What's going to happen?
If Jimmy gets cut and they get nothing for him, there's going to be somebody coming in over the top on the internet who's going to get 1 million retweets. Nick Mullins is worth more in the NFL than what Jimmy G is.
Oh, my God. It's a conditional 7th round pick.
It might be Mike Silver who says it.
Yeah, conditional 7th round pick in 2024. Yeah, no money Mullins, baby. Nickel Nick. And the compensation is he has to be active for a game, right?
That would be pretty funny if Hoyer, CJ, and Nick Mullins were all employed in the NFL and Jimmy wasn't.
Wow.
Like funny from like a content standpoint.
How funny was it with Shanahan going back and forth about Jimmy Garoppolo? His facial expressions.
I didn't see it.
Oh, my gosh. Shanahan.
Do we have it?
We have the sound, and I'll play the sound in just a little bit. We'll get back into the Giants. But Kyle Shanahan's facial expressions when he's going back and forth with somebody, that deadpan face where you don't see his jaws don't move and he just kind of looks at you. I'll show you the video during the break, but let's listen to his back and forth.
One second. Let me explain why I didn't see anything yesterday.
Oh, yes, please. Yeah, this is a great story.
Well, no, it's just something's been going on with the internet and the cable at the house, right? And I'm like, man, what is going on? And I've had all this problem. And in this Wi-Fi era we live in, you know, when you step into your home, most people like turn on the Wi-Fi calling or whatever so that, you know, you have better service and then you're calling on the Wi-Fi line and everything. And everything's hardwired Ethernet-wise. Nothing was working. The cable, the internet, and I was losing my mind. I'm trying to call my provider, and I'm hey, what's going on? It took a long time for them to send somebody out because I wasn't home yesterday, and or, you know, during certain periods.
You have to be home.
Yes, you have to be home, and so they finally hooked it up, and they got it. It was literally a simple cord that got knocked because somebody hit a pole across the street, and all the other neighbors were affected as well. We've received a lot of phone calls. Well, yeah, we all need our Wi-Fi and our TV, and it was the ultimate first world problem because I felt like I couldn't function. Twitter wouldn't load. My phone wouldn't make phone calls. You would send me a picture, and it would be like downloading. And you know what I'm talking about? And it's like, why won't this thing go quicker? And so that's why I missed just about everything yesterday.
No, it's pretty funny, man.
I was back to the analog era.
It's like living in Cuba. Seriously. They have no Wi-Fi. You have to have these little Wi-Fi cards.
Really?
Yeah, no doubt.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you have to have Wi-Fi cards. You buy these little Wi-Fi cards, and you get the internet for about an hour.
Well, you know, people say it's liberating to not be around the internet. Not when your job depends on it.
Nah, you need the internet.
And
Monday through Friday, you need the internet.
Right? You know, and so I couldn't watch Netflix. I couldn't do anything. I tried to stream certain things on my phone, and it's just so slow, and it doesn't work. Yes.
And it's frustrating.
It's more annoying than anything.
Right.
Twitter wouldn't even load.
You couldn't even play Madden then, huh?
No, offline.
Offline.
So your boy's got a Miami Dolphin franchise going on right now.
So is a quarterback?
No. What I do is I did a fantasy draft, and then I trade away all the players and I start from scratch.
This guy. So you get all these picks.
Well, I'm a team builder.
So you get all these picks. So you mail in the first couple seasons.
I had 13 first-round picks in this year's draft and then 12 for next year's.
And you drafted all 13 players?
Of course.
Just ballers?
And my favorite is my quarterback was the 6'6" guy. He was only a 66 overall, but superstar abilities and potential.
Right.
Number 13 for the Dolphins, and I had to switch that number because that's Marino's
That's
number.
Dan Marino. Yeah, you can't let him wear Dan Marino's
I'm getting thumped, though.
Yeah, you get dumped. When you're not good, you get thumped.
But that's neither here nor there. So thank you, PS5, for allowing me to play offline.
That's good. We need something to happen in the household with no internet.
So I missed all the Shanahan stuff.
So you missed all Shanahan. Yeah, back to Shanahan.
Sorry.
Here's this full back and forth. So somebody asked him about Jimmy Garoppolo being a backup or what are they going to do with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Do we know who?
Tim Kawakami, I believe, was one of the guys.
Boy, he's been busy.
Yeah, he's been real busy. I think there was a couple other reporters, maybe Grant Cohn as well, but here's Shanahan.
Is he at a podium? Shanahan?
He's at a podium.
Paint the picture for me.
He's at a podium.
Okay.
With what it is, hats, flat brim, and he's sitting there with the white long sleeve, and you know how he stands at the podium too? He stands there.
Yes.
And he's got the scruff.
Yeah.
He's kind of looking when somebody asks a question, he just looks at him. Then he moves. Then he looks again. He answers a question, looks away, then looks back at the reporter after answering the question without
Vontae's
saying
got
anything.
Both hands on the table,
both hands
hovering
like this.
over, leaning forward.
That's a Shanahan special. So here's the full back and forth. I want you to picture Shanahan at the podium with the hat on, no facial expressions whatsoever, answering questions about Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, wrong mouse.
Now, if you do not trade Garoppolo, there are two, dates. Would you plan to release him on August 30th, final roster cuts, or would you keep him in the initial 53 roster?
I don't know what I'll do that day. Probably decide when it comes, like last time. We should all be alive.
Have you communicated much with him? Have you watched him throw? If you have, how does he look?
I communicate with Jimmy all the time. He looks the same as he always has. He always throws it really good. So looks the exact same.
Is he in any way a backup scenario if someone gets hurt? Could he be on this team?
I mean, I think any scenario is possible.
It's Kyle Shanahan. Last one here. I'll ask him.
Is it under consideration, Kyle?
Yeah, is it under consideration?
Is he in any way a backup scenario if someone gets hurt? Could he be on this team?
I mean, I think any scenario is possible.
And that's when he looked at Kyle Cobby, and then he looked straight ahead. Then he looked back at Kyle Cobby without saying anything. Just like, why are you asking me these questions about Jimmy G?
I need Chris Berman back, and then I need Juvenile and Lil Wayne back that thing up, Jimmy.
Is he in any way a backup scenario if someone gets hurt? Could he be on this team?
No.
I mean, I think any scenario is possible.
Any scenario is possible. He said, I may decide that day, August 30th.
Can I ask a sincere question? You really think he's talking to Jimmy every day?
Hell no.
Hey,
Not
Jim,
at all.
let's paint this picture. You're walking into the facility. It's 5:30 in the morning. You're Kyle Shanahan. You're obsessed with football. You're super excited. You get in. You're in your little office. 7, 8 o'clock rolls around. You're going to go get a snack, all right, or a coffee or something. You're walking down the hallway, and here comes Jimmy Garoppolo. Hey, Jim.
Hi.
You guys know a guy named Jimmy?
No trade yet.
No trade yet? Oh, well, you might give me a playbook?
Nope.
What about the meeting rooms?
Got to get going.
Can we do lunch together? Maybe just talk about the good times we had?
I don't know if I'm going to be available for lunch.
Well, Kyle, I think you like
do that day.
Exactly. That's what it was.
Dude, I just...
Can you imagine what he's just walking around the facility waiting for everyone else to go, and then he goes out there almost like he's avoiding somebody who he owes money to. You all had that friend in high school like, owed that guy money. Let's avoid him.
This is the strangest situation I've ever seen at the quarterback position. This is the strangest. Like... a team trying to move off of a quarterback.
For 6 months.
For 6 months. For 6 months. I can't believe it's August 24th, and we're still here with Jimmy Garoppolo. Officially on the team, but we know he's not playing for the 49ers this season. But he's at the facility. Kyle's like, oh, he looks great. He's throwing the ball well. The same as he always has.
And Kyle hasn't looked at him throwing a football on that little tiny freshman field once.
At all. You think he's looking out his office, looking at Jimmy Garoppolo throw the football?
He is one of the absolute professionals at missing work.
Listen.
There's a Stephen A. drop for everything.
For everything. Dude, he is on fire.
He cannot be trusted.
I'm going to be honest with you. This is the most exhausting of all the stories that I've discussed on the radio here at 95.7 The Game. This one is as exhausting as any. The Jimmy Garoppolo.
More exhausting than Kevin Durant?
Yeah, because at least Kevin Durant played and was awesome.
Yeah,
and we sprinkle in greatness and championships and drama with Draymond. We're literally talking about where this guy's going to go and when he's going to go. And so at some point I get fatigued by it. I know the audience is, and I'm sure that the players on the team are.
This has driven me crazy. This whole thing with Jimmy has driven me crazy. And then when I see the videos of him throwing the football by himself on the field, I'm just like, all right, he doesn't have a meeting room. He's not in the meeting rooms. He doesn't have a playbook. He doesn't have a team. He's why is even if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, for example.
Exactly.
Why am I even going to the facility?
I don't get it.
Might as well just go work out at Cappuccino High School in San Bruno. Seriously.
I would just work out anywhere but here.
If I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, and I know this team has kicked me to the curb for Trey Lance. I got to drive up to Santa Clara to Eddie DeBartolo Way or Marie P. DeBartolo Way, and I'm seeing all the banners with Trey Lance, and I'm seeing all the banners with George Kittle and Deebo Samuel. I'm like, I'm not even part of this organization anymore.
It is
what
very
am I
weird.
doing walking in there? Why am I even wearing? Is he even wearing Niners gear?
He was wearing like a white. Again, this is just a couple times I was there. It was like a white t-shirts and like black shorts. Where he wears like the leggings.
Yeah,
you know the leggings that he'll wear with like the high top Jordans.
Right.
I don't know if it was team apparel though. It was so far away I couldn't tell.
So, like,
Steven, I'm sorry, was it team apparel when you were there? Because it looked generic to me.
I don't think it was team apparel.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
He's wearing generic apparel.
Because Deebo was wearing Niner apparel on the sideline when he had not signed his extension. I think there's a distinction. For me, there is.
Yeah.
For
no
me,
doubt.
there is.
But you're not wearing Niners gear, and you're showing up to the facility. If I'm Jimmy, I'm staying home and I'm working out on my own. I'll go work out in the backyard. Go to the neighborhood park. Wherever you live, go to the neighborhood park and, count 40 yards or 50 yards and throw the football.
Dude, like that day.
Was it Antonio Brown? Was it Antonio Brown who showed up to the high school field to play with the kids?
Oh, yeah. Antonio Brown's legendary. I mean, Lawrence Phillips did too, and we know that didn't work out well for him. But no, Antonio Brown would just go to
a dark turn.
Yeah, Antonio Brown. Remember that? He went to L.A. He was playing with some kids. He didn't like the way the game was going. He came back with his car, jumped his car onto the field. It's like, damn, Lawrence, dude, take it easy.
Yeah, you don't want to invite Lawrence Phillips or Aqib Talib's brother to your field.
Oh, boy. Aqib Talib taking time off. But it's South City Eddie 22. It's a free gym membership for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, it's like a 24-hour fitness. That first month is free?
Right. But just go to the 49ers fitness gym in San Jose or wherever the hell it is. Like, I just, why would Jimmy want to go to the facility?
I don't know, but I don't really understand what he's accomplishing by showing up.
And then
to
if you're
prove
the
he's
49ers,
a good guy.
if you're the 49ers, I'm John Lynch, you come up and say, hey, Jimmy, man, just stay away, dude. Like, you got NFL Network here with the cameras, and Jimmy's over there throwing catch. Like, throwing pitch and catch with kids.
Well, there is a funny sentiment because I hear people wanting it both ways. For example, right here, and I was going to point this out. Well, he's going there because you guys crush him for bogus, air quote, reports about him not being prepared. Well, those aren't my reports. Those are credible people associated with the media and the team that are giving these reports to people that have put this out there, and you can choose to believe it or not.
I still think the reports are bogus. And I'm not crushing Jimmy. I think Jimmy was prepared.
They made this decision before those reports anyway. They made this decision when they traded up for Trey Lance.
Right.
But I do think it's a little odd that all of this is coming out right now.
Yeah.
I will agree with you on that. Like, it is odd, but there's more to it, I believe.
There is more. We're going to have Mike Florio on at 8:30 because his boy Chris Sims said, oh, yeah, I've heard from players for many years. And my question to Mike Florio is, why hold on to this information? Why now? Why now? That's the whole beef I have with the old reports.
I said what I
said. All this stuff may be true, but like, why now? Like, we wouldn't do this with any other quarterback. If this was Tom Brady.
Oh, Baker Mayfield.
This stuff would have been out the next day. Johnny Manziel, who's on the Manti Te'o doc because he won the Heisman, and Te'o was a Heisman finalist. They had everything on Manti Te'o. He couldn't even go to Vegas without a report coming out from Vegas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So why is this? Are people cool with Jimmy Garoppolo? If he's ghosting everybody, why are so many people so protective of him? I don't get it. But Jimmy was prepared. I just think he's an average quarterback. And that's what average quarterbacks look like. They don't look prepared.
No, that's fair.
You know what I'm saying?
Are you surprised that Brett Favre came out and said that he is very shocked that the Niners are moving to Trey Lance?
Brett Favre has jumped the shark post-retirement.
Is it the Wrangler or is it the Copper Tone?
Yeah, or is it the Jets intern?
Is it Copper Tone?
Or is it
Copper Fit?
Copper Fit. Copper Tone is like used to be a suntan lotion.
I don't want to hear from Brett Favre.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying? Clean up your old closet, Brett Favre.
And Brett, had you not retired, unretired, maybe Aaron would have took over a year earlier.
Right. You were scared to compete with Aaron Rodgers. Yep. Mike McCarthy said, all right, you can come back, but you're going to compete for the starting job. You're like, no, trade me. Nope.
Newsflash. Incumbent Hall of Famer who was disgruntled that he was replaced by up-and-coming drafted player is supporting incumbent player who's being pushed out by young and up-and-coming superstar.
He cannot be trusted.
I didn't even click on the story. I saw the headline. I said, I don't care what Brett Favre has to say.
Doesn't he owe the government money?
Who, Brett?
Yeah, he had basically created a fake company where he took a bunch of money and withdrew it illegally, and then they basically got him for some tax fraud.
That freaking guy, when he became a New York Jet and he became a Viking, then he was talking to somebody in a sit-down interview. You know, when I looked at that Jet helmet, I knew it just wasn't right. It wasn't right. Or was it when you came to Candlestick Park and you got Brad Smith killed by Patrick Willis?
Oh, one of my favorite plays of all time.
Saying? Was it right then? You know what I'm saying? Did you feel like it wasn't right that you were a Jet like Brett Favre?
I'll be real with you. I was rooting for him to beat the Saints.
I wasn't.
I was.
I couldn't stand him.
I was pulling for the old man that year.
I couldn't stand him.
Well, I hated his guts. I'm with you there. But, like, I did want him to win that particular year and him throwing that interception across his body. Neither here nor there.
Yeah.
But
how many of those did we see from Brett Favre in the playoffs?
He had a 3-year run where he was one of the greatest players the game has seen. Like, it's just the truth. I mean,
it is the truth.
He was incredible, and the guy couldn't even read a defense.
So I don't want to hear from Brett Favre on who the 49ers should start at quarterback. But this is why I wanted Jimmy Garoppolo to partake in training camp. I wanted Trey Lance to go out there and beat him outright.
No, I know you've been on that.
And prove to the world that he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Because in my heart of hearts, I'm never going to let this go. Especially if Trey Lance has success this year. There's going to be a lot of people saying Trey Lance should have started last year, week 1. And I believe he had a better camp than Jimmy Garoppolo. Forget the numbers. Forget the stats. Who looked like a better quarterback in the pocket? Trey Lance did. So
can we do one thing for
that?
This year? Let's not go back to last year.
Let's
in
not.
Terms of who should have been there.
We won't. We won't.
The past is already written in stone.
Well, if we say that, then we can't go back to 2019, and we can't talk about the throws Jimmy didn't make. We can't go back to 2021 and talk about the throws
Jimmy had a great run. He had a great run.
He was a good Niner.
You know, his time's up.
He was a good Niner. His time is up.
I don't want to go back and look at him, this way, that way. I want to appreciate the time that we had together, and I think as time goes on, I'll look more longingly on the time that we had together.
See it anyway, a backup scenario if someone gets hurt, could he be on this team?
I mean, I think any scenario is possible.
If I asked that question that way, I think they would have all laughed in that room.
See it anyway, a backup scenario if someone gets hurt, could he be on this team?
I mean, I think any scenario is possible.
And this is the other thing. Can we just agree? If you're at a podium, I expect you to lie. Politician, owner, GM.
Shasky, I'm not letting you get away with that, man.
What?
We just had a conversation about the podium last year, how to conduct. Last week, you were talking about how to conduct yourself and this and that. All the podium stuff.
It's just all a lie.
It's all a lie.
I don't care whether you're Governor Newsom. I don't care whether you're the president. I don't care whether you're running my baseball team or you're the head coach of my football team. I'm almost expecting you to lie to me.
I mean, Shanahan, I'm going to show you the video of Shanahan of how he looked, and you're going to have a deeper appreciation for that answer that he had to Tim Kawakami. We'll get back into the Giants. Mike Florio, 8:30. A lot of Farhan Zaidi sound.
I've got a question for you on what the 49ers are hoping to accomplish right now with the Jimmy Garoppolo thing.
Oh, gosh.
I'm perplexed.
It just won't stop. Is he making a trip to Houston? No, probably not.
Caserio, please, do you want him? Please, dear God.
Caserio doesn't even want him. The Jets don't even want him. The Panthers don't want him. The Browns don't want him. Nobody wants Jimmy Garoppolo. Unbelievable. This is unreal. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. More Giants talk, more Niners talk. We'll get into the Giants a little bit later here on the Roast on a Wednesday morning.
Like you, I'm always looking for an edge when it comes to betting baseball. That's why the Chicago Cubs this year have been a godsend. On the run line, in literally every single metric from division games to road dogs to playing with one-day rest, this team is below 500. Just betting them to lose straight up every game would have made you a profit all season long. So when in doubt, fade those Cubs as they limp in to the end of a bad season. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward into art class.
A 4-foot replica of the Statue of Liberty using elbow macaroni?
With glue and art supplies from Staples.
By tomorrow.
Right now at Staples, 1-inch binders are only $1.99 each. Plus select backpacks are 50% off. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, this year we're not going back. We're going forward to school. In-store only, ends 8/27, limit 30 on binders.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G. To take the trilogy, Bad Blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his fourth. But you know what they say, fourth time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Golfers, it's time to tee it up at the Golf Mart with all the hottest brands in golf at the best prices featuring tailor-made stealth carbon woods and irons. Callaway's Rogue ST collection of woods and irons, Titleist's T-Series irons and Vokey wedges, and Ping's G425 woods and irons. All this and more at the Golf Mart. Swing by and receive a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the burger of your dreams. It's on the new DQ Signature Stack Burgers menu. A lineup of 5 premium burgers like the Flamethrower Signature Stack Burger and Loaded A1 Signature Stack Burger. With 100% seasoned real beef patties, melty cheese, and a combo of top-notch toppings and sauces galore. This dream burger is calling your name. But it isn't a dream. You're ordering at the DQ drive-thru. The DQ Signature Stack Burgers lineup. Try it today. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Sammy Hagar and the Circle's Crazy Time Tour is rocking Shoreline September 9th with special guests George Thorogood and the Destroyers. For your shot of tickets, head to 957thegame.com.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
What's up, everybody? Good morning, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Twitch. Just search us on 95.7 The Game. Like us, love us, dislike us if you like. We appreciate the audience there on YouTube and Twitch. And as well as a Comcast business text line, we do not forget about you and your texts. We love you. 888-957-9570. Is anybody else fatigued about this Jimmy Garoppolo situation? What is the best case scenario moving forward with Jimmy Garoppolo? Is it as a backup? Do you just cut him right now? I'm sick of talking about number 10.
Well, that's why I want to ask you right now. And it's something that you and I have talked offline about. And I just want your opinions on air for the audience that's listening now. What do you think the 49ers are trying to accomplish right now? Like right now, we can say, oh, they're trying to get a trade. They're trying to get a trade. What do you really think they're trying to accomplish right now?
I don't know the answer, but this is the thought I had yesterday.
Okay.
When I heard Shanahan, and I showed you the video of Shanahan at the podium. Hilarious. I almost feel like the Niners are sticking it to Donnie and Jimmy Garoppolo for all the games they've played. The stuff that happened after the Tennessee game where Jimmy says he's hurt, right? And then you heard the rumors swirling that Jimmy may not play another game with the 49ers, blah, blah, blah. Then he comes back for the Rams game, and he plays. And then what happened at the end where Shanahan and John Lynch are sitting there at the end of the season presser and saying, yeah, we got to figure out with Jimmy. He's made it tough on us, and, we don't know if we want to trade him, blah, blah, blah. And then Jimmy comes out and basically he's like, yeah, it's been real, deuces. Right? Just basically, they were just not on the same page whatsoever. And then he gets the surgery where he knows the Niners are actively trying to trade him, and he has his surgery. And a lot of people thought, oh, you can still trade Jimmy. And I'm thinking to myself, nobody's going to trade for him when he can't even throw a football until July. Yeah. So he's going to miss OTAs, all the mini camps. He's not going to be able to build a rapport with any wide receiver. And so for all the games that Donnie and Jimmy has, quote-unquote, played, I almost feel like the Niners are sticking it to him, saying, we're not allowing you to go to a team until the season starts. And then you're going to have to catch up. And especially if you go to Seattle, you're not going to be able to learn that playbook right away. So that's the thought I had in my head yesterday. In spite, we're going to just keep you on the team.
Huh. Yeah, that feels pretty diabolical, doesn't it?
It feels crazy.
I'm not saying that that's what they're doing. I'm saying that to me that feels pretty petty too as well. I mean, at the end of the day, if it's strictly to keep him from going to Seattle for football reasons, right? I guess I understand it.
It makes sense though, right? A team within your division.
Yeah.
They're having a quarterback competition. You're going to play the Seattle Seahawks in week number 2, and they're saying, you know what, Jimmy? We know Seattle's going to pounce all over you.
But then how come we use this rhetoric? And I'm not saying right or wrong, but I hear this a lot from people covering all sports. Well, potential free agents and potential players that would play for you are going to look back at this particular circumstance and say, look how you did Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
Do you think that because that's why I just have a hard time thinking that John Lynch, who played in the league, is that diabolical, right? Where he's like, I'm going to screw this guy's over, because there is an element of business, I think, that everyone in the room understands. Well, I really think that they're just clinging to something, praying they get an asset, and I really honestly believe at face value, and I know this is hard for people to, at face value, I think that they're trying to get anything for Jimmy Garoppolo right now.
And I think they're not going to get anything, especially with that price tag, right? They're going to have to eat money. Are the Niners, do they want to eat money on a player they're not going to have?
Well, that's what Baker and Cleveland ended up having to do.
And the Niners are saying, we're not going to run our business. We're going to do what's best for us. So I think at the end of the day, it's a business, and you got to do the best strategy for your team. So if he does go to Seattle and he gets cut August 30th, well, man, Jimmy's only got 11 days to master that playbook and get reps and build a rapport with DK and Tyler Lockett and try to throw to those wide receivers. I don't know, man. I think the Niners have to do what's best for them. Now, do I think it's that deep? Probably not, right?
Yeah,
probably
that's what I'm saying.
Probably
that feels
not.
very...
They want to do right by the player. But I'm not going to lie to you, Shasky. Yesterday, that thought popped up into my head where I'm thinking, well, maybe it's a bit of gamesmanship. Maybe it's a bit of gamesmanship. They tried to play ball with Jimmy. Jimmy at his end-of-season presser did not really play ball. Remember the contrast in those pressers? Where they're like, we may try to hold on to him, blah, blah, blah. And Jimmy's like, it's been real.
Well, it feels like they've lost all that leverage. Let me ask you this, because there are certain times in my life where I've had to accept something that was a short-term loss for the long-term gain. Like there's certain compromises, and sometimes in life something costs you to just move forward, right? Like there's a cost associated just moving forward. Right. For example, you've got this vehicle, and the vehicle's only worth $5,000, and you got $2,000 or $3,000 worth of damage to the vehicle, and you're like, you know what? I know I really, really, really need this vehicle, but I'm ready to just move on.
Right.
And I'll just have to buy, and it's going to cost me way more. I'm just going to have to buy a brand new vehicle, even though I don't even have the resources to do it. I got to take this short-term loss to have the long-term gain and the stability. I feel like this is one of those situations where it's like, I get it. You don't want him to go to Seattle. Just worry about yourself.
Right.
Like, you can't control what's going to happen outside. Once you've made the decision to move off player, we're not talking about Montana.
Right.
He has a legacy with the Niners. I'm not trying to diminish him.
He's been a good Niner.
But if you could allow Ronnie Lott to go to the Raiders, if you can allow Roger Craig to move on.
But this is a team within your division. This is a team, and this is your rival. It may not be the rival that it once was with Russell Wilson and Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor and Earl Thomas. But this is your rival.
But once you've decided to move off and break up, you can't play you can't date that guy. You can't date that guy.
No, I think you hold on to him as long as possible. And then when you have to make that decision on August 30th, you make that decision. It's like, all right, now they have to play catch up. Seattle has to redo their quarterback room. They got to, and then you play them in week 2, and you're like, we know this guy. We know what he's capable of doing. I don't even believe Jimmy Garoppolo's going to be at full strength in week 1. I know there's rumors out there that says he could play week 1 if he had to. I don't know about that. But I think it's smart for the Niners to hold on to him at this point. You don't have to be in a rush. Nobody's obviously going to give you a draft pick for him. Think about all the teams we've connected the dots with Jimmy Garoppolo. All those teams have laughed at us.
This is what they're thinking. And I think it's not so much like, hey, trade a X draft pick for Jimmy Garoppolo. They're doing the math this way. Well, you guys are going to cut him if I don't give you a draft pick, and I can get him for significantly cheaper.
Exactly.
Why would I pay for anything more than I have to if I'm one of these NFL teams that's not super, super desperate and they don't value him that way? I just think it's wild to me that somebody with all of the stuff over their head that Deshaun Watson has, there were like 13 teams knocking down the door to get him. It just shows you how talented he is.
No doubt.
And Jimmy Garoppolo, even though he's nowhere near the player that Deshaun is, doesn't come with any of that kind of baggage.
Well, again, the surgery hurt him.
You think that's the number one thing?
As soon as it happened, remember
it's not the play.
Shasky, as soon as that happened, remember we had the discussion and we talked to everybody, whether it was Willard Dibs, everybody we talked to. Well, I think Cleveland's going to be a destination, or I think a place like Carolina.
I did think Cleveland was a destination,
or the Jets, and I was just thinking to myself, well, one, he can't throw in that weather in Cleveland where it gets really cold. You want Jimmy Garoppolo throwing out? He can't throw at Levi Stadium in January.
And then he's going to go to blustery Pittsburgh
Cleveland,
and Baltimore on the road.
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And he's going to throw the football. That's tough. So once he had the surgery, and we're like, well, he may throw in late July. He may throw in late June. He may throw in early July. Well, that's cutting it close to training camp.
Well, I just want, as a Niner fan, just want to move on.
I want closure.
Exactly.
I want closure.
And I also want just all the singularity of the focus on the season now with the guys that are on this team. Whether it be Trey, whether we're talking about Bosa, I just want to focus on that. And it feels like this offseason has had all of this smoke with no fire. Debo wants out, and is Trey ready, and is Trey's arm, and arm fatigue, and Jimmy, and we're talking about everything that isn't football. And that's why I'm so excited for tomorrow, because it's an actual football game.
And Trey's going to play the first half, according to Kyle Shanahan. But when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo, anything can happen.
See it anyway, a backup scenario if someone gets hurt. Could he be on this team?
I mean, I think any scenario is possible.
All right, let's get into Trey Lance. That's what's coming up on. Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises.
See it anyway, a backup scenario if someone gets hurt. Could he be on this team?
Way back! I mean, I think any scenario is possible.
God! In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Now through August 31st, listen to all the magic of an Air France rendezvous. Whoa. It's time to book your rendezvous with Paris with daily flights from San Francisco starting at $979 round trip, taxes included. And with our Flying Blue rewards, earn miles towards your dream trip each time you fly. Elegance is a journey. Air France. Round trip purchase required. Advertised fare not available on all flights. Additional restrictions apply. See terms and conditions at airfrance.com.
Ready for the party tonight?
Yep, thanks to the free storage upgrade from Samsung with my new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Nice. Got the music?
Just downloaded everything from pop to punk.
Photo booth?
My phone folds into the perfect angle. Instant photo booth. Meet endless pics.
Can it make food too?
I ordered pizzas, so yes.
Pre-order Galaxy Z Flip 4 or Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com now to get a free storage upgrade and case. Valid 8/10 through 8/25/22. See terms and conditions that apply.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area for a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun. It's the Good Guys 35th Race Deck West Coast Nationals, and it's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Plus, shop the huge swap meet and hundreds of vendor exhibits. Experience Nitro Thunderfest. Celebrate the 90th anniversary of America's iconic 1932 Ford, and so much more. And it's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Life is hard enough, but BMW ownership shouldn't be. BMW of Fairfield understands that time is your most precious resource, and making time for automotive service can be challenging. So we offer a team of mobile service technicians who will come to you when you need maintenance on your BMW. Contact the BMW of Fairfield Mobile Service Concierge to schedule your appointment. There is a better way to service BMW. Visit bmwfairfield.com/mobile service to book your appointment.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails. And we're on our way to restoring even more because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my God!
3-2. He got him looking. Slider for strike 3. Still one out to get.
That's a huge strikeout, and shades of the World Series in 2012.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Fleming, Javi Lopez on the call out in Motown, Detroit, where the Giants began a 2-game set against the Tigers, and Camilo Duvall with a big strikeout of Miguel Cabrera. Nice little battle there. But he gets him on the 3-2 pitch, full count there. Biggie strikes out. He gets the grounder from Eric Haas next at bat, and Giants win a game. They win their second in a row. They beat the Tigers 3-1. But the biggest thing was Carlos Rodon. Let's start there before we get to Farhan Zaidi. Carlos Rodon was special yesterday. I mean, he's been special all season long, and we're going to have the conversation about whether or not the Giants, obviously they should re-sign him, but what does that look like? What does that look like for Carlos Rodon? What is his next money, his new contract looks like? Well, this year so far, 2.81 ERA, Shasky. Another 10 punchies yesterday in 7 innings against the Tigers, and he gets the win to improve to 12-6 on the season. What a dynamic season for Carlos Rodon.
Another 10 strikeout performance. He's creeping up toward 200 right now in terms of strikeouts. He looks fantastic. The guy continues to hand the ball to this team deep in games with an opportunity to win. And when you're a team that has a carved out bullpen that's completely hollowed out right now, that's all you can ask for. Mm-hmm. Where would this team be in terms of their overall record without Carlos Rodon?
Yeah, not good. Not good.
It's not just the games that he starts; it's the games where he goes deep, which he's done more than any guy on the Giants staff, and then hands the ball to your bullpen and doesn't ask a whole lot from them. And I think that people don't understand the depreciating factor of a guy who only goes 4 or 5 innings and what that does, not just to that day's bullpen, but the following day's bullpen and the day after that. And then, that puts a lot of stress on your starters after that. Hey, not only do you have to pitch good today, Alex Wood, you have to go deep because the guy before you only went 4 or 5 innings. So, Carlos Rodon is so much better than even the raw numbers, and he's dynamic in the raw numbers. The thing I keep hearing from people, and they're talking about, giving this guy a contract, to me, it's a no-brainer. He is priority number one. Is there risk? Of course there's risk. But the thing that everyone says, he's only had a couple of good years. Yeah, and they both are back-to-back years. So to me, this is a guy who has figured it out at the big league level. This is someone who has turned the corner and gotten better. This isn't a flash in the pan who came up and had some good years the first couple of years, flamed out, and then had a bounce-back year. This looks like somebody who's trending in the right direction. Mm-hmm. Now, any pitch can be your last pitch. As we see Walker Buehler get his second Tommy John,
he's out until 2024.
It's devastating. That's a whole nother conversation that we can have later on. But I'm looking at Carlos Rodon and I'm saying, this is a guy in his prime who's elite.
Yep.
Why are we even considering not trying to bring him back?
Well, I think the fans want him back, and he got Harold Castro to ground out there for the final out, not Haas. Look, he has a career high now in strikeouts for a year. 189 strikeouts now. He's going to eclipse 200 strikeouts, maybe even in his next start. But it's going to happen over the next 2 starts.
250 is 252 is the modern era Giants record in terms since 1900.
And he may get that. He may snatch that.
He could.
So we've had plenty of conversations about, and I don't want to get to some Rodon sound in just a second, but we've had conversations about giving pitchers big time money. We all remember Kevin Brown.
Yeah.
That deal didn't work out. The Strasburg deal hasn't worked out. Mike Hampton, Denny Nagel, when he went to Colorado and signed a big time deal.
Samardzija and Cueto.
Samardzija really didn't work out.
Cueto was good the first couple years.
Cueto was solid. I think, injuries got him, but I think overall he was a solid Giant. Samardzija was just a bust.
And I'm glad you bring up the Cueto thing, and I'm going to let you finish. That's kind of the way I'm viewing the Rodon thing.
Yeah.
If I could squeeze 3 good years out of him, I think it's worth a 5-year deal.
So a 5-year deal, $120 million is probably what you're looking at. You may be looking at more.
That's $25 million a year. I think it's going to be more. I do. I think he's
going to get 30.
Well, he's going to be close to that number, I think, because he's the number 1 pitcher on the market, and he's left-handed.
So are you going 5 for 150?
I know that's
you have
steep.
to.
If you have to, why? But like in this day and age, why are we penny pinching? The only thing that you have is money. That's your number 1 resource. And here's the other part, B. With this Walker Buehler situation, if you don't think the Dodgers are going to be sniffing around Rodon, and if you don't bring him back, he could be pitching against you 15 times plus for the next couple of years.
So, how about getting this deal done now? Do you think the Giants have approached Carlos Rodon today, right?
They have to
Motown,
have conversation.
It's a 10-10 first pitch start for the Tigers and Giants. If I'm Farhan Zaidi, if I'm not in Detroit, I take the next private jet out to Detroit.
Well, you got to go to Boris. He's in Southern California.
Right. Well, hey, Boris, come to Motown. Come to Motown. Let's tour. Let's go to Motown.
He's in the third row at a Padre-Dodger game.
Yeah, exactly. Boris, we need to sit down. And I know Boris is like, hey, Rodon, we're not doing anything right now. I have to try to get a deal done. I have to get it done now. Like Hunter Pence. Remember they signed Hunter Pence in late August, early September. You just get a deal.
They did it with Crawford last year with a 2-year extension.
I got to extend this guy. Hey, here's 5 for 150 right now. Just take it, please. I cannot risk letting Carlos Rodon hit the open market because it's probably going to happen. More than likely it's going to happen. He's going to opt out of his deal. And then you get the Dodgers sniffing around. You get the Padres sniffing around. You get the Cardinals sniffing around. There's going to be National League teams. The Yankees.
If the Yankees flame out in the playoffs and they're a pitcher short, you don't think they're going to be going after a lefty who's 29 years old?
Oh, my gosh. The Seattle Mariners. They think they can win.
Exactly.
The Astros. They may say, you know what? Yeah, Toronto. This is a scary situation for the Giants because now I'm kind of on that train with you where you may have to overpay for this guy. But damn it, I can't let him leave.
This is not a Tim Lincecum or Felix Hernandez situation because he's been great, brilliant. In fact, those guys on loser teams, essentially, teams that didn't make the playoffs, won Cy Youngs. The fact that he's not in the consideration, even a murmur for Cy Young, is a little disheartening for me.
But you got Scherzer.
No, I know.
You got Gonsolin. Gonsolin's 16-1.
And they're all on winning teams. What I mean by winning is like leading their divisions or basically in the catbird seat for a wild card.
Max Fried's dealing.
But right now, Rodon is as good as all of them.
He should be in a conversation.
Give him that Dodger lineup.
He should be in a conversation. Right? There's no doubt about that.
I mean, you don't even hear a buzz.
I'm seeing comments here. Mark Graves on YouTube. Giants are signing a pitcher to 5 years.
You brought up Cueto.
They're not signing.
Knowing what we know now, and I think we've forgotten how good he was the first couple of years. Would you have done that? Knowing everything we know now, was the Cueto deal that bad?
I love the Cueto deal. I loved it because they were trying to get Zach Greinke.
Yeah.
Didn't work out. You pivot. You sign 2 pitchers for the price of 1.
Yeah.
I loved Johnny Cueto was dynamic.
He was a really good Giant.
Really good Giant.
And at the very bare minimum, he was interesting. People liked him.
Watchable.
Even when he was hurt.
Not boring.
Exactly.
Shimmying on the mound. Why did they love that guy from the Yankees? What's his name? Nectar?
Yeah.
He's in the All-Star game? Yeah, Nestor.
Thank you, Nestor.
He's interesting.
Yeah.
He's watchable.
He's got different
quirky.
arm slots.
Yeah.
He's fun.
Cueto was fun.
I know.
Did he have the Instagram page? He's on the horses. He's got the dreads. He looks fun.
As I'm looking to round out this rotation, boy, it's a hell of a lot easier bringing a Kyle Harrison, who's your number 1 pitching prospect and one of the top left-handed pitching prospects in all of baseball. It's so much easier to be like, hey, be our 4.
Yeah.
Be our 4 in this rotation as opposed to coming up and being our 2.
Well, I do want to get to Kyle Harrison a little bit later because Farhan, we're going to play the sound talking about the farm system. And you and Willard said something the other day that I don't think we got. I was shocked to hear it about Kyle Henderson and what you would not give up for Shohei Ohtani. But here's Farhan Zaidi on the TK podcast on what makes a compelling team. We're talking about what's watchable, what's cool, swagger, all that stuff. Here's what Farhan had to say on what makes a compelling team.
That's all part of building a compelling product, which, I acknowledge, and I think anybody working in professional sports has to acknowledge that, you're trying to entertain. This isn't just about putting a competitive team out there. But again, we come back to the circular point that, the crux of it is being a good team, playing important games, because, I don't think there's ever been a really compelling losing team or last place team in the history of professional sports. So it all goes hand in hand.
Well, this is a big pivot for him to acknowledge, because I've never heard the you have to be fascinating, you have to be entertaining from Farhan. This is I think this is a turning of the tide here for him. Somebody blew into his ear, whether it's the ownership, whether it's all of the fans rejecting whatever it is they're putting out there. That to me feels like a big time change of heart.
It's fascinating in the sense that, this is not, and I'm not trying to throw shade at the Oakland A's, but the Giants run their team differently. And you got 40,000 seats to fill up. And you're competing with the Warriors down the street. You're now not only competing for just entertainment purposes, concerts. Chase Hitters get all concerts.
Yeah.
The Killers are out there. You know what I'm saying? What's going on at Oracle Park? The outdoor concerts, well, they're going down to Santa Clara, the Levi Stadium.
The last time I heard about a really, really, really good outdoor, at AT&T concert was Metallica.
There you go.
And I feel like we've done that 100 million times.
That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What was that, 5 years ago?
Well, I know the Stones came through for a 3-day thing maybe 15 years ago, 10 years ago. I could be getting my years off. But it's been a long time, Bonte, since that was a concert venue.
So I think he understands that, yes, the fans, guys like us, the Warriors down the street, it's like, damn, I'm driving down 3rd Street and there's a banner of Jonathan Kuminga. There's a banner of Moses Moody. There's a banner of James Wiseman. Not to mention Steph, Dre, Clay, Wiggins, and Jordan Poole. Where's my banners at? Well, wait, we have Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kapler on 3rd and King. Not a player.
I know.
Gabe Kapler.
I know. Did you see there's Sacred Heart banners, too, going
There's
up and down?
banners, up and down.
But there ain't no Giants players.
There's no Giants players.
There was a thank you Buster sign that was up there for quite some time that has now been taken down. I'm with you. And that's why, when I hear him say that he actually acknowledges the entertainment portion of it, to me, that's a big change of tune. But the reality is, I brought you in here not because of the entertainment factor, because your whole selling point as a GM was, I'm smarter than everyone, and I'm going to do it our way, and we're going to outthink everyone, and which is fine. I mean, you got to go out and do it. You have your philosophical ways, but part of your DNA as who you are, Farhan, has never been acknowledging the entertainment factor.
Right.
I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm saying I'm not sure you have it in you to be able to do it because that's never been asked of you before.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, as well said, and there's a couple things I want to play here. First, I'll start with the farm system. Because I do want to get to this cut about maybe spinning like the Yankees, but here's his ETA on the farm system, which I heard Langford this morning driving in. Steven was like, nice guy Steve was like, before the season, the farm system was ranked 11th in baseball. It's now down to 18. Well, I thought Farhan, to your point, Farhan constructed the great Dodgers, right? He was very instrumental in their drafts.
Brought here to improve the farm.
Well, the farm is dipped. Here's what he had to say about the ETA on the farm system in 2023, 2024, 2025.
Our best prospects are still, other than maybe Kyle Harrison and Ramos, who's already in AAA. We have a group of guys in Eugene who may see AA to end the season, but it may not be realistic to count on them to be big factors in 2023. So we may not have that infusion of talent next year. It may be another year away. And so that's going to have to factor into our offseason plan as well.
How disappointing does that sound? That's disappointing.
Well, that's an acknowledgement of failure on some level.
Well, he brought up Ramos. Ramos is now, what did you say yesterday? The 18th best prospect in the Giants system?
On MLB.com, they ranked these. Ramos, heading into the year, was a top 5. 2 years ago, he was their number 1 prospect. Heading into this year, he was a top 5 prospect.
And now he's down to 18.
18.
So as a big-time Giants fan, and I would love to hear from Giants fans, 888-957-9570, how disappointed are you from hearing that? That Melissa Locker from the Athletic was talking about the farm. Yeah. She did a great job.
She was ahead of this before anyone.
Right. But she was like, 2023. How about you think about 2024?
Well, and
so what does that mean for 2023?
That would be 6 full years. for Farhan. Would we accept that in any other sport? I'm asking. I know baseball. I get baseball is wired different. I'm asking you out loud.
Absolutely not.
6 years.
Folks are ready to fire John Lynch last year.
The Yankees haven't had a losing season since 1992.
And Brian Cashman's always on the hot seat.
How many losing seasons have the Boston Red Sox had since that same time, since 1992? 5. Okay. The Giants will have been a loser. This year would be 5 out of the last 6 years.
It's not good.
All right. Now, we were accustomed to living the good life once Barry Bonds showed up. I freely acknowledge. And a lot of teams have struggled. Go look at the Cardinals' record since the mid-90s. Right. They very rarely have losing seasons in back-to-back years, if any.
Consistent.
All right. And what I'm saying is that when you have the financial infrastructure that the Giants have in place and you're in a major market, the game is set up for you to not fail back-to-back years in a row. And so to hear that they're going to be a loser 5 out of 6 years, and let's just say, if we spin this forward, they're not good again next year. Let's say they hover around 500. So you're telling me 6 out of the last 7 years,
Giants have been losers.
You're just out of the picture?
Yeah, Giants have been losers.
Oof. And then you coincide with maybe the greatest Dodger run, whether they've only won one World Series or not, one of the greatest Dodger runs of all time, plus the rise of the Padres.
I was going to just say that.
That's tough to swallow for me. You know me, that's tough to swallow.
No, that's tough to swallow for any sports fan. These are the Giants we're talking about. And you talk about us growing up. We grew up, the first team I ever loved, and I was 5 years old in 87. I don't really remember that team at all.
89 Giants.
89 Giants.
That's why Kevin Mitchell's one of my favorite players of all time.
89 Giants. And they were competing from then on.
Yes.
And then Peter McGowan and company come in. They bring in Barry Bonds, and they were competitive. Other than the 2 down years after the strike in 95, 96, 97, it was back to contending.
Most people our age, one of their favorite teams across sports are the 1993 Giants.
There's no doubt.
They didn't even make the playoffs.
They didn't make the playoffs.
But it's one of the most fun teams of all time.
They won 103 games. I swear to God, I went to Camp Mendocino, and I came back. I remember I wrote my grandma a letter during the camp. I had pink eye. I wasn't having a good time. And then I came back, and I was like, yeah, camp was fun. Where's the Sporting Green? And I'll never forget the Giants being up 10.5 on the Braves, and I come back from camp, and I'm like, what is going on? Wait a minute, Fred McGriff, as a kid, we knew Crying Dog from the ESPN commercials. Wait, Fred McGriff is on the Braves? What the hell is going on here? So that's a problem, but I want to get into more sound here, Shasky, in just a second, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Here's Farhan Zaidi on the ability to spin like the New York Yankees.
Yeah, I think when we look at specific targets, look, we go through a budgeting exercise like every team does, like every business does. But ownership has made clear there's a lot of flexibility with that. And when we have had interest in doing something, whether it's player related or frankly, whether it's infrastructure related, building the new minor league facility in Arizona or things like that, our ownership has definitely shown the willingness and enthusiasm to step up and invest in the organization. So we have that ability.
And then Farhan later added on the Dodgers' successful model that they have going on right now.
One of the things that the Dodgers have done extremely well is create sort of multiple inroads into their talent pipeline. So they've done really well internationally. They've done really well in the draft, despite not always having or really never having sort of high picks in the draft or a lot of cap room. And then I think they've been really smart with some of their trades. I mean, you go back and look at the trade they made in the 18-19 offseason, which was a little bit after I left there, actually, when they traded Alex Wood and Yasiel Puig to the Reds and got Josiah Gray and Jeter Downs, who wound up being, prospects who were big parts of the Scherzer-Turner deal and the Betts deal. So, kind of regenerating that way.
It's Farhan Zaidi.
I like that you just cut him off, too. I'm feeling that.
That's the way it was cut. I mean, we got to do a better job of fading out, folks.
Oh, I thought that was you pushing the button.
No. I'm not trying to rip anybody, but, we got to do better with the fade out.
But you just did.
We got to fade out better. Fade out.
It's okay.
It's major market.
You're being honest. Yeah, you're like Aaron Rodgers ripping the wide receivers right now. I'm feeling that.
I love my board ops. I love everybody who's cutting it, but
technical engineers. But here's the thing that when I hear all of that, it's a word salad of nothing. All right, that's number one. But I want to start here. Can you agree with me? If we were making comparisons, The Dodgers are equivalent to what the Warriors are in terms of business model and standing around their the way that they're viewed around that league.
Entertainment, the Yankees are right there.
The spending,
network,
the ability to develop young and sign old and star hunt, all those things, right? We agree, and they're ring chasing, right? So they're at that model right now. I look at the Giants, and for the last couple of years, this is what I thought their philosophy was from Farhan. We're going to strip it down. We're not going to re-sign anybody. We're going to financially be prudent, and we're going to shed these contracts. That's why we didn't sign Bumgarner. Right. That's why we moved off of Cueto and Samardzija, and we allowed those contracts to go. And then I made trades, like the Melanson deal, to get rid of somebody who nobody liked and was weighing us down financially, which... Okay, that made sense. But the other part of that, the most important part of that, was I am going to fix the farm system. Yeah. And I'm going to bring these guys through. And I look at the farm system right now, and the number one guy who they keep touting is Marco Luciano. Yeah. And that's a Bobby Evans guy, and that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. You inherit who you inherit. Bob Myers inherited Steph Curry. He didn't draft him. He inherited him, and he made the most of it. But then I look at the rest of everybody that's on that list, and everybody's so far away. Now, Harrison, they get credit for. That's their guy. They developed him. We'll see what he ends up being. I thought we'd be farther along in the process.
And we're not.
And I don't think that is some criminal thing to say out loud.
And here's what I go crazy, is that people say, well, the pandemic really did the Giants in, not having a minor league system that year. Well, everybody had to go through that. Everybody in baseball had to go through that.
And their counter
That's not an
would
excuse.
Be, a lot of people's counter would be like the Braves. They had an infrastructure in place before COVID, and so their infrastructure's better and blah, blah, blah.
So what was Farhan doing that entire first season with Bruce Bochy behind the scenes? Was he just twiddling his thumbs, not doing anything?
I don't know.
Or was he putting in the infrastructure for the farm system?
That's a great question.
But here's what you just said.
I don't know.
Ripping down the studs, right? This sounds crazy because I hate losing. But I would have rather Farhan just ripped this thing down and not spent anything. When you bring back Crawford and you bring back Belt, it's like, okay, you're still trying to compete and win.
Well, the Crawford
that was to me, and I get the Crawford deal.
He was so good, and I get it. But you needed to keep a Giant. I feel conflicted because I felt him in real time, and I think I'd be hypocritical if I didn't say that I didn't want Crawford to come back. Yeah. I thought he earned it.
We all did. We all did.
Belt's a different story.
But then you tell us, hey, you're in a transition from the old guard to the new guard.
Yes.
Well, by the time the old guard is done, because Belt's probably not coming back.
No.
But we're probably watching the last Belt as a Giant.
And there was a rumor that he was going to get placed on the IL. I still don't understand what they're doing.
Right. So you still have these guys, and yet these youngsters aren't ready for another season? So what does this mean for 2023?
Well, what was the
excuse? That's what I'm confused with.
Well, so everyone, the COVID year. Well, what's the excuse this year?
What's that? Sorry.
The COVID year.
Yeah,
That's what everyone says for development.
Right.
What's the excuse this year and last year?
I don't know.
Why are there, I'm looking at all these other prospects, like, for example, Verdugo, right, was a Dodger guy. When he came up, he's been like 360 or whatever in the minors. This guy, Alec Thomas, who's playing center field for the Arizona Diamondbacks, he hit 300 at every level of the minors.
How about Vaughn Grissom for the Braves? I'm watching this guy every single night, and I'm regretting not picking him up in fantasy baseball. He was playing in Double-A, tearing it up. Now he's with the big league club, batting seventh, batting well over 300. He looks ready to go.
So if you want to say that the COVID year stunted development, okay. But what about after the COVID years?
Yeah.
What are we doing? And I don't know if we have the cut. I want to play it before we get out.
No, we got to go out here. We'll play it on the other side.
Okay.
We'll play it on the other side.
My bad.
Mike Florio, 8:30. Jose in Oakland will get to you on the other side as well. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Enova International, Inc.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, and much more. It's the ultimate convenience. Easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrivals, and service right in your driveway. No waiting rooms, and direct access to your mechanic with friendly and reliable service. No middleman or upsells. They're so sure you'll love the convenience. Take $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50. Kirby, your driveway mechanic.
Okay, those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so.
Order up!
You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us to travel benefits to Scam Shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art? Dance? Music? Food? Fur babies? Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Now, local businesses can get closer to every customer in their city with fast, affordable shipping. Introducing USPS Connect Local. You want speed? We deliver same or next day. You want savings? We give you supplies at a flat rate. You want less legwork? We do free pickups. Move your local business forward with the United States Postal Service. Let's connect at USPSconnect.com/local. Specific markets, restrictions apply. Same day or next day delivery expected, but not guaranteed with entry close to final destination.
Did you get the Clement Horizon clean last night? I don't want another barnacle incident. Where's Ivan?
Kiki's head of docking operations just jumped ship.
What do you mean he's sailing around the world?
She needs a new marina manager to help keep her head above water.
Yeah, the tide's perfect, but we are slammed.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Alice in Chains with special guests Breaking Benjamin and Bush are coming to Shoreline September 5th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
You know what we're doing in 10 minutes? Or it's actually 13 minutes, Shasky. 13 minutes. In 13 minutes, we'll transition to Trey Lance. And whether it's a good idea for Kyle Shanahan to play him and the starters for the entire first half of the last preseason game against the Texans, where we all know that turf in Houston is not kind to a lot of ACLs and a lot of knees. Is it a good idea? We'll get into that at 7:30, but that'll be after we give away a gift card to Kirby. And you've been hyping up Kirby, Shasky. Let the people know what Kirby's all about.
Well, in this era of delivery services via the phone coming right to your front door, how many of us are sick and tired of trying to coordinate with our mechanic? Can I bring it in on Thursday? Can I bring it in on Friday? Okay, I'll drop it off and I'll have my wife come and pick me up and take me back to the house. And then 3 days later, I'll come back and get my car. No. Take a deep breath.
Yeah,
you can go on Kirby.com and you can have the mechanic come to your driveway.
That's pretty cool.
It's super easy, super simple, no hassles, no lies.
So what do they do in the driveway?
Transparency.
What do they do in the driveway?
Anything you need. You need a tune-up? I got the check engine light right now on my wife's car.
Yeah.
Kirby is coming to our driveway and going to find out what's going on with the car. There's no stress, there's no worry, there's no nothing. So as my wife can do her work from home stuff, the car just sits in the driveway. They come to her. She doesn't even have to go outside. It's
what
super
if I need
simple,
an oil change?
They've got that.
What
Brakes,
if I need a tire change?
Oil change.
Really?
Anything.
A jump? What if my
Yes.
battery's dead?
Yeah, of course.
Wow. That's pretty cool. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com or call 1-866-CURBEE1. Caller number 5. Caller number 5. In 11 minutes, I'll give out the number. In 11 minutes, we're going to give out a gift card to Kirby. This sounds like a cool service.
You know how sitcoms usually do like callbacks or like a movie or a show will do a callback to something that happened in prior times? What's great about Kirby is they actually sent Bonte Hill a jumpsuit that he wore last week.
The Ghostbusters fit? People love that one. A lot of ratings. A lot of Ghostbuster talk.
There were 250 comments on that tweet.
That's pretty good. That's next level.
Come on, you were feeling it.
Hey, man, you know, you boys are content creators. You see that, Matt Negan? We get numbers, baby. Not to mention Instagram, where everybody, hey, man, who you going to call? You know how many times I read that line? who you going to call? Ghostbusters! You know? That's all I heard, but it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Who are you going to call? Farhan!
Well, here's Farhan on the disappointing and frustrating season. Again, we'll transition to Trey Lance in about 10 minutes after we give away a gift card to Kirby. Jose in Oakland, we'll get to you in just a second. By the way, 415 Comcast Business Sex Line. We're some suckers did not talk about the Killers concert last night. It felt like everybody was at the Killers concert.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Killers are awesome.
Yeah, I seen Bimbo Jimbo, James Kincaid, Joe Spadoni, and Jade was out there. Matt Nahiga, of course, posted. You know, he posted. Damon Bruce was out there. Justin Hathaway from NBC.
Oh, wow.
I've seen everybody at the Killers concert.
So it sounds like a lot of corporate tickets and not a lot of money being spent by some of the people we know.
You said that, not me.
One more thing. Dave Johnson is curious, can Kirby show up to 3rd and King and jumpstart the paltry lineup in San Francisco?
You know what? Where's the applause button?
That's pretty funny.
That's you know what? You know, applause.
Speaking of
that one it deserves that.
Everyone has a podcast, and TK has a podcast where he had Farhan on. And
yes, everybody on.
Well, yeah, he's doing a really good job.
Man.
He's disrupting the Kyle Shanahan podium talk, and he's interviewing Farhan. But what I
see it anyway, a backup scenario if someone gets hurt, could he be on this team?
I mean, I think any scenario is possible.
Okay. Yeah, I know you and the look back. You're obsessed with
Shanahan, dude. I'm obsessed with Shanahan.
We'll get to the Niners in a second.
I love Shanahan.
Farhan acknowledging the entertainment portion of it was really interesting to me. And I want to play the Farhan cut first, and then I want to play a sound from Peter Guber that you and I spoke about earlier this year before we even got down this road with the San Francisco Giants.
Here's Farhan. First, I'll start with this. I'll play back-to-back cuts here. On the Giants having stars, and then I'll follow it up with what makes them compelling. Then we'll go to Jose in Oakland and get his thoughts.
This notion of, hey, you know, you want a young fan of yours to be able to go to the team store and buy a jersey and know that, they can go to the park wearing that jersey for the next several years and feel like that's their guy. I think there's a lot to that. Now, people aren't going to come to watch a team that isn't competitive, so you have to balance all of that. I think these things are all part of creating a compelling product, is having a good competitive team that's playing important games. And again, having the type of players, young fans and older fans want to go to the team store and buy their jersey and root them on. And again, I feel like we do have those players on this team, and some of them just haven't had great years.
And here's what Farhan had to say about what makes it compelling. Before I do that, what's the face for, Shasky? I got to.
Who's on the team right now now, Chessa? What T-shirt jersey do you have to get her if she's a Giants fan?
Well, let me say, we went to the game this year and we bought another Buster Posey shirt because there's nobody else.
Which reminds me of the 2016-17 Niners, right, where you're like, Joe Montana or Brian Hoyer.
Hold on.
I'm going to go to Joe Montana jersey.
Steve Young or Jeremy Curley.
Exactly.
Torrey Smith or John Taylor.
But it's as if, and I kind of get a little frustrated with the Farhan thing. It's as if he just found out, there's a business thing attached to this? Well, this is a television show?
Well, I go back to his introductory presser where he said, I remember going to school at Cal, and I remember walking down the street, down 3rd Street with my buddies going to the game, and the buzz and the vibe going to Oracle Park. And it's like, well, if you knew that, and you saw the panda hats, and you saw the giraffe hats, or even if it's Barry Bonds and Rich Arroyo and Jeff Kent, and you saw all this stuff happening, how can you be late to the party on this? But here's what Farhan had to say to follow up on that, on what makes a compelling team.
That's all part of building a compelling product, which, I acknowledge, and I think anybody working in professional sports has to acknowledge that, you're trying to entertain. This isn't just about putting a competitive team out there. But again, we come back to the circular point that, at the crux of it is being a good team, playing important games, because, I don't think there's ever been a really compelling losing team or last place team in the history of professional sports. So it all goes hand in hand.
I don't know about that.
Lakers this year, they were a loser. Yeah, they were pretty compelling.
Yeah, I don't know about compelling teams. You have some losing teams that are compelling, right?
Yeah.
The Jets are always compelling because they stink, but they're compelling. There's a lot of compelling losing teams. I don't know about that one, Farhan. And two,
but I get what he's saying.
I understand what he's saying, but his philosophy, his brand of baseball, it's not compelling. Watching the Giants every single day is not compelling. Their brand of baseball, especially offensively, it's not compelling.
Or defensively,
shifting out of outs, not compelling. The way they operate with their bullpen and pitch hitting, that's not compelling.
Their base running is not compelling.
No, not at all. The way you platoon is not compelling. And by the way, I know 925, we didn't even get to this because it drives us crazy. Comcast Business Text Line 925. We saw the San Fran shirts being sold in a dugout store. We saw that. And it's laughable. The Giants look desperate right now when it comes to marketing their team. They know. They tried to put names on the back of the jerseys. They ruined the cream jerseys. Now that we're here, and I'm going to let you talk, Shasky. Now that we're here, because it was anti-names on the back of the cream jerseys. You had something special. You were in the same stratosphere when it came to the Yankees and the Red Sox having no names on the home jerseys. It looked sweet. It was so sweet. But your excuse for putting names on the back of the jersey was, well, the fans need to know who these players are. We don't know anybody. You have a bunch of no names. Well, you still have a bunch of no names, and nobody's buying these jerseys. Nobody's buying them. We're still saying, wait, who is that? Wait, Kirk Casale? Wait, Austin Wins? Who the hell is that? You can have Wins in 24-point font, and we still won't know who he is. So you're ruining the cream jerseys, and then you're selling San Fran shirts. So you're not compelling when it comes to marketing, when it comes to selling jerseys, when it comes to the product on the field. Nothing's compelling about the Giants. All right. You go on.
I find it to be a very interesting pivot from Farhan because I've never, and again, maybe I'm missing the boat on this, but I've never heard him acknowledge the entertainment factor, the fascination factor, the compelling factor.
So who is that on? Is that Larry Bear getting into Farhan's ear? Is that the ownership group getting on Farhan's ear? Because we see empty seats.
No doubt. Well, I mean, look, you could say that I believe in Farhan long term. I feel like the fans have pretty much told you they're rejecting the majority of what they're seeing.
What is it going to take to start believing in Farhan again?
Think about this. Like last year, they were coming out of a pandemic, so it's tough to gauge. But we didn't really tap in until late September.
Yeah.
Even then, we didn't even believe in the Giants until the very end.
Right.
And then playoffs time, hey, we're there. Hey, playoffs, we're here. We'll pack this son of a gun. But and it's tough to gauge because you were coming out of the pandemic, so I don't want to be too critical there. But I just find it interesting that you and I played a cut, and I want to play it right now, from Peter Guber, who is one of the ownership members of Lakeup's group that owns the Warriors. He was on with Colin Cowherd, and I pulled this cut and I brought it to the table, and I thought it was so spot on then, and we talked about it and we correlated it to the three teams, and I find it interesting because it feels like 3 months later, 2 months later, clearly someone has brought what Peter Guber has said to Farhan, and it finally resonated. So here's Guber talking about entertainment and sports.
Somehow you understand that process of connection as a leader. I think it's important. I think people running sports businesses must understand that they are in the entertainment business. If they don't think they're in the entertainment business, that's called stupid. They have to be in the entertainment business. They're aiming at people's hearts, not their heads first, their hearts. They're trying to make that audience, that sports people, invested in the experience, invested in the outcome, and they're trying to make them participants, not passengers.
And you know what? It's so spot on when Peter Guber saying we're trying to tug at the hearts.
Yes.
Not the head. Think about baseball. The hearts. When we go through a season, 162 in the playoffs.
It's a companion all summer.
Exactly.
But have you felt like they've been a companion this summer?
No, not even close.
What your good friend, Marty, it's a mosaic.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This year has felt more like a dumpster fire.
Yep.
And
you know what? I don't even think Farhan Zaidi, maybe he heard Peter Guber.
You don't think that he did?
Even if he didn't. Say if he didn't.
Okay.
All you have to do is walk 4 blocks down the street
yes,
to Chase Center and
true.
say, oh, damn, dumpling time, GOTS, big screen, watch parties. Well, I go inside. Like when Larry Bear went to one of those playoff games at Chase Center, and I looked at him. He looked around and said,
"Did you give him the Palo Banchero?
I didn't give him the Palo Banchero.
Yeah, hit
I didn't
your
give
chest.
him the hit.
Okay.
I didn't give him the hit.
So you looked at Larry Bear in Chase
Palo
Center.
did that to us, Half-Life and I. He looked like this, and we gave it to him back. We're like, that's our guy. We rock with you, Pablo. But Larry Bear looked around. He saw the big scoreboard. He heard DJ D Sharp on the beats, and he said, oh, my God, it's a party in here. And this is a playoff game. I missed this.
Yeah.
Larry Bear, you can see it in his eyes. He's like, I missed this.
But to be fair, they did have that atmosphere in game 1, 2, and 5. I went to 3 of those games.
Game 5 was dead, though, because they didn't score early.
They didn't score any runs.
And
that's the byproduct of not having offense and a tight playoff elimination game. But would you grant me game 1 and 2 were off the hook?
Game 1
even though they lost game 2.
Game 1 was off the chain.
Yes.
Game 1 was off. He had Fred Warner and them in the building.
When Buster hit that home run in the first inning,
it was electric.
The top was ready to come off.
It was electric. We had a great time after game 1.
But no doubt. And I know we want to transition into the Niners in just a second. But
we'll get the Kirby contest in a second as well.
The one thing you talked about, and Farhan acknowledged it, compelling players.
Right.
Right now, we're going through the Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance thing. And there are so many people, which is fair, who are emotionally attached to Jimmy Garoppolo and do not want the team to give him up because they've gone on a journey with this guy. And even though he's not the greatest player in the league, they feel a sentimental attachment and they appreciate what he brings to the table.
Give me this. Jimmy has been compelling, right?
No question.
The Jimmy Garoppolo era has been compelling.
95.7 The Game has done millions of hours on Jimmy G.
Trust me. I was here when the first promo read about Jimmy Garoppolo when he got traded.
My drop. I want to go back to the playoffs. What do you think that started with?
My old co-host, and we're going to give out the Kirby gift card in just a second. Stay patient. I remember my old co-host, Greg Poppin. I was arguing with him on the football hour with Low Deal, and they're like, you could just sit, Jimmy, see what you have in practice. I said, Greg, you have to play this guy right now. And I'll never forget being at Levi's on those final 2 plays when I rushed out of the restroom to say, what the hell is going on? We're getting blown out. And Jimmy comes in for those final 2 plays and throws a touchdown. I got to give you the details.
Running out of the
I'm telling you, because it was that season was dead.
What's going on? What did I miss?
I hear the crowd roar.
Toilet paper hanging out of your sweats.
Dude, that wasn't I'm not going to lie to you. That wasn't a full wipe, all right? I run out of there.
An awful lot of information.
Right? Thank you, Steven.
And Garoppolo throws a touchdown, and the crowd's going crazy. And I'll never forget the next day, Papa, the time is now to play him. You have to play him now. I've been saying this for 3 weeks, damn it. So the whole Jimmy Garoppolo era, I've been to both ends of the roller coaster, man. I'm tired of it, but he's been compelling.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's the whole point. Let's get out this Kirby gift card real quick.
I don't want to get into Trey Lance because he is very compelling, and I'm excited.
So caller number 5 right now. Caller number 5. 415-951-2386. You will win a Kirby gift card. 415-951-2386 or Kirby gift card. The caller number 5 is coming your way. Kirby is your driveway mechanic. We bring the shop to you. Brakes, tires, oil changes, and much, much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com or call 1-866-CURBEE1. Let's get Jose in Oakland real quick before we transition to Trey Lance and whether or not he should play in the first half of that game against the Houston Texans. Jose, what's happening? Good morning. You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys. Just 3 quick points. I'll make it as quick as possible. I've heard on the comments from Farhad something about, it's not always about just putting a competitive team. You know what? It should be 100% of the time about putting a competitive team. If you put a team that is competitive, that's what makes the team compelling. If I just wanted to be entertained, I would follow a minor league team. I'd be entertained, and I wouldn't care whether they win or lose. I was being entertained. As far as, him bringing up what the Dodgers are doing right, obviously, you stink at drafting players. You stink at developing players. You don't even want to do the spending part. So why are you even bringing the Dodgers? I think when the Giants brought in Farhad, they saw the Dodgers painting the 16th chapel and figured, let's bring Leonardo da Vinci. Wait a minute, he's under contract. Okay, you see that guy over there holding the ladder and passing the palette? Let's bring that guy in. Maybe he can paint just as good as Leonardo da Vinci. The guy stinks. They got the wrong guy. Honestly, I think they got the wrong guy.
Oh, man. Jose in Oakland.
You and I have had conversations off air, and this is the private show brought to the air. And by the way, Sarah and Vinny do the secret show here at Odyssey Station.
This is the private show.
And you can get it on the AUDACY Odyssey app. I think we should have a podcast right after our show called, and we add it to our feed where you can subscribe. You can already subscribe to the Morning Roast, but we call it the private show. So here I'm going to bring a snippet of the private show onto air.
I'm scared about it. I'm nervous, but go ahead.
If we played the game, Joe, your life's on the line. Which I hate this game, but I'm doing this game.
I don't like the game. I don't like this. I don't like where it's going.
I'm so out on Farhan, and I've been out on Farhan. This whole philosophy of how to run your team, your organization. To me, this is a guy who doesn't know how to read the room. So that's just me.
So off air, we were just talking, and I think other GMs around baseball are laughing at the Giants. Number one, the Giants went out there, and I knew this was going to bite them in the ass. I knew this was going to bite them in the ass when they were out there high-siding in Washington, D.C. That was out there show-stopping, right? Stunting and ghost riding the whip saying, you got to play full 9 innings against us. We're going to continue to run the bases hard. We're going to continue to play hard and swing the bat. When they had Dubon and them stealing bases up 7-1 and 8-1, I knew that was going to bite them in the ass. Everybody in baseball is going to store that quote saying, these guys think they're the smartest thing on the block. Yeah. They think their stuff don't stink. Another thing, everybody crowned Farhan. Last year, I got so sick of seeing people tweet and talk about, credit for Farhan Zaidi. Giants won 107 games. We just dismissed the manager. Okay, that's fine. You want to do that? Do that. But you don't think the guy from St. Louis running the club, I forget his name. He's been running that club for years. And he's thinking, Farhan Zaidi, the smartest guy in baseball? I've been running the Cardinals, and we've been in contention for years. You don't think Andrew Friedman of the Dodgers, Shasky, was there first. He orchestrated the Tampa Bay Rays. That model built them into a winner. All right, a winner. You don't think he's sitting there thinking, they think Farhan was running the Dodgers. Watch this. Hold my beer. You don't think Brian Cashman is sitting there saying, I've been in with the New York Yankees since the mid-'90s, and all of a sudden you're going to crown this guy? This guy? Billy Beane is probably thinking the same thing. Baseball's up to Farhan, and they're saying, you know what? Let's stick it to this guy. He thinks he reinvented baseball. Watch this. Jose in Oakland's out on Farhan. You're out on Farhan. I think the pressure needs to be added up on Farhan. We need to ratchet that bad boy up on Farhan Zaidi because what I see right now and what I'm hearing, this team's not going to be competitive until 2024, 25.
I just kind of live my life this way. Like, I got to see it before I can start to believe it. Now, I contradict myself when it comes to my religious choices because I've never seen Jesus, but yet I believe in it, right? And so I freely admit I contradict myself in certain areas. But when it comes to sports, you got to kind of prove it to me. I'm a big believer in equity and earned arrogance, and you have to earn the benefit of the doubt.
I'm glad you brought that up, equity. Didn't it feel like Farhan lost a little equity when he hired Kapler after everything that happened in L.A.? It felt like from then he was climbing uphill, right?
I was so desperate to just win again as a Giants fan, and I was kind of ready to like try something new.
Gotcha.
I do believe in life cycles. Like the game's at some point going to pass Belichick by.
Mm-hmm.
He's great. Everyone agrees, right? Sabian was great. The game, evolves, and he had been in the job for a long, long time. So I am a believer in, cycling out of someone, even if they are great at what they do, right? Some guys are lifers, I get that, but I was ready for a change.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't my first hire for a manager, and my thing was and I said it in real time, I was so mad that Rigetti got pushed out the door.
Yeah, that was
Remember
weak.
how mad I was?
That was weak, though.
I was really mad. Weak. In my estimation, someone like Rigetti, who had the resume that he had, and I don't know the inner workings, and maybe he wanted to go. I just thought a guy like him deserved to go out on his own terms. Yep. And the same way I felt about Bruce Bochy.
Mm-hmm.
Bochy deserved to go out in any way that he wanted to go. Just my estimation.
Right.
And I look at it and I look at Giants fans and what they're accustomed to. If I was going to build a store or create a show, I have to know what my audience wants. Right?
Our audience doesn't want Giants baseball right now.
But what does the Giant audience want?
Yeah.
They want old school baseball.
They want old school baseball. They want a slugger.
No, they want to win. Of course they want to win.
But they're tired of the platooning.
I know.
You're platooning your best hitters. I mean, Jock Peterson one day may be batting leadoff. The next day he's batting sixth. Yes. How many times have we seen him in a leadoff spotter? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Brendan, it's not a compelling brand of baseball. And I hate to bring up Willard because Willard's going to come in here and say, hey, guys, you know how it is. But when they were playing the Braves and they were 9 games over 500, and what did I look you? I looked you dead in the eyes. I said, this team's not compelling. I don't care what they're doing. This is not a fun brand of baseball.
He did.
And they started struggling, but the Giants thought they got a little cocky. Let's be real. They got a little cocky. They won 107 games, and they started talking about running up the score on teams. And what did I say from day one? I said, I don't like this. I don't like it. Just play. You don't need to fall into that trap. And now you're 61-61. Now you're 61-61. You did it to yourself.
Yeah.
And now the fan base is out on Farhan. How quickly are they? We know how this fan base works in the Bay Area. Bob Myers is on the hot seat.
Well,
after winning 3 championships, according to the fan base.
Vontae, Trent Baalke won Executive of the Year. Say that in a sentence. Trent Baalke won Executive of the Year. In 3 years, we crowned him one of the worst GMs in the history of Bay Area sports.
No doubt.
Things can turn quick.
So look, 5-1-0. You guys are so freaking spoiled. A 107-win season isn't enough for you. Teams have great years followed by bad years all the time. Lots of teams go decades without a great year.
They've been bad 4 out of the last 5 years, though.
And it's about to be 5 out of 6.
Yeah, you can't just say that they had a great year last year. It's about being consistently bad.
And the 1 year you won, it looks like a fluke.
Well, that I'll push back with, but I don't want to get down the argument. Outlier, do guys, play better than what their baseball card is? Yeah, all those things are true. Fluke is a word I don't like because that makes it seem like it's not real. It was real.
It was real, but it looks like a fluke of the season. It looks like...
You know what I'm saying? I hate hearing that.
I don't like hearing it either. But you win 107, now you're 61-61. And people were talking about 2023. How bad is 2023 going to be? Rodon may walk. You have Logan Webb. What? How bad is 2023 going to be?
J.D. Davis, everybody.
Oh, man. Let's get in this move. Let's transition to the 49ers, man. 888-957-9570. How much do you think Trey Lance should play Thursday night in Houston, Texas? Texas.
What a palate cleanser.
Yeah.
Trey Lance. I mean, where's Jimmy? What's going on with Jimmy? Is he still on the team? What's going on here? I'm so excited to watch Trey Lance play football. That's the sentence. Yeah. There's no hot take. There's no conversation. I'm just excited to see the young, hot prospect, Trey Lance, take snaps.
Listen.
I can't wait.
Dude, it's September 11th. Can't come soon enough when he comes out there in that white number 5 jersey and those gold helmets at Soldier Field. But we get to see a little glimpse tomorrow. And here's Shanahan's plan for the starters, which he revealed yesterday.
I haven't decided exactly. I mean, I want them to get out there, definitely the ones, but we're going to talk about it as a staff more tonight. After we watch this practice and stuff, I plan on playing those guys, but I haven't exactly decided how much. I know they won't go past the first half. It'd be the first half at the most.
So we will see Trey. Part of me is, I'm indifferent here.
What do you mean?
Because I kind of want to sit Trey for the last preseason game.
You just want to showcase anything?
I don't want to showcase anything.
You don't want to risk any injuries?
I don't want to risk any injuries.
But doesn't he need some reps?
He's going against his own defense. They're a top 5 unit.
Yeah, but I'm sick of seeing practice stats.
I know.
Fans like me aren't at practice. I want to see it. I want to see the product. It's like a trailer. Like when the Game of Thrones trailer came out, I waited and waited because I didn't want to go through the 3-minute trailer too fast. I wanted to like ration it almost.
Yeah.
This is like the trailer for the season.
Dude, I don't want to see him play.
I'm so excited for this year.
I don't want to see him play tomorrow. Part of me doesn't want to see him play tomorrow. It's a save him. Save him for week 1. Justin Fields and unwrap that toy. It's like Christmas, right? You know that toy. Your grandma gets you that toy.
Yeah, but I'm the guy that wanted to break
the tree.
I wanted to get to the toy right away and play with it.
But you have to wait 3 weeks.
No.
You have to wait 3 weeks. And every day you keep looking at the toy. You're like, but you keep getting closer and closer and closer. You keep marking the days off the calendar. Okay, we're 14 days away.
So did you get it at Christmas night? Like, Christmas Eve, Christmas night?
Midnight. Midnight. And you open that bad boy up. Well, 9/11, 10 a.m. in Chicago is going to be midnight. And I can wait.
You can?
I can. Trust me.
I need a sampler platter.
Listen.
I need one more bomb because every time he goes in there, it feels like we get a bomb. I need one more bomb to just hold me over.
Full disclosure.
It's like an appetizer.
Full disclosure over the weekend. I was struggling to get to bed, right? I'm on the couch.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, babe, you coming to bed? And I was just like, yeah, give me a second.
1 minute. I'm watching a Strata bat.
Said no, whatever. Listen.
Sounds like something I would say.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, we got to get into Lubman. Being at an A's game last night. A's Marlins.
I was not at that game last night.
Why'd you send the pictures? I
had a friend who was there who I hear about the crowd. I'm like, I need to see this. So I asked him to send me some pictures of what the crowd would look like.
What was the crowd?
It was, I guess there was like 2,600 people there the other night.
So there were more people at the Bruce Mahoney this year than there were at the A's Giants game.
So
the A's game.
That Texans turf is rough. It's been notorious to taking ACLs. I don't want to see any Niners playing.
I hear
any
you.
Starters. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
I don't want to see them play.
Am I irrational on this then?
No, you're not. A lot of people want to see Trey Lance play in that first half. This is where I was going.
Yeah. As you got derailed.
So, as I got derailed, Saturday night, I'm like struggling to get to bed. You know why?
Yeah.
Because on my phone, we talked to Trey Lance's college coach, Matt Inns, last week.
Uh-huh.
I went back and watched him against Youngstown State like the first half. I was just watching Trey Lance, and he threw a bomb in that game. He dropped back in shotgun. He was in shotgun. He drops back, and he let one fly like 60 yards. And I said to myself, just be cool. Week 1 to be here soon enough. The Trey Lance era will be good. It will begin shortly. But I had to get. Trust me, I need all the Trey Lance. I've never been this excited. Like Kaepernick, we had this conversation. Kaepernick, I was excited about.
Okay.
But not like this. Number 3 overall pick, North Dakota State.
And the wait's been forever.
And the wait's been forever.
What's been
harder?
The
way he speaks, the way he talks, and the way he conducts himself. I'm like, I love this guy. Then we go to training camp last year, and we see him just in that number 5 with the towel hanging out, the visor, the chin strap, the black jersey, and he's rolling out, just looking. When he threw that out route to Ross Dwelly last year.
Well, and DJ Jones almost ran onto the field with a jaw drop.
We were like, this guy needs to start.
What were you more impatient for? The return of Klay Thompson or the beginning of the Trey Lance era?
That's a hell of a question.
Because I feel like I feel the same way about the Klay Thompson. It took so long, and we spent so much time. Like, we're almost there. We're about to get there. Ooh, let's do this. And it just felt like we waited and waited and waited. And I feel like the Trey Lance era, like the real true beginning of it, I feel like the wait has been equally as long and painful.
I was probably more nervous for Klay. I was more nervous because we'd seen Klay Thompson play before.
Yes.
And it was the knee injury, it was the Achilles, and you're just like, I don't know what I'm going to see from Klay Thompson.
I know, I get that.
We haven't seen Trey Lance.
I know.
We've seen glimpses of him, but when I saw him throw that ball last year in training camp.
Oh, thanks, Adrian. Play that Adrian Peterson cut.
Where is that cut at? Where is that cut? But no, seriously, we haven't seen Trey Lance. We saw a glimpse of him against Houston, and we were like, damn, okay. He settled down in the second half, and he balled out. We saw him in Arizona. People act like they got blown out in that game. Arizona was undefeated at that point. I thought Trey held his own in that game, considering that it was his first ever start against an Arizona team that was red hot and feeling themselves.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Alex, you in trouble.
Alex, we're good friends, but Alex, you in trouble.
Well, that's the way I felt when I saw Trey throw that ball to Danny Gray last week. 2 weeks ago, I was like, oh dear God, the season can't start any sooner. But that's like at the game the other day, right? So I went to the home opener, the preseason game. But B, I'm sitting there and I'm going, I need one more series. And I know there's a risk. He could get hurt. Something could happen. This offensive line is very bad. And I'm worried, but I need to end it on a good note. Listen, I'm looking at it the way, you're shooting shots at the gym. You don't leave the gym on a miss. Yeah. You leave the gym on a made three. I need a touchdown to end the preseason.
But that's a great analogy. But listen, I felt like that when Trey Lance threw that touchdown pass to Trent Sherfield last year in Kansas City.
Yeah.
And people said, oh, that's a simple throw. Really? The dude rolled out to the left hash, threw it across the field. It wasn't a perfect spiral, but it was right on the money.
Yeah, Peyton Manning didn't throw a perfect spiral in all 20 years.
And he's in Canton, Ohio.
Yeah.
All right. He's in Canton, Ohio. When he did that last year, I said, I need more Trey. And then they were at the 1 yard line. People forget about this. They're at the 1 yard line in that preseason game. And what did Shanahan dial up? A play action pass to Ross Dwelly. Post corner, or actually just a corner route, and Trey Lance hits it on the dot. Boom. 35 yards, first down, Niners. And I was like, he's never thrown the ball at the 1 yard line with Jimmy Garoppolo. That's not happening. So I've been waiting for Trey Lance. I waited a year because I wanted him to start last year. I'm never going to let that go. I was patient. Niners got to the NFC Championship game. Jimmy's still here. Debo, we went through all that stuff. I can wait another 18 days for Trey Lance. But 888-957-9570. Who wants to see Trey Lance tomorrow night?
I do. I'll admit it. I'm impatient. I want to see him.
Here's what Shanahan wants to see from him.
Raised
hands. I want to see him execute his job. Get the team in and out of the huddle right, call the plays right, get the ball to the right spot. When he can't get it there, make sure he doesn't have a turnover and possibly makes a play. But just play the position the right way.
Play the position the right way. Play it the right way. Trey Lance. And Chris Canty, ESPN last week, I know Willard and Dibs had him on. He believes Trey Lance is a sneaky MVP candidate, and he believes the Niners will be in the Super Bowl.
Well, just say this out loud. Top contending team, young ascending quarterback. If those things mesh up together, right?
Yeah, yep.
Of course you'd be in the mix for, an MVP. That's what happens. We give MVPs to quarterbacks these days.
Yeah,
so if you're a good quarterback on a good team, you're going to be in consideration.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think they will be in consideration. There's a lot of second-year quarterbacks who have balled out. I think people have a short-term memory here. We all go back to Patrick Mahomes, but Ben Roethlisberger, Tom Brady, Russell Wilson winning the Super Bowl.
Even Kyler was good rookie year.
Kyler was really good.
They had nothing around him.
He was really good. We always talk about Andrew Luck and RG3. RG3 won a division. Helped win the division his rookie year.
Andrew Luck went from a 1-15 Colts team to the playoffs,
and they lost to the Ravens. But he was really good. Yeah, he threw some picks, but he learned. Matt Ryan was solid his rookie season. Joe Flacco took the job in Baltimore. So as we move on in football, these players are running these pro-style sets at a younger age. Who says Trey can't be successful right away? Like John Lynch, right? I think there's some gamesmanship here with John Lynch. He says, we don't know what we have in Trey. We're going to have to wait the first few weeks of the season. We don't know what we have. John Lynch plays poker with the best of them.
Does he?
Yeah, absolutely. We know John Lynch.
I feel like I know when he's folding, and I know when he's got a bad hand.
Dude, he knows what he has with Trey Lance. The Niners know what they have with Trey Lance.
Are you a good poker player?
I'm all right.
If we had to rank who's the best poker player out of the four of us, Lubman, Steven, you, and me.
That would be me. You're too emotional. You would give up your head. You get a bad hand. All I got to do is watch you. I know when you have a full house. I know when you have a bad head. I look right through that smile. I know you're not the number one poker player.
Bonte thinks he's the best in the room, no matter what. Confidence you don't lack, youngin.
I do not lack confidence anymore. Trey Lance lack confidence?
No. I'm so excited to see him though, B. Because
see it anyway, a backup scenario if someone gets hurt. Could he be on this team?
I mean, I think any scenario is possible.
For the new audience, explain that.
Yeah, I'm sorry I played that cut because Shanahan had a back and forth with the writers, and they were asking about Jimmy Garoppolo and this and that. And, Tim Kawakami asked him this about it being a backup.
See it anyway, a backup scenario if someone gets hurt. Could he be on this team?
I mean, I think any scenario is possible.
Any scenario is possible. Any scenario is possible.
What do you think is the most plausible thing to happen between now and August 30th, which is the cut down date?
He's going to get cut. He's just going to get cut. You're going to see his name, and we're going to say, finally.
See it.
The saga is over. The saga is over. We can just focus. Doesn't it feel like with Jimmy Garoppolo hanging around that you just can't focus 100% on Trey Lance?
Yes.
It's so hard to.
That's my point.
I'm trying to, but it's so hard to. It's like, I'm tired of hearing people say, well, the Cleveland Browns may be in on him. Well, the Cleveland Browns writers debunked that one quick.
Isn't Shanahan sick of fielding these questions?
Well, you saw his face?
Yeah.
You saw his face?
Yes, I did.
To Tim Kawakami? He gave him a double look back without saying anything. It was hilarious.
Did you think the Jimmy G thing would come down to him being cut, even just 2 years ago?
See it.
No, I didn't.
Apparently we heard that John claimed they had a second-round pick on the table.
I never believed that.
You never believed that?
I never believed it. I never believed it. The way we talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, the way a segment of the fan base has talked about Jimmy Garoppolo, who the hell thought he was going to be worth the second-round pick? Way we talk about him, he's not worth the seventh-round pick.
And are we really that worried? So let's say they cut him. We're really worried about him going to Seattle and then beating you week 2.
Dude, let him go to Seattle.
If you lose to a Jimmy Garoppolo just joined Seattle Seahawk team week 2, you've got bigger problems than the Jimmy G thing.
Yeah, big issues. Big issues. Big-time issues. All right, let's get to Gene real quick, and then we'll take more calls here. 888-957-9570. What's the best plan for Trey Lance tomorrow? How long do you want to see Trey Lance play tomorrow night against the Houston Texans? Gene in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas. Okay, as far as Trey, I want to see him play as much as they can play him. I just think he needs all the reps they can get him. I want to speculate, though, is what's going on with Garoppolo, and this may be out of left field, but I'm going to speculate that the Niners have a standing offer on the table for him. I'm going to guess it's around 14 to 15 million for him, but that I think he's been holding out, first of all, with the hope that somebody will pick him up with his current contract, and that's obviously not going to happen. But I think I think the speculation about Seattle, I think that's real. I think that probably at this point he hopes that they do cut him, and then he goes to Seattle, and that he works his way into the starting quarterback, maybe for that amount of money or more. So, anyways, let's see what happens. But in the meantime, I'm ready for Trey too. I'm ready to move on.
Let's move on to Trey, baby, and let's move on. Go ahead. Last thought here before we get to the injury report.
I feel like me and Gene are on the same boat here. I just want to see the kid play.
You don't want to wait till...
Selfishly, I just want to see... of course, I can wait till week 1, but...
Right.
I just want something. Again, a sampler platter. You know when you show up to the restaurant and you're starving? Last night I went to Westlake Joe's.
Yeah.
And the bread came, and I was like, yes, bread and butter. I need it now. Now, did I still want a big meal, which is the regular season? Of course. But of course, your boy had a couple slices of sourdough.
Who's with Shasky? 888-957-9570. Who wants to see Trey play tomorrow? I'm in the camp that I don't want to see him tomorrow. I want to just bubble wrap him and bring him to Chicago ready to roll. I don't want to see him tomorrow night.
When the bread shows up, do you take a slice?
Well, it depends how hungry I am.
Don't lie to yourself. I mean, you ain't never said no to bread.
Does it look like I say no to food?
No. And I ordered calamari.
Ask Langford. He's in better shape to be. All right. You know what time it is, Langford.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, Brandon Belt's troublesome right knee is once again acting up, though this time it could threaten his future in baseball. Brandon Belt was scratched from the Giants lineup yesterday as his knee began swelling up, and an IL stint is likely to follow. Belt did acknowledge that his knee would need to be drained again and that all-season surgery is still in play. Brandon Belt, Shasky, is hitless in his last 17 at-bats and has not homered since July 17th.
I'm not going to kick him while he's down. He's clearly, it's the end of the road, boys to men.
Yeah, he declined to blame the knee for his performance, but it's hard to refute that it is playing a role in his struggles. Brandon Bell going to the IL. The injury report brought to you by Boxing Girls and Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Mike Florio. He will join us at 8:30. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, will join us at 8:30. Push your phone calls coming up. 888-957-9570. Do you want to see Trey play tomorrow night? You want to see Trey? Yes or no? Simple question. That's coming up on the other side here on The Roast.
The final preseason game is tomorrow night.
Sideline, and it's caught! Deebo Samuel with the catch and trying to turn on the Jets.
And we're reacting all day Friday to the good, the bad, and the ugly.
He'll take it all the way for the touchdown.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yay!
95.7 The Game.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Plaza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo. The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Or up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Jewel.
One day I was in a dressing room trying to steal a dress, and I was like, I'm a statistic. I'm homeless, I'm stealing. And I realized if I don't change something, I'm going to end up in jail or dead. And I remember this quote that was attributed to Buddha that said, happiness doesn't depend on who you are or what you have, it depends on what you think. And so I decided to see if I could turn my life around one thought at a time.
More at imlistening.org. Talk saves lives.
Of all the multitudinous manifestations that water can take, in oceans and ice cubes, in glaciers and streams, vapors and rain, double black diamonds, lap swims, and brains. Of all that water everywhere, only 0.5% is fresh water available for human use. That's why at Moen, we're innovating to save 1 trillion gallons of water by 2030. Discover Mission Moen at moen.com.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Here's the snap to Lance. Lance looking. Rainbow's left side. Got a man out there. Over the shoulder catch. Down the left sideline to the end zone for the touchdown. And it is the rookie draft choice, Danny Gray.
97.3 in Milwaukee, the Packers Radio Network. Trey Lance, the Danny Gray. That was week 1 of the preseason. We didn't see him in week 2, although he got work in the joint practices last week in Eagan, Minnesota against the Vikings. Apparently he's going to play tomorrow night. I don't really want to see him play. I want to see him play in the last preseason game. I'm worried about that turf. I'm worried about some freak things happening. I would just bubble wrap. With all the injuries that's happened in training camp, I don't need to see the starters. Sure, they need some work. They need some cohesion. I get all that. But you got the Bears week 1. You can build up some cohesion and some chemistry against the Chicago Bears in week 1.
I freely admit I worry about injuries as well. I'd be lying to you if I didn't say that I'm probably having contradictory thoughts right now regarding, being very worried about the injuries. The other side of me is like, at the end of the day, I do believe the kid needs some positive film and some synergy heading into that 2.5 weeks off. I think it'd be good for all of them to put something on film. And that's why I look at these preseason games. Give me a good drive, like a touchdown drive. That's what I'd love to see. I don't even care if somebody else runs it in. Just give me a good drive. If he gave me first opening series, he goes down, they go 8 plays, 9 plays, boom, they score a touchdown. I'm good.
We're going to see Debo and everybody, huh?
I don't know about Debo. I'm talking about Trey.
But Brandon Ayuk, wouldn't you? If you're going to play Trey, why not play everybody?
I kind of want to see the guy with some adverse situations because throughout the year, he might not have all the players.
Well, yeah, because like George Kittle, I definitely don't want to see.
No, well, those guys are made men. Okay. So like to me, if you're a Pro Bowler,
so Trent Williams,
you're a made man, right?
Okay, all right.
That's the way I view it. Maybe I'm different, but like Trent Williams, all pro. You're not playing. Debo, Kittle, you're not playing, right? Even Kyle Juszczyk, because you're very important what the offense is doing. You're not going to play. All these other guys, they all, like Aaron Banks,
he needs to play. Aaron Banks needs to play.
Right? The center, Brendel.
Jason Poe looks better than Aaron Banks right now.
Well, We can get into that conversation a little later. He went to Mercer. It's a smaller school. This is the guard who's an undrafted player. It's actually a phenomenal story. He's an undrafted player who went to go work out at the pro day with players from Georgia. And he looked better than a lot of the players from Georgia, one of the national championship contenders year in, year out the last couple of years. So that tells you the talent level of this guy. And that's also the beauty of football. You get these undrafted stories much more often, or at least late round picks much more often than you do in any other sport.
Yeah, no
doubt.
doubt.
I mean, think about the Niner roster right now. George Kittle, superstar.
5th round pick.
Fred Warner, one of the highest paid players at his position.
5th round pick.
Okay. You know, look at their running back room in general. Elijah Mitchell, who almost had 1,000 yards last year. 6th round pick. You know, Burford, who's going to start at guard this year. 4th round pick. Football provides this, so I'm excited for that. But that being said, I don't view Trey as a made man just yet. Right. So I want to see him get those reps. That's me.
It's got me thinking, though. And I asked you this off air. We think about all the debuts we've seen in Bay Area sports history. Tim Lincecum, Barry Bonds, Buster Posey, Colin Kaepernick on Monday Night Football against the Bears.
KD game 1.
KD game 1.
Even though they got blown out by the Rockets.
That was a scene. That was definitely a scene you had to be at.
Clay and the return of Clay.
Trey Lance in his week 1 start against the Chicago Bears. This is the most anticipated debut for any athlete in the Bay Area in the last 30 years. Just say 30 years.
It feels like it.
It feels massive, doesn't it?
Like, but I also don't want to be prisoner of the moment.
I don't want to be prisoner of the moment. Lincecum Day was huge. Against the Philadelphia Phillies, Sunday Night Baseball,
but this is
Ryan
the
Howard,
quarterback of the
49ers, number 3 overall pick. Like Steph Curry's debut against the Rockets, right? I remember it. But I don't remember being as jazzed up about it as I am about Trey Lance. And that's no knock on Steph Curry.
Jimmy G's first game against Chicago where he started, I remember like everybody in Ninerland, because I was tweeting about the Niners for 3 straight years. And nobody cared. People weren't even watching. And then Jimmy Garoppolo breathed life into them. And when we found out he was going to start in Chicago, it felt big. But I feel like the Niner brand is bigger now because of the relevance of the last couple of years than it was even then.
Yeah.
And the only thing that comes close, I feel like it's that Kaepernick first start against Chicago.
Monday Night Football.
Because it's the Bears coming to town. It's Monday Night Football. You're in the middle of a season. The team went to the NFC Championship game the year before. The quarterback who was leading this team and had a great record was out, and the young guy was in. But I don't know if we had this level of hype.
And look,
it's a year and a half of hype.
Yeah, I understand that Trey Lance started 2 games. But we always knew that Garoppolo was going to be the starter.
Yes.
And he was going back to the bench. Kaepernick, it was crazy because I thought, man, if Kaepernick lights up the Bears, we may have something here.
He came in, they got in a concussion the week before against the Rams. I was at that game. He came in the second half, similar to the way Trey Lance came in the second half against Seattle, and it was ugly. And I believe Jeff Fisher was the coach, ran 2 fake punts.
And it was a tie.
And they tied.
It was a tie.
I went to that. It was wild.
It was a tie. But then he started that Bears game. I attended that Bears game, and he made a throw to Kyle Williams, a post corner route, and I stood in my seat. I sat in my seat. I didn't even get up. I said, oh, my gosh. Yeah, this guy is it. This guy is it. But Trey Lance, knowing that he's a starter, the keys are in his hands to helping the 49ers trying to win that 6th Lombardi. Because that's what he's tasked with. If Trey Lance finishes his career with the 49ers without a Super Bowl ring, it's a disappointing tenure. Well, there's no doubt about it.
Every quarterback.
But even for the 49ers.
Even Steve Young, the biggest detractors would say, as a starter, he only won 1 Super Bowl.
Yep.
And a lot of people would say he's overrated.
Yep. A lot of people. A lot of people.
I know.
A lot of people.
And that hurts me to say out loud.
But I think about the Tim Lincecum start. That was cool. The Buster Posey start. That was cool. Steph Curry. He had a good game his rookie season against the Houston Rockets, and the Warriors lost. Barry Bonds. I was 11 years old. I barely remember it, but it was great.
The home debut was
incredible. Home debut was sick. It was sick. Number 25 in the whites, the crispy white Giants uniforms.
When he hit that home run off the Schwab Bond sign in the Bail Bond sign on right field pavilion, and then he's high-fiving his dad as he's rounding first.
That was huge.
Yeah.
But where's his debut
Especially
rank?
when the team had 1 foot out of San Francisco and was going to go to St. Petersburg the year before.
Where's the anticipation, though, for this debut for Trey Lance? Like, where does that rank? You know what I'm saying? Like, you brought up Kevin Durant against San Antonio. That was big time.
It was
like, damn, easy money sniper in the Warriors uniform. This is really happening.
It was incredible.
It was incredible.
I remember when they traded for Baron Davis, and I was waiting for Baron Davis to play that first game with the Warriors, but it wasn't like this.
What about Larry Hughes?
Oh, Larry's kids.
That was underrated. The walk-up crowd to that game.
Are we really comparing Larry Hughes to Trey Lance?
No, we're not comparing them, but we're just talking about
I know.
the
You're trying to find a
anticipation.
comp.
Like,
I was thinking about when Bonds missed almost the entire year. I believe it was 04 with the knee injury, or maybe it was 05. He had the knee injury, and he came back at the end of the year with no spring training and hit a ball off the wall. Everybody was waiting because he had basically derailed the season, and Moises Alou ended up being the best player on that team. But that wasn't a debut. That was a return.
Right. That was a return. This one feels massive. This one feels like everything. Like, maybe I'm just being a prisoner of the moment.
No,
maybe I am.
I think you're onto something.
I remember I took my little brother to go see Alex Smith's debut against the Indianapolis Colts. It was like week 5, maybe week 6. It was the last time we really saw Kevin Barlow.
And Peyton met him at at midfield at the end of the game. You're going to be good one day,
You're going to
kid.
be good, yeah. Like, I remember Candlestick was half empty that day.
Yeah, well, that was the whole early 2000s.
Right, but it was Alex Smith. It was the number 1 overall draft pick, and Candlestick was half empty. Like, the buzz for Alex Smith was just not there.
Did he throw 5 picks in that game?
It was 4 or 5.
I'm going to have to look that up. I don't think he had 100 yards passing.
I think Monty Montgomery may have had an interception off of Peyton Manning in that game. Remember Monty Montgomery?
I'm going to look this up.
First game.
I have to. Now I have to.
First game. It was awful. He threw like a pick 6. He threw a pick 6, and it was just like, ugh. But the buzz there for Alex Smith wasn't quite there.
No.
Like it was for even Colin Kaepernick. And Alex Smith was the number 1 overall pick, and Candlestick was half empty. Nobody cared that he was starting. Think about that. You're going up against Peyton Manning, Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, the great Indianapolis Colts. Great. And it's Alex Smith's first game as a starter for the 49ers, and Candlestick was half empty. That ticket for Trey Lance would be hot. Right. Like, give me the stats for that first game.
This is so bad. I'm like covering my mouth. October 9th, 2005.
Like week 5 or something.
The 1-3 Niners go up against the 4-0 Colts heading into that game. Mike Nolan's the coach on one side. Dungy's on the other side. Similar to the Giants and the A's. Bonte, you said it was half full. Well, attendance here says it was 68,000.
Yeah, there was not 68,000. I got into that game for free because Igor Spivak, shout out to the front office, was working the turnstile. I was like, yeah, we want to come to a game? It's like, sure, I'm going to take my little brother. We walked into that game for free. It sat in the lower level. There was nothing but empty seats.
Okay, Peyton Manning's stat line, 23 of 31, 255, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions.
Did Monty Montgomery have one of those picks?
I'll get to that.
All right.
Alex Smith's stat line, first ever start, 9 of 23, 74 yards, 4 interceptions, 5 sacks.
And he threw a pick 6, I believe. In that game. He was awful.
Wow!
and the buzz for that game was not there.
Here are who had interceptions. Derek Smith. And Bruce Thornton.
Bruce Thornton had a pick.
And then on the other side, Cato June, Mike Doss, Jason David.
Oh, my God.
Cato June had 2.
You want
to talk about names from the past.
Cato June. Wow.
Number 2.
Wow. It was actually a close game. Like, the Colts were having trouble with the Niners in that defense. Cato June with the pick 6. I remember right in the hook, the curl, right where the curl routes are. Alex Smith threw it, boom, picked off. I'm going to the house.
Billy Basham got a catch in that game at a tight end. But Bonte, you're right, that game
David
they were
Thornton.
so bad. They went 2-14 the year before, right? They were a horrific team. And Alex Smith was a project at best, coming out of a small school that felt even more gimmicky than the Trey Lance thing because they were in shotgun the entire time.
And Utah beat nobody that year.
And no one knew Urban Meyer would go on to beat Urban Meyer, but like it was just, it was so different. I feel like the fervor for 49er football now is at an all-time high. Maybe I'm wrong on this.
Yeah.
It feels like Niner Nation, in terms of a fan base, is more salivating for this team right now than at any point ever.
Because you have compelling players, right? You have lovable players. People have fallen in love with George Kittle. They've fallen in love with Deebo Samuel. Brandon Ayuk, we're getting there with him. Fred Warner, we love him. Nick Bosa, I mean, good Lord. There's Nick Bosa. The bandwagon for him is just, it's full. 97 jerseys are going to be littered around Levi Stadium.
As they should.
When he gets that first sack, that crowd's going to explode.
I want to induct him into the Hall of Fame 10 years from now.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to be the one to read his speech.
Exactly.
For him.
Jeez. Trey Lance, week 1. Anybody want to see him tomorrow night against the Texans?
What are you worried about? Just injuries? Is that it?
I'm worried about the injuries, and I'm asking myself, how beneficial is it really going to be for him to play against that Texans defense? We saw it last year. We saw it last year late in the season. Is it really that beneficial, or is it more beneficial to go against those Vikings defenses in a joint practice, as well as your own defense that you did throughout training camp?
Well, where was this fear of injury when they did have the joint practices?
Well, you got to get some work somehow. You got to practice, right?
So you think he's gotten enough
But also
work
in practice, you don't hit the quarterback.
That's true.
You got the black jersey on, the red jersey, so no contact there.
But there's just something to be said for, like, Patrick Mahomes was talking about this, and I don't think every player prepares or expects the same thing out of the preseason. There's many different ways to do it. But Mahomes says he doesn't feel like he's ready for the season unless he gets hit, which I found to be very interesting.
Yeah.
I found that to be interesting. And again, he's a guy who's had injuries throughout the years.
Right. Now that's fascinating, and he's playing a lot. Like, they played Mahomes a lot in week 2. And you know what? Mahomes looked good. Hey, if anybody thinks Kansas City's gonna fade, think again, buddy.
Well,
they've got new toys.
If you're asking me who the favorite is to be the MVP, it's Patrick Mahomes.
They've got new toys. They have new toys.
The thing that I think he benefits from, the reason why I'd like to see him play, is I do believe that the kid needs to go out there and consistently make smart plays and decisions. And I think him building some synergy with some of these lesser players would only go to help him. So, like, let's say Ayuk and Debo aren't there. You're not going to be able to run a lot of the special gadgetry stuff with some of these other guys.
Right.
So to run some fundamental concepts with a Danny Gray, it can't hurt.
It can't hurt, but he has that rapport with Danny Gray. We've seen it all training camp. That chemistry between Danny Gray and Trey Lance is there.
Yeah, but when I hear Stafford talk about him and Cooper Kupp, they got to the facility every single morning and threw extra every single morning for 6 months. So you can't tell me that a couple reps in the game doesn't add to that.
But if there's no Ayuk and Debo and Trent Williams, now you're risking your quarterback to get hit a lot. And he almost got hit in the Green Bay game. He almost got hit. But you're playing with guys you're not really going to be playing with in the regular season. So how much chemistry are you really building if you're starting wide receivers and your starting tight ends not playing?
Yeah, but I just want to see the guy go out there and make plays.
You just want to see Trey Lance.
Of course.
You just want to see Trey.
I don't care what the settings are. And if they are where everybody out there is a bunch of backups, and let's say he's going up, I don't even know, against the ones for the Texans, that doesn't make you feel a little more confident heading into the year? That doesn't end the preseason on a high note as you wait for 2.5 weeks?
What if the reverse happens? What if he throws 2 picks and he's inaccurate? Then you know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to do? Well, there was no Debo, there's no Ayuk, there was no Kittle. You brush it off.
But I also think
that's not fair.
Point. But like all these reps, like the one thing I dismissed in this industry, and I feel it's very similar to playing, again, quarterback in the terms of reps. People would say to me, Joe, you need live bullet reps. That's what the boss used to say to me all the time. I would be like, I'm ready for prime time.
You got those reps in week 1, though.
But he would say to me, you got to get reps.
Right.
There is something to be said on the comfortable factor and the learning. And I'm still learning. I'm still getting better. But the point being is that I needed all those reps to get to a point where I was ready to take on that challenge. And even then, there was a leap of faith.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I hear you on the reps. But when you get those reps against the Minnesota Vikings, and then you play against the Green Bay Packers, and then you're going up against the 49ers defense, which we all believe is a top 5
it's a great test.
I'm thinking, you know what? He's getting all the reps he needs. And then if I go out there and throw him in the game, and there's no Debo, there's no Kittle, no Ayuk, how much chemistry is he really building? Because he's throwing the guys he's not going to throw to in the regular season.
I do think he can build some chemistry with the offensive line. And that's something like the center position. I feel like I'm very worried about guard, center, guard.
I give you that.
So them getting to the line, getting the right calls out, and getting the right coverage, that does matter. Maybe setting the team up in audibles. I don't think it hurts.
It doesn't hurt, but man, Colton McKivitz at right tackle.
That might happen during the year, though.
It might. I'd rather happen during the year than a preseason game.
Okay, so you want to wait till, I'm just saying, hypothetically, you got Aaron Donald breathing down your neck to work in these reps. I'm a believer in...
You won't see the Rams till week 4 or week 5.
You can get hurt any week.
Yeah, you can't get hurt any week.
Yes, I want to be cautious.
Imagine being hurt in a game that
Like
means
Zach
absolutely
Wilson.
nothing.
Like the Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
thing. I just don't think he's there yet. To me, he hasn't. Next year, if we're sitting here and he leads this team to the playoffs and he takes a big step forward and, he throws for 4,000 yards and 25 touchdowns and 12 picks, next year I'll be like, you know what? He had a full year under his belt. He doesn't need to really show anything in the preseason. I'm okay with that. For right now, because especially they're telling me accuracy issues, reps, he needs all these things. I'm listening to the coaches and I'm going off what I'm hearing at a podium. I'm saying, they're probably right.
How's his accuracy going to be when Colton McKivitz is missing blocks or Aaron Banks is failing? And, all that stuff may not happen.
It's a
I'm
fair
thinking
counter.
a little negative here.
It's a fair counter.
To me, it's a preseason game. It's the last one. I'm like, we made it through training camp.
The advantages of playing are minimal, you're saying? They're not worth the squeeze?
Absolutely. Especially if you don't have your starting wide receivers out there. How much chemistry? That's what I want to see. I want to see the chemistry with Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dave and Hayward real quick. He's got some thoughts on Trey Lance possibly playing tomorrow. What's up, Dave? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. I'm just a football fan in general. How many games has Trey Lance played since high school?
24, 25, I believe. Real football games, non-exhibition.
Right. So you think he's going to go from that to taking you guys to the Super Bowl?
Well, nobody said that. Nobody said that. What do you think? You think he...
Basically, he's a rookie quarterback. Let's face it.
Yeah, agreed.
Quarterback.
Well, he had the same amount of starts as Mac Jones.
How many rookie quarterbacks even make it to the playoffs ever in the history of football?
Well, forget the history of football, Dave. Let's look at the last decade, last 12 years.
No, go last year. Mac Jones made it last year.
Right.
Okay.
Mac Jones made the playoffs last year.
Okay.
And he had the same amount of starts in college as Trey Lance.
Ben Roethlisberger was in the AFC Championship game his rookie season.
Okay.
Russell Wilson was in the second round, and it came a field goal away from beating the Falcons and playing the 49ers.
Didn't Lamar play in the playoffs in this first
Lamar
year?
Jackson and Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
So in the last 12 years,
it's happened way more often.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, good luck with that.
Oh,
okay.
Wow, that's a good punctuation.
Good luck.
I understand being skeptical. Boom. Like, I get that. And, when you're Mac Jones, you're behind Tua, and you're at a high-level program in the SEC. There is an awareness of who that guy is, and we elevate that. But for every Mac Jones coming out of Alabama, how many randoms haven't done anything at the quarterback position? Like, we do this thing.
A.J. McCarron, Greg McElroy, they came out of Alabama. They played in the SEC. They amounted to nothing.
We do this
pro
thing
football.
where we you're a USC quarterback, I can't touch you.
Yep.
You're a blah, blah, blah. Quarterbacks come from everywhere.
Yep.
All right?
Yep.
Russ went to NC State and Wisconsin.
Yep.
Okay? He's great.
Right.
You know why? Because Russ is great.
Russ is
you
great.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Russ is great.
just because you go to a certain school doesn't automatically mean you're good or bad or whatever. Now, the fact that he has a limited amount of starts, unavoidable. Trevor Lawrence has close to 1,000 snaps under center. You know what I mean? In his college career.
No doubt.
Trey Lance, 300.
Yep.
So there's something to be said for that.
Yep.
I agree with that. And that's why I want to see the guy play a little more. He needs those opportunities.
No doubt he needs to play. But do you really want to see him play in a preseason game? Mike Florio is going to join us in about 6 minutes.
He felt like he had us. That caller.
Oh, he got owned.
He thought he was going to dunk on us.
He got owned.
That's kind of my favorite. When people come in ready to dunk, and then they get hit like the Sprite commercial and end up on the rim and fall back.
Well, you hear some people say, man, these guys freestyle on radio. Man, they don't do any prep. That's all we do is prep. All we do is read stuff all day long. Shasky and I, we are psychopaths. You know how many times my girl, Anna, says, Bonte, get off the damn phone. And I'm looking up some random pro football reference.
Yeah.
My brain is a computer when it comes to sports stuff.
Hey, V.
These rookie quarterbacks are playing more and more now.
Steven and Sam are a part of our group thread. The other day, unprompted, and you'll do this, Steven will do this, Sam will do this. Man, did you guys know Joe DiMaggio has 9 World Series? Remember? And then I started going down all of the Yankee legends and how many, and I was like, I can't believe Babe only has a couple of World Series wins.
It happens, dude. It happens.
Because we're insane.
It happens. This is what we do. But don't tell me that rookie quarterbacks can't have success in the NFL. Now, winning a Super Bowl, that's tough. That's a tough ask. But a second-year quarterback getting there, they're getting closer and closer and closer. Joe Burrow, wasn't that his second year last year? That was the second season, right? In Cincinnati?
And he got blasted in year 1 and broke his leg or whatever it was.
And came back and led them to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he was incredible. I mean, Herbert started day 1. He didn't even know he was going to start. That they accidentally punctured Tyrod Taylor's lung, and they had no preseason games because of COVID. And he came out there, and they were like, oh, my God. Now, again, their coaching staff wanted to go with Tyrod Taylor.
Yep.
They saw him every single day, and they're like, oh, Tyrod Taylor. And then Herbert got out there, and everyone after like a half was like, yeah, you can't go back to Tyrod Taylor the rest of the year. You just can't do it.
Let's go to Jay in San Jose before we hit the break. Jay in San Jose, and then we'll get to Florio at 8:30. Jay, what's happening? You're on the road.
Florio.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Good to talk to you this morning. Hey, that last caller, obviously he was not he's not a Niner fan. He was a little upset. Something's going on in his life. Anyway, I kind of wanted to talk about Trey Lance. He has me optimistic. I'm a big Niner fan myself, but there's also this this film on YouTube. It's called The Choice, and it's basically how Kyle Shanahan and Lynch came to picking him.
Yeah, it was on NBC. It was really good.
Exactly, and I kind of recommend everybody to watch it because it even went into his college life and his career before COVID, and how his team went undefeated in college, and he threw about 42 touchdowns, 0 picks that year. He got like 2 different awards, and I think that will kind of open up a lot of people's eyes, like that last caller. Yep. Just kind of, I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl, but I feel optimistic that they're going to at least maybe hit the playoffs, and it just gets me excited, man.
Yep. Thanks for the call, Jay. Let's get to Mike Florio. That's coming up, brought to you by Valley Transportation Authority.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a VTA bus operator, providing VTA customers with a great transit experience. Visit VTA.org/point-A and apply.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us, to travel benefits, to scam shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Now batting, Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with incredibly fast and powerful supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers all the bases, and then some. And strike out billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you safe at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
It's back to school time, so here's a lesson in big wireless hype. Flashy phone plan deals usually don't add up to actual savings. Graduate to Straight Talk Wireless and get our Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot data for just $45 a month. Plus, get a Samsung Galaxy A13 5G for only $149, all on America's best 5G networks. Unlimited data, less money, no-brainer. Straight Talk Wireless, no contract, no compromise. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. A month equals 30 days. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
In Pleasanton, we're looking for 89 degrees and mostly sunny today.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. During summer, be sure to use dishwashers and stoves in the evening to minimize the effects of heat. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You imagine Baldy at a Mike Jones concert?
Mike Jones, who? Who?
I've been tipping on that candy paint.
Look at you.
You imagine Baldy at a Mike Jones concert?
It would be great.
With Paul Wall?
You know who I'd like to see at a concert with you and me? Mike Florio.
Oh, man. At a Killers concert?
You think he would go to a Killers concert?
I don't know. Chris Brown was performing too yesterday.
So we're going to have PFT's Mike Florio. He's also on NBC.
Yeah.
And the number one...
He's my coworker, technically.
Yeah, the number one thing that I want to get out of him and like just to understand, and I'm hoping that he can have some sort of idea on this. Have the 49ers, have they on their own accord, by overvaluing Jimmy Garoppolo or misplaying their hand, are they the ones that have depreciated the leverage here? Or is it simply that Jimmy is undesirable at the price point that he's at and there's nothing that they could have done?
Also want to know about the ghosting conversation because he works with Chris Sims, or Chris Sims has been on record saying, of course, former NFL quarterback, son of Phil Sims, his teammate on Pro Football Talk at NBC, Chris Sims, that is. He said, I've heard it for numerous years that players said Jimmy would ghost him all the time. And I just wonder, why would people hold in information like that? If he ghosted somebody back in 2017, why is it a topic of conversation in 2022? Why? Let's bring in our best friend, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Come on now, Mike Florio, what's happening? Good morning, man.
How's it going, guys?
Oh, man, we're good. We're locked and loaded, man. By the way, rest in peace to Lynn Dawson, an all-time great. Maybe we'll get some thoughts on that at the end of the interview. But let's start with Jimmy Garoppolo, because we're going to see the Niners play their last preseason game tomorrow, and we'll also ask you about Trey Lance, whether or not he should play this last preseason game. But the Jimmy Garoppolo ghosting story. Chris Sims has spoken on it. Michael Silver, of course, broke the story. Where do you stand when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo posting or ghosting the 49ers, and why is it a story now?
Well, it's something that Sims has been talking about for a while, and it is odd when you consider that a guy just won't return phone calls, won't answer text messages when he's supposedly a franchise quarterback of an NFL team, and it happened initially after they paid him what was at the time a record-setting deal of $27.5 million per year. So it is just odd, but I look at it this way. It doesn't affect whether or not teams would be interested in now, because there's enough coaches who had been with the 49ers in 2018 who have spread to enough places in the NFL, and they all talk among themselves. There's a robust network of coaches. They all have to be friendly with each other because you never know when you need a job. They talk about it. Everybody knows about it. So to the extent that anyone thinks this thing drops and it dries up trade interest, first of all, there hasn't been any trade interest. And second of all, I think everybody already knew about this even before Michael Silver put it in a column for the San Francisco Chronicle.
Well, I guess Monte's big thing was, why are we feeling like we're just hearing about it right now? Because this feels very important. I mean, your franchise quarterback not getting back to you, it feels like, A, an outlier, and B, such important information. We were surprised here in the Bay Area that it wasn't brought to our attention more.
Real quick, Mike, before you answer, I want to add on to that. Why would a journalist, you imagine being a sports editor somewhere and you know this right away? This has got to be a story. This is a starting quarterback in the NFL. Like, if it was Cam Newton, this thing would have spread like a wildfire. It would have led ESPN. It would have led your show. The fact that we're just now, like a lot of us are just now hearing about it, Mike.
Yeah, I know for me it wasn't anything that I had heard before. Sims had said that he had mentioned it before, but maybe on his podcast, not on PFT Live. So I didn't know about it. I think it is significant, and I don't think it ultimately has an impact on the lack of interest, because to the extent that this was a thing, I think plenty of people in league circles knew about it, and for whatever reason, they weren't talking about it.
Interesting. Mike, I'm trying to connect the dots here on this, and you're talking about all the people that have left the Niner organization and have now obviously gone or have ties to Shanahan and have gone to other areas, the Jets and Green Bay and Cincinnati. There's so many people from that Shanahan tree. Have the Niners misplayed the Jimmy thing by thinking his value is higher than what everyone else around the league perceives it to be? Or is it simply that Jimmy Garoppolo isn't desired because so many people have ties to Shanahan that maybe they don't think as highly of him? Like, why are we at this point right now and there's not a trade materializing?
I still think he's a guy that can make a team that is struggling into a relevant franchise, assuming he can stay healthy. Most people would put him on the fringes of the top 20, which means a third of the league's starting quarterbacks aren't as good as Jimmy Garoppolo. I just think all of the circumstances combined have conspired to make him not traded. The shoulder surgery that he went off campus to have, which fits with the idea that he doesn't keep the team in the loop. If he goes and has shoulder surgery without telling anybody, that threw a wrench in what would have been a potential trade back when teams were lining up their quarterbacks for the coming season. And then once teams have their guys, that's when it becomes a difficult situation, because we're deep into camp. We've got one preseason game left. What do you give the 49ers at this point for Jimmy Garoppolo? What do you pay Garoppolo to get him to join your team? He's going to make $24.2 million if the 49ers really are dumb enough to not cut him by September the 10th at 4 o'clock Eastern time, and his salary as a practical matter becomes guaranteed for 2022. I still think they'll cut him by then, but who knows? Who knows what they'll do?
Do you think they've handled this well, from the Niners' perspective?
No, they haven't handled the quarterback situation well for 5 years. Look, they didn't evaluate Patrick Mahomes or Deshaun Watson because Kyle Shanahan expected to sign Kirk Cousins the following year in free agency, so he didn't even bother. They were in prime position to take either guy, didn't even bother to evaluate. Now, I think he said that publicly. They didn't evaluate the quarterbacks because they were waiting to get Kirk Cousins. And then they had the bright idea to get Jimmy Garoppolo for a second-round pick, and Kyle Shanahan got talked into doing that by someone instead of waiting till the end of the season and getting Kirk Cousins. And then when 2020 came around and Tom Brady wanted to play for the 49ers, that was his first choice. And they evaluated, and they've admitted that. They evaluated, and they decided to keep Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think what happened was you capped the 2020 season with two guys you didn't bother to pursue, Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady squaring off in the Super Bowl. I think that caused somebody to blow a gasket and get desperate, and that's when they make the trade up to get in position to take whoever was left after Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson. And there's still that debate. Did Kyle Shanahan want Mac Jones? Did he want Trey Lance? Did he even know who he wanted when he made the trade? So I just think that for as good as they've been, I mean, they would have won 2 or 3 Super Bowls by now if they had the quarterback position under control. And I just think this is the latest effort for them to clean up this mess they've made the past 5 years in how they've handled the quarterback situation. And at some point, you just have to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, to Kyle Shanahan's credit, he has moved on from it. But they're still holding out hope for the possibility that lightning strikes somewhere and another team loses a starting quarterback, and they're going to suddenly be ready to give the 49ers what they want for Jimmy Garoppolo, and also Garoppolo gets paid a lot more than what he would get if he eventually gets cut. That's why he's still on the roster. They're waiting for a Teddy Bridgewater type of a situation. 6 years ago, the Eagles got a first-round pick and a fourth-round pick for Sam Bradford, and it allowed them to move forward with Carson Wentz after Teddy Bridgewater tears an ACL in late August. So that's what they're waiting for. And the question is, will they continue to play that game beyond September 10, even though they're going to lock into a pretty significant financial obligation to Jimmy Garoppolo if they do?
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Real quick before we move on to Trey, do you believe the Niners are in? Because you brought up Watson and Mahomes and Shasky. I get on his nerves because I keep saying, they took Solomon Thomas over Watson. How could you do that? It drives me crazy to this day. I still quite haven't gotten over it. But do you think the Niners, the Niners, Mike, real quick, do you think the Niners are in on Deshaun Watson before all the allegations of what happened down in Houston, Texas?
Well, I don't see why they wouldn't have at least been considering it when you at the end of the day, and I get into arguments with people about this all the time, but you have to accept the fundamental premise that when you use a first-round draft pick, you are trading a first-round pick for that player. That's what you're doing. You have the asset, 15th overall pick in the draft. This is the draft pick I have. I am trading it in for this player. People don't view it that way, but it is. And I say that because at the end of the day, to get Trey Lance, they gave up 3 first-round picks, plus, because you had to use 2 first-round picks plus the one you had to get in position to get Trey Lance. So, if we accept as true, and it is, that they invested 3 first-round picks in the player that became Trey Lance, why wouldn't you have considered Deshaun Watson? Why wouldn't you have considered being the team that makes the trade with the Houston Texans at a time when there was no reason to pause and wait? And by the time we got to the point where the Texans are trading him, of course it's over at that point because they have Trey Lance. So, yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't have at least considered it after the fact.
Yeah.
Now, would ego and pride have allowed them to do it when they could have had him unimpeded in the 2017 draft? Good question.
Right.
But yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't have. If they gave up so much for an unknown commodity, you'd give up that much for a known commodity.
I haven't heard anything definitive from you, online or anything, but from hearing the way you're talking about the quarterback situation, it feels to me like you're very, very skeptical on Trey Lance.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
no. He's as unproven as any other player who steps into the NFL. He's either going to be good or he's not. We're going to find out. And now, last year, and Sims is a big believer in this, in the preseason game against the Chargers, he perceived an opportunity for Trey Lance to come in. Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't playing well. Lance could have come in and seized the job. And he sensed, and look, Kyle Shanahan doesn't say much to Sims anymore because Sims, number 1, has a big mouth, and number 2 is in the media. That's the worst combination. But based on what Sims knows of Shanahan, he interpreted it as, Kyle was hoping that Trey Lance would make the most of that opportunity, and he didn't. And remember last year they had us thinking that we were going to see some Trey Lance.
Trey packages.
Happen, and then he didn't. And then
he threw the first touchdown pass of the year, Mike.
To Trent Sherfield.
Right, Detroit.
Right. So it's just been an inherently awkward situation. I think they would have liked Trey Lance to seize the job last year. This year, they wisely decided to turn the page, but I don't know why they think they're going to get real value for Jimmy Garoppolo now that they've turned the page. Unless somebody loses a starting quarterback, which is what they're waiting for at this point.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. A couple more minutes with him as we talk about the 49ers quarterback position. And look, Trey Lance, Shanahan slipped up this training camp by saying, for a brief period of time, there was a quarterback competition. Shasky and I were saying it was a quarterback competition, but yet everybody's saying, well, it was Jimmy's job. Shanahan said otherwise during this training camp. Real quick about tomorrow night. I'm in a camp of not playing Trey Lance in that third preseason game down in Houston. Notorious for having bad turf. It's the third preseason game. He's gotten a lot of work against the Vikings in the joint practices. I personally will not play him in the last preseason game along with the starters. Where do you stand on that?
Job number one for any team in training camp and preseason is to emerge from the process with as many of your important players as healthy as possible. You know injuries are inevitable. The preseason is confusing now, more so than ever, because there are 3 games instead of 4. And it used to be that third preseason game, you just expected to see starters for the whole half, and sometimes it trickled into the third quarter. Now teams are all over the place, and every coach has to weigh the risks, the costs, the benefits. Do you want your guy to be as ready as he can be for week 1? Do you become willing to put him out there on the field and maybe get injured? That's the big question with Lance. They were so happy when he slid against the Packers, and he said it was the first time in his life he ever slid on the football field. You know, this is a point Sims has made. This guy played safety in high school. You have to rewire his brain away from guy who delivered hits to guy who now has to avoid taking them. And what happened to Jimmy G week 3 of the 2018 season? He decides he's going to drop a shoulder, and he tears an ACL on the sideline in Kansas City. So that would be the ultimate irony here. If Jimmy Garoppolo, as the 49ers wait for a starting quarterback to get injured, if Garoppolo is on the team long enough for Lance to be the quarterback who gets injured. And
Come on.
Accused of jinxing someone, but look, when Kyle Shanahan was asked about that yesterday, that specific question, is there a chance Jimmy stays because there's an injury? And you know, you don't want to come out and say, what if Trey Lance tears an ACL like Jimmy did? But what if he does? Jimmy's your quarterback. Why wouldn't he be at that point? Why wouldn't you just plug him right back in and ride it out this year? So that's something that could happen if he plays in this preseason game.
I mean, I trust Jimmy a hell of a lot more than I trust Nate Sudfeld and Brock Purdy. That's for sure. But
absolutely. I mean, that's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer at that point. So that's another reason why they've hung on to him, and that's a reason why they could potentially, even though he's not connected to the team, he's not involved with the team, and he'd be starting from scratch, he still has a base of knowledge of the players and the playbook and the approach, and they could reintegrate him pretty quickly. But if they do decide to keep him on the roster week 1 and incur that obligation of $24.2 million, while they wait for the possibility that another team has a need for a starting quarterback, they continue to have that significant insurance policy against the possibility that they end up being that team.
Mike Florio, good stuff as always. We'll talk to you during the regular season. Almost here. So far, yet so close, yet so far.
See you guys.
All right, Mike. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. He gets animated about those quarterbacks, man. He sounds like me, though, when it comes to the draft in 20. You know I don't let that stuff go. After now, I don't like talking about Watson here because I get what's going on with him.
No one knows what's going on with him. It's completely crazy.
It is crazy, but let's talk about Watson before the allegations. I know it's hard. Coming out of that Clemson game when they beat Alabama, and the Niners need a quarterback, and we always say we need to get your franchise quarterback, build the team. Now, you probably wouldn't have had Nick Bosa. I get all that. But, man, the trickle-down effect from that draft is still looming. It's still here.
And yet they've overcome it and been to 2 NFC Championship games.
But they haven't won it. What do you think about Mike Florio saying they could have had 2 or 3 championships?
Well, can we agree? 1 championship is really hard. 2 or 3. Look, the Chiefs, okay. Do I think that the Niner roster is better than the Chiefs? Like, I feel like defensively they are, but offensively the last couple of years, I would go with the Chiefs. Their weaponry was unreal. Bonte, they had the best quarterback in the game. They have won Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They've been as far as you can go basically every single year, and they have won Super Bowl. Yeah. So to say that the Niners would have 2 or 3, like I get what he's saying. Like hypothetically, it's so hard. I just feel like we say things like that. Like the Warriors, they were playing the Raptors in the finals.
Right.
And lost all their guys. Yep. And I still have a hard time saying, the Warriors would have won that series. Right. So for me to sit here and say the Niners should have 2 or 3, that's aggressive. I'm just being real. Now, I asked about Trey Lance, and because the feeling I was getting from him was like he's like really out on Trey Lance.
He's reversed course.
Yes.
Because remember, I had him on the cue card. He was saying Trey's not ready.
Are you blacking him out on the cue card?
No, we crossed him off already because Florio said, no, Trey's going to be good. He flipped. He's on Team Trey hype. Now, we'll see what his tweets say during the regular season, but he's Team Trey.
Well, and this thing that Trey played safety in high school, he played safety 1 year. Yeah, he played quarterback all 4 years.
He played quarterback.
When you're really good,
a lot of quarterbacks play safety or corner. I was
going to say, when you're really good in high school, you play both ends.
You play both ways. Sorry, let's relax. Relax a little bit with that.
But he really thinks the Niners have botched the Jimmy G thing in the sense of value.
I agree with him.
What part do you think they botched?
Overvaluing him, number one.
What about the timing of when to get rid of him?
The timing, number two. Because, look, I was Jimmy over Tom Brady. I was. Because part of the reason why I was out on Tom Brady was I never thought Tom Brady could coexist with Kyle Shanahan.
Which is
Kyle
a fair
Shanahan
point. It's a fair
needs
point.
to be in control, and that's not happening with Tom Brady.
Well, and clearly they misassessed how good he was.
Right, exactly.
I was screaming to the hot. Well,
we all did. There's a lot of people who wanted Tom Brady. There's a lot of people who wanted Tom Brady.
I was leading the Congo line.
Guru was right there next to you.
When the greatest of all time says he wants to come home,
no doubt.
You open your front door.
That didn't happen. So overvaluing Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of what he's worth, in terms of who he is, and then you kind of contradict yourself with the way you play with Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of your play calling and the lack of trust. You're basically telling the whole world, I don't trust Jimmy Garoppolo. Yet you hang on to him for this long. They have botched that situation.
So let me take the counterpoint, and I mean this sincerely. I think they handled it just fine. Who cares what they get for Jimmy Garoppolo?
Now you're saying that.
Because a 3rd or 4th round pick isn't making or breaking this organization.
Back in April, people thought they were getting 2 2s for Jimmy, and I thought you were high. I thought everybody was high off of that. Not everybody, but the segment, I was just like, wait, you're not getting that for Jimmy Garoppolo. Not for, especially since he only has 1 year left on the deal. No team's coming out of a second-round pick.
You know what the Niners botched? You know what they botched? The T.O. trade, okay? They botched the T.O. trade. They botched that. They didn't botch the Jimmy G thing. They rode the Jimmy G train as far as you can go. The engine needs to be replaced. It's fallen on the side of the road. They get off the train. Nothing's lost. They've lost nothing. They won the trade the day they executed a second-round pick.
They won the trade.
Everything they've gotten since has been gravy.
But he's still here.
No, I get that, but I don't think they botched it. I actually think they've done just fine.
I know Florio doesn't want it to happen.
They got their guy.
I know Florio doesn't want it to happen. But what if Trey does play tomorrow and sprain his shoulder?
Bonte. Let's just play this game.
And what if Trey Lance is questionable or doubtful for week 1 or 2? You want to go into the season with Nate Sudfeld?
No, I hear you on that.
You know what I'm saying?
Did we botch the Alex Smith trade?
No, they pivoted when they did. I don't even remember who they got. They got some bumps.
Corey Lemon, and they got a bunch of linemen who got hurt, and they got Carlos Hyde.
Right.
Does anyone remember that? You know what? It was Cap's time. They went to the playoffs the very next year with Kaepernick. No one remembers that.
What do you say to this?
What's that?
650 Comcast Business Text Line. Jimmy signed. He believes, 650, he or she, believes that the Niners botched the situation by not letting this become a competition in quarterback. We should have gone into this year with the best man wins and the second man backs it up.
The counter to that would be, hey, if we end up working an extension with Bosa at any point in the next year or so, I can use the money that I'm saving from Jimmy Garoppolo to roll backwards and have it offset with that $25 million. That gives me more bankroll. So I hear you on the competition part, but there's a business financial side that I think we're all kind of missing on this thing. I'm over trying to rip the Niners for botching the situation.
I'm not ripping them.
I'm not saying that's what you are, but I'm saying I think a lot of people are going to come out when they cut them. They're going to say, the Niners missed their timing on this one. They missed on Trey Sermon, a third-round pick,
Right.
and it's not going to matter one way on the success of the team this year. Trey Sermon is irrelevant. Irrelevant. And that's what you'd be getting. Let's just say, hypothetically, a third-round pick. It doesn't They
matter.
traded a second-round pick for D Ford.
Right.
D Ford had no bearing on whether they went to the NFC Championship game last year or not.
No, you didn't.
can miss all till you're blue in the face.
And you know what? The second-round pick for D Ford, I'm still with it.
They won that trade. He helped them.
D Ford was phenomenal in 2019. You can't help it when the body breaks down. The body breaks down, what can you do? But it was worth it.
Now, overvaluing who Jimmy was from day one.
That happened.
That might be true. Overvaluing Jimmy when you had a chance to pivot and knowing what we know now to Tom Brady. Okay, that might be true. In terms of trading Jimmy Garoppolo for a mid-round pick, who cares?
But why is he still on this roster? My whole thing is, though,
get that.
my whole thing is
How
just
many
he's still
linemen
on the
have they
first.
stashed?
Yeah, but hold on. This is the quarterback position. It's different than any other position in football. When Jimmy is still hanging around, and he's still hanging around, and it doesn't look like there's no takers for him. So we all overvalued that there's going to be a team that traded for Jimmy.
D Ford hung around last year. He hung around all last year.
But it's not the quarterback.
No, I hear you.
It's not the quarterback.
And it's not the circus.
Because this is the circus. If Trey struggles, whether it's tomorrow night and he plays, or if he struggles week 1, the Jimmy thing ain't going nowhere this year.
They whiffed on the number 3 overall pick, and in 2 years went to the Super Bowl.
No doubt.
So, like, I'm just
right.
I'm kind of over being crazy. You have to offset your whatever misses you have with hits. If Trey is a home run, not even a grand slam, a home run, and he's a top 12 quarterback, let's just say hypothetically,
has to win at least one Super Bowl.
We will never, ever worry about Jimmy Garoppolo being cut.
No.
Most people don't even know that Joe Montana was traded for the conditional pick that would end up being Dana Stubblefield.
No doubt. Nobody knows that. People know it now, but it's the quarterback. So you can't dismiss that, Shasky.
I know.
It's a quarterback who helped you win a lot of games. You're just not moving on from, say, a bum quarterback in Cody Pickett. Or you're moving on from J.T. O'Sullivan.
He's not a bum.
This is a quarterback.
He's not a bum. He's a good Niner. He's a really good Niner.
And the run
I would even say great.
Yeah, in the second half he had against the Rams to get them into the playoffs. You can't dispute that. So that Jimmy Garoppolo,
I hear you.
The smoke with Jimmy's not going anywhere. Like everybody's saying that we're so exhausted from Jimmy Garoppolo. The minute Trey has a bad game, Jimmy Garoppolo will be brought up.
You're probably right.
Oh, it's going to happen.
Yeah, you're probably
Jimmy's
right.
going to loom as long as Trey Lance is the quarterback of the 49ers. Until Trey wins a Super Bowl, the conversation about Jimmy Garoppolo will not die. People think it's just going to die week 1. No, it's not.
He won 4 road playoff games, and there are people still to this day who go, Alex would have won a Super Bowl if he had not taken him out. He won 4
There you go.
road playoff games.
There you go. Time for the flex moment of the show. Let's go to Dave and Hayward real quick. He's got some thoughts on Trey Lance possibly playing tomorrow. What's up, Dave? You're on the roast.
Hey guys, I'm just a football fan in general. How many games has Trey Lance played since high school?
24, 25, I believe. Real football games, non-exhibition.
Right. So you think he's going to go from that to taking you guys to the Super Bowl?
Nobody said that. What do you think?
No, basically he's a rookie quarterback. Let's face it.
Yeah, agreed.
Quarterback. How many rookie quarterbacks even make it to the playoffs ever in the history of football?
Well, forget the history of football, Dave. Let's look at the last decade, last 12 years.
Go last year. Mac Jones made it last year.
Right.
Okay.
Mac Jones made the playoffs last year.
Okay.
And he had the same amount of starts in college as Trey Lance.
Ben Roethlisberger was in the AFC Championship game his rookie season.
Okay.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
And we went out on him a little bit more. Dave was not ready for that. Flex moment of the show brought to you by Xfinity. Now we have Willard and Dan Dibley in the building, and we got a Gucci Garop shirt. Shout out Warriors World. Gucci Garoppolo.
Yeah, one of the few freebies I reached out and sought many years ago. I try to pick my spots. I mean, Rashid from Warriors World has been so generous over the years, and
Give him some money.
Going back to the days before he was even a factor in this market. I'll never forget where I was. I was on the light rail in Los Angeles when the Flunkster dude story
I was just going to bring
dropped.
that up.
Yeah, which I don't even know if you remember that, Mark, when
No.
there was
message boards.
Yeah, there was some message boards.
I try to stay off those.
This was back in the message boards days, and there was some negative stories about the Warriors, and apparently there were members, I don't know who within the organization, who were using fake names and refuting stories and going back and forth on the Warriors World message board.
Okay, so burner accounts before there were burner accounts.
Exactly. This is back in the early 2000s. But yes, Gucci, Garop, Bonte, you're right. And I do actually pay them. I buy a lot of shirts for other people, but occasionally a shirt will cross, and I'll be like, Sheed, let your boy get one of them XL.
Let me hold something.
Yeah, exactly. Let me hold a T-shirt.
$3.99 movement.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at it. It's
like
free,
Big Boy and ATL.
Yeah.
Let me hold something. I'm coming back.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on to 95.7 The Game and subscribe to us, like us, do all that stuff on YouTube and Twitch. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Trey Lance playing tomorrow. I'm out on Trey Lance playing tomorrow.
I'm with you.
Just bubble wrap him till week 1.
Stop.
No, I'm with you.
Stop. Give the guy some reps.
It's not that, like, I mean, I get it. And
no, you don't get it.
I do get it. I want to see him too. and sure, every
I don't want
rep.
to see him. I need to see him. They need to see him.
Inject it into your veins.
Oh, God, I need it, Trey.
No, I just
throw that slant route, big guy.
99.9% chance that what you're talking about is not a story. But if it is, you're all going to be apologizing on Friday morning. Like, again, there's only one thing that can mess up any NFL team's season from the word jump, and it's an injured quarterback. And if you look around the league, there are certain coaches, and oh, by the way, they happen to usually be the most successful ones, certain players too, that are punting on the preseason. And I think 10 years from now, what we're talking about right now is not even going to be a thing. Of course you don't play your starting quarterback in the preseason.
You play your untested, unproven, unknown starting quarterback? Absolutely. Look around the league.
You look around the league. You're right. They don't play him. Look around college football.
And Mac Jones, did he play?
This idea that
and he had a whole season last year.
This idea that we need the preseason at all is a financial concoction of the NFL.
No, I agree with that.
College football has shown you,
right.
but he doesn't, because college football brings in a new quarterback every other year, and he doesn't get any preseason reps. You got to go play. And
he's also gotten reps against the Vikings in joint practices, which is a lot better work than, say, a game where you can't have all the game situations play out.
I mean, to me, we're making it sound like one quarter of football tomorrow night's going to make or break this guy.
No, it's not make or break, but it's going to help.
Anything.
It's an appetizer.
The head coach, Kyle Shanahan, thinks that it's going to help him. So in Kyle, I trust. So in this case, if the head coach, the guy whose job it is to get Trey to be the best Trey he can be starting in week 1, if he thinks that Trey Lance could benefit from reps, then I'm here for it. And I know you're here for it too. You're going to watch it.
I mean,
you're not going to turn it off because you don't agree with the move.
I just mean the reigning Super Bowl champion head coach disagrees.
Right.
So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but who's his quarterback? He's a guy who's been in the league for 12 years.
Last year, he had not played one snap with his teammates.
Matthew Stafford.
Correct.
But the guy's 11 years in the league.
Yeah,
There's a difference between a guy who hasn't really played in football.
No, but he also did the same thing with Jared Goff.
No, he doesn't play anyone. McVay is very clear. He doesn't play anyone.
Jared Goff didn't play. You know Jared Goff needs reps.
We would all
shout out to Marin
Josh
Catholic.
Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
Shout out.
Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, they played. Now, I hear you on this, but if Trey says, hey, I need to get hit, because this is what Mahomes says. This is Mahomes' words, not mine.
Then that's fine.
I need to get hit to get ready for the regular season. It gives me the rushes that I need to prepare my body for down the line. I listened and I was like, how do I argue with that?
No, listen. They're all going to do what they're going to do, and I'm sure he'll be fine and all of that. I'm just predicting that 10 years from now, the same way we never 10 years ago would have thought that our favorite NBA players would do what they do. 10 years from now. 10 years from now, this is not going to be a thing. If the preseason even exists in 10 years, which it will for financial reasons, I think that you're going to see star players, and I'm not saying Trey is that yet. I get it, but
to me, he's not a
you're
big
going
man
to
yet.
see important players not play.
Yeah.
Well,
but he's not a big man.
You're already seeing that with the 49ers.
Yeah, but
a lot of their important players aren't playing.
Yeah, that's why I can't play Trey. So the argument is, do you want Trey to get reps and build chemistry and build some cohesion? Well, if Debo's not playing, if Ayuk's not playing, and Kittle's not playing, and Trent Williams is not protecting your blind side, and you got Colton McKivitz at right tackle, and Elijah Mitchell's still on the shelf, I don't want my starting quarterback playing with guys he's not going to throw to in the regular season.
But what about just feeling good when you walk into the building next week, having led a successful touchdown drive? That's all. Like
in the preseason,
you already did it.
I'm just saying. I know how I am when I'm shooting shots in the gym. I want to finish on a win.
He already did.
And he lit up the Vikings at times. And he played the Vikings and threw some
practice, right?
It's joint practice where but you can control the situation, though.
I know.
Tomorrow night is
not a controlled situation.
Tomorrow night's practice.
It's an exhibition game.
You love the turf.
Game.
I know you break down the turf and the grass and everything. That Houston, Texas Stadium, Reliance Stadium is what they call it down there.
Right.
Reliance Stadium has been notorious for causing leg injuries. How many reports have we read? Belichick from multiple league officials. They got to do something with that turf.
Yeah.
So I know the turf is janky.
Yeah.
I'm not putting my franchise quarterback on that janky turf.
But let's not play him anywhere there and then when there's turf this whole year because we got to bubble wrap
just
this
Houston,
guy.
Just Houston.
Well, what about New York? That's where all the injuries
That's where all of it happens.
But they're not playing
New York.
They're not playing in New York this year.
Luckily.
They're not playing in New York.
They lost 4 players in 4 plays
for
the year.
That year. There were guys yelling about Soldier Field just 2 weeks ago, which is where his first game
Don't
will
play
be.
him. Sudfeld gets the start. Bubble wrap.
But the point is you obviously are going to take that risk for games that matter.
Right.
That's
this
game.
I wouldn't.
Because that's what we're doing.
This game does not matter.
Wrap him.
This game does
December
not matter.
matters.
Wrap him.
Wrap that guy.
Yeah, exactly. Wrap that guy.
What is Trey Lance going to learn from lighting up a backup Lovie Smith defense? The outdated cover 2 scheme.
He's going to get more comfort as an actual NFL quarterback with pads on in a game that is more of a realistic game than a joint controlled practice.
And what if the coach just wants to see him play a little better because the offense has been struggling? What about that aspect?
Well, is he going to struggle without the main cogs?
I'm just
going to be throwing to Danny Gray, Ray McLeod.
Look, again, I get everybody's point. They're going to do it. This is the way it's always been done. Sometimes it takes a long time to undo the way things that have been done. But, Bonte, I get your point. The only way this conversation really changes tomorrow night.
Don't even say
if he goes out and has a wonderful run, are you like, okay, now the season's going to be amazing?
No, just a touchdown drive.
Nothing great happens tomorrow night. And very, very likely, nothing awful happens. But the only way it becomes a lead story is, and you know what? And why? Why take that chance?
And then that's not true because all we've done is the throw to Danny Gray. So,
look, 650 Comcast Business Text, he has to get used to game speed. You go get your own defense every single day of practice. Niners have one of the best defenses in the league.
That's not game speed, though.
Neither is tomorrow night.
It's closer to game speed than a controlled practice is.
You're going against
Mark. I've played in training camps for years. I know the difference.
I mean, you're going against guys who aren't even going to be in the league. That's who you're going against. This is not real. Everything is vanilla.
Hold on, Mark. Yeah. What if Trey struggles tomorrow? And he throws 2 picks on 2 drives.
Then we're keeping Jimmy.
Guess what? Now you got to open up Pandora's box and say, boy, y'all sure you want to move off at number 10?
Pandora's
and then
box
we're stuck for another 2 weeks. We're stuck for another 2 weeks talking about number 10.
Pandora's box is closed. The only reason why they continue to say,
Thursdays.
Sorry about that. That bit, unfortunately, is now dead, as we know. So that's his song of the day. They live and they sleep with the fishes. Seriously, Luca Brasi.
I was just going to say.
Luca Brasi, I see you.
What you guys make of this? Because I think the visual of Shanahan's facial expression when he answered this question is
what a week for TK.
See it anyway, a backup scenario if someone gets hurt.
Back.
Could he be on this team?
I mean, I think any scenario is possible.
I mean, see it anyway, a backup scenario if someone gets hurt. Could he be on this team?
Way back! I mean, I think any scenario is possible.
God!
I didn't know you guys had that in the bag today. I was on the phone all morning.
What if he'd added? Would the answer been different if he'd added one more backup? No, the backup Back up.
To the backup.
Yeah, back that thing up.
Now you're thinking.
Boy, you look good.
Did you
Back
see
that
his
thing
face,
up.
though?
Consideration. That's what I needed in
Yeah,
there.
he's been watching Giants games and he's been listening to Gabe Kapler. Everything's a consideration.
Did you see his face though? After he answered the question,
my God, he looked around the room.
and then he looked back at TK like you really answered. You really asked me that? Like the face looks.
It's like, dude, you've been here every day for the last. No, it's not.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Look. I mean, next Tuesday, right? Wow.
Next Tuesday.
You guys.
What do you guys want?
All hands on
Chorizo,
deck.
sausage? What are you guys
I'm
looking
out
at?
of town next week. Full disclosure.
Oh, I'm
so
sorry. No, I looked at the contract.
Yeah.
That
Oh, yeah. That's
burritos
too bad.
will be delivered the
that's
next
too
day.
bad.
If you're not
Steven,
here.
Steven,
oh, man.
enjoy
I'm sorry.
my burrito.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No. Look at me. Say, Mark, enjoy my burrito.
Mark, enjoy my
I'm
burrito.
just going to buy one for me.
Yeah,
That's what we're going to do.
And you better hurry because your boy is going to be gone for a solid 2 weeks on paternity leave.
Nice.
Labor Day, actually. Labor Day.
Taking a full 6.
No, I'm taking two now. I'm taking two at
you
Christmas,
spread
and
it
then
out.
I'm taking the two.
That's
two and
strategic.
two.
Actually, I think they owe me 2 weeks. I only took like 3 or 4 weeks, man.
Yeah, I'm
You're
doing.
addicted to the game.
I'm doing the Chuck Woolery 2 and 2,
Oh,
and then 2 later.
Love
Yeah,
connection.
Thank you.
good.
Yeah, it's
We'll
dated
be back
reference,
in
but it felt good about that.
Okay,
I was
so-
all in on love.
Yeah.
Connection.
Love connection.
What if something happens next week before you get there? Do you have a backup plan to your plan?
Yeah, it's called sick days,
Okay.
and it's also called the flexible time policy here at Odyssey.
The flexible moment of the day.
Yeah, thank you. Your boy will be flexing his way on out of here. The phone is on too, so if you happen to hear a ring,
Oh, nice.
a little ringy ding,
One
Then you're just
Ding-ding.
gone.
gone.
Good.
Yeah, gone
Just
in
like
60
that.
seconds.
Nice.
Yeah, your
Back
boy's
to the step up, baby.
Like
Let's go.
Rodon in free agency.
Look at you. Although Mark seems to think, why would he leave this juggernaut?
That's not what I said.
That's
That's not what I
more
said
fun
at
when
all.
I put
Change
words
his
in
tune?
you know.
In terms of what?
I've never heard him say the phrase like entertainment and compelling.
I heard this, yeah.
I found it to be like, whoa.
So here's what I think
It's
happened.
a change of heart.
He admitted on here's my read of everything that we heard him say on the TK show the other day.
Yeah.
He knows, or he thought, that the farm system would be ready to spit some stuff out by next year.
Agreed.
They may have Kyle Harrison ready to go. They'll see if they can get Ramos turned around. But outside of those two, he admitted, I don't think the farm system's going to spit much out next year either. Because even Luciano, who's back, he's healthy, hit a grand slam the other night. Even him, right, he's not going to be ready next year. So if you're not going to be ready next year, and this year went the way it went, he knows that everything is under consideration. They need to change a little bit. They're going to need to adjust on the fly a little bit. They're aware that they can't do this another year because it'll really upset people.
Can't do this again.
You can't do this again. Right. So that you're going to keep hearing him slip in there like, we can't just buy everybody because that's going to get us in trouble. And he's right.
You got to make some
right.
chuckles every time.
He's absolutely
we can't just buy everyone.
Right. But
his awkward chuckle every answer.
It's kind of driving me crazy.
I think that Giants fans who've been upset at lack of spending, lack of stars, embedded in that was good news. They know.
Yes.
They know that they need to probably bump up the time frame of when they were going to go really bring the checkbook.
I'm with you on that. And
I think they know.
So I look at this as an opportunity right now. Artie Moreno is going to sell the Angels at some point. David Sampson, who ran
Joe Lacob. Go ahead.
Well, maybe.
Yeah,
but
we're gonna get into that.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Wow.
But here's the thing:
Not
like
really.
Seriously.
you listen to the Marlins guy who used to run the team for like 15 years, David Sampson. One of the things he said: whenever there's a transition of power in any sport, you just look across the board, and tough decisions have to be made. The outgoing owner makes those trades before the new guy comes in so that the new guy's not the bad guy. They did this with the Marlins. They've done this with the Washington football team years ago.
The Nationals with Juan Soto.
They've done it a zillion times across sports. So they've got Ohtani, they've got Trout. If they are going to move those guys, it's going to happen hopefully either right before Artie Moreno goes to sell or right before the new person comes in control.
If they're smart, they do it this offseason.
That's what I'm saying.
Literally the day after the season.
And it's going to take about a year for the ownership thing to happen.
So wait a minute. I want to go back to something you two said last week. If that is the case with the Angels,
I love it. Check them.
and Shohei Ohtani is available.
Let's say Shohei
Are you still
to Shohei.
Shohei, Show whatever.
Show
He's
me
an
the
MVP. He's an MVP. It's Cy Young
Show
candidate.
me the hay.
Are you guys still right to train that Kyle Harrison is untouchable for a guy like Shohei Ohtani?
Okay, so this one.
He's a top 5 player
You
in baseball.
put them in check, Bonte Hill.
Ohtani's really interesting because you
We're
got
really going to hold on to Kyle Henderson?
No,
Kyle Harrison
you got to get your hands on him by any means necessary. But here's the thing: I don't believe, and this will sound crazy off the top, I don't believe Shohei Ohtani is going to command that kind of price like Juan Soto did.
That's crazy.
Because he's a free agent in a year.
And he's older.
He's a free agent in a year. And what you Bonte, like, you're right. Would you give up Kyle Harrison for Shohei? Yes. But do you give up Kyle Harrison if you don't know that you're keeping Shohei?
Well,
that would be a disaster.
Well, you better
that
talk to Shohei and say, hey, here's a half a billy. We're trading for you.
So
he's 28 years old. I get it.
The other way to play that is to go through back channels. If Jason Stark did say just 3 weeks ago, which he did, that the Giants and Dodgers are probably the two favorites for Shohei long term. If that's the case, you go through back channels. You don't need to get him now.
Yeah.
If you're going to get him, I'd rather get him then than get him now.
Well, you want to get in an arms race with the Dodgers right now?
You lose.
You want to get in an arms race with the Padres?
There is no arms race right now.
You are.
The Yankees.
No, but it's just money.
The Red Sox.
It's just money, though.
Oh,
but do the Giants want to spend? You already said that. Farhan said, don't expect me to spend, wildly.
Well, no, they would spend on him.
Of course.
They would spend on him.
I know, it's every time. It's every time. It's because he's uncomfortable with the situation.
Yes.
And, we all thought that the farm would have produced more by now, but they haven't. So,
and that's why
and here we are.
keep talking about 2024.
Totally.
So 2023, what am I supposed to do? Talk about this damn team for 162?
It's big off season.
Yeah.
It's a huge offseason.
Massive.
And I know we're bearing it, but I do believe they're not a winning team, so he will not get this award. He should be at least mentioned. Rodon has been a Cy Young worthy player. I'm saying he should be in the conversation. Well, he's been awesome.
Way more important than the award, and this is what I did say, Jason. It's not about whether Rodon wants to stay. I don't understand. There's such a defeatist, there's like this underlying defeatist mentality. It's like, Rodon's going to opt out.
Right?
Great, then re-sign him.
Yes.
You've got the most money.
Yes.
You're San Francisco. You have nothing committed to next year. If this guy can get through the season healthy, which you were betting he could.
And he did.
And he's amazing, bring the lumber.
Yeah.
Bring the lumber and re-sign him.
So it sounds good. And I think, I hear what you're saying, Mark. I understand completely. But you become a free agent and you're Carlos Rodon and you see what the Giants have and you're hearing Farhan say, our guys are not going to be ready until 2024. Maybe Harrison, maybe Ramos.
That's the farm,
I have no idea what the lineup's going to look like. I have no idea if you're going to be able to bring in Aaron Judge or Trey Turner or Josh Bell or Carlos Correa, whatever free agent that's out there.
Yeah, all that's true, but he's having career years this year.
He's having a career
with this lineup.
But he opts out.
In this ballpark.
That's what I'm saying.
And all of a sudden, the St. Louis Cardinals come knocking on the door.
So
all of a sudden, the Dodgers come knocking on the door. Or the Mariners come knocking on the door. And they're like, we're going to match what the Giants do. And they're going to win.
Then you say, no, they're not going to match what we're going to do.
Yes,
here comes another $10 million.
Equalizer.
So my point is,
all money ain't good money.
I love the way you think, but it is the way us fans think. It's not the way historically players think.
They want money.
They want the money.
And they want the years, and Farhan doesn't want to give the years.
We don't know what he wants to do here.
So far, the biggest deal he's given is 3 years to DeSclafani is a miss, and La Stella, that's a miss.
As a pitcher, though, you're not going to have to do the 10 years. Like, he's not Scherzer.
It's 5.
Right.
5.
And
it feels like 5's the number.
So let's do 5.
Yeah.
Right? And if that's what is offered out there, I mean, you can tell Rodon, and this is exactly what I would do if I were Farhan. Hey, Carlos, if you like it here, maybe he hates it here. Who the hell knows?
That could totally be plausible.
If you like it here, go opt out. Go check with do the whole process.
That's a dangerous game.
And then we'll give you $1 million more.
That's what I'm saying.
Whatever you find.
Yeah.
And
I wonder how much he likes being here with, I know early on the Gabe Kapler hook, he doesn't love getting the hook from, I'm sure he doesn't love the spreadsheet approach.
Of him.
Yeah, he doesn't love fielders dropping pop-ups.
But it's been his best
year. Yeah,
he stayed healthy for the first time.
Well, but do they not get credit for that by watching his pitch count? I mean, who knows what he's thinking?
Has he had Tommy John yet? Because we we know that every pitcher gets it once, if not twice. Walker Buehler. You talk about 2024.
Dibs.
See ya, Buell. See you in 2 years.
So, and that's where the Dodgers may come in and say, we need somebody for 2023.
That's what I'm saying.
Come down and play with your former college teammate,
exactly.
Trey Turner.
The Tommy John thing for just a
Is
second.
Trey Turner going to be there?
I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah.
The Tommy John thing is really alarming to me, and I know this is a bigger conversation. My little nephew, he's 15 years old, lives in Sacramento. He's highly recruited in baseball, year-round player. He just had Tommy John. Another boy who I've coached for years, Mike Mack's kid, his son had Tommy John. This is 2 boys in high school baseball, okay, that have Tommy John before 16 years old.
Right.
And I'm saying to myself, guys, like, we've got to stop the year-round baseball. Like, it's just, it's out of control.
You got to stop the year-round everything.
I'm with you on that.
You got to stop the year-round everything.
Because
it really broke my
the
heart.
temptation of what it can produce. If you're like your daughter's a soccer player and she's a good soccer player and she could play 10 or 11 months a year, and my youngest son's best friend is now playing in Spain, and he played in the similar kind of vibe where he was on one of those elite travel teams and he played 9 or 10 months a year, and it's going to lead to overuse, especially in baseball, because now what we do, and big Little League game coming up at noon today, Tennessee, Hawaii in the winner's bracket. These kids play only baseball.
Exactly.
Well,
so
did you cover the other day with New York, PA?
No, New York did not cover. Pennsylvania with a 10-run. Hawaii today lay the 1.5.
But you're right about this Little League thing.
What's wrong with you?
No, but I see this all the time.
Sorry to take you down that road.
No, I'm actually I'm in a little pool, and I'm actually leading the pool. I'm at 76%, but don't let that get in the way.
I was in the pool.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, there's good coaches, and then there's a lot of coaches that don't understand. You can't just pitch 5 innings, then go catch and throw back to the pitcher another 3 or 4 innings, then go play on your other team where the other coach goes, hey, can you throw another 3 or 4 innings today? Not, finding out from the parents and from the kid how many innings it's all. Matt Cain threw 100 pitches a week, but little Timmy at 12 could throw 320? It's just, to me, it's out of control. Yeah. And it breaks my heart. So Walker Buehler, second Tommy John.
Yeah. But, guaranteed contracts, and you saw him beaming after surgery. Hey, guys, I'll be back. See you in a year. How nice would that be? Well, I know surgery sucks, but guaranteed deal. As opposed to football, if he had a similar injury in football, I'd be like, see ya.
It's a big question for Doc when we talk to him next, which, by the way, won't be today. Just this week, it'll be tomorrow. But it'd be a good question for him is what has been the effect of year-round sports on all athletes, because it does not give whatever those specific muscles are that you're using, it does not give them a chance to rest.
So true.
Clay's dad used to tell me this all the time. It was his philosophy, in fact. The second the basketball season was over, he's like, that's it.
Yes.
He's like, I'm not touching a basketball for 3 months. He's a tennis player. He likes tennis.
Yeah.
Go play tennis.
You heard that.
And he never had any soft tissue injuries in his career. Not a one.
Tom
It's kind of
Glavine.
interesting what happened to his son.
I know.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, like Drew League, FIBA, Olympics. If you're on a good team and you go to the playoffs to June every single year, it wears you down.
So Tom Glavine, greatest story I ever heard. He's played hockey. Yeah. And so he's in high school. The scouts are watching him, and it's the end of June or whatever. And they go, my God, he's his junior year. When's the next time you're going to pitch? Probably March. And he goes, I'm going to play hockey in the fall, and then I'll go back out on the baseball field in March. And he goes, I'm convinced I pitched till I was 46 years old, because from the time I was 8 years old until I became a professional baseball player, I didn't pitch all year round.
Tom Brady doesn't even do training camp anymore.
There you go.
He knows.
There you go.
I'm going to go rest.
But you're so right about this.
He's going to go rest.
And there's the mental fatigue, too, for a lot of these kids. I mean, I can't tell you how many kids, they just played baseball. Sophomore year, I'm done. I have burnout, and I'm good, and I'm just burnt out.
That's the other thing. Burn out. They
I
burn
get it
out.
now, though. I do get all that. Like, you guys are all absolutely right. But I'm just growing up. As a kid, I loved doing all those sports.
I know. But
baseball,
the coaches,
the football, the basketball, like it was just
but you diversified. You diversified, and that's what's important.
You
like
can't just do one.
But now the sense is, if you're not playing travel ball, you're falling behind, and that's where the coaches and the money in all these programs, and they brainwash these parents. Hey, little Johnny, if he stays with it, if he plays for us, man, he's got a great arm. I think he could be a D1. He's got a chance to go to the show.
Are you going to Atlanta with us? It's going to cost $4,000.
Yeah, totally. Totally.
And kids are not even playing for their high school teams. They're just playing for the travel ball team.
Oh, that's like high school. Playing for your high school team is like being a sophomore in college.
Yeah.
It's like, oh gosh,
Like
you
basketball,
didn't come out after 1 year. You're not very good.
You didn't go
the
straight
club
to the G
teams,
League.
soccer specifically, they look down on the soccer high school teams. I know this because
Totally.
my niece was playing high level, and you have to make all these decisions. And if you don't play for the high school coaches club team, you're on the way out anyway.
Yeah, no doubt. I
That's a
started
financial
my
play.
high school refereeing yesterday. High school girls volleyball out in the East Bay Carondelet, taking on Benicia.
Did you tee anybody up?
No, I was actually the down ref, and I learned
even know what
yesterday.
that means.
There's the up ref in the chair, and there's the down ref at the net, and I'm basically calling the unders and the net violations and all the rest of it.
Took the under? Okay, go ahead.
I took the under, and so I didn't have a chance to flash the card on anyone, but you'd be surprised at how non-confrontational I am as an official.
Can you explain to Shasky who wears a different color jersey in volleyball?
It's the libero, the back row specialist.
We didn't have that in grammar school volleyball.
Of course. Nor did they have it when I was coming up as a volleyball player.
That's a new thing.
See, I was unaware. He got all mad at me. I'm like, dude, I'm coaching fifth grade girls volleyball, and we're the C team.
It's a player who goes back row only, but the player can go in for anybody in the back row. So
Gotcha.
You go in for somebody, you play 3 rotations, and when you rotate to the front, you immediately go out for 1 point, and then you go back in for somebody else in the back row, and you play 3 more rotations. It gives people like you and I, littler people, a shot.
Yes.
As opposed to these behemoths.
When I was covering high school volleyball and would write stories, I would be like, oh, the libero, okay. And I had somebody explain to me what was what, and I got really into covering volleyball. So I was mad at Shasta. I was like, you don't have a libero? What's going on here?
Yeah.
We're working on going underhand over the net.
Good.
Yeah, that's what we were working on.
Toronto had a powerhouse.
How'd it go?
Yeah, they're good. They were
It
good.
did not go well.
You can't leave without us circling back to the this. You'll love this because of everything that you guys have been discussing that is Giants and Farhan related all year.
Yes.
Of all the TK stuff and I know we got to some of it yesterday. There's definitely more to get to, but this is a direct quote from Farhan on that TK show. I think it's important for us to establish 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 guys who are everyday guys. He wants less platooning. He wants less pinch hitting.
That's music to my ears.
Hey, he's listening to the Morning Roast.
Well, who doesn't?
Farhan, thanks for listening, Farhan. No, kidding.
This is a revelation.
Right.
So you're saying he wants good players as opposed to these specialized mediocre players.
That's correct.
You got to give him an extension.
That's correct.
Extend him right now.
You don't think he walks 4 blocks down the street to chase it or saying, damn, they got it popping here. Look at all the Jonathan Kuminga bets we didn't get into. Stephen A. saying he's not working hard.
We touched on it yesterday.
You can accept this. You can punt it, whatever. I think this is really what happened. You got the 107 wins at a time where you were kind of placeholding, and that surprised everybody. And then this year, you wanted to do placeholder plus. You wanted to do it again,
like HBO.
And next year, you thought your farm system is going to start giving you the homegrown talent that you need, and then we will supplement financially. This year goes bad. The farm system also has a tough year, and so then you go, wait a minute, we can't wait. We have to do this now.
Yeah.
I really think that was the plan, and so you can accept it, deny it. I'm going to just kick the can down the road. Let's see what he does in December.
See what he does. I'm very intrigued. Most intriguing Giants offseason in a very long time, probably since after the 2016 season when they lost to the Cubs in the NLDS.
Denard
by the way,
Span, come on down.
Rest in peace, Lynn Dawson. Rest in peace, Lynn Dawson.
Yeah, I just saw
Super
that.
Bowl IV, MVP. The photo you talked about, Shasky.
It's one of the most iconic photos in sports history.
Inside the NFL. Remember watching that on old school HBO, Lynn Dawson? That was good stuff.
Yeah.
That's it for us, Shasky. Willard Dibs coming up, brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, they provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
I was in the pool!
The final preseason game is tomorrow night.
Sideline and it's caught! Deebo Samuel with the catch and trying to turn on the Jets!
And we're reacting all day Friday to the good, the bad, and the ugly.
He'll take it all the way for the touchdown!
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yay!
95.7 The Game.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, Agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art, dance, music, food, fur babies. Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Now through August 31st, listen to all the magic of an Air France rendezvous. Whoa. It's time to book your rendezvous with Paris, with daily flights from San Francisco starting at $979 round trip, taxes included. And with our Flying Blue rewards, earn miles towards your dream trip each time you fly. Elegance is a journey. Air France. Round trip purchase required. Advertised fare not available on all flights. Additional restrictions apply. See terms and conditions at airfrance.com.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Start your next summer adventure at Hotel Via, located steps from San Francisco's most exciting pro basketball, baseball, and concert venues. There's no better place to stay to get in on all the action than Hotel Via. Hear the roar of the crowd from the ballpark on our rooftop bar on King Street. Plus, 95.7 The Game listeners receive a 20% discount at HotelViaSF.com using promo code CHAMPS. That's HotelViaSF.com, promo code CHAMPS. Hotel Via, at the intersection of sports, entertainment, and technology.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So instead, we're going to hire a professional voice actor and pay him absurd amounts of money to say,
I like this product.
Not sure why that was better. I mean, I'm a professional too, but we didn't pay him to say the business part, so back to me. Save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. Sorry, I know hearing me say it was a bit of a letdown. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Here's football legend Howie Long for Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear.
The world has gone hands-free. Using the phone, turning on your lights, heck, even driving. However, if you want to put on a pair of sneakers, you still need to bend down and help your feet in. Until now. Introducing Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear. Let me tell you, these things are amazing. You don't need to lace up, and they're even better than your standard slip-on sneakers. This is next-level slip-in technology, where you don't don't need to reach down and help your heel in. You just step in and off you go. It's that easy. So what's the secret? There's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide into place and also keeps your feet secure in heavenly comfort, which means they stay on just like a pair of laced-up sneakers. And you can even slip into them while you're sitting down. Make your life easier and go hands-free with Skechers' new hands-free slip-in footwear. You'll never have to struggle putting on your shoes again.
Get hands-free slip-ins for the whole family at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Man, it is. It's kind of a defeatist mentality, and I get it. But to me, this is the number one thing that the Giants need to change this offseason. I mean, how on earth did we slip and fall into a spot where San Francisco, California is looking down south, forget the Dodgers for a second, looking down south at a one-sport city and going, gosh, they've got all the nice things. How is this happening? So therefore, the idea of Carlos Rodon, he's opting out, he's gone. Nobody's got more money to spend than the Giants this offseason. He's already sitting here. And you're San Francisco. You're the Giants. You're looking to spend, and convincing pitchers to come to Oracle Park is never hard. Why are we assuming that Carlos Rodon is leaving after this year?
Well, we assume he's opting out. And when he opts out, okay, because he's going to make more and he's going to get a longer-term contract than what he currently has. So if you're Carlos Rodon and you're going to opt out and you've got your pick of all 30 teams, well, there's probably 15 or 20 teams that are immediately off the table because they're not good enough and they probably won't pay enough. So then you look at the small handful of teams, and I don't think that the Giants would be his number one destination. I don't think that you would look at what they've done this year and say, oh, Carlos Rodon has been loving it. They're winning and everything's in the right direction.
Who knows? I don't know what makes the guy tick. Yeah.
And I think that the assumption is that there are brighter spots out there where he could get as much money as the Giants are going to offer and have a greater chance to win, if that's what he's interested in.
Yeah, I mean, the Yankees may come calling, and maybe that does float your boat. I have no idea what makes a guy tick. I do know that more often than not, like they're in Detroit right now, Javi Baez picked the Tigers. This is a big-time free agent going into last year. Big-time free agent. Got $140 million. He went to the Tigers. They have nothing. They are in a full-blown rebuild, and outside of Miguel Cabrera, most people could not name one player on that team, and Javi Baez picked there. Why? Because they're the highest bidder. That's it. You just have to be the highest bidder. This idea, we're going to, wait a minute, this is who's playing right field, and this is who's, now what's going on down in Eugene? How's Luciano look? Forget that. Be the highest bidder, and you're going to get the player. It's that simple.
Doesn't always work that way.
Usually does.
Yeah, because we could talk about the misses where the Giants reportedly, I guess they didn't offer more for Bryce Harper. They got
would have had him
outbid.
If they had offered more than Philly.
But will the Giants want to extend the amount of years and the amount of money to keep Carlos Rodon? And this is where Giants fans are having this defeatist complex, so to speak, is in the recent vintage, in the Farhan Zaidi era, you've missed out. You've lost on all of these tough free agent possibilities, all the big names that you've been in on. The Giants are in on Harper, didn't get him. The Giants are in on Stanton, didn't get him. So there's a certain amount of, the recent history of not getting it done with these players leads you to the fact that, maybe that not that they don't want to spend, but they haven't had the ability to spend because they keep losing on these free agents.
888-957-9570 is the number, and we got a question for you that surrounds a little bit of breaking news that just came down, which I'll mention in just a second. But Comcast Business text line, keep your comments coming there. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Thank you so much for being with us. You can keep your comments going there as well. Adam Rank is on the show today. Pete Carroll says they've got 2 starting quarterbacks in Seattle. Joe Lacob's name has come up today. And our own Kyle Madsen put together his 49er roster projection, and it has some interesting little quirks on it. So,
Go ahead, Cav.
yeah, we're gonna get to all of this, but the news just dropped. Brandon Belt has officially been put on the injured list. And that may be it.
I mean, that's it for the news, or that's it for the career, or both?
That may be it for the season. That may be it for a Giants uniform. That may be it for his career. He woke up today. They asked him, are you feeling any better after a day off yesterday? The answer was essentially no. He's feeling pretty much the same. Susan Slusser did a great job with a piece that came out over the last 24, 36 hours where Brandon Belt essentially said to her, this is really frustrating and scary because it's not just my knee won't get better. He realizes that it's not also just that he's a free agent at the end of the year. He admitted, this is threatening my career. And I'm about to turn 35 years old, and you've all seen it. He looks like he's in pain. I've been saying this for 6 weeks. He looks like he's in total pain. Even when he gets a hit, he could hit the ball out to triples alley, and guess what? He doesn't get a triple. He gets a double, and he gets to second base, and he looks upset because he's in pain. And so I really think it's a moment. I don't know if he's had his last at bat as a Giant. I don't know if he's had his last at bat as a baseball player. But if he has, reflect on the career of Brandon Belt for a moment, if you would. Now, you and I had a conversation last week that was just based over semantics.
It was nuance.
Right? He was a great Giant. He's a good Giant. Whatever you want to call him is fine. It's absolutely fine. It's been a hell of a run that started in Bruce Bochy's office with a famous video where he asked him if he sit down, want a beer? and he did, and he had a beer. And that started the next 11 years in a Giants uniform and 175 career home runs and 2 rings. And great defense, even though I know there were no gold gloves. Andy Baggerly put together, but he should have won some gold gloves. He's been a great defensive player for sure.
Gold gloves is a reputation award more than anything.
Yeah, so sure. Disappointments, frustrations, injuries, all of that were a part of it as well. But I think, look, to me, that's a moment that hits. Like, that might be it. Like, Brandon Belt's career might be done as of right now.
His career as a Giant certainly appears to be done. And this sort of a knee injury, and we can get into it with the doctor tomorrow, cleared to play at 11:30, special Thursday edition. But if you need knee surgery, I don't know if you can come back and play. I mean, he's been so hobbled this year. He needs some sort of a clean out, it looks like. I don't know if it's bone spurs or if it's, pre-arthritis, whatever it is. I don't know if surgery can ever fix him to the point where he's a real serviceable major leaguer again, and he'll be 35 in April. So you undergo surgery in the offseason. You go through all the rehab. Do you really have it in you to, A, find a job? Because I don't think the Giants are going to bring you back at all. Even if he played for the veteran minimum, even if he came back for $2 million, I don't think the Giants want to allocate a roster spot for him at this current state.
Not a guaranteed deal, right?
Do you want to go somewhere else and give it a go one last time at 35 on a bum knee? I think that, based on some of the comments you've heard coming out from Brandon himself, it feels like this might be it for the career.
Yeah. Well, and I think what he also knows, you're not going to get a major league deal if this is your resume, if this is what you're offering. Okay, sit down. Tell us about yourself. Well, let's see. I've had multiple knee surgeries in the last 2 years, right?
Can't hit lefties, can't hit righties.
Sometimes I like to bunt with 2 strikes. And I'm 35 years old. And I've got a really, really bulky bottom half of my body, right? This is who I am right now. But I've been good for the majority of I'm like a good baseball player. Okay. All right, we'll give you a minor league deal. And maybe Brandon Belt, and I don't have in front of me, what are his career earnings? Brandon's made over $100 million.
Yeah.
Does he need to go grind out a minor league deal at someone's spring training next February, next March? I don't even know if he wants to do that. I don't even know if his body will let him do that. I do know that when you have surgery on one area of your body and then you need another surgery on the same area of that body, it's usually not good. It's not leading to good things. So, look, I know there were belt wars for years in this town, and there are plenty of people who are still on both sides of the fence there. But if this is it, Kenny Loggins, then, please let us know. How you feel about the career of Brandon Belt as a San Francisco Giant? Because no joke, like 10 minutes ago, it might have just ended.
Yeah, I think it did, unless he's able to go on the IL and find a way to make it back. If the Giants continue to not be in the playoff picture, maybe he comes back for one last sort of semi-lightweight farewell in October in the final series of the year, against San Diego. You get him one last stint, and that way he can go out on his own terms on the field, tip of the cap, knowing that it's his last year, right, with the Giants, and assuming that he's not coming back next year. Maybe if you're Brandon Belt, you take a month off on the IL, you work your knee into a spot where you can come back and play just one more time. That way you can go out on your own terms, because right now it's not the last at-bat, but the lasting memory that we have right now is that 2-strike bunt. And honestly, the feeling you have is sadness over the fact that not only he bunted with 2 strikes, but what he said afterwards, which was basically, I didn't feel like I could get a hit off this guy in that spot. And that, Mark, is just the saddest part of all of this to me. So I'd love for him to go out one last time, do the Brandon Belt thing, coax an 8-pitch walk, go to first base, have somebody come pinch run for him, and that way he can just tip the cap on his way back to the dugout one last time.
I gave him a few too many bucks, by the way.
Not $100 million?
Not $100 million. 95 million. It's so interesting. You look at the
he definitely has to come back and play. 95 million.
I'm going to need 4.5.
Yeah.
I'm going to need 4.5, Farhan.
That's 2 more years.
Yeah, it might be 4. No, I know the minimum's above that, but it's so interesting when you look at a career earnings guy for baseball. I mean, this is someone who's 34. He has had a very, very successful career, but baseball, because of the way it structures its contracts, allows a player like that to have gone through his entire career. And how many times did he, as a free agent, sign a multi-year deal? One time.
Yeah.
One time. That's it. Like, he comes up,
number 1,
makes $200,000 in 09, right? 2011, $414,000. 2012, they win the World Series, $481,000. Comes back the next year, $531,000. Look, yeah, I get it. It's great money. Now here comes the arbitration stuff. Because you're a good player. 2014, they win the World Series. He makes $2.9 million. 2015, up to $3.6 million. So now you are 5 years into your major league career, and you have not made $10 million yet. You've got 2 rings. You're the starting first baseman for the most of the time, 2-time world champion San Francisco Giants, and you've yet to make $10 million. Then, boom, 2016, 5 years, $72.8 million. And by the time that deal comes done, everybody wants him the hell out of town.
Right.
Whoops. He puts together 100 games of elite baseball. Hits 29 home runs, OPS over 1,000. Boom, you get a qualifying offer the next year for 18.5.
And we want you out again.
And you hit the IL in August, and career done. Nobody's going to shed any tears for that, obviously. But by the same token, that's a whack system. That's a really weird way to go about it. And within it, it's wrong for the player, and there's a cautionary tale for fans. And we all want Farhan to spend. But every time it seems like you sign something that's 5 years or north.
But that was Sabian who signed him for Bobby Evans or, whatever the tenure was at that point. And that's where this regime, and I know that Butcher Boy said earlier today that he's out on Farhan Zaidi. I'm still in on Farhan, especially to the extent that this regime won't do what the old regime did, which was, hey, you guys all won titles. You get 5 years and you get 5 years. We love you. You're forever Giants. Well, those contracts, and I know Longoria didn't win a chip, but his deal, oh God, can't wait to get out from underneath that. And Johnny Cueto's deal, even though he's pitching better now, Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford until last year, these were all bad contracts. So
they almost always are.
Well, in terms
by
of
the end,
Carlos Rodon, is this regime really going to look to give him 5 years? He's 30 years old. Are you going to look to ink a pitcher who's had injury history? Are you going to give him 5 years? I don't think that Farhan's going to roll like that.
Oh, see, now you just said something in there.
I said a lot right
that
there.
That leads perfectly.
That's what I do.
Into what are you doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You said the words Evan Longoria.
Uh-huh.
All right, so, first of all, Evan, what are you doing?
Stay hot, Evan.
This is but it's one of those damn contracts. I can't stand this stuff. This is exactly what happened to Belt and Crawford last year. You get to the end, it's like, oh gosh, are they going to pick up my option? Boom! I'm going to hit 17 home runs in the last month and a half of the season.
He's got 12.
Whatever. Like, he is playing great over the last few weeks.
He's hitting, I think, 340 over the last month.
Legit carrying them right now. He's playing great.
Carrying them to 500, by the way.
You know, whatever.
Let's just,
No, but it
perspective.
Okay, so let me ask you, and this is a different tone. Let me see if I can get it right. So, Evan Longoria, what are you doing? Hey, Giants, what are you going to do? You got an option. It's not that expensive.
$13 million and a $5 million buyout.
Buyout is right. Is $5 million. So it's only another $8 million to bring him back. What do you do? What are you doing, Dibs?
Team option. Your team option.
Yep.
I would
pick it up.
I would pick it up, absolutely, because right now you've got, you don't have anybody next year, Mark. You've got Brandon Crawford. You've got Tommy La Stella. 3-year deal. Boy, that one doesn't look great. And other than that, you don't have Jock Peterson. Brandon Belt is on the IL and heading for retirement. Other than Evan Longoria and Brandon Crawford, you've got a lot of young guys. You've got Mike Yastrzemski, pre-ARB 4 or pre-ARB 6 or whatever he is. Guy can't hit anymore. So poor Yaz. I mean, you want to talk about a screwed up system?
What? Right.
He had great years in 2020, 2021, and it's like, if it wasn't for arbitration, he would have been able to cash me out one time.
Well, he'll never get paid.
Well, especially the way he's hitting now.
No, but even if he was playing great, he would never get paid.
But his arbitration number would be
some
better.
ARB numbers, yes.
His ARB,
yes.
I mean, because now his ARB number is going to be nothing.
Yep.
And he's, 32?
Oh, yeah, no. By the
33?
time he's done with arbitration, he's 35, 36 years old.
When you put it in this perspective of Evan Longoria, does he have one more year of this sort of productivity for $13 million? Sure. I'd bring him back for 13.
You know how old he is?
Evan Longoria?
Yeah.
36. I'm guessing.
It's about a month away from turning 37.
Okay.
Yeah.
October.
I mean, yeah.
So,
the oldest of them
like
all.
you said, for an extra $8 million, so you owe him 5. You give him 5 and you say, thank you, next, Ariana Grande. Or you throw him an extra $8 million and say, you know what? We believe that you might be able to hit 15 home runs next year. Is it worth $13 million to get 13 home runs? $1 million per home run.
And he's a super, super third baseman. Like, he's stabilizing on the infield.
Still good.
Here's what I'd say about Longo, because it's not that expensive. Yes, he can be the third baseman for 110 games next year, depending on what you do everywhere else. But do you need that position to offer potentially to free agents? Like, the infield is stronger in free agency this offseason than the outfield. The infield is loaded with left side infielders again. Now, I know traditionally a lot of them are shortstops, but could you use third base and second base as a way to lure a Trey Turner, a Carlos Correa, what have you? I know the Braves, did the Braves already re-up Dansby, or are they about to? I know they're working on it. The Braves are going to keep everybody. But anyway, point being, there's a bunch of guys on the left side of the infield who are great free agents. I don't know if any of them can play third base. But if that's what I need in order to lure one of them, then I need to keep that open. If your free agent hits are going to be more outfield or first base or whatever it is you're going to try to go do, if you're going to get Aaron Judge and that's where your money's going, then yeah, Longo can play. He can go do that for 110 games next year.
And maybe when again 110 I think is pie in the sky, because last year he played 81, exactly half. This year he's played in 61, exactly half. Mm-hmm. So go ahead and pencil him in as a halftime player, but could he be a right-handed bat off the bench? Could he be a late inning defensive replacement? Is that worth $13 million? To me, based on what Evan Longoria could give you, realistically, Mark, if he's a halftime guy and he can hit you, let's say, 15 homers. He hit 13 last year in halftime. He's got 12 this year in halftime.
Yeah.
He's going to project out to 15. If you can get 15 home runs in 81 games, is that worth $13 million? It's probably worth about $8 million.
Right.
So, I mean, you 0-5. It's right in there. Is it worth having a good clubhouse guy, a veteran leader for a team that's going to be a lot of new guys? I think it's $13 million is kind of like right on that border of it's an overpay, but he's a good guy.
Yep.
What do you do?
I mean,
it's a tough call.
Payroll is just so not an issue for the Giants right now, though.
But roster spots are.
Roster spots are, but again, if and I know Farhan rejects this idea, like we're not chasing a spot on the MLB payroll list. We don't care if we're top 10 or not. We just want a good team. But there is a correlation through the years of teams that spend and teams that win. If you're in the top 10 in payroll, you're probably going to be one of the good teams. You got to spend to win. So we get all that. All right. Realize that if there's no Rodon and no Longo, the Giants' payroll is all the way down at $65 million. That means that they should easily, without even blinking, be willing to spend $100 million
just add a hundo
this offseason. So if 8 of it goes to Longo, you could do Rodon, you could do Judge, and still have
$50 million,
30 to 40 to 50 million on just next year. So,
and what do they have third baseman wise coming up?
Well, there's Casey Schmidt. He's been real interesting down there. He was not
2024.
He was not. No. Well, probably. I mean, I don't know when he's going to be ready, but he's playing. He's playing really, really well. And others do project third base to be where Luciano ends up. But
again, he's not a 2023 guy.
No, nothing that's like jamming their way in by 2023.
Okay.
Nothing.
So third base is a place where you could, and Longoria, he can DH. National League has a DH now, so you can have him be a platoon guy in the DH, play a little third for $13 million. I think it's worth it.
Coming up next, Kyle Shanahan's uncomfortable answer, Pete Carroll's ridiculous statement, and why Joe Lacob's name suddenly popped up yesterday. All that's coming up. 888-957-9570. That's our number. It's Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
O'Reilly. Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop.
It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Golfers, it's time to tee it up at the Golf Mart with all the hottest brands in golf at the best prices, featuring tailor-made stealth carbon woods and irons. Callaway's Rogue ST collection of woods and irons, Titleist's T-Series irons and Vokey wedges, and Ping's G425 woods and irons. All this and more at the Golf Mart. Swing by and receive a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, and much more. It's the ultimate convenience. Easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrivals, and service right in your driveway. No waiting rooms, and direct access to your mechanic with friendly and reliable service. No middleman or upsells. They're so sure you'll love the convenience. Take $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50. Kirby, your driveway mechanic.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
With just one pill, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn all day and night. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Synanon was the world's first drug rehab. People called it the miracle on the beach. But soon, people were calling it something else. They were saying it was a violent cult. Listen to The Sunshine Place, a creation and presentation of C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Executive produced with Susan Downey and Robert Downey Jr. Available for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. I just got a text.
This just in?
It's just in. I just got a text from a buddy in San Diego. And I'm going to effort on this. Do you want to hear this?
Yeah.
And Kyle and Spadone, you probably want to, he just said, so this guy's a producer. I think he produces Ornberger's show in San Diego. He goes, hey, I got sound from Eric Dickerson talking about how much he hates 49er fans.
What?
You want it?
Oh.
You want to hear that?
Oh.
Do we want to hear that? Right?
Totally, yeah.
We want to hear that? 49er fans are great. They're great. It is. This is a good fan base. Don't you think?
We
don't talk about that very much. Wow. Kyle, what? Really?
It's fine. Have him. Give him my email. Send it to me, and I'll get it all. Hey.
Next episode of Candlestick Chronicles. Niner fans are terrible. All right.
Talk about it.
No, no, I'm not going to text him your email. He has mine. He'll email. I'll forward it to you. We're doing a show right now for crying out loud. No, but I bet if I'm Eric Dickerson, I would hate 49er fans because they take over my damn building every time my team's playing. Essentially, that's why, right?
Yes, and I wonder what makes a fan base great versus what makes a fan base bad. If you're a rabid, passionate fan base like the Buffalo Bills, are they a great fan base because they brave the cold and they jump through tables in their tailgate? Yeah, they're probably a great fan base. The Cleveland Browns fan base, they show up for a subpar product year after year and put dog masks on. They're a good fan base.
Well, yeah, they had some fans within their fan base that had some unfortunate videos and pictures hit the internet last week. But anyway.
Seattle's fan base, they're tremendous. The 12s, a nickname that they stole from Texas A&M. And, we'll see this year, does the 12th man still show up when they go 5-12, which is an appropriate loss total. So
maybe that's what they're holding out, the 12.
Yeah.
This is how many losses we're going to have this year.
And I think the 49er faithful are a good fan base. I wouldn't say that they're the best fan base. They're certainly not the worst fan base.
The funny thing is we do that, like what you sort of brought up. There's two things that tend to elevate fan bases in our minds. First of all, East Coast. Oh, they're hard.
Hard.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
Hard.
They care more than you care.
Hand down, fan down.
And then the other thing is small town, right? Buffalo, Green Bay.
Yeah.
The whole city stops. The biggest city in Nebraska is a Nebraska football game on a Saturday. Yeah, you're bored.
You got nothing to do.
Like, this has nothing to do with your team and who you are as people. It simply has everything to do with your geographic lot in life. That's all this is. If it snows, you care more. Because if it doesn't snow, we got options. People don't golf during Bills games.
It's November.
Because you can't.
Yeah.
But we can. And so we're called bad fans for it and all that. I guess if you're going to really put together what makes it, look, they travel.
Yeah.
They care. I've always tried to carry the mail for California sports fans because they get such a bad rap. Oh, they leave early and they.
Well, Rams fans are not as good as Niners fans, and the Chargers fan base is one of the worst in football. So,
but also because of their lot in life. Now, the Chargers as an organization, they get a lot of blame for that.
Exactly.
And the Rams, look, these are teams that have gone through relocations. That's not good. That doesn't help a fan base when you relocate and then you relocate again. Oh, we're back. And now we're leaving. And now we're back.
Chiefs, great fan base. That place is always tough to play. And that to me becomes the sign of a truly great fan base. Is your building a tough one to play? And I think that Levi Stadium is not that yet. The Niner fans travel very well. That's where they get bonus points for their ability to travel. But Kansas City, that's a tough place to play. That's a good fan base.
Okay, I'm going to agree with everything that you said, but I want to follow up with a question. Is Levi's not a tough place to play because of the 49er fan base or because of Levi's?
Well, it's a little bit of both.
Right?
And outdoor venues are always going to be tougher, but Arrowhead is an outdoor venue, and it's tough to play because the fans always show up. And to your point, though,
They live in Kansas.
City.
Yeah, they live in Missouri
you've got
and
the
Kansas.
Royals, which, the Royals were good for a couple years.
Right.
And then you've got the Chiefs. And that's just about
That's
it for Kansas City.
Right. So it's just such a different culture. I mean, the 49er fan base can fill a building and make it loud. Like, let's not debate that. That's obvious.
Absolutely. I went to the NFC Championship game there, and it was rocking.
Right. But Levi's Stadium, there are aspects of it that make things difficult, whether you want to talk about the sun.
So hot.
Whether you want to talk about its proximity to San Francisco, even though there are plenty of people in Santa Clara, San Jose also, or whether you want to just talk about the fact that, as we said, you're in California and they're not going to come fill the building and make it crazy unless you're good. Like, that's the thing about Kansas City.
Buffalo, too, yeah.
You're filled whether you're 8-8 or 16-0.
Right.
Or whatever, 17. Or you get what I'm saying,
yeah.
right? So it's really just geography and surroundings.
And winning, to your point. And that's
right.
The thing
so it's
about
a good fan base.
You had me thinking about the Raiders fan base. How has that changed since they've moved to Las Vegas? Because we know in Oakland, the Raider fan base was great. Even when they didn't play very well over the last 10, 15, 20, when the product even wasn't top notch, the fans still would show up to the Coliseum. I wonder how much of that has translated into Las Vegas at Allegiant.
Right. By the way, though.
Or Alliance.
Whatever it's called.
I get confused.
Reliant, Allegiant, something. There's a company, and it's a stadium.
Yeah.
But I get what you're
hate
saying.
that.
Well, and then there's this. We talked about it earlier in the week. SoFi Stadium pumps in noise.
Yeah.
They pump in noise. Like Levi's not pumping in noise. Most of the outdoor stadiums, I don't think, are pumping in noise. It's usually an indoor stadium thing. So I'm not giving a fan base credit for that. Look, there are plenty of diehard fans. The LA thing is different. Those football teams weren't even there as of, how many years ago was it that the Rams even returned? How many years have they been in LA?
10?
No more than that. I was going to say 6. Is it 6, 7?
Yeah, because I think the 2016 draft was Jared Goff.
Yeah. So,
2016, you're right. Yeah.
So, my gosh, you're not going to call that a rabid fan base. 49er fan base is really, really good, but there are aspects. There are little idiosyncrasies to the process when you live in the Bay Area, California, for sure. All right, so I'll try to track that sound down, and we will get to that. Speaking of 49er fans, this gentleman definitely isn't one. In fact, upon arrival, he let everybody know, I'm just an NFL fan. This was my favorite moment from Bonte and Joe this morning because I actually wanted to run to the station and respond to, is it Dave from Hayward? Okay, Dave, let's hear from you.
Let's go to Dave in Hayward real quick. He's got some thoughts on Trey Lance possibly playing tomorrow. What's up, Dave? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. I'm just a football fan in general. How many games has Trey Lance played since high school?
24, 25, I believe. Real football games, non-exhibition.
Right. So you think he's going to go from that to taking you guys to the Super Bowl?
Well, nobody said that. Nobody said that. What do you think? You think he...
Basically, he's a rookie quarterback. Let's face it.
Yeah, agreed.
Quarterback.
Well, he had the same amount of starts as Mac Jones.
How many rookie quarterbacks even make it to the playoffs ever in the history of football?
Well, forget the history of football, Dave. Let's look at the last decade, last 12 years.
Go last year. Mac Jones made it last year.
Right.
Okay.
Mac Jones made the playoffs last year.
Okay.
And he had the same amount of starts in college as Trey Lance.
Ben Roethlisberger was in the AFC Championship game his rookie season.
Okay.
Russell Wilson was in the second round, and it came a field goal away from beating the Falcons and playing the 49ers.
Didn't Lamar play in the playoffs in this first
Lamar
year?
Jackson and Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
So in the last 12 years,
it's happened way more often.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, good luck with that.
All right. So, he's got a great pause. We've got good luck with that.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, so what I wanted to run in and say, because actually Joe even said at one point, he goes, yeah, I agree with that. And I was like, I don't.
Yeah.
Can I get here for a second? This is not a rookie.
No, he's not.
He is not a rookie, and we're not going to treat him like a rookie, and he's not being treated like a rookie, and I don't want to hear about how many games he did or didn't start when he was 16 years old. It is wildly irrelevant at this point. Is he an inexperienced player? Yes.
Yeah, right.
Like every player is when they get to the league. But
you can't emphasize all the practice activity.
Thank you.
And call him a rookie.
Thank you. If we're going to sit here and tweet about everything he does in training camp every day, if we're going to act like tomorrow night matters, oh wait, if practice matters,
right?
Well, then practice matters, and there's evidence to it as well. Look at Patrick Mahomes' rookie year. 5,100 yards, 50 touchdowns, and 12 picks.
That was his rookie year?
And a I'm sorry. Well, no, not technically.
Oh, because he played the year
before. But seeing as we're all agreeing that you're a rookie when you're a first-year starter, then wow. How about this Mahomes guy? Shocking that he didn't win Rookie of the Year because he went for 5,100 yards and 50 touchdowns and a 113.8 quarterback rating.
He didn't win Rookie of the Year?
Oh, by the way, he's not matched any of those numbers since. It's the best year of his career by far. The only thing he didn't do was win the Super Bowl.
Didn't he win first-year starter of the year that year?
I believe he did,
But
Dan.
not Rookie of the Year,
I believe
Mark?
he did.
Okay. That would be FYSOTY.
Something, right?
Yeah, first-year starter of the
Get
year.
Rob Parker on the line, and we'll get an acronym
He's the
for that.
GMOAT, no doubt.
He's the Fayote or so. Anyway.
He's not a rookie. I agree with all that. He's an inexperienced starter, so Dave and Hayward, yeah, it doesn't apply. And by the way, Bonte and Joe rattle off a bunch of instances, and you could look at Mac Jones last year, who
Those
was
are
a
rookies,
rookie,
yes.
and he did make the playoffs. And you look at Joe Burrow, who made it to the Super Bowl last year and was damn close to winning the whole kit and caboodle. In this day and age in the NFL, quarterbacks can hit the ground running a lot faster, in part because of the nature of the position now. You don't have to face the same amount of physicality as a quarterback. They're going to protect quarterbacks. It's a pass-happy league now. Receivers can run free. It's a little bit easier to be a quarterback, and especially in the Shanahan system, where you know you're going to look to run the ball 30 times a game anyway.
Well, all of that is true. And then add this in as well, and I think this is where someone like Dave is coming from, where with his stats and his data. Here's the issue. Normally, when a quarterback that is supposed to be really good comes in and takes over the reins of a team, whether it is rookie or whether it is year two and he's a first-year starter, normally he's got nothing around him. His team stinks. That's how the team got him. That's how they got him. They got him because they're terrible and they're the Jets. And Zach Wilson is not going to put up good numbers. And Trevor Lawrence, as a rookie, is not going to make the playoffs. Why? Does it mean Trevor Lawrence? Oh, rookie quarterback, don't they got nothing around him. This roster is absurd. It's absurd. How many even if he was a rookie, which he's not, but how many rookie quarterbacks do you think could come in and bring with him to the playoffs Trent Williams, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Eli Mitchell, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Kyle Juszczyk, Jimmy Ward, Charvarius. Do I need to go on? I mean,
you don't.
Of course this
you
guy.
You could have gotten to Mitch Wishnowsky a little quicker and Robbie Gould.
That's a great point.
But to your point, you've got a bunch of talented guys around you. And if we all expect that Trey Lance can be as good as Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of efficiency and yards, well, you're not going to need Trey Lance to go out and have a Mahomesian year. I don't think anyone's looking at Trey Lance and thinking, if this guy throws for 5,000 yards, then we've got something.
No, I agree. And he won't. He's not going to throw for 5,000 yards. Mahomes usually doesn't even
let him throw it that often.
Right. That's not what he's lucked into, by the way, but he has. That's the point. He's lucked into this. There was that unnamed GM who, before the draft, was asked, which of the 5 QBs in the first round do you like? He said, whichever one Shanahan takes. This was his point, is that guy, whoever he is going to have a limo right out of the gate while the other guys are going to be driving used cars. Like,
I'm glad you didn't name a make and model. That would be
thought
hurtful.
about it, but yeah.
Glad you didn't.
Just a little right turn there at the end.
You can always go to the Yugo. I don't think they make those anymore. Or the Gremlin.
I was going to say jalopy.
Or
Does people even use that word anymore? Hey.
Don't sleep on the Saab now, Spadone.
Well, Saab's Those get expensive. Like rest in peace. Yeah, I've driven one of those. Boy, something goes wrong with those. That's $700 every time. Doesn't even matter what it is.
Yeah. Trust me,
we're out multiple times.
We're taking the car in as we speak right now. Shout out Oakland Acura, the good people at Oakland Acura.
The Kia's going in right after the show.
Yeah, nice.
That show meeting better not be too long because I got an appointment. You know what I'm saying?
We've got an over-under set right now, and I like the under today.
Well, don't say that out loud, and then the boss will just talk.
The boss is coming off a concert. We all saw it on social media.
That's a good point.
So, I would imagine that he's running on fumes today.
Yeah, listen. They got to go to the playoffs this year, or it's a complete and total disappointment. They have to go to the playoffs,
especially in this NFC.
And if they don't, and someone uses the word rookie, take a lap.
Yeah. He's not a rookie.
He is not a rookie.
You can't look at practice time and all of the learning and the meeting rooms and the preseason games and the off-season work and all the rest of it, and then but he's just a rookie.
Just a rookie.
He's not.
He's not a rookie.
He's an inexperienced starter. He's only started 3 games in his career.
Just put it to any one of your jobs. You're there for a year, and there are people who do what you're supposed to be there to do, and you watch them, and they've got you under their wing, and they show you things, and you're not given a featured role yet, but a year in, do you feel like a rookie? Even if you haven't taken the featured spot yet in that role? Of course you don't.
No.
You know tons of things that you didn't know.
I look at nice guy Steven as a great example. Steven Langford, who was doing the 5 a.m. show for, let's say he did it for a year, and then he got a crack to do the morning roast. And I know he was doing the pregame show a lot longer than that, but when he steps into the role for Bonte or for Butcher Boy, it's his first time doing it, but he's not a rookie,
right?
Because he's had all the practice reps at 5 to 6 a.m. And I'm not disrespecting the 5 to 6 a.m. show, but it's not the same as hosting Morning Drive.
Right, it's early. It's very, very early,
and it's a solo hour, and it's it's a little bit of a different deal. So when he steps into the big chair, he's not thinking, "Boy, I'm a rookie. Judge me accordingly."
Right. Let's go to Austin in
Austin,
Redwood City. On with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Austin, what are you doing?
I ain't not much in this traffic on the way to Redwood City. But hey, look, I got a quick question for you guys. Although he's not a rookie, what do you and we got to say, Trey Lance is very lucky to fall in the position that he's in right now with the 49ers because he's Super Bowl ready.
Agreed.
Now, will he be better than Matt Jones as a rookie last year, and also better than Trevor Lance and Fields and Zach? Will he be better than them this year and top Matt Jones rookie season?
Okay, that's an interesting one.
Well, it depends on how we look at better. And thank you, Austin, and safe travels down there southbound on 101. I think when you look in terms of better for Trey Lance, to me, it comes down to the one loss record as opposed to will he throw for more yards than Mac Jones. The touchdown to interception ratio is one that I would look at in terms of a comparative value, but for me, it comes down to one loss record because of what you're talking about, Mark. This team is ready to win. This team should win 10-7. They should go 10-7, even with a mediocre Trey Lance.
I agree. Mac Jones' stats last year: 3,800 yards, 22 touchdowns, 13 picks. Again, this isn't about stats, so I don't
22 and 13?
22 and 13. I'd like to see that ratio be better. I think that it can be better, should be better. Shanahan prioritizes not turning the ball over. It's one of the things that very much frustrated them about Jimmy. However, they're also, in theory, at some point, going to ask Trey to push the ball downfield a little bit more, to use his legs a little bit more. Could that lead to more turnovers? Does it lead to fewer? Because he can get out of trouble. I don't know. I think that.
Did you say 3,800 yards?
3,800 yards for Mac Jones last year.
And did he play in all 17?
He sure did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think that the yardage total to me, I would not expect Trey Lance to reach that because I don't think the Niners want to throw it that much in order to reach it.
17 games, that's not that much.
It's about 230 a game, I would imagine.
Is it?
Yeah, because 200 a game would be 3,400. 210 a game would be 3,570. 220 would be 30. It's about 225 a game.
Let's, just for our reference, so that we can sort of, because we're used to watching 49er football, Jimmy Garoppolo, when has played a full season, I guess he only played all the games one time, and that was in 2019, and he threw for just a hair under 4,000. He was about 4,000 yards. He also threw for 3,800 yards last year. He has actually stunningly similar numbers last year to Mac Jones, but as we know, he missed 2 games. He missed 2.5 games.
Yeah.
Those are the games that Trey played. So if he had played 17 like Mac Jones did, he definitely would have gone over 4,000 yards. I think that's kind of the number I have in my mind. I think Trey,
4,000?
about 4,000 yards. Absolutely. And you want a very good, you'd love a 2-to-1 at least, a 2-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. And I think that that's totally attainable. Now, comparing him...
Last year, the Niners were 26-14 as a team, so just slightly under the 2-to-1 ratio you're talking about.
I think that's the goal, and if you do that, they're going to be in really good shape. And then comparing him, I didn't know if he was comparing him to Trevor Lawrence's stats from last year or what Trevor's going to do this year. I'm high on Trevor Lawrence.
Jaguars last year, 12 touchdowns, 17 picks.
Yeah, like that's a rookie with a terrible supporting cast.
The Bears were 16 touchdowns, 20 picks.
Here's what I say.
Again, another upside-down ratio.
Okay, so if you want to handicap him this year, numbers-wise, Mac Jones and Trevor Lawrence have had a full year as starters under their belt. That helps them. Mac Jones has a capable team around him. Trevor's got a team that's getting better, I think. I definitely think Trey is going to do better than Justin Fields in Chicago with no offensive line. And I definitely think Trey is going to do better than Zach Wilson, who probably isn't even going to be there to start the season. I think if he puts up similar numbers to Mac Jones, the 49ers are going to be in great shape.
Yeah.
Great shape.
I think that the number 3,800, 24-13, I'm with you. I would like to see the 2-to-1 ratio. That's close enough in terms of where that's at. For me, the biggest number is the second number, the interceptions. It's the turnovers. 1 turnover a game, I think, is what you're looking at
Max.
for... No, Max. I think that's allowable. 17 games, 17 turnovers.
That's a lot of picks. Oh, are you adding in fumbles?
Absolutely.
Okay, then that's different.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
One turnover
different.
per game, I think, is what you're looking at in terms of what you'll allow. Because the Niners last year, I think, had 5 games or 6 games where they had no turnovers. If you don't turn it over with a Shanahan offense and this elite defense, you're going to win about 80% of your games.
14.5 interceptions, over or under.
For Trey Lance?
Yeah.
I would go over. A lot. And assuming he plays all 17 again.
Yeah, of course. That's all under that assumption.
Yeah.
Rob and San Bruno next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rob, what are you doing?
Gonna get some work in, a little gym work. But look, man, now I personally believe Trey Lance gonna have a star type year, a 4,000 yards, 30+ touchdown, just off the fact that teams gotta respect this run game, and there's gonna be wide open lanes down the field in terms of passing the ball to where he gonna hit spots that Jimmy couldn't hit, and that's just what it is. My thing is this, though. I remember back in 18-19, Jimmy had a couple bad games, and everybody say, well, you know, he hasn't had that many career starts, and he's still learning. So just don't give Trey that same leeway.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Trey ain't making $20 million a year off 5 starts. He ain't making that. He's still a rookie. So me personally, I think we upgraded. I think we're gonna have a great year with Trey, and I think Trey 4,000 yards, 30 touchdowns. First quarterback since Garcia to do that, and it's gonna be fairly easy for him. To be honest with you.
You know what? I hope you're right. And I do think that those numbers are attainable. It doesn't mean, when I say he's not a rookie, it doesn't mean that we can't use the sentence this year, hey, he's still learning. Of course he is. Of course he is. I want people to understand the intricacies of being a second-year player and a first-year starter versus a rookie. That's not the same thing, and it shouldn't be the same thing, and we shouldn't assess it the same way. If Trey had just been drafted a couple of months ago, I don't know that I would bang the playoff drum yet. This team has got to and should go to the playoffs this year.
But he's a rookie.
No. Sorry, no.
5 games last year, they didn't turn it over. They were 5-0.
All right. There's a lot.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people want to weigh in on this. We'll keep doing it next. 888-957 9-570. We stick with the calls next. And what kind of fantasy player is Trey Lance? That and more with Adam Rank coming up at 11 o'clock on Willard and Dibs.
Spend your mornings with the Morning Roast.
No one cares about the Nets. Nobody cares. No one cares about the Nets. No one cares. It is a Knicks, Yankees, Giants town. No one cares.
And your afternoons with Damon and Ratto.
Damon, keeping Jimmy around is like getting a divorce and trying to keep your ex around in case your new wife doesn't get along. No, it's not. It's not like that at all.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Car Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Ready for the party tonight?
Yep, thanks to the free storage upgrade from Samsung with my new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Nice. Got the music?
Just downloaded everything from pop to punk.
Photo booth?
My phone folds into the perfect angle. Instant photo booth. Meet endless pics.
Can it make food too?
I ordered pizzas, so yes.
Pre-order Galaxy Z Flip 4 or Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com now to get a free storage upgrade and case. Valid 8/10 through 8/25/22. See terms and conditions that apply.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst. for 10% off your first month.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Listen to Vontae and Shasky each day this week around 7:30 for your chance to win a $100 gift card to Kirby. Kirby is your driveway mechanic. Brakes, tires, oil changes, and more. Get all the info on our contest page at 957thegame.com.
Experience the crown jewel of Hot Rod with family and friends at America's favorite car show. It's the Good Guys 35th Race Deck West Coast Nationals this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Explore over 3,500 hot rods, muscle cars, and trucks through 1997. Plus, don't miss the Good Guys CPP Autocross Series racing action featuring the FiTech West Coast Shootout. And see who takes home the Good Guys 2022 BASF America's Most Beautiful Award. It's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I forgot a what are you doing that I wanted to use earlier today.
Does it have to do with me wearing a hat?
Well,
and you not?
I mean,
this is an upset for those of you on YouTube and Twitch, and I encourage you to follow along with us on the video portion of the program. This is the first time ever that you haven't worn a hat, and I have worn a hat.
Yeah, that's a parlay that pays huge dollars if you bet it. Yeah,
like Rich Strike in the Derby, 80-1 or something.
It'd be like, I don't know, losing to the Tigers or something like that. It'd be like something real crazy. But anyway, no, it doesn't have to do with you wearing a hat, and it doesn't have to do with Kyle Madsen not sending his green check yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he got his pick right, but he never sent a green check.
Oh.
Which is sort of like shooting.
No, I sent one this morning.
No, it has to be done by Showtime.
No, it doesn't. That's a fake rule.
No, I just made it up. So anyway,
rule.
this would be akin to you shooting a 65 in a golf tournament and not signing your scorecard.
Yeah, darn it.
And if you do that, that's DQ, buddy.
You know
That's
what, bro?
DQ.
I got some sleep last night for the first time in forever.
Did you just bro me?
Yeah, pal.
Oh, Chief.
Listen up, Chief.
All right, pal. Guy.
All right, buddy.
All right, jabroni.
I got some sleep last night for the first time in forever because I wake up at 4:30 for this show.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm putting in this work for you guys.
Grinding.
Grinding.
Shout out Clips.
Grinding.
Cry me a river.
That's
I
a 2
am.
for your Timberlake.
Yeah.
As a
It's
1. That's a trash Timberlake.
It's Cried Me a River is what it is. Shout out Mark Kreidler.
By the way, the really funny part of that whole conversation
brother.
is when I called Kyle Jabroni, and Spadoni looked at me like he thought I was just talking to him. He goes, "What? No, I said
Not-
Jabroni,
not
not Spadoni." Anyway.
My Jabroni.
Joey Spaghetti. I never heard that one either.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
Joey Spaboni.
Hey,
Ha.
I'm not talking
Haven't
to
heard
you.
that
So anyway.
It's worth consideration.
Everything is.
You talking to me?
So, no, my what are you doing was a real quickie for Amazon.
Oh.
Listen, I get it. You got this massive company, right? And now our expectation in 2022 is that we order something and it shows up at our doorstep 7 minutes later. Like a white van's just going to pull up and be like, "Poof, here's your iPhone." I know. We're ridiculous that way. But, man, you can't tell me something's going to show up this day and then just email me that morning and you're like, "Nah, just kidding. It's coming tomorrow." Like, you killed the fantasy draft for an 8-year-old. Just want to say, you killed it. You darn killed the stupid thing.
This is I mean,
no, we still do in-person draft for the kids. So you got to get the stickers. He's 8. He wants the stickers. He wants
Mark,
to put
he's 8.
Yeah.
If he's 8.
Right.
In a fantasy football draft.
Right.
That sounds like a you problem. And I'm not saying that I'm dad of the year, but this feels like a child protective services issue more than an Amazon issue.
It's his 15-year-old Big Brother's league, and he wants to be like Big Brother, so he gets a slot.
Here's an idea. Order the stickers to where there's a buffer, so it's not a make or break the blue van determines the fate of an 8-year-old's happiness.
You're not turning this around on me because it was both an online draft, and at the last minute, he's like, yeah, but Dad, I'd still like the stickers. And I said, you know what? It's 2022. We can do that. Let's go to Amazon. Look, there's a sticker board. I'm a Prime member, and this sucker is showing up Sunday morning, and the draft is Sunday night, and Sunday morning, Amazon's like, so how about tomorrow? I said, how about no? That'll be a refund.
Make your own stickers. Yeah. I mean, it's an art project.
Your own.
Get out the cricket machine.
I mean, we want to talk about
Can you imagine if I actually did
problems. Can we, seriously, McCaffrey, M small c, capital C, boom, sticker 1, done.
I kid you not. If you asked Jade Spadoni to do that for you, she would do it. She just got a new machine to make stickers. That's all she's been doing.
So next August, remind me. I'm going to put it in my calendar notifications right now.
We want Willard and Dibs stickers, too. We'll make them.
Let's go. I'm going to stick them on everybody's cars on my way just walking through town. They'll love it.
Yeah.
They're like, why is there a sticker on my...
Well, some Will and Dibby ones, too.
Will and Dibby, please. Thank you. Those will be the alternate, right? The City Connect stickers.
Totally.
Right, all right. Okay, let's go back to the phones. Yeah, Trey Lance not a rookie. He's not a rookie, and we're not doing that this year. Okay? If he has a bad game, yes, we can enter into the conversation that he's inexperienced. He should get better as we go. We're not he's a rookie, so this is just a punt year.
This is not baseball where you need to have at least like 47 at-bats in a season to lose your rookie status, right?
It's not a rookie.
No. Is James Wiseman next year a rookie because he only played 30 or so games? No, you're a rookie in your first year, and then you're not a rookie anymore, especially when you threw the first touchdown pass of the season last year. Do we forget that?
No.
He threw a TD pass before Jimmy Garoppolo did.
By the way, when Jimmy Garoppolo arrived in San Francisco, remember the 5-game win streak? Remember when Jimmy arrived?
Yeah.
How many NFL games had he started?
2, I believe.
That's an interesting number, isn't it? Joe in Redwood City. Hey, Joe, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I'm working. Just take a little break, listening to you, the best sports guys in town, and wanted to throw my 2 cents worth in here. It strikes me. It's so funny that everybody thinks that Shanahan is going to want Trey to come in and be Mahomes or be Tom Brady and throw for 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns. That's not Shanahan football. First and foremost, we are a running team. Like when we run 30 or more times, I forget the stat, but it's like, there's only 2 losses during his time. And when it's 40 or more times, he's undefeated. So he's going to ask Trey to be like Jimmy and be a caretaker and throw some high percentage passes. We're going to run most of the time. We're going to let our defense shut games out, control the game with our running game, and then just ask Trey to be the same kind of a caretaker that Jimmy was, and then, that's it in a nutshell.
Yeah,
he's not going to be called upon to be the savior, right?
Ball control Joe, and ball security, Joe. Thank you.
I do think you make a lot of very good points, fair points, but let me add something here.
Add it.
We love to define Kyle Shanahan in ways that aren't true. Oh, he's a running coach. Well, except for Matt Ryan won the MVP with Kyle Shanahan as the offensive coordinator.
But that wasn't his team, and that really wasn't his personnel.
Well,
this is.
No, but it was his offense, and that was his quarterback, and those were his plays that were being run, and he had Julio Jones and Matt Ryan. Kyle Shanahan, like many NFL coaches and other sports too, he's many things, depending on what his personnel is. We're going to see exactly who Trey is. I think that will evolve even throughout just this year. I think if we get to week 14, you're going to see them try some things that they won't try in week 1 or week 2. But we did this last year with Kyle. Remember when there was all the Jimmy and drafting and the Kirk Cousins comments? Like, this is the kind of quarterback that Kyle Shanahan likes. He likes a game manager who hands the ball off. And they said it to him right there in a press conference, and he's like, I want Mahomes. I want Allen. I want one of those guys. I don't have one of those guys. But if I had one of those guys, sometimes I feel like we talk about Kyle Shanahan as if Josh Allen were on the team, we'd still hand off all the time. No, you wouldn't.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
You have a guy now that you've invested 3 first-round picks to go ahead and draft, and now you have a quarterback. He's not a rookie. You've turned over the keys to him. We'll see how different the offense is. Last year, they ran the 21 personnel. I like to talk about this a lot. 2 running backs and a tight end, 30% of the time, the most in the National Football League by a long shot. How much of that do they continue to run? I think they're going to continue to run a lot of that. Now, that doesn't mean that you only run the ball when you go to 2 running backs and 1 tight end. I think last year they ran it 55% of the time when they were in 21 personnel, which is to say you still threw it 45% of the time out of that formation. The one thing that Kyle Shanahan really loves, and this is all coaches, he loves it when the team does not turn the ball over.
Yes.
Last year, when they had 1 or fewer turnovers, they did that 12 times. They were 10-2 in those games. So I do believe that Kyle Shanahan's going to continue to be conservative. You've got an elite defense, maybe the best defense in football, and you know that when you don't turn it over, you win games.
Yep.
So I think that based on, yes, Atlanta was a different story. You didn't have a great defense. Tom Brady gashed you in the second half. That's why you lost the Super Bowl up 28-3. This team is different. You've got the best fullback in football. You've got the best blocking tight end ever. You've got the best left tackle in football, and you've got a great run-heavy scheme. I think that this team is going to look a lot like last year offensively.
I agree with you. What I'm saying is we can't hang that around Shanahan for every year. Kyle is what his personnel calls for him to be. That's what a good coach does.
Yeah.
A good coach can't come in and just be like, this is the way we do it, unless you're drafting personnel directly for that. There is a chicken or the egg thing there. But if you've got elite players, if you've got a better receiving core, and now they do, you're going to throw the ball more. And so I agree with you, but I do think by the end of the year, it looks different than it did at the beginning of the year. Will in Marin is next up with Willie and Dibby. Hi, Will. What's going on, and what are you doing?
I'm just chilling, guys, talking to you great people. Thanks for taking my call. I just had a question, and I'm not trying to stir up any feathers or anything. So when Jose Abreu came into the MLB, and he had already been playing pro ball other places, why do they consider him a rookie? Or like Ohtani? Like, I understand, like, he didn't bring Rookie of the Year. He won MVP instead, but why do they do it that way? Like, they're considered rookies. Why isn't Trey Lance being considered a rookie? I mean, yeah, he threw a touchdown pass, but I guess you could call him inexperienced, but isn't an inexperienced player a rookie? I mean, that's just kind of how I see it. And don't worry, Dibs, I will take all of your beautiful insight while you're on the air.
Thank you, Will.
That's
and
very well
you
played.
are a guy, though, I would call it home because you're a great caller, great listener, and I appreciate you. Baseball, this has always rankled me. Ichiro Suzuki won the Rookie of the Year. He already had 1,000 hits in Japan. He was not a rookie. He came over here a polished product. He was seasoned. He was, 25 years old?
It was a different league, though.
But that's stupid. He's not a rookie. And the other thing about baseball is you come up in September and you get 41 at-bats, but you didn't get enough to qualify.
Right,
so now you come back next year, and now you're a rookie. Baseball is screwed up in terms of rookie.
Now we're just getting into the definition of the word, though. And it doesn't really matter to me, but these leagues look at you're a rookie the first time you come to the league. And Trey has been in the league. He didn't just throw 1 touchdown. He started 2 games, and he played in a 3rd game, and he practiced every day. Okay? Like, I mean, he's been there. He's in the league.
Done that.
Right. So, Ichiro, Ohtani, look, you can say it however you want it. The definition of a rookie is someone who is in the league for the first time that year. Like, if playing the sport previously means you're not a rookie, well, then every player who played in college isn't a rookie.
Professionally.
They played.
You played as a professional. And
Alabama's not professional football. You kidding me?
It's not.
Yes, it is. People are getting paid, and they're playing high-level ball.
Well, I mean, say they're getting paid. You're Jimbo Fisher right now.
They
You're doing
are.
Jimbo Fisher.
Man, it's true.
But it's college football. It's not the same. When Alabama goes up against San Jose State.
But neither is playing in Japan or Korea. It's not the same. It's good, but it's not the same.
You're a professional baseball player. Ichiro was one of the great Japanese players in history, and then he comes over and, oh, yeah, you're a rookie. Whatever, I'm not buying it. Yeah, it was his first time playing in the bigs. Over here, I get that, but to me, that's one where you could have given Rookie of the Year to somebody who is actually a rookie.
Yeah, that's fine.
But that's baseball doing baseball
Whatever.
things.
I mean, the larger point is that I don't think we should expect, while we should expect bumps and bruises, yes, he's a first-year starter. He's not going to come out perfect. By the way, even the veterans aren't perfect. It just feels to me almost like people are building toward a built-in excuse. Like, this is not somebody who just showed up yesterday. He has been crash coursing, and from everything that we hear, grinding hard in the offseason. He has been crash coursed since last April. That's a long time. You should be able to learn a lot. You should be able to achieve a lot. He has also been able to dip his toe in the water and play in actual games. So, no, not a rookie.
Right.
And therefore, what does that mean? It means, I think, as a 49er fan, you can have a completely healthy expectation that this season ends in the playoffs.
Yes, and it's because, for me, of what's around him. And last year, I was saying, and I believe this, I said this before you joined, I might have said it after you came a part of the station, but Jimmy Garoppolo was probably your fifth most important player on offense, and that's okay. And that's partly why you were able to succeed, because George Kittle and Trent Williams and your center, Alex Mack, these were players, in my opinion, Deebo Samuel, who were more important than Jimmy Garoppolo. And this offense is built to where Trey Lance doesn't have to be your most important player. You still have Kittle and Deebo. You mentioned Trent Williams. You've got Kyle Juszczyk, Brandon Ayuk. You've got enough pieces around you on offense to where Trey Lance doesn't have to carry this thing.
It would be wild if they don't end up in the playoffs. Like,
barring injury, absolutely.
Run that through your head. What does that look like? What do you got, 7 teams now that go to the playoffs?
7 of 16.
Give me the 7 teams that are finishing in front of the 49ers and explain to me how the hell it happened. And don't give me Trey got hurt.
Well,
give me something else.
Trey makes a lot more mistakes than we think that he'll make.
Then that's a problem.
If he has a negative touchdown to interception ratio, or he has a fumble problem, and you lose games because of it, like you're saying, that's a problem.
If you're telling me that Trey Lance, as a second-year player, I give you Cowboys, Eagles, Packers, Bucks, Rams, and Cardinals, there's still another spot.
But Vikings?
Oh.
No, it's a fact.
Right. That's who finished ahead of you? That didn't go well then.
Panthers? Panthers are better. You sleep on the Panthers at your own risk, at your own peril.
I'm not sleeping, but I'm like,
you're not
zoned out.
Yeah. You're not enough.
Fine.
But Detroit, everyone's high on Detroit.
Well, we should talk about that. Dan Campbell.
Man.
Boy.
It's Hard Knocks. Put you on Hard Knocks and watch everyone fall in love.
All of a sudden, remember this time last year, Dan Campbell was the butt of everyone's joke because he wanted, were we biting kneecaps or something? What was that whole deal? We were biting kneecaps. And it was like,
we're gonna bite a kneecap off?
Yeah, it was just the weirdest press conference for
sure.
We're going
to take your other kneecap?
Oh, it's like, stop taking my body parts. I just want to watch the game. What
Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, what are you doing? It was super weird. And then they went out and they were Lions, which is like, well, yeah, that's what the Lions do. We'll talk to you on Thanksgiving Day.
I ate his kneecap.
Right.
Like a nice Chianti.
Could you just score 20 points on Thanksgiving one time? So all of a sudden this year, you got Hard Knocks. Okay, you got Amon-Ra St. Brown, who people like, and you got T.J. Hawkinson and DeAndre Swift, and then we get to see all the characters on HBO. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, they're going to be amazing. They're going to surprise everybody. Well, first of all, if you're telling me that they're going to surprise you, then it's not a surprise. But second of all, and by the way,
have a surprise party for you this Thursday. Act surprised.
I'm not necessarily, they will be better, because how could they not be? But I don't know, this crowning of the Lions as some sort of competitor because they're on a TV show, been a little overstated, no?
No, it has.
A little bit.
But that's what we do. And if you look at, to your point about the NFC, teams that could rise above the 49ers, how about teams that have little to no shot of being in the playoffs?
Okay.
Atlanta's win total, their over-under is 4.5. So unless they go 6 wins over the expected, because 10-7 is probably the lowest win total to get that number 7 seed. I don't think 9-8 gets it done in the NFC. So teams that have no shot for the sake of this conversation.
Okay.
And I'll go in alphabetical order.
Okay, go ahead.
Atlanta, win total of 4.5. And I'll give you Carolina and Chicago. Their win totals are both at 6.5.
Chicago's not going to the playoffs.
Detroit, win total of 6.5.
They'll be fun. They'll be interesting. They might be good for your fantasy team. They're not going to the playoffs.
That's 4 teams already in the NFC.
And you haven't even gotten to the East yet.
No, the New York Giants, their win
Out.
total is 7.5.
Commanders, out.
5, well, we're doing it alphabetically. So Seattle,
out.
That's 6 teams. Commanders,
out.
So that's 7 teams that we are saying are out. That leaves 9. And
for 7 spots.
Correct. And included in that 9, somebody's got to win the East. So Dallas or Philly. So the Dallas-Philly loser, the Green Bay, Minnesota loser, and then the Arizona 49ers Rams loser. Of those 3 divisions, 3 are guaranteed, and of the 3 who don't make it, 2 of them are getting in.
At least.
Right.
Yeah. So
it really comes down to Minnesota, Arizona, Philadelphia, the Niners. 3 of those teams are going to get in.
I think right now the fan base is fine on excitement, but in some ways they're short on expectation. That needs to be there as well, and I promise you it's there in the building. I promise you that. They absolutely think they can win it. And don't give me, every team thinks, no, they don't. No, they don't. A coaching staff knows when they're not going to win. They absolutely know. I mean, I told you that story a couple of weeks ago. I think it was Denny Green who was setting up a weekly interview with a radio producer, and they're like, okay, what day? And he goes, hey, Coach, how about Monday? Monday would be great right after games. And he goes, we're not doing Monday because I'm going to lose a lot of games this year, and I'm going to be all ticked off. So we're not doing it on Monday. They know. They know if they've got the roster, and the 49ers have the roster. So it doesn't mean they're going to win the whole thing, and it doesn't mean we should hang that expectation on them. But playoffs in the NFC, this should be a bunny. Should be
Playoffs?
An absolute bunny, provided health at key spots.
Right.
And that's an if. I'll give you that. That's always an if in the NFL.
And the key spots on offense would be Trent Williams.
Quarterback, left tackle.
Yeah, and I even think that...
Tight end to a degree.
To a degree, but I think you could get by if George Kittle sustains another injury. And, George Kittle's had a hard time playing all 17, but I feel like with Charlie Warner, you don't miss a lot in the run game. It hurts you in the passing game, but... Again, Kyle Shanahan and the laminated play sheet, if you lose your tight end, you can scheme it up around him to still be successful in the passing game.
What kind of a fantasy player will Trey Lance be? Are you buying Detroit Lions as fantasy players? Are you doing your draft this weekend? Will Jimmy be in Seattle, and what is that going to look like? Could he be the starting quarterback on September 18th when the Niners have their home opener? And I don't mean for the 49ers, I mean for the other team. All of these questions with our good buddy Adam Rank of NFL Network coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
This week at Big O Tires, get up to $140 in rebate savings on select Michelin and BF Goodrich tires and up to $80 on select Uniroyal tires. Visit your participating Big O Tires for details. Ends September 18th. Great deals on great brands. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
A bad team facing a good team is never completely out of it.
Nick Costos, co-host of You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on the BetQL network.
There's 162 games in the season. The best teams are going to lose 60-plus times, and the worst teams are going to win 60-plus times. Each night is its own individual entity. That's what makes betting on the baseball regular season so much fun.
All the insight you need to bet smarter is at BetQL.com. And listen to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley, streaming weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on Odyssey.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us to travel benefits to Scam Shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art, dance, music, food, fur babies. Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Now batting, Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with incredibly fast and powerful supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers all the bases, and then some. And strike out billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you safe at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
we'd forget, did you? You didn't think we'd forget? The football season does not start until we find our remedy, and the remedy on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game is none other than NFL Network's own, the great Adam Rank, who now joins us live. Hello, good sir.
What's up, brother? How are you?
We're good now. Now we're good. It's all good now. I've had 2 fantasy drafts under the belt. We're ready to go. I won them both, by the way.
Absolutely. You walked out of there strong.
Yeah. Well, by the way, we're sitting here, debating Trey Lance because that's what we do every single day in this town. What kind of fantasy player do you think he's going to be this year?
You know, he is one of these guys that I feel like can be an absolute breakout because, number one, the Kyle Shanahan running scheme is always going to lend itself to the running game. And, of course, Trey Lance brings that extra element. And I really do think, this 49ers offense is going to be good. Now, I understand that when I'm sitting here talking to the Bay Area, you and your sick Giants ringer tee that you got working right now, I understand that I am preaching to the choir, and I need to face the congregation with everybody who is out there who doesn't understand, like, hey, do we not remember that the 49ers were like 12 minutes away from being in the Super Bowl? Like, pretty good team. Like, Trey Lance is coming in to a pretty good team. And I think that if you look at what happened last season with Jalen Hurts and the way that they tailored the offense to him, at first they're like, yeah, let's throw the ball a little bit. And they're like, okay, that's not a great idea. Let's run the ball. I think that Kyle Shanahan knows what he's doing, and he's going to go out there. They're going to pound the rock. They're going to find ways to get it done. And in those leagues where you get a lot of extra points for running quarterbacks, Trey Lance is going to be amazing.
Is it a cautionary tale, though, the way Kyle Shanahan uses running backs with the committee, Elijah Mitchell leading with 963 yards last year? Would you stay away from Niner running backs knowing that it's going to be a little bit of a rotation back there?
Well, I think the cost is caked in. Like, you already know what you're getting. Like, when you go to Del Taco, I'm not expecting a gourmet meal. Like, I understand I'm spending $5. I'm going to get some decent food, and that's it. And it's fine. And it's very nice.
2 green burritos for me, by the way, every time. The green burritos and a side of fries.
Oh, absolutely. By the way, underrated fries. I know that George Kittle and I went back and forth on this. But when you get a nice batch of Del Taco crinkle cuts,
yes.
Take them over In and Out. Put that on a graphic. Tweet it out.
Wait a minute. Can you expand on this for the audience, please, and let everybody know what happened between you and George Kittle and fries?
Do you know the story?
I know the story, but tell the story.
Yeah, I don't know the story.
Oh, great. So what happened it was like, choose one style of fries to lose forever. One of those things that you see on the internet. And you got 4 choices. And for me, if I remember this correctly, is that it was curly fries. I'm like, curly fries are garbage. The best curly fry, and they covered this in How I Met Your Mother, like the accidental curly is good, but whenever you order curly fries, it's garbage. So I said that was my answer. And George Kittle, just unprovoked, pulls up the 3 and 13 screenshot and goes, Rank, you're as wrong here as you were there, which was the ultimate, like, crackback, never saw it coming, woke up on the sideline not knowing what stadium I'm in type of move right
You there. Got pancaked. Yeah, you did.
Yeah. That's what happened.
Well, you're right. By the way, Rank, you're right. You're totally the seasoned curly fry. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Too much curly, not enough fry, which is why the Del Taco crinkle cut for me. And to be able to get a burrito and fries in the same drive-through experience, to me, is tough to beat.
So that's why we're stacking Elijah Mitchell with Trey Lance.
Okay.
In a roll.
No, I like it.
That's the way you play that. Also, and Adam Rank, NFL.com, NFL Network with us. We were also just talking a minute ago about Dan Campbell and how, you get on HBO and you get on Hard Knocks and all of a sudden everyone's like, wow, they're going to be great this year. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? This is a TV show, but are you buying Lions in fantasy? Because I kind of do feel like that might be a little bit of an underrated thing.
Amon-Ra St. Brown will probably get a lot of targets. So I really like him. I know that people are like, he's their Cooper Kupp. You're like, Sean McVay is not their head coach. They don't even have a Rams disciple on that staff, not to my knowledge. Maybe I'm wrong. But in any event, no. Like, Amon-Ra St. Brown, I'm in. DeAndre Swift, I'm in. Like, this team is not going to be very good, and they're going to be in a lot of games where they have to throw to try to keep up with other teams. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity fantasy-wise. But I think Hard Knocks is a perfect vehicle for the Lions. Like, we have needs for franchises like this who are never going to be good, but at least you're entertaining. And at least you make people believe. It's like when you're watching WWE and they put out this video package of Chad Gable, and you're like, you watch it and the production's so good, you're like, oh my God, Chad Gable's going to beat Roman Reigns, and then it's a squash match. Reigns wins in half a minute, and you're like, oh, but I was invested. I thought, I bought in, and that's what we're doing with the Lions right now.
Which quarterback is of the same ilk where you're either going to overdraft him or overinvest in him? And on the other side, who's the sleeper QB? I got a draft coming up this Sunday.
I know.
And so, who's my sleeper QB that I can get in the 8th or 9th round with quality value?
Man, you know what? There's really I think, you know what? This is going to be controversial, and this is only for the price.
This is why we have you on for your controversial takes, Adam.
Rankoversial.
But if James Cook is the player that I think he's going to be, I think that hurts Josh Allen's value a little bit, in that Josh Allen can't be the team's leading rusher again. Like, it's fun and it's great for fantasy enthusiasts, but I can't do that. Like, I can't pay up for it. I had the number 101 pick in a super flex, which means you're drafting 2 quarterbacks, and quarterbacks go in the first round in that instance. And I'm like, I'm taking Herbert. Like, I'm not even messing around with that. Like, Josh Allen will be good. He'll be a solid player, but he's not going to give you the dividends on the price. While you can wait on guys. Trey Lance is a great example of this. Jalen Hurts, great example of this. People kind of anticipate him being one of the top quarterbacks. You're not really getting a value. But some of the guys who I really like, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, but Kirk Cousins was solid last year as a fantasy option. Not a lot of interceptions, 30-plus touchdowns. Now you're bringing in Kevin O'Connell and that offense. And by the way, Justin Jefferson, tell me you guys will enjoy this. Because Justin Jefferson was like, oh, now I see why Cooper Kupp was so open. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. I'm like, wait, did he just shade Cooper Kupp? Because the inference there is like, we don't think that Cooper Kupp's good. Why is this guy always open? Oh, it's the offense. I don't know. You guys can run with that. I don't know if he was trying to be dismissive of Cooper Kupp, but I'm just saying he went out there and said it. So I actually like this Vikings offense and Kirk Cousins, of all people.
Adam Rank, NFL Network. Kyle Shanahan, once upon a time, liked him too. All right, before every year starts, I give you this opportunity. Last year it didn't go nearly as well, but I always tell the story. You were the one, Adam. You were the one who unearthed James Robinson. You won leagues for me 2 years ago. You're like, take this guy. Nobody knows a thing about him. Nobody had even heard or thought of him. I'm grabbing James Robinson in the 16th round of all my drafts, and I'm laughing at people by the time we got to week 4. This year's James Robinson is?
Well, if we were doing this a month ago, Dameon Pierce was a guy that we love, but like his ADP is soaring into the single-digit rounds. It's not a really equitable thing. I think that, even Romeo Dobbs, who played at nearby, I don't know, is Reno near you guys? I don't think so.
Yeah.
But anyway,
near enough.
Another one. He's been going crazy, and everybody loves him. So when you're looking at the deep picks, and Brian Robinson Jr. is another guy that's just like, oh, everybody's coming out of the woodwork, and everybody's looking for him. But why don't we take a look? And I really like Nico Collins this year. And I think that Nico Collins can be a player in that Texans offense. And again, we're looking at a team that's probably going to be in a scoring deficit a lot. They're going to have to throw the football. We love Brandon Cooks, but I love Nico Collins. And I think that one of the philosophies that you want to have is looking at rookie running backs and second-year wide receivers. And Nico's the second-year wide receiver that everybody seems to overlook. And I think, too, this is a crazy one. And it's another wide receiver who might end up getting a huge opportunity because of the injuries with his team. But Jalen Tolbert might end up being a guy, too, that you focus in on at some point. And you're like, all right, I think this guy can carry us. And so those are two guys that I'm definitely targeting, especially towards the end of the draft.
Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver for the Cowboys.
Nico
Okay, love
Collins, there you go.
Yep, okay. Adam Rankin, by the way, big-time Angels fan. Before you go, just wanted to let you weigh in on not only the fact that the Angels will now be for sale. What I wanted to know is, will you join us with San Francisco Giants fandom when Shohei Ohtani gets here?
100%.
Okay, that's it. That's all.
That's we've already. I know it's a terrible conversation that we have, but we were my friends and I, because I think San Diego's out of the mix after all the moves that they made, and we're like, what is the least offensive? We're like, not Seattle, definitely not the Dodgers. I'm like, Shohei, San Francisco, that's fine.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Adam, thank you, sir. Appreciate you as always.
Oh, my pleasure. Play my song on the way out, and let's do this again real soon.
Yeah, there it is. There's your song.
Yeah, very demanding. Play me off.
No, I mean, listen, the guy's got rules.
High May.
Yeah, the guy's got rules. We abide by them. He is Adam Rank, NFL.com, and NFL Network.
A little needy, but I don't mind it.
That's okay. That's okay. You allow
LA.
that.
It's an LA thing.
Yeah, well, you allow that for the people you love.
Yeah,
no
doubt.
Don't you give a little room?
I'd love him more if he, actually greeted me with some salutations.
Why do you get so? I've known him for a long. There are people. Roxy Bernstein comes. Dibs, how you doing? I'm not over here going, hey. Like, come on.
I'm not over here going, hey.
Yeah, you are. Your arms go up in the air. You're
Iguodala.
turning around looking at the guys like, what's going on?
It's a little disrespectful.
He's my buddy.
This is my station.
No.
You come to my house.
Your station.
This has been my station since August 1st, 2011.
Yes, it has.
Other than the 51 weeks where they asked me to go away.
Same day that Brandon Belt arrived.
Is that what it was?
And you've been a good radio host.
I haven't been great. Look at you setting up your own humor. He's down for the count. Oh my God, your face is so red. You're so proud of yourself.
That was one of those when you pause and I'm like, do you go for it?
You
let's
win.
go for it.
You nailed it.
It's kind of like Gabe Kapler in the approach.
That was like Brandon Belt. You nailed it, but it got caught in the sixth archway.
Oh, too bad.
It's a home run in any other radio station.
And now I'm out for the next 3 weeks.
Exactly.
So
he's on the IL.
Enjoy the show without me.
But caught. Thank you.
Oh, gosh. All right. It's all brought to you by Innova International. We didn't do, and this is a good thing, not only did we not do this with Adam, we haven't done it at all today pretty much. We've been comparing Trey to some numbers from Jimmy, but not a lot of Jimmy today. And I think that's a good thing. We could all deal with a little bit less Jimmy right now. But what about this?
But what about Jimmy?
No. Not about where's it trade and kind of
Seattle.
Okay. How are we feeling about September 18th? If the 49ers home opener, Seattle comes in and Jimmy's starting.
I don't do this often because I don't believe in it, but I'm going to allow myself just this one time to say it. That's a must-win. It's a must-win game.
Wow.
That is
gotta have it.
It's an emotional must-win game.
Aren't they all, though? Like, do you ever go...
Football's the one where it's like, okay, this is a must-win.
There's no 49... This is why the NFL works so well. Do you ever sit down on a Sunday and you're like, well, I mean,
That's the NFL,
we play again next week. I mean,
but there are some games you go into... Like, we could look at the schedule, and there are some spots, schedule-wise, where you're coming in off a short week... And, okay, this one might be one that you don't get. The Niners probably won't go 17-0. No team has ever run through. That would be 20-0.
Such a negative Nelly.
If they go 17-0, you get a bye. You win 3 playoff games. You go 20-0. That's never happened. So you understand that some games you're going to lose, but that is the difference in football. You don't ever go in thinking, like you're saying, especially if you have a good team, like the Niners are, you don't ever go into a game thinking, you're probably not going to get this one.
Yeah, and it's okay if we don't. You know what I mean? Like, sure, if you're a Lions fan, maybe you do go in. You're just like, can we get a couple of wins? But if you're a team that has aspirations for the end of the year, there's no game where you sit down and you're like, it doesn't really matter if we get this
However, if you look at the 17 games on the schedule going into this upcoming year, Seattle, week 2, home opener, it's a big game because it's Seattle. However, if number 10 is quarterbacking the Seattle Seahawks, that game goes from maybe the 7th or 8th most important. That might become the most important game in the regular season to me.
Well, I mean, let's even just look at week 2 of the NFL schedule. Does that become the absolute featured game? The Thursday night game, by the way, is...
Can they flex in week 2?
I mean, I don't think so.
You're right.
Sunday night game is the Bears and Packers. The Thursday night game that week is the Chargers and the Chiefs, which that'll be fantastic. That's a huge fantasy game for a lot of people. Those are good offenses. But if we look up and down the board... on that week, Seattle at the 49ers, just a simple 1 o'clock game. In that window, you've also got Falcons at Rams, whatever.
Yeah, yawn.
Bengals at Cowboys. Okay.
Dallas is always,
Right. Houston at Denver. And then Cardinals at Raiders. That's the afternoon window.
That becomes the biggest game in the afternoon window.
And for sure it does. And potentially even the most talked about game of the entire weekend. Like the Patriots are at the Steelers, Colts, Jags, Dolphins, Baltimore. Okay, that's fine. Tampa Bay is going to be in New Orleans. Washington at Detroit when Dan Campbell will go 2-0 on his upstart Lions.
Jeez.
Jets at Cleveland.
Wow.
So it would become a game where there's a standalone discussion nationally. For sure.
Right. The second straight week that Seattle gets that because they open up with Denver and the Russell Wilson revenge game.
Yeah.
If you look, though, at the Niners schedule right now with Jimmy G, who knows where he's going to be. The Seattle games this year are as low octane as they've been maybe in the past 10 years. And you look at the Niners schedule right now, the games, like the least interesting, least watchable games, and we're going to watch them all, at Carolina, at Atlanta, hosting Washington on Christmas Eve.
Right.
These are games that don't have that much intrigue. Even at Chicago, if it wasn't the opener, I mean, that game would not have the same sort of level of interest as, for example, Kansas City at home. That feels like a really big game. Both Rams games feel really big. You've got Tampa Bay at home December 11th. That feels like a really big game.
Big.
At Vegas on New Year's Day, that feels like a really big game. But these Seattle games, like the week 2 game, if Jimmy G's a Seahawk, that game maybe goes to the top of the list.
Okay, so just if you didn't kind of hear the thought yesterday, and I'll give you something else that happened last night as to why we're sort of talking about this. You had Matt Mayoko with the report that within the 49er walls, they believe he's going to end up in Seattle, which makes it sound like they're done trying to trade him, like they're just going to go up to the buzzer and cut him, keep him from Seattle as long as possible for competitive reasons. And then there's this, which is that Pete Carroll was pressed on his quarterback position yesterday. This is a man in his 70s. And we're all sitting here acting like he's going not only into a rebuild, he's going into a rebuild and he doesn't even really care how it goes. That's what it feels like because there's almost no effort in Seattle right now to figure out the quarterback position. There should be a tanking review going on by the league if this is all true. He was asked about Drew Lock and Geno Smith yesterday, and he uttered the famous line that many coaches before him have, and they've been made fun of every time. We've got 2 number 1 QBs.
If you have 2, you have none.
You got none. You got none. And he knows that. He's been around the block a billion times. He knows that. We know that. Drew Lock got COVID. Geno looks good. Lock's going to be the next big thing. You just wait. But Seattle just, like their energy is that they're just kind of walking through the park. This is Sunday stroll, which is not what it would be if that's what they were actually doing. And so that's why I think those 2 things, the Mayoko report combined with the fact that Seattle seems to know something that we don't know, which is we're having a QB battle that's irrelevant.
Right, for the number 2 spot.
Because neither one of them are going to win this battle. We already know who our QB1 is. It's just a matter of when we can get our hands on him and how quickly we can get him up to speed.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk about Pete Carroll and tanking because he is an older coach, but he's signed through 2025. So he's got 4 more years, which means he has 3 more years before they would have to decide if he wants to enter into his lame duck year. He'll be 74 when that contract is up. Now, does Pete Carroll want to coach all the way through that? Seems like he does. He's still in good shape.
Still chewing gum.
Hasn't had the health scares that other older men in a stressful business sometimes face. So if you are Pete Carroll, you think about, you never want to give up a year no matter what, but you bring in Jimmy G for a year, and if it doesn't work out, you get a high draft pick next year, and then maybe you get the quarterback of the future then, or you bring in Jimmy Garoppolo, and it does work out, and now maybe you sign him for 2 or 3 more years on top of that, and let the next guy worry about the quarterback of the future.
One of 2 things is true. Either Jimmy Garoppolo's the starting quarterback for the Seahawks this year, or I'm going to accuse the Seahawks of tanking. My gosh. What are you guys...
You think with Geno and Locke, that's not...
What are you doing up there? You get rid of Russell Wilson. It was already a bad year last year. You don't have a great roster. And we're sitting here, and we're all to believe that this is what you came up with. Yeah, it was time to move on from Russell Wilson, and I agree. I think you can easily make that case. That had run its course. This was your plan? This is what you came up with. Come on. You're trying to lose. You're trying to lose, or you're getting Jimmy.
See, I don't think that they're trying to lose. I think you're absolutely right. And Pete Carroll being 70, and you gave DK Metcalf a boatload of money.
Yep.
So do you sign your franchise wide receiver to a big money contract for 3 or 4 years and then tank? That makes no sense. If you were going to tank, you trade DK Metcalf in the offseason for picks, and then you load up for, you would have gotten draft picks for next year, an additional first round. Then you tank this year, you get your first round pick, you get another team's first round pick. Now you're really ready to load up for next season. That's how you don't tank by signing DK Metcalf.
And does DK even want to stay if Geno Smith and Drew Lock are going to be his quarterback for the next few years? I know some people would be like, does he want Jimmy? But better than Geno Smith or Drew Lock.
Right.
Nico in Sacramento on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Nico, thanks for calling. What are you doing?
I'm actually driving down to Hayward.
Well, beautiful.
Willard.
What's happening?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I love the scenery. But, I was going to touch on Trey Lance, but I do want to touch on this Jimmy thing real quick, Willard. What's wrong with tanking? I understand it makes sense for Jimmy to go to Seattle to play, but why does it make any sense for Seattle to take Jimmy? If you run out Geno Smith or Drew Lock, the amount of quarterbacks that are coming out in next year's draft, you'll have a lot of all of them to pick from, besides you and the Texans, who's going to lose more games. So it just makes no sense to bring in Jimmy and get the 7th overall pick and not get a quarterback and have to probably trade up if you like someone that much, just like the 49ers did. Makes no sense. Just take the quarterback, have another rookie deal, and do the same thing you did with Russell Wilson.
So, Nico, I'm going to mostly agree with you. I get what you're saying. Appreciate the call, and I'll certainly back it up with this. Yes, I think there are teams out there that when things aren't going well, for instance, if you have, like the 49ers did, how'd they get Nick Bosa? They got Nick Bosa because Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL. Once you tear your ACL, if you're the quarterback, you know your season's not going well. Are there execs who would rather see your team lose and get a good draft pick? Yes. Yes, we know this. And they've admitted even further. But to knowingly, outwardly, at the beginning of a season say, yes, it's time to tank, you got to be very careful about that. There are ticket holders who are spending thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. So do you owe it to your fan base on some level to try every year? I think you do. I think you do.
Especially that fan base that has been so rabid and they've been so passionate in the support of the team. And you're coming off a 7-10 year. You weren't among the worst in football. And by the way, just looking at mock drafts for 2023, as we have a look-ahead spot, one mock I looked at has quarterbacks going number 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Wow.
So if you are Seattle and you want to tank, you don't have to be the absolute worst. You have to be among the worst. I just don't think that Pete Carroll and I think John Schneider, the GM, they're both in their last stint up there. I can't see them just punting on a year to sign a guy who may not be ready to be a good player until they're ready to be done.
All right, why did Joe Lacob's name come up yesterday and it's not Warriors related? Plus, Kyle Madsen's roster projection. Guess who's not on it, and guess who else is also not on it? We'll get to that. Coming up next, it's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The White Sox and Orioles continue their series in Baltimore tonight, and BetQL has a 5-star play for you to consider. Baltimore won the first game of this series 5-3, going over the total, and BetQL is on the number again between these teams. Despite the new left field wall making it tougher to score in Camden Yards, the BetQL model still likes runs to be scored tonight. With the total set at 8.5, BetQL's 5-star play of the day is to go over between the White Sox and the Orioles.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 8/27 in store only, limit 30.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Hey guys, the Royal Management Team has gathered you here in Yield Conference Room to announce that thanks to all your hard work, the granary has enjoyed record profits this year. Nice. That said, there still isn't room in the budget for raises, but we will be providing gift cards to Grimwald's Tavern. Really? I'm sorry, I've been informed they are actually coupons, not gift cards.
Throughout history, people have always been underpaid. That's why Monster lets you search jobs by salary. Find your job at monster.com or download the app.
Now, local businesses can get closer to every customer in their city with fast, affordable shipping. Introducing USPS Connect Local. You want speed? We deliver same or next day. You want savings? We give you supplies at a flat rate. You want less legwork? We do free pickups. Move your local business forward with the United States Postal Service. Let's connect at USPSConnect.com/local. Specific markets, restrictions apply. Same day or next day delivery expected, but not guaranteed with entry close to final destination.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with the click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay, Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. 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 Reese's.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So,
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, number 2 pick in the NBA draft, Chet Holmgren. This is with the Oklahoma City Thunder. It has been feared that he has suffered ligament damage in his foot, undergoing further opinions. The number 2 pick in the draft, Chet Holmgren, feared ligament damage. Whenever Shams puts the word feared in your tweet, they're not good.
No, it's not good. And, we can go through the long list of big guys with foot problems, and you can talk about his career already being in jeopardy, and it's not it's not hyperbole.
Well, right, yeah.
Big guy, foot problems, career in jeopardy. And it's a shame because he's such a unique player. He's a unicorn, Mark. And now you got a big guy with foot problems. That's not good. You'd almost rather have a knee issue at that size.
I'm actually going to blame this on Doc Pandia, who usually joins us right now. So because he had to move to tomorrow, the world replaced him with an actual injury. Chet Holmgren has not been cleared to play.
Show guard.
And so we will discuss that coming up tomorrow on Cleared to Play with Doc Pandia. Speaking of breaking news, we also got this about a half hour ago. The 2023 baseball schedule is out for some teams, and the Giants have released their tentative schedule, and there is one very fun little quirk to it. Now, you mentioned this yesterday. Going to the balanced schedule next year, they will play everybody. Everybody plays everybody. So interleague gets expanded, fewer games within your division. We can debate that at a different time. And no, we're not going to go game by game and play win-loss. We're not going to do that today.
I got them at 81 and 81, Mark. I already went through it.
Okay. All right, who's on the team? They got 4 players as of right now. Exactly. So I actually think they're going to go 0-162 until they sign some players. But they open at Yankee Stadium. Isn't that going to be perfect? Aaron Judge's first at bat as a Giant is going to be at Yankee Stadium. Everyone's like, oh, he's not going to leave Yankee Stadium with that short porch. You're right. He's going to hit 2 home runs in that series. It's perfect.
Domo Mike, if you're out there, Captain Save a Giant is back. I mean, dream on. Dream until your dream comes true.
Yeah, I will.
Shout out Aerosmith.
I'm a dreamer.
Yeah.
I'm a dreamer.
No, it's good.
Yep.
And that would be a great sort of Russell Wilson facing the Seahawks kind of story. And I think it's a pipe dream. I think that the Giants, I would put them as maybe the third or fourth favorite to land Aaron Judge. Staying at New York, more likely. Becoming a Dodger, always more likely. And then you can pick another team.
I don't know. Does the Dodgers have any positions left? I mean,
sure.
Where are they going to move?
There's always room.
An all-star at every
DH.
position. Yeah,
Exactly.
Anyway.
I mean, you can always throw them in the mix, but yeah. And it's a weird schedule because they play the Yankees. They have an off day. They play them twice.
Well, that's normal for the opening series. Like a lot of
I hate it.
They move their featured games up one day, and then you play those, and then you get an off day. The weird one is that I guess they get an off day in the middle of the second series
Exactly.
too. That's weird.
They play 4 games in like 7 days.
6 days.
It's like an
or 7
NBA schedule.
Yeah,
You know?
good. Well, boy, that back-to-back against the Yankees over the weekend is going to be really tough. Anyway, while we're on the baseball front, how would A's fans feel about Joe Lacob buying the Angels? Because, by the way, this got written about in the LA Times yesterday. Don't just dismiss it. Joe has openly admitted that he's checked in on baseball teams before. The Angels are one of them. He checked in on them, if you will, when Disney sold them, however many years ago that was, 20 almost, years ago when Artie Moreno bought them. Lacob was interested then. I do believe they got a quote from him yesterday, which was that we'll look at all opportunities, which is just kind of an evergreen thing. But Joe Lacob potentially to own the Angels would really rub A's fans' faces in it, number one. And number two, if you're competing for entertainment dollars with someone who's right across the parking lot from you, would you allow Shohei Ohtani to go to the Giants? Now, look, I know that Shohei can go to the Giants if Shohei wants to go to the Giants.
Exactly.
So there's that. But you wonder, Joe Lacob being a guy who obviously believes in big-name stars, if he's the acquiring owner, if those stars are still anywhere within earshot or within reach of the Angels, you'd think that he would keep them.
Absolutely. And that's where, we talked about this yesterday, and Butcher Boy made a good historical argument about the way this goes when a team is going to be sold. They usually sell off their assets to make it a more ready-made rebuild for the next guy coming in. But if I'm Joe Lacob and I'm looking to buy the Angels, the first thing I do when I talk to Artie Moreno is put me in touch with Shohei's people and Trout's people, because I want to make sure that both are going to be happy to be here. Because if I'm Joe Lacob, I want Ohtani and I want Mike Trout, and then I'll build around those guys. When Joe Lacob bought the Golden State Warriors, they had Steph Curry, and I don't think he went to Chris Cohan and said, make sure you get rid of this guy with the bad ankles. I don't want him around.
Right.
He bought into a team that, he immediately got rid of Monte Ellis controversially, and they brought in Andrew Bogut, and the rest, as we know, is dynastic history. But if you're Joe Lacob, put yourself in Joe Lacob's shoes, you're buying the Angels, you'd want both those guys, wouldn't you?
Yes. Although the better question, I guess, wouldn't be would Joe want Shohei? It's does Shohei want Joe? That would be the better question, because Ohtani can leave if he wants to.
Yes.
Not this year, but next year. And the reports are that he wants out. But what he wants out of is the structure that is current with the Angels. Artie Moreno's been a clown show as an owner. It doesn't get talked about much, but he's been really bad. It's been a very, very bad run for him. And so if Shohei believes that this is an infrastructure problem with the Angels, then he wants out. But if Joe Lacob's going to come in and buy him, and we know what the track record is there, who knows? Maybe he changes his mind. You know that money won't be an object.
Right. And that's where I think you go to Shohei Ohtani's people and you say, we obviously know you're a star. We want you to be our star. I'm not sure if you're familiar with such names as Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, but I was able to do some pretty good things up in Golden State with stars of that magnitude. So, Trout and Ohtani, maybe you guys are my new Splash Brothers down here in Anaheim. Will you stay? I'll make this whole organization be about you and Trout. They can market. And one thing about Joe Lacob, and it's not just Lacob, it's Lacob and Goober, but what did they do immediately when they took ownership. He surrounded himself with experts.
Yep.
You brought in the logo, Jerry West. Okay, logo, advise us. How do we build a winner? You brought in Rick Welts, and you gave Rick Welts the business side. Rick, build our business, make our business side a winner. So I look at what Joe Lacob and Peter Guber did in terms of building the organization. Yeah, you had Steph and Clay and Draymond, fine, but you also put experts into positions to go succeed. So you go to Ohtani and Trout and you go, look, I'm going to make this an organization that wins if you want to be a part of it.
Surround yourself with smart people. They're already smart people. They've been very smart. You look at the results. Yeah, no doubt about it.
And then let them go be smart people.
All right, coming up next, not only those 2 roster omissions with the 49ers that Kyle is predicting that we absolutely need to discuss, but beyond that, you don't just need to be listening for the changeover. You probably should be watching the changeover. If you have any ability right now to get to YouTube or Twitch to watch the changeover, I would suggest that that's probably a pretty good idea. Wait until you see and also hear what's happening today inside the changeover. So that's all coming up next. Pick your battles, too. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health. Redefining possible.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you 2 up to?
We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum?
Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555. 877-560-8555 or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claims.
Start your next summer adventure at Hotel Via, located steps from San Francisco's most exciting pro basketball, baseball, and concert venues. There's no better place to stay to get in on all the action than Hotel Via. Hear the roar of the crowd from the ballpark on our rooftop bar on King Street. Plus, 95.7 The Game listeners receive a 20% discount at hotelviasf.com using promo code CHAMPS. That's hotelviasf.com, promo code CHAMPS. Hotel Via, at the intersection of sports, entertainment, and technology.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So we're going to use humor. But we don't want to insult your intelligence, so nothing too goofy. And we need to avoid any polarizing topics. Oh, and it has to be about how you can save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. You know what? Maybe humor is a bad idea. Yeah, it's never going to work. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward into art class.
A 4-foot replica of the Statue of Liberty using elbow macaroni?
With glue and art supplies from Staples.
By tomorrow.
Right now at Staples, 1-inch binders are only $1.99 each. Plus select backpacks are 50% off. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, this year we're not going back. We're going forward to school. In-store only, ends 8/27, limit 30 on binders.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
In Sunnyvale, highs near 82, mostly sunny.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Listen to Bonte and Shasky each day this week, around 7:30 for your chance to win a $100 gift card to Kirby. Kirby is your driveway mechanic. Brakes, tires, oil changes, and more. Get all the info on our contest page at 957thegame.com.
It's worth consideration.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
It's really not. It's really not. It is not.
Yeah.
No. I was going to say no. Well, good luck with that. Anyway, pick your battles coming up in a second.
Well, good luck with that.
Kyle Madsen reveals two controversial roster cuts. Which are not real. They are predictions. I just want to make sure everyone knows that. But the most controversial thing that's going to happen is going to happen here in about 7 minutes in this room. Don't tell him.
No.
That I asked. Have you seen Goo today?
Don't talk about that.
Have you seen him?
Of course. I do.
Tell me, have you seen him?
Tell me, have you? I do a traditional, usually around 11, I go in there and it's fist bumps ahoy.
Okay.
E-Dog, the producer.
Yep.
Who apparently strained his back today getting out of his vehicle.
That's because he's playing cake donuts.
He's too young for that.
Anyway.
A reluctant fist bump from Steiny usually.
Well, sure, yeah.
And then the Goo.
Mm-hmm.
And usually the Goo and I, it's, some material. Are usually around Sunday's bets, which he's in, I'm out this weekend. But yes, I have seen the Goo.
And how'd you feel about what you saw?
Felt great.
You did?
Warm. Great. Warm and fuzzy. Felt great about it. I'm a huge fan of the Goo.
So am I.
I believe he is the 95.7 The Game MVP. If we had wins over replacement in terms of hosts,
I was going to call him the logo, kind of like Jerry West. I feel like a silhouette, right? Like a silhouette of Goo would be an amazing The Game logo.
It would be.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
If we had a Warha wins over replacement host, Warha. I think skirt. I think he leads the station in Warha.
All right. Yeah. So
lay off.
Just. You'll all hear, and if you're on Twitch and YouTube, get to Twitch and YouTube. That's all I can.
Get here if you can.
That's all I can do. That's all I can
has
suggest.
those drops, by the way. Per capita,
no
as Daryl the Guru drops them.
No doubt.
You
no
can
doubt
reach
about
me
that.
by caravan, cross the desert like an arid man. I don't care how you get here. Just get here if you can.
Perfect.
Alita Adams.
Yeah, I had that. All right. Let's.
Of course you did.
Let's bring in Hot Take Jake right now because I was reading through his Hot Take 49er roster projections. Guy's over here acting like he's Kruger or something. And he's got all these roster projections. And the hot debate, should it be Trey Sermon or Jordan Mason? And Kyle walks into the room just wielding a big stick and goes, neither. You're cutting both of them?
Yeah.
You're cutting both of them.
Yeah.
Jordan Mason, preseason star. Trey Sermon, 1 year removed, third-round draft pick. Gone?
Gone? Yeah, Trey Sermon is not that good of a tackle football player.
Okay.
So that's fine. And Jordan Mason's going to clear waivers. Like, every team has every team has a Jordan Mason. Every team has a player that their fans are like, can't cut that guy. That undrafted guy's got to make the team. And he's not been in another building. Like, he went undrafted for a reason.
Right.
And teams are looking at players that they think can come in and contribute.
Okay.
And
I'm not.
I think so that's why if the Niners had the foresight to know he's not going to clear waivers, okay, then maybe you keep him around. But I would bet a substantial amount of money that he clears waivers.
Okay.
And the thing about this, and I kind of agree with Hot Take Jake on this one, HTJ. When you think about cut down day, each team is going to go from 85 to 53, right? So that's 32 guys cut by 32 teams. That's about 950 guys who get cut. So I know everyone does their due diligence. We all scout and we all look and we have our eyes on everybody. That's a lot of guys to just be scattered into the wind. So unless you're really the creme de la creme of that 950 players who are cut free, most of these guys do shake out and are then collectible on your practice squad.
Okay, so we'll see. So you're predicting that Jordan ends up back on the practice squad. Trey Sermon will get, he'd get a look if you just send him out there.
Look.
Right? He's going to get a look.
Yeah.
So the running backs you're keeping 4 at that position, is that right?
Yeah. Can I run down the list of leading rushers in the preseason this year?
Yes, you can.
Britton Brown, Las Vegas Raiders legend.
I knew that.
DJ Dallas for Seattle. That's a player I think I've heard of.
I actually have heard of him.
Malik Davis, who's on Dallas.
Wait, I'm confused.
Player named Jerome Ford.
He plays at Ford Field.
Detroit. No, he plays for Cleveland.
Ah, damn it.
And then Jordan Mason, who's tied with a player named Antonio Williams. And then Cleveland's John Kelly.
Cleveland John Kelly or John Kelly who plays for Cleveland?
Cleveland's John Kelly.
Okay.
Austin Walter plays for the Raiders now. Rico Dowdle. These are the names. These are the names that are among the Russian.
Right.
So when you're talking about a running back,
I get your
having
point.
a good preseason.
Your point is who cares about preseason numbers? And I'm totally with you. My comeback on that is that Jordan Mason. Every single report we get is that they really, really like him, and he looks good not only in preseason games but off preseason games. They like what he can do. I get it. You've got to run people through waivers that maybe you don't want to lose. So maybe that is what happens here. But I think the 49ers would like to have him in the building. I do think that, right?
There's probably Titans fans right now you can't get rid of Julius Chestnut.
I mean, you can't get rid of Joey Chestnut either.
For sure are Titans fans saying that. All right, so you're going Eli Mitchell, Jeff Wilson, TDP, and Hasty.
Yeah, and I feel good about it.
Okay, all right. Then you might be right. You also might be wrong. It's called Pick Your Battles, and if you don't send a green check, you lose. That's the way it works. But what we do know is that losing has been Jabroni's thing this week more than anything else. Here comes Joe Spadoni with this leadoff selection.
Yeah, I actually made the selection a couple hours ago, guys. Didn't post it or anything.
How's that working out for you?
It's not looking great, but these Giants, together we are giant, and together we are resilient.
They are plucky.
Indeed.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, there's Zapucky. Go ahead.
Zapucky, shout out. Not good for Logan Webb. 4 and a third, got knocked out. They're losing 6-0, but I got them on the run line. A lot of time left.
Okay, so
and there is no time in baseball.
So they need 8 runs. Here we go.
Come on.
Joey Spadoni with the Giants on the run line. I believe, Mr. Dibley, that leads to you next.
Coming off a loss, yeah still 2-1, but very much into it. Burned by the soccer. Dinamo Kiev could not score. Benfica scored. I needed both to score. They didn't. So I'm back to basics today, Mark, and my big baseball betting theory is good teams beat bad teams.
That's a good theory.
Yeah, and today I'm going with the Phillies, a good team, looking for a 3rd straight win against the Reds, a bad team. Give me the Phillies on the run line.
Okay, the old good team, bad team trick. I've tried that before. I am going to go to San Diego. Because it makes a wonderful weekend getaway. Mark? It means that I'm going to go to San Diego.
A whale's angina?
Where the Padres are taking on the latest name change in sports, the Cleveland Guardians and the Padres. I don't know if you've noticed, they don't hit the ball anymore. There's no more hitting. So let's take the under. Give me Guardians and Padres under 7.5. And here comes Hot Take Jake with the caboose.
I'm just going to keep fading the Nats because it's been working. So Mariners on the run line at home against the Nats tonight.
Okay, there it is. All right.
Fade the Nats.
You've been warned.
Decked out in Nationals apple blossom, cherry blossom gear right now.
Listen, you've been warned. If you don't send a green check by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, it's a red X. That's the deal.
I like when you make up rules on the fly.
Damn, who doesn't?
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
And we all kind of do.
Yeah, that's right.
As it suits our purpose. And aren't we all glad now that we allowed Spadoni to make a pick that happened before the segment?
I mean, he lobbied for it, and he got burned.
You're going to be sorry once this game's over.
You're going to be sorry.
Speaking of getting burned, here comes a man right now who, if he did not use sunscreen on certain parts of his body, today could be a very, very long day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Steiny and Goo. Steiny, you look like Steiny.
Yeah.
And then Goo, you look like an 80s pop star today. So, my man.
He looks like one of the Jackson brothers.
El DeBarge has
Tito
walked
Jackson,
into the room.
No doubt, dude.
Oh, man, you got
it's too
wow.
Come on.
And to think I got out my car like nothing was, like I was good. He goes, did you lose the boss? Did you lose a bet?
Wow.
That hurt.
That's it. No, you look great.
Well, can I give you the backstory? And I won't go long.
The backstreet.
So the wife and I bonded in Vegas.
Twitch and YouTube.
Things are good at the home front. Vegas, we bonded.
Good.
So I had this since last Christmas, and I hadn't worn it.
Shout out Wham.
So today I'm trying to, throw her a bone. So I just threw it on, thinking these guys would be mature enough, but he just fell out his chair.
Wait a minute.
You can't wear that.
You left home on your way to a sports radio station, and the thought went through your mind, these guys will be mature enough for that.
As soon as I slapped the car key, as soon as I got off the second floor, I said, No, seriously.
And the Higgy comes in, he goes, guys, tell him to go to YouTube and tell him to look.
I didn't do that, did he? Oh, man.
The YouTube numbers.
Come out here and look. I want you to tease it.
Hey, I've been here for almost a year. He has never pulled me out of this studio in the middle of the show. He pulled me out. He goes, you got to get. I thought I was getting fired. You need to come here. You need to come here right now. This cannot wait until after the show. Come right now. Take 2 steps out. It's
incredible.
Boy, you smell good, too. What are you wearing right now? What do you know? Seriously, what are you wearing?
You guys, boy.
Good job, Dibs.
Yeah.
Dibs also playing
How about that, Willard? This is 50.
This is the flex moment of the day. On the Twitch channel.
If you can tell, I'm blushing.
Right, I actually can't. Rhino 707, this was worth the tune-in, LOL.
I'm telling you.
People are loving it.
Yeah.
I mean,
where is your undershirt? Steiny looks hella hot today. I used to rock him like that in the early 2000s.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You can't sell guns without GU. Not even me who said that.
That was you? That's pretty good.
The YouTube numbers are heading toward Warrior playoff numbers right now because of these guns.
Boy.
Wow.
A lot of Second Amendment references with the guns,
You can't spell guns without doing.
that was you.
That was you. He's now
Violated.
He once wore something like this on a plane.
Oh, man. We were going to Vegas, Willard. I had a tank top
Oh, my
on.
God.
You gotta look at armpit hair in the studio. If
No,
you can
I'm pretty
see
good on that
armpit
front,
hair, shouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's also it's a sweater. It's like, I know you're itchy.
Oh, no,
I know. Yeah. Try to pretend like you're not itchy.
No, is that wool? Is that wool?
Yeah, I've been going to the gym, so I felt like I've had some gains, and that's why I threw the thing on. Even though, hey,
Tenderloin Dad says we got an open spot for you in our '80s rock and roll cover band.
Wow, Willard, that was the one that
Chris, hit us with you look like a retired Boys to Men backup.
Oh my God.
Retired though. That hurt.
Oh man.
Well,
anyway, he really
again.
thinks it's important for the Giants to re-sign Radon.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Willard.
I'm with you. Yeah. You are. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, also known as Boys to Men after the show. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Okay, go ahead. What's your Radon
I had
thing?
two things.
I'm having a hard time looking at you.
But first from YouTube, DG says it's his prerogative. Shout out Bobby Brown. So it just doesn't stop.
Oh, man. You guys got some material.
95.7 The Gains from Paul Daco.
Wow.
People have got jokes on the tube.
Yeah, you guys got them too.
Yeah.
Willard, wow.
God, that's good.
Hey,
two things. Well, I'm going to go reverse real quick. I told Steiny as soon as I laid eyes on him after the reaction of the sweater vest, if you're a Warrior fan, would you want Joe Lacob to own the Angels? And I think I wouldn't. He's so great.
Came out of nowhere,
bored.
but I thought interesting.
But he should be the owner of the. There was talk, and I'm like, Joe Lacob is phenomenal at his job right now. Imagine him with the Angels. Would Warrior fans feel like the only child? Then they have a Gaga Goo Goo Dibs, another one. And then they feel some type of way. I wouldn't want him to have another team.
That's an interesting question. I don't think it should matter too much except for one thing. Here's the one thing. If you said to me, is it okay for Joe Lacob to own another sports franchise? I'd be fine. But this one is in Southern California. You're already partnered with Peter Guber, who is a part owner of the Dodgers.
Gotcha.
And I guess my question would be, as a Warrior fan, would be, are you Bay Area or are you LA, right? Because that
set tripping.
That will that to a degree. The comments are too much. That matters a little bit, right? Because you're building stuff within a community.
Talk to me.
And so it's not about the rivalry or any of that stuff. It's just about, like, for instance, he's going to be going up against Stan Kroenke. If I'm a Rams fan, the owner of the Rams is going to want the Angels as well. If I'm a Rams fan, I'm great with that. Like, go ahead, take over the city. Take over this whole area. That's fine. But if you've got sort of like interest in LA, that could, I don't know, emotionally get in the way of some things here.
Did you bring up the Angels because he's got a connection to the Angels?
No, just
he does. I forgot. He does.
Which
he
is
sold peanuts
there. Yes.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No, dead serious. That's what. Like, I didn't make that connection till just now too. So he has.
I'm sorry, I haven't heard a thing you guys have said.
Give us one. Give us another one.
Lionel Castillo on YouTube. You can't walk into the airport with those guns. LOL. Stage name Smooth Goo for Michael Sanchez. Luigi Buscemi. Matching parachute pants? Can't touch this. So people are enjoying this on the YouTube and the Twitch.
If you could have saw Steiny's reaction, that's when I knew I stepped in it. Shout out Jeff Garcia. But the wife was happy, Willard.
I haven't worn a tank top since I played 8th grade at St. Rita's. There's no chance he'd catch me in a tank. We're just jealous.
Well, there's nothing to be jealous about. I'll say this about, I'm all over. I got to save it for you.
No.
Yes. Rodon. I don't care if he doesn't want to be here. You got to close the deal. Make him want to be here. And if you got to overpay Willard, overpay him. He should not do what Gosman did and just assume you can replace that, what he's doing in Toronto. This dude is probably, I know you like Webb, he's your best pitcher. If you're telling the fan base if we can get right back with some moves and we got money, you got to keep him here, man.
I totally agree.
And I get, well, what if he don't like it? Make him like it.
Right. Well, what guys usually like is the highest bidder. That's usually what they like. So I know that we do this a lot, right? Would Aaron Judge leave the short porch, or
I would,
or you're going to look? Well, yeah, but so what about this? Let's and so this is for any free agent hitter. If you're one of these guys that's going to sign a deal that's going to take you to your late 30s, how much do the numbers matter to you anymore? You're not trying to show out for another free agent deal. You're done. If you're Bryce Harper, who, if the Giants had outbid the Phillies, I do believe he would have come, you would have lost during that contract, what, 30 home runs?
All right.
40 home runs? Yep. Right? So at the end of your potential Hall of Fame career, you've got 530 home runs instead of 560 home runs. Do you care?
I'm sorry. Seriously, I don't follow the third. Where do you lose the 30 homers?
By playing at Oracle Park.
Oh, okay. Got you.
If you're Aaron Judge, I'm going to play till I'm 38 years old. If I do it as a Yankee, I'm going to finish with X number of homers. If I do it with the Giants, there's a Y number of homers.
I got you.
But I got the money. I've got the numbers to make the whole. Do you really, really care?
It's a good question.
Is it just high bidder?
I think that's a good question. I don't think there's an obvious answer to it.
I mean, it's up to each guy.
Yeah.
But I think more often than not, it's just high bidder. That's it. Just like the highest,
bidder, but if it comes down to competition and competitive bids, and you're Aaron Judge, you're not taking this high bid. You're taking a little bit less to go somewhere where you can be a Hall of Famer. All the home runs that go to die here.
You can be a Hall of Famer here.
Are they still dying though, Dibs? Because that park is more lively now.
How many home runs did Brandon Belt miss out on?
Yeah, but he's left-handed.
Right.
You're not losing. Look at these home runs. They're going into the 80th row.
No, go ahead.
I mean, that's not out of Oracle Park. Of course it's out of Oracle Park. So, look, again, each guy, I don't know what makes him tick, but if you look at the history of free agency,
you got to start somewhere.
It's usually pretty simple.
Yeah, this would be a good place.
Wins.
Yeah, I know it's Ohtani Judge, but I told Steiny, Rodon is on the top of the list for me.
They should go get them all.
Why would listening to him on the TK podcast? What did he say? 4, not 5, not 4.
That's 5.
But he had to say that because Helen Keller can see you got the team's hemorrhaging, and they don't have star talent.
But in that tank top, you get a 3.
No,
I'm afraid. From City Lock, shout out Chippendale. From Mr. Bridge 4, is he Bell, Biv, or DeVoe?
Oh, wow.
So a lot
gotta be what?
And Willard, you knew a rap lyric earlier. I got to give you credit. I forget what song it was. You knew the verse.
Was it?
Look at my boy.
Tell me, have you seen her? Was it? I don't know which one it was.
It wasn't with Montez.
Yeah, I mean, look, Aaron Judge has already got 206 career home runs. Okay. And so he's 30. So you're going to have another, 8, 9 years, at least 4 or 5 of them at the height of his powers. This guy is headed for north of 400 home runs.
All right.
This guy can make the Hall of Fame. He can do it in any major league uniform, any of them. So if the high bidder wins, I think so is likely the answer. High bidder.
Can't they splurge? I mean, even if they missed on whoever
on Rodon or
Judge? Rodon on payroll. Just one time for the Giant fans, Steiny.
Well, I think they're trying. I think they've tried. I think they've. I mean, I don't know if they would have beaten the Phillies' offer by $5. Would he have come here?
I think so. All
right.
I mean, the story. If
you believe that, you got to keep trying.
He said in his press conference, Philly's last offer came in, and he called Boris and said, "Where's San Francisco at?"
No way.
Where did he end a sentence with a preposition?
It was a quote. I believe it was a quote. Direct quote.
Where are the Giants at?
Where are the Giants at? Where are they at?
At what financial location are the Giants in this deal?
And if you don't know, you better act somebody. Yeah, that all went down. So no, yes, it's a high bidder. High bidder wins. Now, to back up to your Rodon point,
he's a must.
I agree with you completely, and I think there's actually a bigger thing at stake here, which is that, and this is what the Giants front office needs to work on. The Giants fan base has fallen into a defeatist mentality. The idea that Rodon opting out means that he leaves, to me, says something. Who said he's leaving?
Right.
He's opting out. And so we go, well, that's it. He's leaving. That's pirate stuff. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
That's Marlin stuff.
I'll own it.
Right? if you opt out, but you're San Francisco and you've got the most payroll flexibility in the game,
an advantage.
Why shouldn't you be option one?
That's all.
As far as where he resigns,
you won't give him the years that he wants. You haven't.
Will
Gosman left. You didn't give Gosman the years, and he's turned out to have a pretty good year.
But why does Dibs say they won't?
But whether or not that's a good deal depends on what happens in year 3, 4, 5.
Fine, but you gave.
But that's their assessment.
You gave DeSclafani 3 years.
Rodon's younger,
and that was a mistake.
Right. So this is my question will be, and I think this is player by player. It's their assessment on how they're going to age. This is why they didn't like Chris Bryant. I think they like Chris Bryant.
They won that one.
They didn't like how he was going to age. So I don't know what their answer is with Rodon on
How many years would you give him? If you have to give him the most.
However many the market will bear.
There you go, Steiny.
He's getting 5 and 125.
Let's go.
And then you get into the Giants don't really do that.
That's my point.
But that's
they haven't
stuff.
done that. And Mark is saying they will.
But I don't know for him.
The
but I don't know for him. This is his first healthy arm year of his career.
But he's getting 5 and 125 from somebody.
No doubt. But here's the thing about the Giants too.
No doubt.
That I think's interesting is they've had a history of kind of bringing guys on, and if they fit. Then they want, like Pence to me is the perfect one. They acquire Pence at midseason. He's a giant. Maybe they don't think Rodon's a giant. You know what I mean?
Well, and Pence,
Beltran wasn't a giant when they got him.
But they also didn't win. A lot of those re-signings are because you win. If you win, everybody wants you to keep everybody.
Well, they're not going to technically win, but Rodon's pretty good.
Yeah.
So
we'll see.
Yeah.
How much does he like getting the quick hook over and over and over again? I mean,
he really doesn't. I mean, he went 7 last night.
Ooh, 7.
No, I mean, you determine whether you get to stay in.
Yeah.
If you're cooking, they're not touching you. I mean, that's baseball. They're going to pull you.
How many complete games do they have this year as a team? 2?
How many?
I know Rodon has
How many
one.
does the league have?
Yeah.
And more than the Giants do, the team average. But we'll see. I mean, Farhan, he says he wants 4 or 5 regular guys that he can play. Let's see if you can go out and get it done.
Go get him.
Rodon's going to opt out. We know that. And if he's going to get 5 and 150, do they want to pay that? He's going to get a lot of chicken.
125 at least. 120.
I mean, he's already making 23.
Dude, I watched him last night. Like, why would they let him go?
Yeah.
The stadium, to me, is the issue that may be an issue player by player. Like, I don't think Oracle Park plays that small.
No, you're right.
I'm sorry, that big.
Yeah,
that big. But its reputation is now preceding it. It feels like a little bit.
I mean,
balls
some
travel.
genuine shout-outs for you.
The balls travel, though.
Exactly.
That's over. That's a myth.
The ball travels the only way I'd hesitate, and I guess
the balls are going out on 3rd and King.
We could have had this conversation with Bryce Harper, and maybe someday we'll have it with Shohei. The only way I'm hesitating is if I'm a left-handed power hitter. That's the only way I'm hesitating.
Even for Harper?
But no,
so he said afterwards, he goes, look, we did the overlays. You know what that is, right?
Well,
all my home runs, and would they have been out of Oracle Park?
Yeah.
He's like, it was fine. It was fine.
It was the dollars.
Like, if you're a left-handed power hitter, you're like, I'll hit it all. It's like, fine.
That's what you want.
Are you saying the Giants would be reluctant to sign a left-handed power hitter?
No.
Or a left-handed power hitter more than a right-handed power?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, don't bring Brandon Belt to your free agent pitch to a left-handed power hitter.
I guess what I'm saying is, now the big-time righty and lefty said no.
Yeah.
Stanton.
And how about last year? They were what, second in home runs as a team?
Led the National League.
And look at the Dodgers. That ain't a bandbox, but it's still going out.
Right. Yeah. I just think, if you're Aaron Judge and you're hitting balls 450 feet,
some of them
I'm not
are
worried
just
about the damn stadium. I'm worried about where I want to live and how much are you paying.
Okay, give me this, because Steiny fought me on this, and it wasn't just him. Again, I just dreamed. You guys get the chicken here. Big money. The taxes in California on these contracts, do you really think that is a deal breaker for some? It ain't stopping the Dodgers. Right. It ain't stopping the guys from the re-upping with the Rams. Is that really, when we're talking about this extraordinary amount of money, is that really a deal breaker?
Well,
the taxes in California, I'm asking, because to me it wouldn't be.
If push comes to shove, if you're getting $300 million here or $300 million elsewhere, $300 million here is only $265 million. So yes, it's an absolutely determinant factor.
Then pay the tax.
It can be for sure.
Yeah,
By the way,
it can be.
Is there anything? Go ahead, dude. No, Dibs, you go ahead.
One final question. Who knew that Jimmy G would last longer than Guru's sleeves.
I'm going to give it to
I mean, this is.
Well, now there are a lot of people throwing out that with what's just taken place, that today will be the final day that this sweater appears.
Yes.
Is that true or not? Because I hope you are. You strike me as a man that will laugh in the face of
winter's
of the
coming now. Yeah, so we got one more. I'm not breaking.
Let me tell you something.
Is Guru an extra on The Wire or New Jack City?
Just put a white
asking for a friend.
Put a white T-shirt on that and some glasses, and you actually are in voice to make.
Wear the right light-colored collared shirt. Roll the sleeves up, and then you look good.
Real quick, Will, this does stem from my high school days. I was in a group called the California Casanovas. So this is what we'd wear. So we were thugs.
Casanovas.
Yeah, we knew the thugs, and they were on the team, but we were the, pretty boys. Dibs back then. Skinny face.
Oh, my God.
If you're not on the YouTube or the Twitch channels, you are missing out.
So wait a minute. Here's gold. You and your friends didn't think Pretty Boy was a derogatory comment?
No, see, that was the beauty of it. It was a compliment, though, Steiny. Anyway, Will,
back
to it. Why is Trey playing tomorrow at all?
I agree.
Chet Holmgren on line one. I'm doing preseason.
Dude, are you going to go through the whole show now?
Oh, no, I'm just excited.
You want to?
See you later.
No.
Bye-bye. That's it.
Apparently, we've come to the end of the road.
That's a 4. Wow, Will. I got body envy.
He brings the passion.
For what?
Perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. If you aren't aware, Guru.
It's a sweater vest, Donnie.
I know.
You got a real sweater on. So it's like Alaska over there and Bermuda for me.
I realize that we work in a pretty. All right, Mark. I realize we work in a pretty
on his way out.
Casual atmosphere, which is, I wear shorts and a T-shirt a lot, but my arms are covered. It's just the armpit. That's what bothers me.
But I don't got a lot under there, Stoney.
Oh, God.
I do. I manscape.
Goo. I just don't. I think a tank top is a bridge too far when it comes to workplace attire.
I'm going all or nothing, Stoney, but I don't feel like the hair ain't, I ain't Bluto. I'm good. I'm manscaped.
All right, so you guys know the deal. Twitch TV /957 The Game or YouTube. Go there, 95.7 The Game. And
you're embarrassed for me.
A little bit.
Don't be, because I'm not.
I know. That's the thing.
I've been in the lab. I feel like just let them out. Let them breathe.
Feel free to jump in here, and boy, takes a confident man to rock that sweater vest.
There you go.
See, this is where I'm at. I'm at Bop and Master 19. The vest requires a shirt underneath. That's all.
No,
it's not the vest. Thank you.
But Stoney, it doesn't technically. I seen it done. Yeah, maybe T.O. can pull it off. Not your boy, but I tried. Yeah.
I mean, yes, I did greet you with a
dude. That face. I'll never forget.
Right.
Let's get
anyway. If you want to check out Guru's guns, you can do that on Twitch TV.
Yep.
Trey Lance playing. Kyle Shanahan said no more than a half. No more than a half. Could be a half. I doubt it. Sounds like he doubts it too.
Yeah.
I got quarter and change. Trey Lance, a quarter and change. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm going to stop doing? Because I missed you while I was gone, and you were gone, Stoney, is I don't do it on purpose, but it's innate. We are Monday morning quarterbacks, everybody. And I just don't understand. You're 2 weeks away from go time.
Okay.
Normally, the last game of the preseason, which this is tomorrow, your guys don't play. So why would you risk putting Trey in harm's way. Like, just hold the clipboard, because nothing is going to manifest in that game tomorrow that's going to send him to a Pro Bowl or have him have a bad year. And I mentioned it because it's breaking news. Chet Holmgren on line 1. I know that wasn't a Thunder game, but anything can happen. And he didn't have to be playing that game trying to guard LeBron. That's what I think he got hurt. But back to Trey, Steiny, why are you risking it? This is a big season. Just have him sit this one out.
Because he hasn't played enough. Because you're putting a quarterback into a regular season game in 2 weeks who doesn't have any experience. So every
you're saying
snap
that
counts.
Tomorrow's going to – what's he going to gain?
Listen.
That's what I'm asking. Because I know how you think.
Listen. This has always basically been my stance. He's a football player. They have a game. All right? It's the preseason.
You're right.
He's going to play some series. That's what guys do in the NFL.
If you were the coach, would you do it? Because he didn't play last week.
I don't know.
My question is why.
I'm not in that. I'm not in there. I don't know what he needs, what he doesn't need. 888-957-9570. Do you feel strongly about whether Trey Lance should play or not tomorrow? I don't feel strongly either way on it. I feel like if the 49ers said, you're not playing Thursday, well, then the crowd that says this guy's got no experience and he only played 11 snaps in the preseason, I mean, he could get off to a bad start. But the other part of it is, I mean, he needs the experience. But I agree. Here's what I agree with. If he plays a quarter and a half, 4 series, and he drives him down the field for a touchdown and he throws an interception and then they go
3 and out.
3 and out, and then one they drive 50 yards and they have to punt. What does that matter? It doesn't matter anymore.
I agree.
They got a regular season game in 2 weeks, so it's over. Like what Trey Lance may or may not do tomorrow, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is if he plays tomorrow and stinks, we're going to talk about it for a week and a half or 2 weeks.
Okay.
But it's not going to change the fact that he's starting week 1.
That, you know what? You are right. I agree with everything you said. But you left out the fact that Shanahan, nobody can control when he's on the field if he were to get hurt. And that's why I said err on the side of caution. Now, week 1, he gets hurt. What you just said, he's a football player. I get that. You're right. But a preseason game, especially the last preseason game, you know what? I would sit this one out.
I think you're sending a bad message if you don't play Trey Lance.
Well, I thought that happened in Minnesota, the fact that he didn't play. I still don't get why you'd play 1. He had success. You skip 2,
and then
you play.
He threw 1 pass.
Yeah, but it was a beautiful pass.
Right, he threw some bad ones.
But he also ran. He did. He also ran with the ball, showed you the feet. But it ain't about that. What I can control as a coach is if I don't run my stud, hotshot, young rookie quarterback, second-year starter out there, I know he's available week 1. What if Chet Holmgren happens?
Well, first of all, Chet Holmgren was playing in an unsanctioned game.
Yeah.
All right.
I hope he ain't hurt, seriously.
The other thing, he's going to get hurt his whole career.
Do you believe that?
Well, look at how skinny he is.
Yeah.
That does worry me. But anyway, you don't think Kyle Shanahan can devise a scheme where he's not put in harm's way?
All right.
At some point, you got to play.
When it counts, I give you that. But a preseason game, preseason baseball exhibition.
The guys who don't play in the preseason have earned it. Bosa. He hasn't earned it yet. Trey Lance. He hasn't earned it. He hasn't played 2 games last year. They were 1-1. Barely played in college. You start saying, hey, Trey, you don't have to play the last. Really? What the hell's he done? Warriors would play Kuminga.
Man, that thing took off. We'll get into it.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely talk about Kuminga because we mentioned Stephen A. Smith yesterday. I'll play it again about what he said to about Jonathan Kuminga, and I was pretty blown away, honestly, by how many Warrior fans said, "Well, that's crap." No, it's not. It's not crap, and I want to get into what Stephen A. said and where it might have come from and why it might have been conveyed to Stephen A. Smith. Here's another thing I want to talk about at some point. We kind of settled in on Garoppolo to the Seahawks yesterday.
No,
what happens?
You guys did.
What if he ends up with the Rams?
That would be a nightmare on 49er Street.
Well, I mean, if you're a 49er fan, you could say, well, yeah, he's not going to play. But they would get him, obviously, because of Stafford's arm.
Which is, I think, a bigger deal than anybody's letting out.
Well, no. If Jimmy Garoppolo goes to L.A., to me, that tells me Stafford's arm's an issue.
I just can't wait to see where he lands. And again, I'm holding on hope that they'll cut him and he'll come back for a cheaper price. If I hadn't had the sweater on, and that was, what we talked about on the changeover, I would ask Willard and Dibs what they thought about that.
All right. The other thing I want to talk about is Brandon Belt going to the injured list.
Again.
He might have played his last game with the San Francisco Giants. If so, how do you think of him? How do you think of him as a Giant, Brandon Belt? Because
I was gone when he bunted. I don't know what your reaction was. That hurt me, Stein. That cut me. I mean, that was it. He should have got Jim Leland would have cussed his ass out. The great ones would have cussed him out.
Kapler believes in Brandon.
WTF are you doing? Laying down the butt.
Thought it was the best way to get on base.
And you can't run. You can't run already, but you want to lay down a butt to get bases loaded. How about you hit us a 3-1 shot, buddy? I know it's a water under the bridge.
5-3. Now what? You're still going to lose. All right, 888-957-9570 is a number. Do you have a strong feeling about whether Trey Lance should play or not tomorrow? 888-957-9570. And we got a little discussion to have about Jonathan Kuminga and whether, if you're a Golden State Warrior fan, you should be worried or not. I don't think it's dismissible without any thought.
It's worth consideration.
Wake up with the morning roast.
For all the games that Donnie and Jimmy has quote-unquote played, I almost feel like the Niners are sticking it to him, saying, we're not allowing you to go to a team until the season starts. In spite, we're going to just keep you on the team.
And drive home with Damon and Ratto.
We are riding the USS Trey Lance. But should the SS Trey Lance hit an iceberg, Jimmy Garoppolo is the best lifeboat that this entire team could hop into.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas.
.com at 773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773 Network.
I'm Team Guru for life.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's the verse. I'm feeling a good mood, man.
You are in a good mood.
I missed you.
I'm glad to have you back.
I'll stop saying that maybe Friday, as my dad say. Not Friday, Friday. What you doing Friday? It is Friday, Pops. You from the South.
I wonder if Evan, if I just sat here and stopped talking, if Guru would just kind of keep going.
That hurt me.
What?
Like I need mans or something. I didn't like how you set that up. I probably could.
No, like after you said, like Pop says, Friday. I should have just let that hang there and
man.
I think the Bay Area would love to hear a little goose stream of consciousness.
I'm getting some love on the guns though, a little bit. I'm getting some hate too.
There's not a lot of definition though there.
What? That hurt. That one hurt.
You just made a muscle.
Yeah.
You just made a muscle in front of the camera.
I lost in bed hurt the most. He don't know.
He's been in the lab, Steiny.
Right. Oh, man.
All right. I want to talk about this because I didn't like the pushback I got. There it is. Okay. Stephen A. Smith. Take a listen, everybody. This is on Jonathan Kuminga. We played this yesterday, but we didn't really get into it, and I think there's some stuff that we gotta talk about.
I'm worried about Kuminga. I'm hearing too many things about him off the court in terms of his head, the level of discipline that he lacks. You understand? Some of the foolishness. I'm not getting in this personal business. I'm not saying nothing like that. I'm talking attitude. I'm not talking actions. I'm saying that attitude, the level of focus, commitment, determination, just putting your head down, doing the work. I'm hearing that he's shortchanging the Warriors in that regard, and he got to get his act together because I'm a Jonathan Kuminga fan.
All right, Stephen A. Smith. And we played that yesterday. We talked about it briefly. And the overwhelming response was, he doesn't know, or he's making it up, or I don't believe that. Listen, the Golden State Warriors told Stephen A. Smith, Jonathan Kuminga's work ethic is not up to par. That's how we got the story. This was put out there by the Warriors. There's no other way to explain it. We're in the middle of an off season.
Yeah.
We're coming to the end of the summer. You don't think Stephen A. Smith, by the way, I'm not saying Joe Lacob did it. Joe Lacob did a commercial for Stephen A. Smith. A welcome back commercial.
They're boys.
There's absolutely no doubt that Stephen A. Smith was talking to somebody, and somebody said, Kuminga's not a hard worker. I mean, he's we expect a lot from him this year. He's going to play. He's got to start working. He doesn't know how to work hard. That's what happened.
Okay.
So here's the question. Why did the Warriors do that?
Gotcha.
And what should Kuminga think about it?
Okay.
Because the Warriors have put out the message. They've leaked information, essentially, about Kuminga's work ethic.
My question to you and the masses is, I'm not mad at anybody in this scenario, but my question is, you have the culture, you got Draymond, you got Steph, you got Clay. Why would you need Stephen A. to be the mailman? Why does he have to deliver the message? So if I'm Kuminga, I'm like, and maybe they have, Steiny, hey, young fella, we need to talk to you after practice or after the game. You ain't working hard enough. I don't think he's been on the team long enough for them to have to go use Stephen A. to get the message out. That's what, to me, is like, maybe they've done what I'm hoping they would have done, and now this is like, not a last-ditch effort, Steiny, but Stephen A's a big gun. To go on that forum and say that, and if you're Kuminga, Steiny, would you be pissed off?
Yes.
But what does that mean with that yes? You ain't going nowhere.
No, but it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, for sure. I'm looking at something from July 15th last year. All right. Draymond, and this is the thing. How about this? Remember this before? Two things. Draymond Green in February.
Okay.
In February, talked about Jonathan Kuminga. And it was in a story. And he said two things that were interesting. One is, I don't know Jonathan Kuminga well enough, or I haven't played with him long enough to tell you if he's a hard worker or not. Well, that to me is a little surprising because it's February and you've watched him play for 4 to 6 months. Nevertheless, he said, but I do think that he's figuring out how he's got to work hard. All right? How quickly have we forgotten about this quote from Draymond Green? I'm going to say this publicly.
Day.
Because I said it to his face. I thought Jonathan Kuminga was so bad in the game that I went to. They were playing the Knicks. I thought he was very, very, very bad. He didn't look engaged to me, and I was disappointed. The reason I was disappointed is because when my OGs came to see me play in the summer, I'm bouncing off the blah, 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 blah.
Wow.
Like what? Steve A. Smith's right on the money. And you know what? To me, you said, what about the OGs?
Yeah.
This tells me the OGs have been trying for a year.
Wow. Man,
This explains why he wasn't really in the plans the last month of the season and into the playoffs.
That's where I'm at, Steiny. There was a fade. There was a bit of a fade. But you can control working hard.
Give me my flowers.
Say,
Steiny, you were right on Kuminga. Just go ahead and say it.
I won't.
No, you will.
No, I won't, because you never mentioned work ethic. You know what I missed you. No, I'm not. But thank you. I'm open to it.
Hey, Spadoni.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's not. He's not even there. You said, Kuminga, he's the greatest rookie I've ever seen. 19 Steiny. He's got to get on the court. What'd I say? He doesn't rebound.
Now
he doesn't run the floor. He doesn't defend well enough. He's not playing hard enough.
Now that came out your mouth. But you didn't. Hey, you know what? I ain't giving it to you.
Give it to me.
You want it too much.
I do want it.
But
give it to me, Guru.
This explains what happened. I thought Moody passed him up in the most important games, but
I explained it in real time. You wouldn't give me credit.
Rebounding. And I talked about nobody cares about my days. But it's a want, Steiny. It's a wheel.
I know.
Oakley and Rodman, it's a want. Michael Cage.
I know. So how worried are you?
I'm not worried until we see this. He's got all the rest of this off. Steiny, quietly, we're talking about football. Hoop is upon us.
No doubt.
I mean, here we go. But, I mean, I'm so excited on this kid's upside. I just hate the fact that now this dude may have been reading his press clippings or the 100,000 videos of him in the air because he is so breathtaking. But if your work ethic is in question, then that's telling me Steph Curry, you with him every day, is not rubbing off on you. You with Draymond Green busting his ass in practice ain't rubbing off on you. And, Steiny, I played with a million of dudes that were too cool for school. They had the game, the athleticism, but
those guys drive me crazy.
It was I ain't gonna say no names, you know what I'm. But I can't say it.
Just mouth it. Just whisper it to
PH. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but
he's too cool?
Yeah, too cool for me. Yeah, that's my dog, son. I love it. But I don't like that.
I don't either.
And if you're Kuminga, okay, you're mad, you're pissed off. What you gonna do about it? Go to the lab.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is it fair to say?
Yeah, they gave this to him.
Well, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing I'm thinking, and I didn't really think much of the signing. I liked it. JaMychal Green. Let me tell you something.
Who's an OG?
Exactly. That's how we're going to know how serious this is. If JaMychal Green starts playing over Jonathan Kuminga,
and
we have an issue.
Oh, there's no doubt. There is no doubt. And it could happen easily.
The question is, why did the Warriors want that information out? Because it's been coming out a little bit in drips and drabs.
And I ignored it. I was oblivious to it.
So I really do believe they're a little bit frustrated with Kuminga. Clearly, he did not have a good summer. Here's the other thing that I think adds up. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. We're talking about Jonathan Kuminga and his work ethic. At the end of the year, I went back and looked at some transcripts of Lacob and Myers, all right? Both of them made it clear they're expecting more from Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga.
Oh, it's a must.
They're gonna play more. It seems obvious. Hey guys, you're three. Wiseman, you've barely played. Kuminga, you've barely played. Moody, you've barely played. You haven't even really earned it in the NBA. But we're telling you right now, we are going to play you guys next year.
Gotcha.
And I think they're seeing his summer. They don't like his summer, and they're saying, and here's where I'm going to take my hat off to Stephen A. Smith. Guys, listen to that. They knew Stephen A. Smith talking about it would somehow get somebody's attention.
Yeah, it did.
Most likely Kuminga. That's what I think.
And you know what? Again, I hope people don't think, oh, Goo, you're coming from the top rope now. But I said this to you, and you probably you didn't even remember. In Summer League, they tried to act like he was Kobe. He wasn't working on, to me, rebounded, Steiny. He wasn't working on the stuff that they might be talking about. More so, he had the ball in his hands, and I told you he had to get with Phil Handy because he needed to work on that stuff. Like, they were letting him go free run, do what you do, but not what you're good at. And it's the little things that you're talking about that are actually big things to keep him on the court. And you're talking about Green. Guess what? He knows how to use his ass in track. He knows how to box out. He knows how to get a rebound. So Stephen A. did not get out of bed and make this up. You're right. It came from somewhere. And if it came from the top, all I can say to Kuminga, if I was his boy or family, Steiny, okay, the shot's been fired. What are you going to do? You going to sulk? Or you're going to find your ass on the bench and everybody asking, why is Kuminga not playing? But now there's a paper trail of why you might not be playing because you don't work hard.
Rob's in San Bruno.
Our guy.
What's up, Rob? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas?
Talk to us.
Man, I watched that segment. I was watching the show yesterday. And for me, Stephen A. had no reason to bring that up. That wasn't even a point of the conversation.
Exactly.
So I don't know why. I don't know why I feel like he needed to say that because Kuminga wasn't even in the conversation.
Exactly.
Secondly, you can't even expect to look. Kerr ain't never coached a guy like Kuminga with this much talent. Steph, Clay, and Dre, they're great players. No, not Dre. He's a good player, but Steph and Clay are great players. Like they don't like. His working hard is different from their working hard. Draymond has to go out there and box out and do something. Kuminga can just jump up and get it. It's different levels of talent, and I just feel like you cannot coach every player the same. I'm not going to coach Aaron Rodgers as I'm going to coach Nick Mullins. I'm not going to do that. So I think the Warriors brass needs to understand Kuminga's going to play, whether it's for the Warriors or for somebody else. He's going to play. And I don't think he fit. Neither does Wiseman. I don't think Wiseman and Kuminga fit the Warriors system. Warriors don't play off athleticism. They play off shooting. And he just don't fit what they do. So you can talk down. We can talk down about the guy and say what he ain't doing, but he's going to get opportunity to show off his athleticism somewhere. If it's not for Golden State, it's going to be for somebody else. So
thanks, Rob.
Me personally,
yeah, go ahead.
I just don't understand what was the point of bringing this up on these young guy like that.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Appreciate the call. And that's to me.
Yeah,
Rob talked about no reason to bring it up. That's how I know it's real. That's how I know there's something to this. The story they were talking about on that show was Kevin Durant, who's now going to stay in Brooklyn, apparently, with the meeting.
Lap. Yeah.
So, in other words, they're doing a show about Kevin Durant probably staying in Brooklyn, and out of nowhere, Stephen A. Smith brings up Kuminga. I'm worried about Kuminga and his work ethic. Damn right he heard that from somebody very, very reputable in the Warriors organization. Now, how big a deal is it? To me, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's about a 3.5, 4.
Right.
But clearly this is something that the team knows, and they've known it for the last year or so. Draymond referenced it in February.
Draymond, man. And we're going to play his sound before we get out of here, Steiny. I don't know if you saw him at a camp or wherever he's at talking to the youngsters, and I won't even ruin it. I'll just let him say it, but I just was like, man, that's a beast. That's a beast of a man. And what the message he was giving to the youngsters was real. But what about this? What about when Vegas first jumped off, Kuminga had to take a left turn, and we were told he had to handle something in his home? I get that. But maybe that's part of like, really? You can't go with you can't put that on hold? I don't know. But now that I hear this, I go back to that to be like, maybe he was bucking the system. Like, I just gave y'all 6 months. I'll hit the house and I'll meet y'all in LV. But again.
And then he comes to Las Vegas and is terrible.
Steiny, he was bad. Yeah. I told you he had to work on his stuff.
No, you think he's arrived already.
No.
You think he's a Hall of Famer already.
No.
You kind of do.
No.
Because he's a ha-ha guy.
No, he was a ha-ha, but now I need some hee-hee. Yeah, I need some other stuff.
Let's go to Tony in Oakland. Hey, Tony, how you doing, man? You want to talk about Kuminga?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How we doing today?
What's up, baby?
Dynamite.
What's up? So, I agree with Rob. I think this whole talk about Kuminga is irrelevant. I agree with you too, Sonny, but I also think he's bringing it up because Kuminga's a big fan favorite. You could tell, like, even when we were talking about bringing KD, everybody was willing to get rid of everybody but Kuminga. They wanted to get rid of Wiseman. They wanted to get rid of Moody, but no one wanted to get rid of Kuminga. So that's a big reason why they're putting it out. I mean,
that's not a bad point, Tony.
Moody is that he's in the lab. He puts in work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And Wiseman wants to come back as strong as ever. But when it comes to Kuminga, we don't hear nothing. And, I mean, it's a very cliche saying, but hard work will always be talent. When I see Kuminga and he doesn't put in the hard work, he's going to end up like a Ben Simmons, Aaron Gordon type. Yeah, he could jump out the gate, but can you give me 15, 20, and maybe average eight rebounds a day? If you're not getting me 8 rebounds, why am I going to put you on the court? If you just a Toro man, letting everybody to the lane. All right, fellas, have a good one.
I didn't even think about that aspect, but I think it's a fair point. Kuminga is the guy. Of Poole, Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody,
we should have got our guy.
Most people would say Kuminga's the most dynamic.
No doubt.
Yeah, well,
that was the
Warriors know that too.
Yeah, that was the title of the season, Steiny. And I was like, give me more, but from again,
doesn't earn it. Doesn't work hard enough.
Man, and you're around the chef. You get to watch that every day.
That's what Draymond.
Did you see Mannion talk about just watching Steph work and how hard he works? Like, that has to rub off.
Well, it doesn't on some people apparently.
Yeah. Well, it better. This was a shot fired. These were shot. Obviously, the organization, right? Who did do the video for Steve?
All right, let's get him. One of our favorites. Priest in Palo Alto. Hey, Priest.
Priest. Hey, I called. Hey, thanks for taking my call last night on this a little bit, and I just want to expand on what I was talking about. I think, like the young man prior to me said, they never had, and Steve Kerr's never coached a kid like this. There's very few players like this. And for that reason, I think this kid's talent is in the upper echelon in terms of NBA type talent. I just think that he knows that. He sees that on that team. When the OGs start hollering at him, he kind of looks sideways at him like, I should be playing ahead of you. So when they see that, they see disrespect. And that's where this is coming from.
All right.
This kid, yeah, he's arrogant. He's aloof. He can be aloof. But he's uber talented. Now, the point is, where are they trying to get him to go from and to? How fast where are they trying to get him to this year, and how do they plan to use him? That's what the problem is. They want to see, is he ready to take them steps? Now, I'll tell you what. When they see it, they can't back off and say, okay, we don't want you to go that fast. Because I'm going to tell you, when this kid lights up and starts to play at a level that they can't compete with, they got to play him. It ain't no sitting him back down. It ain't no sitting him back down. You understand me?
Thanks, Priest. Yeah. So Priest thinks that the OGs don't respect his work ethic.
And that's why this is something. Because I want to tell you he's 19. It's nothing, Steiny, but it's something. And the word I'm going for is internal. Like, why did this get out?
Because they want it out.
They already tried to get at him with the, hey, let's just chop it up with you.
Kind of like
Nobody
the last
knows
straw.
nothing. Exactly. Yeah. And to be honest, to Priest's point, this will never be his team for the foreseeable future. He'll never get the ball and be empowered to do what he was doing in Vegas, which shocked me because I'm like, ain't nothing wrong with a little work, Steiny. He needs some work, but he ain't there, though. He ain't there like maybe he thinks his stuff don't stick. And I could be wrong, but the rebounding, that's a flashing red light right there. Like, they're like, hey, man, you got to hit the boards. And Wiseman, for that matter, but at least Wiseman is having conversations and being asked about it. Kuminga's like, he's been off limits, but Steiny, he hardly did anything in the finals. He wasn't even an option.
I know he wasn't, because he wasn't ready.
Wow.
He wasn't. We should have known that. We really should have.
People said Johnny Gill wants his vest back.
I don't know who Johnny Gill is.
New addition?
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Aunt Will. Oh, that's our guy, Aunt Will. Y'all acting like JK not 19 years old. No, hey, JK, Aunt Will, man. It's a 3.5. That's what I'm giving it in terms of seriousness on a scale of 1 to 10. There's clearly something here.
Yeah.
Clearly there's something here.
OG's tried to talk to him, Steiny. That's what it is. And Priest, he was right with that look. Like I should be playing it, but I've seen all that stuff. So we'll see how it plays out.
If you've seen all of it, why is it so shocking?
That they went to this degree to give it to the big man. Screaming A.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll keep talking about Kuminga on the other side. And the question I have is why the Warriors want this out there? Because clearly Stephen A. Smith was talking to somebody in the Golden State Warriors organization who said, Kuminga, he ain't a hard worker. And Stephen A. Smith passed it along. Have you heard of Odyssey's newest free podcast, Hey Maine? Former ESPN anchor Kenny Mayne talks to famous athletes and entertainers such as Bill Walton, Chris Berman, Jamel Hill, and more. Download Hey Maine on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The final preseason game is tomorrow night.
Sideline and it's caught! Deebo Samuel with the catch and trying to turn on the Jets.
And we're reacting all day Friday to the good, the bad, and the ugly.
He'll take it all the way for the touchdown.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yay!
95.7 The Game.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his fourth. But you know what they say, fourth time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Ready for the party tonight?
Yep, thanks to the free storage upgrade from Samsung with my new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Nice. Got the music?
Just downloaded everything from pop to punk.
Photo booth?
My phone folds into the perfect angle. Instant photo booth. Meet endless pics.
Can it make food too?
I ordered pizzas, so yes.
Pre-order Galaxy Z Flip 4 or Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com now to get a free storage upgrade and case. Valid 8/10 through 8/25/22. See terms and conditions that apply.
O'Reilly! Stay cool this summer with AC Pro and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after mail-in rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro ready-to-use refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. Beat the heat before you hit the road with AC Pro at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G. To take the trilogy. Bad blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Research shows listeners don't like it when ads interrupt their music. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, we made this ad optional. If you want to skip this ad, remove your left earphone. Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
If you're missing this informative ad, you must love wasting your cash.
It's the easy and smart way to save.
Now it's all been said, so if that earphone was out, put it back in your head.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's back to school time, so here's a lesson in big wireless hype. Flashy phone plan deals usually don't add up to actual savings. Graduate to Straight Talk Wireless and get our Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot data for just $45 a month. Plus, get a Samsung Galaxy A13 5G for only $149, all on America's best 5G networks. Unlimited data, less money, no-brainer. Straight Talk Wireless, no contract, no compromise. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. A month equals 30 days. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
AutoZone. Breathe a new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art? Dance? Music? Food? Fur babies? Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Life is hard enough, but BMW ownership shouldn't be. BMW of Fairfield understands that time is your most precious resource, and making time for automotive service can be challenging. So we offer a team of mobile service technicians who will come to you when you need maintenance on your BMW. Contact the BMW of Fairfield Mobile Service Concierge to schedule your appointment. There is a better way to service BMW. Visit bmwfairfield.com/mobile service to book your appointment.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Holy mackerel.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Stein, Matt Starrell, the Guru Johnson with you. And we brought this up earlier, and it seems to have a strong shelf life. And so I'll get us all set up again. By the way, if you haven't heard, Guru, his attire today has drawn a lot of conversation. And I was surprised to see how he walked into the building today.
I got body envy.
I'd rather not work with somebody in the same room who's wearing what he's wearing. So if you want to check it out, you can go to Twitch TV, search for 95.7 The Game, or YouTube 95.7 The Game. And I just...
It's an R&B fit.
Feel free to take a look at what he's wearing. And
sweater vest, baby, with the chain out.
Right, a sweater is a sweater by nature because it goes over another shirt.
Right.
You usually don't wear sweaters without.
I hear you.
And that's not really a sweater. That's a vest. It's a vest Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of stuff on here. So
all right, here we go. This is what, and I'll get into it, but this is what Stephen A. Smith said 2 days ago, or 2 days ago, on ESPN about Jonathan Kuminga. Out of nowhere.
I'm worried about Kuminga. I'm hearing too many things about him off the court in terms of his head, the level of discipline that he lacks. You understand? Mm-hmm. Some of the foolishness. I'm not getting in this personal business. I'm not saying nothing like that. I'm talking attitude. I'm not talking actions. I'm saying that attitude, the level of focus, commitment, determination, just putting your head down, doing the work. I'm hearing that he's shortchanging the Warriors in that regard, and he got to get his act together because I'm a Jonathan Kuminga fan.
And my point is this. Somebody in the Warriors told Stephen A. Smith that Jonathan Kuminga doesn't have a great work ethic.
Hello?
There's no doubt.
Yep.
He didn't make it up. Why would he make that up? They were talking about Kevin Durant.
And Rob did point out this came out of Stephen went somewhere else to kind of deliver this news.
Exactly.
What's JK going to do with it? That's bottom line.
And, rather than be totally surprised, I go back and look at some of the things Draymond Green said about Kuminga over the past year. Draymond Green was really harsh after Kuminga's first Summer League game, said he thought he stunk, essentially. Thought he was bad, bad, bad. In February, I went back and looked at some quotes, and Draymond Green said, I don't know if he's a hard worker or not, but I think he's figuring out how to work hard. So this isn't something out of nowhere.
And you know what? Dre also went out of his way to praise young Jonathan Kuminga with the gifts that he's been given in regard to his height, the muscle, his body definition. And Dre I'm just saying an OG might be looking at it, Steiny, like you're letting it go to waste.
Yeah, maybe the OGs can't get to him. And it's the last straw. I don't want to say last straw, but
I love how you got it at 3.5. Like it's nothing
Let's
now.
Let's go to 4. I'm going to go to 4.
Okay, but still. Yeah, the ball's in Jonathan's court.
Robert in San Jose. What's going on, Robert? How you doing, man?
Thanks for taking my call, guys. The ball is definitely in his court. He sounds just like a lot of the young guys that I work with. And you either taught that work ethic early in life, you have that drive, that ambition, or you don't. And I'm worried that he doesn't. I think one of the reasons you don't hear that in regards to Moody and to James Wiseman is that and the old guys know, and management knows, they want to be great. They put in the work. Jordan Poole put in the work. This guy clearly is not putting in the work that his younger teammates are putting in the work. And to me, right now, this is a bad sign. And either he's going to wise up or the Warriors might look to maybe move on while his athletic ability is still shining.
Thanks, Robert. I think we got time.
Yeah, no doubt.
No doubt. We
want him to blossom. But I just don't like Steiny. If this is true, this tells you they had to go use Stephen A. to get the message across because it wasn't being reciprocated at the building by young JK.
Well, that's where my mind went. And if somebody can tell me where my analogy goes wrong, I'm all ears. But
I'm right here.
I remember when the 49ers were in turmoil before Shanahan and before Lynch, and there was this perception, and it might have been based in reality, that the 49ers leaked information.
Oh.
They leaked information, particularly to the national guys. It was a lament from the local guys. So the Warriors, everybody, Warriors culture, Warriors great. How's this different? Warriors leaked information about Kuminga. Clearly somebody in the Warriors organization is telling Stephen A. Smith, we got an issue with Kuminga.
Yeah, some peoples.
Yeah, exactly. So how's that not leaking information? Like,
they wanted it to get out. Harbaugh didn't want his stuff to get out. And the guy that I think let it out, they did it on purpose to sit back and stick it to him. This is if we go public, this will really get his ass on the hot seat. Man, JK, you can't be happy wherever you're at. And now I'm going back to the Scals, not Scalabrini, Steiny, to the mean mugs that he had on the bench where it looked like, what's up with Kuminga? So this could have been all stuff we didn't know what was going on, if at all. But for Stephen A. to deliver the message, and like you said, him and Lacob are boys, you got to think you know where this is coming from.
Let's go to Bobby in Oakland. What's up, Bobby? How you doing, man?
Hey, thanks for having me on, fellas, man. And I got to say this, man. I didn't need Stephen A's report.
Okay.
See what was said about Kuminga. You know, the very first quarter in that summer league told me everything, that this guy's not working on his fundamentals.
Wow.
And I'm saying, man, what improvements did he make? I mean, it's like the same thing. I don't care how young you are, how talented you are. If you're not working on those fundamentals over and over again, and Guru, I got to share somewhere. I've been knowing your boy Phil Handy since he was 12, right out of Union City, and I know what he can do for Kuminga.
Wow.
If Kuminga's not reaching out to him, if he's not reaching out to him, man, that tells me everything. And this, I hate to say it, I hope I'm wrong. He reminds me of a cat who needs to get traded to wake up. And I hope I'm wrong about that.
Wow.
That's all I want to say, man.
Thanks, Bobby. Appreciate
Now,
the
how
call.
heavy is that from Bobby? He didn't need to, like, he was already there. And people
I got to
were
go back and
sitting on
watch
it.
that game.
Look at
that
you.
summer league game.
But Steiny, he was just out there like
He probably didn't want to play in the summer league.
And that okay.
Probably
and I know he had to go
didn't
back
wanna
to home
play.
Congo or whatnot, so I get that. But man,
the other thing is this Kuminga, the expectations. I've said this a million times. I think expectations for young players are always too high. And I think they're way too high for Kuminga, even though he can be pretty good.
you know what? I try not to make this show about myself and my family, but my son's going off to his first his first year of college.
Sure,
I know it's not
We talked about
athletics.
him yesterday.
I expect success from him. So are those? Why wouldn't that be the same for when you say young players? Is it wrong to think that, you know, what Bobby talked about, you would want the younger player to at least have, knowing that, okay, it's possibly going to struggle just because it's new.
It's about work. Nobody cares if he struggles.
And it's about work.
But if he's struggling and not working hard, we got a problem.
That's a prima donna.
Well, I'm not ready to, obviously, to go there.
But the more I'm thinking about this, man.
Let's go to Jackson in San Jose. What's going on, Jackson? How you doing? By the way, we got to get down there. Enough
We got
is
to go to
enough.
San Jose first.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's Jackson in San Jose.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear.
That's me.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Jay.
Hey, so I don't know if you guys remember this, but early last season, Kuminga was in the doghouse for probably 5 or 6 games because he was really into playing his game and not the Warriors' game. And they wanted him to tame it down a little bit. He was shooting a lot of threes.
Yeah.
They wanted him to stop because he wasn't making a lot. And he got slumpy shoulders a lot. And he just showed a bad attitude. I don't know. I read that and I heard that. And this kind of explains a lot of that.
Thanks, Jackson. Appreciate the call. Yes, sir. I again, on a scale of 1 to 10, I think this is about a 4. And the reason I think it's about a 4 is because I don't think it's nothing, because now we've seen Kuminga play for a year. We've heard enough, and this is probably the capper, to know that they aren't crazy about his work ethic.
And do you think maybe, and now I'm not
I'm
going to
assume the Warriors are right on that.
But
rather than he's actually a really hard worker, they've just gotten it wrong.
And I wonder, again, if he was reading his own press clippings and he had a sense of entitlement and that was taken away at the end. But you talk about Green, the acquisition of Green, Steiny, that's his position. So if this goes bad, I won't be proactive in this sense. If this were to go bad and he didn't meet their requirements, or he wasn't in the lab, or his iPad didn't have the NFL, the necessary minutes, Jermichael Green, he can hold it down. So this ain't like, oh, we need you. You're going to play, regardless. So just if Kuminga's listening, Steiny, you got to work your ass off.
Oh, well,
man.
that'll do it. Yeah, there it is.
Well, no, I'm
no.
hoping
Think about
Steven,
No, there you go.
You better be careful.
If you just said, hey, Jonathan, if you're listening. So let me get this straight. Jonathan Kuminga is going to be drafted by the Golden State Warriors. Who won 3 titles.
I'll see you laughing.
He's going to play with Steph Curry.
Yeah.
He's Draymond Green, Klay Thompson.
It's done.
Playing for Steve Kerr. They go the whole year trying to get this guy to work hard. He won't. Stephen A. Smith calls him out. But Guru saying, hey, Jonathan, if you're listening, you got to start working harder.
Yeah.
I think you know what? Problem solved.
I didn't
solved.
know that was getting right to him, but I would have delivered it differently. Steiny, am I fit?
You
Is
want to
not
deliver?
from 2005.
Do you want to deliver
You want to give? I look like I'm from 2005.
Forget that. Don't worry about that.
Well, it's too late.
I know you wore it. It is too late. You want to give a pep talk to Kuminga?
Nah, not today.
Next segment?
No. Nah, not today. Got a lot going on today.
What do you got?
I'm fighting for my life over here, dude. I can't wait to 3.
Let's go to Bob in San Francisco. Oh, I got to tell you something.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh.
Hey, Bob, what's going on?
Hey, good show, guys. Love it.
Oh, thank you.
First off, that sweater vest, if the shirt without a shirt, you have to have the glassless frames. That's really set it off.
Man, they're in the car. Man, I knew
I'm going to hang up on you, Bob. Be careful.
Wait.
I'm just kidding.
At least that's the way it was back in my day. Anyway, as far as Kuminga, I say let's give the guy a chance to prove himself. And if he still doesn't do it this year, then maybe, he's a malcontent and he don't really belong on the team. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the bottom line.
Hey.
Yeah.
What do you think of that? Oh, I'm trying to think.
Who's the fan favorite of the young guys right now? We all
Kuminga.
Yeah, there's no doubt. So, man.
By far, Kuminga.
And if Dre can't... Now, we don't know Dre hasn't had that pep talk to him, but if Dre can't get to you, who can get to you? Because that's Wolverine. And we're going to play some sound from Dre before we get out of here.
Why are you so infatuated with the sound from Draymond?
Because I always come down this road for doing this or that, but he was talking to young
men.
Was it? Like who gangster.
Okay, here we go. Who was he talking to?
A camp of young guys.
How old were the guys? Do you know?
No, 18 to 25.
Oh, so we're not talking about kids.
No.
Where he's throwing around the F-bomb again, left and right, around 7-year-olds.
He used that.
Right, but how old were the kids? If they're 18, that's one thing.
18 to 25, I believe. Right. Yeah.
Oh, you believe?
I don't know exactly.
Somebody get me the ages of the camp. That
only you would ask how old the people were.
I don't think you should be throwing the F-bomb around 4th graders.
Oh, no, these were men, Steiny.
Well, I hope
so.
And
what he said was profound. And it's why he's in the NBA.
What'd he say?
There's only 2 or 3 guys that can do what they want to do in this league. Talking about the Stephs and LeBrons. Everybody else has to figure out their role in the niche, and some don't. And he was basically saying how he got to the league. I was like, that's Gladiator. Dude, I had just ate, so I was on the couch. But Steiny, I balled my fist up like, this is what makes him a beauty, man. Spit that stuff to these kids, man. These young men. Tell them it ain't all what Kuminga's trying to do. I'm going to be KD. Nope. What you did in Vegas ain't happening. You got to get under that boards and get some rebounds, Jack.
Yeah.
Trey, when we hear this sound, I'm going to get chills.
Trey.
You can see it because
That's
I
great.
got no shirt.
You can tell that to little 18-year-old campers. Try saying that to a real player, Kevin Durant. Which he did, and Durant said, hit the pike. You ain't good enough. You ain't good enough, Draymond Green, to criticize me.
Durant clapped at him. I can see you clapping.
Clapping what?
Give me the ball. Look at you. You didn't say anything. I'm right. And you are who you are. You were a shooter. I would never clap at my team.
You don't know anything about my game.
I've seen your picture.
You know nothing about my game. Shooting was not the best part of my game.
Handy gave me the skinny on you.
He saw me play 3. Well, actually,
and then what about Arkansas coach, our guy?
Yeah, Jonathan in San Francisco. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Hey, the Warriors just lit a fire under Jonathan Kuminga, just to see how he responds. Because the goal here is not to be good or very good; it's to be great. The core of Steph, Dre, and Clay, they're not the most athletic bunch, but they're gonna outwork you, and they're gonna work extra, and they're gonna grind. And the proof's in the pudding, man. The result is 4 championships. So they want to see if Kuminga is a warrior moving forward. And I think this is a preemptive strike because the next thing he's going to get is day on his face.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Maybe
you know what?
Maybe they are getting ready to.
This ain't fair.
You can't tell me Draymond hasn't already been on Kuminga.
Forget Dre. What about Iggy?
What about him?
Did it not?
Let me okay. Yeah. Can I?
So now I'm not disappointed, but I'm like...
let's pretend I'm a...
Let's do it.
Let's say I'm a punk. You don't even play, old man. You don't even play. Get out of my face.
See? That's why your ass ain't playing now.
Yeah, I'm sure it isn't. But you know what? At least I'm healthy. I ain't milking the system like you.
Wow. He ain't...
You don't know that.
But there's some factors over there. There's some wisdom. Dude, again, we're coming down on the kid.
You know who I blame for this? I blame kind of you, in a way. This is
I knew
this is
it
the
was at your core.
This is the guruization of fandom. And here's what it is. This kid hasn't done a thing, but you think he's great already because he can dunk.
And
he
his
doesn't
body. No, his
rebound.
physical
He doesn't
attributes.
rebound. He doesn't defend. He doesn't run the floor. He doesn't play defense. But once a game, he has a great dunk. And you love him. And you want him to play 30 minutes a game. And you know what? The organization, they're sick of him. They're sick of him because he doesn't work
for
hard.
that, though.
All right, they're sick of his rookie year. And you know what else?
That was the proof's in the pudding.
Bob
with that.
Myers is in Joe Lacob's office and says, "Hey, Joe, here's the worst part about Kuminga being lazy. Everybody loves him. Everybody thinks he's good, even though we know he stinks."
Well, you got too many OGs over there that I believe cannot strike out or have struck out trying to talk to him.
I think that
I don't
know about
this is the
struck
scary
out.
part. No, it ain't nothing resonating.
Yeah. Well,
because they didn't get
maybe Warrior fans crowned him too soon, and the organization's pushing back on the fan base.
650 says Jordan Bell. They didn't get to him.
By the way, I can't get the tech. Somebody's got to help me with the Comcast business text line because Willard was putting on. Willard's got the YouTube on, but I haven't seen any of the. You don't care. You don't care about the nuts and bolts of the show.
I got all of it up. And when you were gone, I was sat over there. We ain't talked about
Who
that.
hosted?
Me.
You hosted? No, you didn't.
Don't say it like I can't read.
Wait,
but anyway, I did host it. But the way you said
wait a
it,
minute.
you can read.
Wait, that's not. But no, that's
people
are saying I'm being mean.
A few other people, and they were showing me love. But hey, I did backyard boogie solo dolo 4 hours a day, Saturday and Sunday. Don't get it twisted like I can't sit up here and read from a piece of paper.
No, you missed the point.
I know. I wanted to get that off my chest since you got back.
So, but
I sat
at
over
12
there.
o'clock, you were like, "Good morning, hey, what's going on?"
Yeah.
Oh, darn!
And then I did the changeover from over there with your seat. Yeah. Oh, what? We had fun,
Some
man.
things are starting to add up here. I have a one-on-one.
I gotta quit laughing at the job, especially
I got
at this
a one-on-one 40-minute meeting with the boss on Tuesday out of nowhere.
That had nothing to do
out
with
of
me,
nowhere.
bruh.
I walked out of the office saying, "What was that all about?" Hey, geez. Now I find out Guru was hosting while I was
that
gone.
bothers me that you wouldn't know. Like, it's your show. Go who you're running with. I always get to 411. I check in.
Listen,
you just don't know I check in.
Right,
I'm like, Steiny.
dude, this isn't about you. This is about my future here.
But
maybe they're grooming you.
You're golden. You're a lifer.
Stop. Don't say that. That's an insult.
We used to say that, mother. You're a lifer. The dudes be gone in 2 weeks.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you're called a lifer, is that a compliment or an insult?
I see where you can take it.
I kind of think it's an insult.
Not in this business. You love your job.
Like, hey, Goo, I've been, look, I've been in the Bay Area media forever. Yeah, you're a lifer.
Come on. Radnich was a lifer. Osler. Dibs.
I'm not in their league. Those guys.
I didn't say you were, but I was just
See, we do it to each other, everybody.
Yeah.
There you go. Let's go to Anthony's on the highway. He wants to talk Kuminga. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
Good morning, fellas. I'm sorry. Good afternoon. My bad. So I just wanted to give a slight. So I wanted to say, Kuminga's a young guy, and he got drafted to a really good situation. And I think that's what the issue is here. You get drafted to a good situation like the Warriors. You go deep into the playoffs your first year, and then, you win a championship. I think any young guy that has that type of success and get around Steph, Clay, and Dre, you can get complacent. And I think he just needs a swift kick in the rear. But I also want to remind you guys, remember when Anthony Edwards was interviewed and he was saying that he practiced with the Warriors?
Yep.
And it was he was able to tell. Right. Or actually, Steve Kerr said, like, can you go faster? Can you do this? Can you do that? And he realized, like, man, I wasn't ready. And he said that was the best thing to happen to him, which I think it was, because he realized if I want to make it in the NBA, I got to work harder. And so, although I do believe this is a story, I think that everything will be okay because it sounds like JK just needs a swift kick in the rear, and I believe that the Warriors is the best organization to do that for him or to him. But I know you guys remember that story.
I do.
Anthony Edwards was like, man, I thought I was working hard, and I realized that, whoa, I need to kick it to another gear if I want to be successful in the NBA.
Thanks, Anthony.
I love our brother.
You weren't even listening to him.
I heard everything he said.
You laughed in the middle of something he said that wasn't serious because you were looking on a computer and saw something funny.
See, you're
But you know I'm right.
No, I'm not.
I'm dropping dime.
I heard everything that he said. I'm just like, where did this story come from? I know where it come from. I can't believe we're talking about it.
Why?
Our job never stops.
Well, this is the other thing.
Who saw this meteor coming towards us?
Well, this is the other thing I think is very interesting. And this is why you can laugh. Not you.
I've been laughing too much.
You like the guy.
People been laughing at me.
But you can laugh at Stephen A. Smith all you want. He's the real deal. He's the absolute real deal. And this is I'll never forget this. Otis Smith. Way back, Warrior.
Dunk contest. He was in the dunk contest one year for the Warriors. Look it up. I know. I watched it. Go ahead. I liked Otis.
You sure it wasn't Otis Thorpe?
No, Smith. Sonny, you got to start believing me. Yeah, Otis Smith 1 year for the Warriors in the dunk contest. Go ahead. I'll do it.
Oh, man. Now I'm going to be fixated on that and whether it happened or not.
Take that to the bank. Go ahead.
Anyway, I was just sitting next to him. This is 20 years ago. You guys don't even know how much you guys matter.
Okay.
I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, you guys, you don't get it. When you say something, like people listen to it, and I was like, nobody cares.
Right.
And he's like, you don't get it. And so ever since that talk, I was like, well, I guess the media is important. And I've come to believe it is. So Stephen A. Smith, here's something. First of all, if Stephen A. Smith doesn't, if he doesn't do anything, we're never talking about this. It's not coming up. So Stephen A. Smith says we got an issue with Kuminga. All right? That becomes an issue. All right, well, the next time Jonathan Kuminga is talking to the media, it's going to be the first question he's asked.
Wow,
Jonathan, there's a report out there that you're not really a hard worker. What do you have to say to that? You know, I don't know what he would say. Maybe he says that's BS. I work harder than everybody else.
I hope not.
It doesn't matter what he says because what he says then becomes the story.
There you go.
And then what happens? The season starts, and so now everybody's watching Kuminga. Can we see anything in Kuminga's body language? Can we see him not working hard?
Yeah.
It's like you might think this is
small
irrelevant, but it's now become something that's begun to define Kuminga.
Dude,
bottom line.
Okay, and Steiny, that was so well said. You tell me if this fits. I'm going to drive this car into that port. I had a boss I didn't like. His name was Jack Cunningham. And his favorite go-to was perception is reality.
Yeah.
And I hated that.
He's right.
Because you should know better. But I knew what he was getting at as I got older. Yeah. And this falls under that.
Did you ever apologize to him?
No, I hadn't seen him.
Call him up.
No.
Call Jack up.
Yeah,
seriously.
I hated him, Steiny. That's too strong. Our styles didn't. Yeah.
But you've come to appreciate something about it.
Perception is reality.
See, I would call him. And just tell him, I did that recently, and it was very gratifying. You know what?
I feel like you want to say it.
I kind of do, but I kind of don't. But you know what? I kind of will. I kind of will.
Shout out Willard.
What am I saying again? 888-957-957 is the number. What the hell is going on with Jonathan Kuminga? We got full phone lines, and the 415, who's a big Warrior fan, I'm going to read his text because he doesn't like what
1988 for Otis Smith. I got it.
About. Hey, if you're looking for the best 49er content from 95.7 A Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast, powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Let me ask the Bay Area this. If you want to see an absolutely unbelievable sweater vest, make sure you go to Twitch TV or YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game and answer me this question. Should I have to work in the same studio with a guy wearing what he's wearing?
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes and, if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area for a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun. It's the Good Guys 35th Race Deck West Coast Nationals, and it's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Plus, shop the huge swap meet and hundreds of vendor exhibits. Experience Nitro Thunderfest. Celebrate the 90th anniversary of America's iconic 1932 Ford, and so much more. And it's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
The following is a commercial announcement.
Your local radio stations are here for you. No subscriptions or monthly fees necessary. We're here to give you the news, weather, and traffic you need and the music you love. But if the foreign-owned record labels get their way, it could stop the music. They want Congress to force radio stations to pay them more money simply to play their music. Don't let radio go silent. Text LOCAL to 52886 and tell Congress to protect local radio stations. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
If you run a small business, efficiency has never been more important. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing small business savings. Call now to get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/22. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Restrictions apply. New business 50 megabits per second customers only. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply.
If you want to start the semester strong, Staples has you covered.
A gaming chair for my dorm. I mean, a desk chair for studying.
Staples has you covered.
A better way to organize my stuff instead of using milk crates.
A desk lamp to help me pull all-nighters.
Staples has you covered with remote workspace solutions. And now get 25% off desks, filing and storage solutions, lighting, and decor with the purchase of any chair. Explore solutions for your remote workspace at Staples, the working and learning store. Ends 9/24. In-store only.
This should be 8 by 7.
When it comes to closets, Janina's home organization business runs tip-top tidy.
Is this schedule right? I'm gonna need help.
But she needs to reorganize and find a new assistant.
I know, it's your last week, but can you make sure the Hanson pantry's wrapped?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru with you. 95.7 The Game. Yeah, Len Dawson.
Man.
What?
I used to watch him and Nick Bonacani on Inside the NFL forever. And Steiny, he has one of the best pictures ever. And if you want to know how far sports and science has come, he's in his football uniform after a game with a beer and a cigarette in the all-white Chief uniform.
Yeah, I think that was halftime, actually, of a game. And I'm pretty sure it was a Fresca.
Could you imagine? Man, dude, pro dudes had second jobs. Dude, the world has changed. R.I.P. to a legend, man.
I've always heard there have been athletes who smoke. Like, I heard Vlade Divac smoked a lot of, smoked cigarettes at halftime.
I believe that.
I think Bob Lanier, remember Big Bob Lanier?
Kareem was smoking tree before Snoop was even around.
Well, I'm talking about cigarettes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like
heaters. I had a couple.
John Candelaria, remember him?
The Pirates.
Yeah, he smoked.
Lefty.
Saw him in the Yankees
His
clubhouse.
manager smoked. It was Jim Leland smoked, but that was stress.
So did Earl Weaver.
There were some cigarettes flying around at the crap table, 3 a.m.
Oh, man. Steiny, I'm having flashbacks of watching Kevin McHale shooting from the free throw line.
Where'd that come from?
That's looking at you. And that... I went on Twitch and immediately closed it once I saw the vest.
That's Dibs or Willard somebody. Yeah.
Steiny, I had to stop watching on YouTube. I couldn't take it anymore. It's not appropriate
Read
workwear.
the good ones now.
Go ahead, you can.
I got to find a couple.
All right. Yeah. What the hell's wrong with Jonathan Kuminga? Let's go to Dave. Dave's in San Leandro. Get us started, Dave. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. Just a quick comparison here. I think it was Anthony who was the last caller talking about Kuminga being drafted into a really good situation. And that comparison parallel that I'm trying to draw is maybe with San Antonio, who had a dynastic run as well, and Kawhi Leonard being drafted into a really, really good situation. I know we don't have the benefit of hindsight with Kuminga right now. This is kind of breaking, but I would like to see if I can get your guys' take on the comparison and parallel with Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because as you were talking, I started to pull up the 2021 NBA draft because I started to think, well, let's think about this for a minute.
Yep.
Cade Cunningham plays a lot. Jalen Green, he was the number 2
pick.
Love
both of them.
If all these guys are healthy.
Okay.
Jalen Green played a lot. Evan Mobley played a lot.
Yes, he did.
Scotty Barnes played a lot.
Love Scotty.
Jalen Suggs was starting before he got hurt.
Yep.
Josh Giddey's been the talk of the
OKC.
And next is Jonathan Kuminga, who doesn't play.
Wow, man.
So Kuminga's looking at 6 guys above him who are all playing.
That man.
And then he looks behind him.
Who we got?
Franz Wagner, the guy from the Magic. He plays. Davion Mitchell. He plays.
Sacramento.
Zaire Williams plays for the Grizzlies.
Pretty damn good.
He probably doesn't play as much.
I like him, though.
The bottom line is...
your boy's got to get in the lab.
Or get him on the court, Steve Kerr. Why aren't you saying
that? You got to earn your way on the court.
How's he going to earn it if you don't give him playing time?
In camp?
It's that same old... it's almost... the same thing about...
You and George Bush on before a second. Remember the... well, go ahead.
Well, sometimes it's hard to keep a train of thought when there's got 17 things going on.
Right. I get it.
And now I can't even remember.
Hey, is your mom in town?
Oh, that's...
Tell Mary I say hello. If I had a better sweater, I'd come over today. I don't want to go over there like this.
No,
who's a brother with all the too much
Well, you're not going to be the only brother over there. Come on. Dana's coming.
Well, you're right.
And Dana's bringing his brother.
What's his name?
I don't know.
I'm
We're getting Thai food.
Oh, I'm out.
You know how many people I got in my house right now?
15.
14.
You got some estate there.
You say I got a mistake there?
No, I said you got some estate. You got the Steiny estate. I've been there. I broke bread. Yeah, we close.
You're weird.
Yeah.
Tamir in Richmond. Hey, what's up, Tamir? How you doing? We got a problem with Kuminga?
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen?
Going well.
Yeah, did Kuminga ever have to overcome any adversity? Because I'm looking at his kind of mismatch with the rest of the characters on the team. Curry, Clay, Draymond all had to overcome some adversity, and Wiseman's going through it. Jordan Poole wasn't exactly highly, drafted or doesn't get the same hype as Kuminga.
Tamir, I like it. No, what I'm saying is he's kind of right. I mean, Kuminga hasn't gone through the adversity Wiseman has. Like Wiseman's first 2 years in the league.
Well, that's Klay Thompson type adversity, though. That's, he had 37 games. But
I think what Tamir's saying is this will become Kuminga's. What word were we just using? Why did I forget it?
Adversity?
Adversity. Like, people will be on him for his work ethic and he'll overcome it.
Well, where I'm at, Steiny, is forget this. To me, this is the easy part for Kuminga. What I'm concerned with is when you get in the lab with the lab work, how soon can you perfect the lab work? Like, we need to see a Jordan Poole from. Like,
well, wait a minute. You wanted him to play more last year, and now you're saying I have to see improvement.
I'm telling you, when I sat down with Lil D,
so you wanted to play him before he even earned it,
and he got. I'm not going to use the word exposed because the games didn't count. But the answers came to me when I watched him with the ball in his hands, feeling like he didn't get the opportunity here with the big club. Like, dude, your handles ain't all that. You ain't Borden. Something is up. You shooting a three like you're KD. He's got to work on his game, and maybe it's come so easy for him, so fast with his athletic gifts that, he's like, oh, I'll work when I want to work. You need to go Rihanna. Work, 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 work. That's what work. That's what you need to be on. That whole
what I don't want him
training
to do.
Camp.
You know what I don't want him to do though is walk it, talk it, walk it, talk it.
Look at you.
Worst song in the history of songs. That song.
If you remember it, they did their job.
No, they didn't.
And Drake's on that one.
I know he is.
Yeah.
And he ought to be embarrassed. He ought to be embarrassed.
Dude, the Migos they got millions.
I'm sure they do, and I'm sure they put out quality music. I'm just saying, I don't want to
got a new one.
I don't want to go out on a limb.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't want to be a hype guy, but it's the worst song of all time.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Where were you at the concert last night? And who the hell was playing? Our boss was there.
The Killers. Have you ever heard of them?
If the Bullets got to change their name, the Killers need to change theirs.
Spadoni was there.
Was Spadoni there?
Why don't you ask Spadoni?
Yeah, what about it?
The Killers. What song? Give me their top song.
Somebody told me Mr. Brightside.
Like a girlfriend.
Yeah, Mr. Brightside's the boyfriend.
We just have an earthquake.
Last year.
Right.
I think it's a pain. Yeah.
Spadoni, if you could play,
I'll come back with that whenever that was later. That was Somebody Told Me. That was their first hit song. Their most famous is Mr. Brightside.
How does that one go?
I don't want to say.
I'm just do it because I'll know it.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just. There you go.
I'm coming out of the cage.
Chris Brown was at Concord
I don't know who he is.
Chris Brown? Oh, yeah. But I'm sure the Killers, you got to change your name, especially in today's time. Give me that. I'm not being
They're not a professional team.
There was a funny moment in the concert last night. He's like, this is a super spreader event. We're spreading peace, love, and rock and roll. That was just the best.
You know what I heard about that concert last night for the Killers? It was a legacy concert. Dude, Spadoni sent us a picture of the boss because our boss was there.
That's how I saw it.
It was like an unbelievable picture. He was in like the second.
By the way, wore the same thing he wore to work yesterday.
Yeah, and it's unbelievable that picture could capture a cluelessness that would he didn't know where he's going.
I have no idea.
His wife, because he was there with his wife. I assume it was his wife. She went to the concessions or the bathroom or something, and he was just walking around by himself. I was like, oh, this is just too good. He's just wandering about. Man, that guy. He was in the pit, boys.
Yeah,
he was. The pit with all those youngins.
I was a little jealous. I'm like, the Killers? I've heard of Devo. Who else?
Talking Heads?
No, Free Fall, Tom Petty.
Tom Petty?
Yeah, I never heard of the Killers. Change your name, though. Especially nowadays, man. The Killers.
No, because, dude.
If the Bullets had to change their name, the Killers should have to. You know what I mean, though.
I do know what you mean. You're wrong. Because the way people use that word now is, dude, that's a killer vest.
Well, you do. But you laugh at it. But it's not, I'm getting some love. Just 2005 love.
Yeah, it's too late. Yeah. Mark in Oakland. Hey, Mark, what's going on, buddy? You know what, Mark? You got to call back.
That was the plague. What was happening there?
Remember James Pappas?
Yeah. He texted me.
I'm with you. Migos are the most overrated musicians. He has that in quote in the last 20 years.
The fact that he's listening to us and his
Austin,
family,
Texas.
That's our boy, man.
He walks it like he talks it.
Courtesy of the Odyssey app.
You guys are special. That's a 4E.
I'm hearing good things about Austin.
Yeah.
Hey, Pappas, text me. Should I start sniffing around Austin?
Well, he came to town. You stood him up for a drink.
I didn't he stood me up. Get your facts straight and get back to me. We stayed at the bar as late as we always do. He never showed up.
Speaking of which, when you were gone, we had it going down there. Cafeteria. Maybe you were like, when I'm not there, the party's
I'm the straw that stirs the drink.
Not that day.
Who was all there?
Everybody.
No.
I'll tell you later.
You think it got packed because I didn't go?
No, but you didn't tell me our people at GSI Construction went without me.
No, they did. When?
Chris, she said they all came down.
When?
The day I was out.
No.
Well,
I wasn't there either.
Saving stuff.
No, she probably meant they went down there and nobody was there.
No, they went down there and you guys all hung out.
I wasn't there. I don't and don't say you're drunk.
She told me.
She wasn't down there. I wasn't down there with her. The woman from down.
Yeah, our girl.
By the
Chris.
way, if you're gonna use the company name, make sure you get it right.
I said GSI.
It's GCI.
Oh damn.
Oh my God.
Help me out.
Let's go to Dane. Dane's in Oakland. You ever see the movie?
Guru is not your spokesman. Who?
Hold on. It's called
Happy Gilmore.
Miller's Crossing.
No.
The Coen brothers. They had a character, the Dane. He was nasty. What's up, Dane? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? So it's Dean from Oakland, and I have seen Happy Gilmore. But the I think question or comment that I have was about the news about KD yesterday and him staying in Brooklyn, and I feel like he's been getting unnecessary hate, specifically from Bay Area media. Because, we're not New York, we're not Philly, we don't do that. It's not our style.
Yep.
Specifically yesterday, I know Damon Bruce was saying yesterday, playing with KD is like having sex with a hooker, and KD was bitch slapped by the Brooklyn organization with that statement that came out yesterday. Okay. I feel like, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, and I'll take my comments and questions off air. I feel like if you're hating on KD, you're not a true Warriors fan. Like the guy,
that's fair.
2 NBA championships. He risked his career. He gave us his Achilles. And before KD, who was our biggest free agent? Iggy. That was like our biggest free agent.
Danny Fortson.
KD, and before that,
Mark Price.
Who was it?
Thanks, Dane. Appreciate it.
Well, Dane, what about do endings matter? He left you. And if you were married to a spouse for 30 beautiful years, and then she left or he left,
they weren't married for 30 years.
I don't go, it was great. I'm heartbroken.
Dane, let me
left.
Let me make this clear. Damon Bruce to this conversation is irrelevant. I don't know what he said. If you want to talk to Damon about it. But to me, the question is about Bay Area media. Listen,
we're
the bottom line. You are.
I want to get into I want to start asking questions.
The bottom line is this: because everybody loves the Warriors, they just can't deal with Kevin Durant. Didn't like it here,
and for some reason,
not the media. But for some reason, the media has taken it a little bit personally, too, that Durant has left here. And they're not happy about it because, you know how many times, and this drives me crazy. Why did he leave basketball heaven? It wasn't heaven for Durant. What is so hard to understand? Okay, so you hold that against him because he didn't like playing in Golden State?
Well, guess what,
I'm with Dane.
It's not heaven in Brooklyn.
It doesn't matter.
It's a Kevin Durant problem.
It's not a Kevin Durant problem.
Squawking
what does
and
he
talking
care?
About how the media didn't give you a fair shot.
He's right.
And the people weren't cheering louder than Steph for you. That's insecurity.
Okay.
And look where he's at now.
Yeah, he's insecure.
I'm just saying.
He's insecure. He can also be right. He's insecure, but he can also be correct.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's got one less ring. If his ass would have stayed here, would have had some more.
Those rings are meaningless to him. Meaningless.
They keep him up at night.
What keeps him up at night?
The Warriors winning without him? You don't think that bothers him?
It might bother him.
But
the fact that it bothers the Bay Area media is so telling.
That's
because
funny.
a lot of the Bay Area media are fans of the Warriors.
I'll say this.
I get it.
Did he offend the Bay Area media? And it's his prerogative.
Probably.
He did.
Yes,
he said some
because
stuff that I thought wasn't true.
Like what?
Oh, they never gave me a fair shot.
I don't think he might be right. He was. They were like,
wow.
Listen,
I just karma's you know what?
He hurt people's feelings because he walked away from here. Bottom line. End of story.
Okay. To me, and I'm not by myself. I can't
don't say
this.
He made a mistake.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Sure. You think he'd come back to the Warriors on his own? No chance.
Did we do a show with the Warriors taking back?
Would the Warriors take him back?
Yeah.
Would they trade for him? Yes, he'd have to come back under that situation.
But that means
he does not want to come back.
All right. Well,
no chance.
I was the one saying that because he's got too much pride.
Jim and Martinez. What's going on, Jim? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. I just got an Al's Big Burger. I don't even want to talk about it because I don't want to give it away. It was so freaking good, man. It was like getting high.
Al's Big Burger.
Kuminga is 19 years old. I agree with you. 3.5 on the Richter scale, Steiny. But the guruization, I swear to God, you guys are killing me. The guruization, that was awesome. And I really hate on Durant. I'm baffled by him. But that's just, high-strung superstar. And now, he wants to go play with those. Really?
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
Thanks. Appreciate it.
The burger in Alameda.
I don't know where that is.
I've never heard of it either.
Albany, sorry.
Albany.
Local spot.
Yeah.
Why do you take it personally that Kevin Durant didn't like it here? I don't understand. You don't play for the Warriors. You don't play for the Warriors.
Yeah,
I don't know why you're taking it personally.
You just went on this tangent like you know him. You don't know him, Steiny.
I know.
The dude is... He
What are you
was
talking
bitching.
about?
He was whiny when he was here, and he'll never find basketball happiness. And for that, I'm sad for him.
Maybe.
But I'm glad his ass is still in Brooklyn because I'm going to tell you this. He could still get a chip. Brooklyn is going to be a problem.
Then did he make a mistake?
No.
Oh, so if he wins a title, he wins one title with Brooklyn, that justifies him leaving the Bay. Like... See, and that's where I think people just don't get it. It's Kevin Durant. He's got 2 rings right now. If he wins a ring in Brooklyn, it doesn't mean he made the right decision. And if he doesn't win a ring in Brooklyn, it doesn't mean he made the wrong. He wanted to leave here. He didn't want to be here anymore. What's so hard about that to understand?
And the Warriors, how did they do without him?
They did great.
That's okay.
Why can't you understand some players like to be challenged? They like to be challenged. And with Kevin Durant on the Golden State Warriors, he was like, this is a joke.
Okay.
We're never going to lose. We have by far the best team in the NBA. And you know what? I came here to win a title. And you know what? It wasn't as fulfilling as I thought it was going to be because we had no competition.
As much, I hear you, and I just can't wait for your rebuttal. Go somewhere and win as a 1.
He did. He got to the finals 1 year.
He won the 1 here.
He got
the culture, and you know what?
Your revisionist
taking
history.
your big brother to the fight
Your
is different than fighting when your big brother is not around.
This is what you do. Because let me tell you something that I know for a fact, and I remember it. When the Golden State Warriors won their 2 titles with Kevin Durant, it was almost conventional wisdom that Durant was the best player in the league.
Gotcha.
You said it.
Gotcha.
You said Durant was the best player in the league.
I did.
During those 2 years. So did everybody.
Yeah, no
okay,
doubt.
so was he a 1 or not? If he was the best player in the league playing for the Warriors.
No, he wasn't a 1 because he had to come to this culture who had already won, WON. So now that I look back on it, this culture allowed him and us to think he was the culture when he really wasn't. He was able to be in a comfort zone. I'm not hating on him for it because he mastered it. But you look, the questions about Kevin Durant for me are still out there. Can you go do it in Brooklyn as the Steph Curry? Because you couldn't do it in OKC. You got close. You got to the finals, blew a 3-1 lead. I cannot wait to see the rest of how this career plays out for Kevin Durant. In regard to KD, can you do it being the 1?
I don't think he can, but I'm not going to say.
I think he can.
Okay, well, I think he's getting too old now. But like
that Boston series bothered me just from him.
Well, let's go to Shaka in Berkeley.
Our guy.
What's up, Shaka? How you doing, buddy?
All right, how both of y'all doing? Good. What's up, good?
You know, I'm just having a good time, baby.
Hey, man, Kevin Durant was a hired mercenary, man.
Yeah.
He came here. We got 2 championships with him. He has to leave. Nobody pushed him out. Him and Draymond got in an argument, whatever they be, whatever. He has to leave. Kevin Durant went to 3 different high schools, man. Whatever Kevin Durant's going through, he's been going through it. But the thing about it is, he's got to win on his own. He's got to get a team and build a team together and win on his own to get the respect that he won.
I'm gonna tell you something, Shaka. Thank you. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about life. Let me tell you something about life. Lawrence. And this is what people don't understand. Kevin Durant didn't win anything in Oklahoma City. He came to the Warriors with Steph Curry, and they won 2 out of 3 years. What he found out was that there was no challenge involved in that. He was also playing with Steph Curry, and maybe he felt like, I didn't get the respect that I need. Okay, so you know what Kevin Durant did? He looked in the mirror and said, well, I can stay here and sleepwalk to 5 titles. Or I can go try to get my own team and win it all. Right. And let me tell you, trying to get your own team and winning it all and not winning it is better than staying here and winning meaningless titles. At least he'll be able to look at himself in the mirror at the end of his career and say, I tried. I tried to win a title as a number 1, and I couldn't get it done. But you know what? I can sleep at night because I didn't take the easy way out and play with Steph Curry and win 7 titles.
Steiny, I'm giving you for the first time in our career together an A+ for that. But does the fact that he tried to whine his way out of that situation that you talk about keep him up at night? And did your opinion of said player, Kevin Durant, change? Because mine did. Joe Tsai and everybody in Brooklyn gave you everything you asked for, and this is how you repay us? You want to get out of town? You want to come on though, sir.
But that's all irrelevant.
There has to be some collateral damage when you talk about him and the challenge, him going to set up shop and then saying, I'm up out of here.
That's
Wham,
bad.
bam, thank you, ma'am. Okay. That ain't cool.
No, I didn't. Who said he's cool?
Oh, okay.
I never said he's cool. I'm talking about people that have the nerve to say he made a mistake.
Okay, I'm asking
Steiny
to tell us
he can sleep at night.
How you psychoanalyzed. Were you disappointed that he went to the measures to try to get up out of there?
Guru,
they gave him everything, Steiny. They gave him everything.
Guru, I told you. I got home from vacation 2 weeks ago. I see Kevin Durant on Twitter arguing with nobodies, and I'm like, you know what?
You never told me this.
I'm like, this guy just doesn't. I don't know if he can be your best player.
Right, I didn't hear this. I was gone. So that did, so you have taken inventory, like, what's this dude doing?
What do you mean, what's he doing? Here's what he went to Brooklyn.
Okay.
And Harden left him, and Kyrie's a whack job, and he's like, you know what, get me out of here, get me to another team where I can try to win it, because we can't do it here. I'm not agreeing, I'm not supporting that. He's weird. He's insecure.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, I think he can sleep at night.
They're not. Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, he's sleeping in Brooklyn.
And Warrior fans, it was too easy for Kevin Durant.
But then when the tough got going, he wanted out at his new spot. I'll give you that.
He was unfulfilled here. Why don't you take us out?
He said it to me. I'm saying to you. It's Steiny Guru, 95.7 The Game.
This advertisement is paid for by Lacuna Ventures, LLC. For terms and conditions, visit yourrights.legal. Attention. If you or someone you know spent time at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina prior to 1988 and developed serious health conditions such as non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, lung cancer, bladder, breast, or kidney cancer, you may be eligible for significant financial compensation. Call Camp Lejeune victims to discuss your case now at 800-813-9968. Leaking underground tanks contaminated the drinking water with benzene and other highly carcinogenic chemicals, up to 280 times acceptable levels. Marines, their families, contractors, or employees who spent at least 30 days at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune prior to 1988 and developed a serious health condition. Call to determine your eligibility for financial compensation. If you don't win, you pay nothing. It's critical to take action and call now. 800-813-9968. That's 800-813-9968. Again, 800-813-9968.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Attention veterans, if you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So we're gonna sing it.
We're singing words now.
We'll even sing the business part.
Save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive.
Now that's a commercial you'll remember, even if you don't remember the bundle and save with Progressive part.
We're singing that commercial.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
This is the end of the jingle. A jingle about insurance.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We gone into a haunted house?
Look at like I'm talking. Hey.
Great lyric. Wow.
That was a hit, though.
Yeah. That's one to be proud of.
Like I'm talking. Hey, Spadoni, that's a bad dude.
Spadoni, I got to tell you, I'm glad you played it because I didn't even think it was this bad, but it's actually worse than I remember.
You didn't even know what was going on.
So they took one of the oldest cliches in the book that's already tired, hackneyed, and trite, and they repeated it 100 times.
Yeah, rap is dead.
Hip
hop is dead.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll stand by that. It is dead. All this music they got now. And songs are like 2 minutes and 1 second.
Yeah, that bothers me.
One verse and it's over.
I'm with you there.
Jeez.
We're talking about how Kevin Durant got up out of Golden State and nobody can deal with it still.
Dude, the Warriors just won a chip.
I'm talking about fans.
Yeah, they're on euphoria. It's about Drake back to back. That's what they're done with KD. I almost feel bad for him. You ever had that girl that left you, or you left and they're not doing too good? You kind of feel bad. Look, I've had a couple of times, but you feel bad. That's how I feel for KD.
He's making 193 over the next 4 years.
Good Lord.
Jose in Mountain View. What's up, Jose? How you doing, buddy?
Man.
Hey.
I'm good.
Thank you.
Fuck it.
You said.
Fuck it. That's not bad. It's still going on. I'd rather take that than Billie Eilish. Give me a break.
Wow.
I was hearing you guys. I thought, did Stephen A. Smith join the group? Because I'm hearing a lot of yelling. Next thing you know, you're going to be talking about the Cowboys. Please. KD is like the champion that never was. And yeah, you feel bad for him because he's still searching for that limelight. Like he can still do it. But you nailed it, man. He's getting up there in age.
Yeah.
He came to him with the Nets, and it fell apart just like that. And I feel sorry for him, too, because it's like Don Quixote all over again. He tries.
What is the... Yeah, thanks for the call. I could have asked Jose. Don Quixote's one that I haven't really dived into. What's the message of I know he was windmills. He was too busy trying to slay windmills.
I'm on the bitch on this one.
Hey, you guys know the Comcast business text line, 888-957-9570. What was the, or you can call in, 888-957-9570. What was the kind of the theme of Don Quixote?
The novel's message, Steiny, this is per Google.
Don't go chasing windmills?
The individuals can be right while society is wrong.
That's me.
There you go. That was considered a radical idea for its day back in 1605.
Wow.
Matt Quixote.
Yeah. That's the kind of Jack Cunningham. Perception is reality.
I like that.
Yeah, I don't.
Is the first modern novel.
It was in 1600.
Modern.
Austin's in Redwood City. What's up, Austin?
What's up? Hey, I wanted to touch on that Kuminga thing.
Yeah.
So I feel like the Warriors made a bad decision on drafting this guy. Like I told you before, Guru, the man looks stiff. A mannequin can make a better move than he could, and then I think he should be battling the roster spot with the new point guard that was dominating in the summer league. And also,
Mac McClung.
The three ball. Okay, that's him. And also, out of the three Ball brothers, Leandro Ball may be the better ball player than out of the three of them. Everybody likes to oohs and ahs out of LaMelo Ball and Lonzo, but I feel like Jello fit the Warriors system pretty good. What y'all think about that?
My sources is he's not quite there.
That's why he's the one not playing. He's doing something.
I have Twitter on my screen because it's part of my job.
Yeah.
You're tweeting at Whitley in the middle of the show.
No, during the break.
15 seconds ago, you replied
There's a delay.
to Whitley.
Hey, this job is about overlapping, man. I got all my stuff up like Captain James T. Kirk. Dude, you play with your phone the whole show. You respond to Dan Daly and your buddies. I
have to.
Oh, you have to. Okay.
Let me see if Nahegan need more energy today. Get off the ranch.
Right.
I thought you were talking about Brandon Belt.
Is that real?
I got 4 texts from our boss. I can't turn that off. I made them all up.
Okay.
But the point is,
I'm listening to you.
Guru, you sound like an old guy saying hip-hop.
Hip-hop
I agree.
is dead.
I agree, 415. Hip-hop is thriving.
It's been dead. Ask
Thank
Nas.
you. And I love hip-hop. I just don't like that one song.
Yeah. But they made their money. Migos.
I guess. I guess. By the way, I had the staff buzzing today.
Dude, what? Can you explain why?
Somebody's going to have to look at Twitch or YouTube TV.
Okay. Show it up. Magic Eye.
I got this. This is the Magic Eye book.
Okay.
It's incredible. You just can't do it. That's why you don't like it.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's 3D art. It's a book of 3D art. Are you familiar with it?
No.
Only some. It's hard, not easy to do. So they have pictures here, paintings. You can see they don't look like much.
They look like wallpaper.
Yeah.
All right.
Right. But if you look at them a certain way for a certain amount of time, you see a different picture, and it's a 3D picture. It's fascinating.
But what made you bring it in?
Well, I'll tell you what made me bring it in. We had it up in Canada. We had an old book like this. This is a very old book. And and I loved it. So as a joke, about 5 years ago, they bought me the same book to have here in the Bay Area. I saw it today, and I was like, that's right.
And it was bugging me that you were getting all, like you liked it.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Evan's starting to get the hang of it. You know, it's like so easy. Give me the name of the person, I'll be like you're never going to get it.
I don't want to get it.
Nah, but you can't anyway.
I like sports.
You wouldn't be able to anyway. Evan stuck with it. He can do it. Lucas, that's another one. He'll never get it.
What about Ratto?
Ratto will never even try it.
Okay.
Ray Ratto.
Yeah.
He's already said he won't try it. Grandy, I don't care about one way or the other. Spadoni, if I could ever keep Spadoni's attention for 5 minutes, he might have a shot at it. Brian Ratto will never, ever be
How
able
about
to
the
do
boss?
it. He doesn't have it in him.
Right. It looked boring to me.
It's not boring. It's actually the opposite of boring.
I've never seen you like that. I guess that's what was bothering. I wanted to get the book and swing it across
Like to me,
the
room, the opposite of boring is looking at something and going, "Wow, oh, I see it. I see it." That's opposite of boring.
As long as you're happy, my friend.
Well, I'm not. I mean, it doesn't mean I'm happy. It just means Magic Eye. I got the Magic Eye with
Dude, this show's flying.
You can't
it's
say this show.
2:11. We're out at 3. Like, where did the time go? We've been Kaminga, the vest. I'm just like, wow. Let's end strong.
But the show has not been good.
See, how do you judge yourself?
888-957-9570 is the numbers. We have a good show or not today.
See, I'm the judge of
that. You can't do that. And the other thing is we're barely 2/3. This is what happens.
Dude,
you lose steam.
Please, if anything, I gain it. Come on, Steiny. We got 49 minutes left. Finish strong.
I can't.
As long as you're smiling, that's half the battle.
Nobody can see a smile on it.
I'm getting twitches.
See, we used to have those books back in elementary school. I love those books. Yeah, thank you. 707. Appreciate it. I'll look up tilting. Okay. Steiny's straight up like data. No, there you go. Goobers talk.
No, I'm blown away because you made.
Are you still on Twitch?
No, you made my upbringing about not knowing about that book like my parents didn't. You know, we weren't okay. We lived in the suburbs. We had it. We had some chicken.
I didn't even know the book existed until 5 years ago.
I didn't know about it. A lot of people didn't like.
Well, no, but you.
Yeah, you know, like the Johnsons didn't have enough. You know what I mean? My parents didn't.
That's not Norm.
Expose me to certain stuff.
No, I didn't. I never saw this book when I was a kid.
Okay.
I saw it for the first time 8 years ago.
I'm going to hide it.
So, no, you're not.
Not like you did my water. Yeah.
You know what? I'll tell you where I want to go. Because you brought it up at the beginning of the show. And I rarely say this, but you brought this up and I said, that's not a bad idea.
Well, I'll give you a 2 for the material. Well, go ahead.
You said, would you like to see Joe Lacob buy the that's California.
Yeah.
By the Angels. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
I wouldn't.
And at first when you brought this up, Goo, I was like, that's interesting, but I'd forgotten even a better part of it was that Joe Lacob did grow up watching Angels games and selling peanuts. So I got to think, like, here's my thing. Like when you said, as a 888-957-9570, as a Warrior fan, would you care at all if Joe Lacob bought the Angels? And you said you kind of would.
Yeah.
How come?
Because he, and this is a compliment to Joe, is like Jerry Jones. Yeah, you can have your other business stuff, but the sports stuff is one team, and it's the Cowboys. You live and die with them. And Joey Lightyears right now, Steiny, has basically put on a master class on how to be an owner and take something from nothing and make it into what it is now. So as a fan, I wouldn't want the resources, and not saying they would be gone, but I wouldn't want him to have another child. As a Warrior fan, I want this to be his only baby, and that means everything is just...
So you wouldn't... Okay, forget the Angels.
But the A's here locally would be different.
Okay.
That would
so
be
it's
more...
a geographical thing.
No doubt about it. And that's the travesty, again, with the... Like, dude, there are times I'm turning on the A's game. I need a life. I watched the Marlins and A's last night, and I'm like, what if Joe got to the A's? What would they would be back to their glory days.
I don't know.
I mean, it would take some time, Steiny, but
I'm wondering
letting guys walk out the door. That's how much Joe Lacob means to me, man. And I'm just telling you, I wouldn't want him to be, overseeing a team at a market.
I'm trying to the one, like, I don't know. I have no idea, obviously. There's a cut for you, or drop. But I mean, I'm thinking about a guy who bought the Warriors in 10 years ago, won 4 titles,
this is amazing.
And now is thinking to himself, what if I bought the Angels, who stank, and can get them World Series?
And what you just added, he grew up in the park selling the corn dogs.
Yeah.
That, like, he's got, that has to hit the cardiac muscle.
And see, this is kind of where,
don't sleep on him.
This is kind of where I'm at in a little bit with Durant, and why people can't assume one thing or the other. So let's say Joe Lacob wants another challenge. Okay, he just won 4 titles.
Okay.
You know what? If I owned a baseball team and I could get the baseball team to win, I'm going down as one of the greatest sports executives of all time.
Go ahead.
Okay, so he buys the Angels, but he can't get over the top with the Angels. But boy, because he's Joe Lacob, he accepted the challenge to try.
Oh, double
That's
thumbs up.
not failing.
Right. Not at all.
That's being able to look in the mirror and say, I bought the Angels.
Right.
So why can't you afford Kevin Durant the exact same
And I did that when he left, man.
feeling?
But the fact that he went public and said he wanted out of there, he ran from that. And we teach our kids, our friends, when the tough get going.
Guru.
What is it?
You disliked... You have been... Forget what just happened.
Oh, I can't. See, that's the problem. I can't.
Listen to me. Forget what just happened with Durant. Even if what happened with Durant recently never happened, you still have ripped him. You still have ripped him for leaving the Warriors, saying he made a mistake. And I'm telling you right now, you can't assume that.
You know what? And you don't remember this, and you might fight me on it. Steiny, when you hit me with that challenge example of a new challenge and how easy it was, I said, you know what? I need to back up. And that's what I did. I was mad. I was hurt that he left. But Steiny, I did that. I backed up. And that was his prerogative. And I get what you're saying. Well, Goop, put a period on it and don't react to what we just now know. But, man, how quick did that run out?
But wait a minute. If you don't like you're saying right now, I didn't like that Kevin Durant.
I hated it. But I learned. You kept saying it, Steiny, and I give you credit about challenges and new challenges. I get that, but then you go to the new challenge and you want out. I mean, okay, now I can't put what happened here, what I deemed happened here in Warriorville, and then now you want out when everything they did was. And I know you're saying don't talk about this. I just can't stop. They did everything to appease him, and he wanted out. What type of leader is that?
He's not a leader.
Okay.
He's not a leader.
Yeah. I've never heard you say that.
Of course he's not.
Yeah,
Kevin Durant?
Okay. All right.
No, he's not a leader. But that doesn't mean he's not a hell of a player.
Oh, no, he's a hell of a player.
888-957-9570. Would you feel a certain kind of... I mean, the first thing I thought about was Peter Goober, who's the co-owner of the Warriors, and he also is a minority owner of the Dodgers. I'm also listening Ted Leonis. I think that's how you say it. No, Leonsis. He owns the Mystics, the Wizards. He might own the Capitals.
Wow, okay,
But what have they done?
Yeah.
Like, what have the Wizards done? This would be a guy who's... I'm trying to think who else. Stan Kroenke. Who owns multiple sports teams? Kroenke owns the Rams and the the Rams and the...
Avalanche.
Yeah.
And the Arsenal also. Premier League.
And your boy now, former Raider owner, now he's got the Aces and the Raiders, Mark Davis. Yeah, I hear you. But when I was watching the game the other day, they said it. I hear you.
By the way, the Bay Area, Oakland may get the Bay Area may get a
Where you hear that
WNBA
at?
team. It's all over.
Oh, that'd be phenomenal.
Yeah,
what would you name it?
It's a good question.
USFL was Oakland Invaders.
You probably have to say what would you call them? Bay Area?
No,
would you call them Golden
Oakland.
State? We don't know they're playing in Oakland yet. We don't know where they're playing.
I want it.
You think everything's easy?
I'm in.
It's complicated.
Steiny, these girls are balling.
First of all, they're women.
These women are balling.
Rolando in Napa. Hi, Rolando.
Hey, hi, how's it going, you guys? I'm a big fan of yours. I'm enjoying Wine Country and listening to you guys. It makes my day. So
thank you.
All right. Do awesome work. Yeah. I want to talk about a little side bet I have with my friend. So I know you guys talk about bets, but I bet my friend that who would win the next ring, KD or LeBron? Now I took neither of them because I don't think neither Kevin Durant or LeBron James is going to win another ring. And I want to talk about a little bit about Trey Lance. And I think I'm a big fan of his. And a good defense I always believe that a good defense can carry you all the way. So I believe that if Trey Lance plays mistake-free, I think that his defense can carry it all the way. And if they do go all the way, I'll put my money and says that Nick Bosa is going to be the Super Bowl MVP. And I'm a big fan of Trey Lance, and I'm actually going to get to have a chance to meet him in about 2 weeks at a huge sports car show at Levi's. So
nice.
I'm going to try to get his autograph.
Yeah, cool. Good luck there.
I never was a big autograph dude, Steiny, because you could forge them. You know what I mean? Just like
that's the reason.
But is that really Steve Carlton's? You know, John Hancock. I hate I'm that guy. I've been poisoned, man. But I get it.
You know, it's funny because the one thing that stuck out that Rolando said was, if Trey Lance plays mistake-free he's not going to play mistake-free football. He's a first-year quarterback.
Let's put the right on the table.
Gonna play mistake-free
This may be the
football.
worst offensive line during Jimmy's tenure.
They're getting cohesion.
Well, no. What's up with McGlinchey? That ain't cohesion.
McKivitz has been
I'm just
terrific.
saying it's in flux. Outside of Trent Williams, that's going to have an impact on how good Trey is to the naked eye.
So that'll be the reason he stinks.
I hate you think that. I'm not saying that. It's real right now, though, Steiny. This O-line is, I'm telling you, Jimmy has had better O-lines.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's not hard to...
Google. You can Google authentic signature.
Agree,
What?
Goo. Agree. Yeah. You're not... That's not... The reason you didn't get autographs was not because they can be forged. It's got to be something different. It's got to be like... Somebody turned you down, and then you were like, "I'm never letting this happen." Who turned you down? Who hurt you?
No, Milt May did.
Okay,
again, remember I told you he was the part, and I was like, "You ain't playing."
There you go. I knew it.
I thought of it. No, but it's the day after when you tell somebody, "Hey, I got Steiny's signature," and they weren't there to see you get it.
Sure.
It's like, did you really? You know what I mean?
So you have friends who don't trust you. That's weird.
Well, people in my life.
Like who?
No, just like
if you
the
came in here.
autograph does nothing for me.
Hey, Steiny, I never showed you this before, but let me show you Roger Staubach. I got a Roger Staubach autograph. I wouldn't say, did you just do this? Did you sign his name?
See, I would do that to you. I would look at it and I wouldn't tell you. I'd be like, man, I wonder if somebody just pulled one over on them.
But why would you do that?
Because they have fake stuff all the time. Memorabilia, Steiny.
But why would you, as a grown man, try to pawn,
because it's hustlers out here, man.
Okay, great. Okay. Hey, Steiny, look, this is Roger Staubach's autograph. Oh, that's cool, Goo. Nice. Hey, guess what?
See,
it's not really Roger Staubach. So then you say to a
that.
friend, hey, Steiny thinks this is Roger Staubach's autograph.
Oh, never.
It's really not.
I ain't messy like that.
No, who cares?
I do. And I wouldn't tell anybody. I just feel like, is it really? That's all.
Guru, it's about the experience.
And I just
and the
said
story.
That. No
while
doubt.
you're
I just said that. You got the Dr. J when he shunned you.
That's right.
Still a scar.
I wouldn't call it a scar.
I believe it is.
But he's a horse's behind, and I'll never like him.
I think there was more to the story if we asked John.
That is the story. Goose doesn't remember the story. He was never a part of it.
I know he does. It was his, who was it?
Ex-wife.
Yeah.
Turquoise Irving.
Is that her name?
Yeah. Dead serious.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody, a human.
That's what her name tag said back in 1975.
Shout out Dolphins. Dolphin fans.
So, why with what's with the yikes?
Yikes. Oh, that's the name.
Yeah, I'm out on that name.
Yeah, me too, Spadoni. Turquoise?
You can't make fun of somebody's name because they didn't give it to themselves.
You know what? And that's what I've done to the
What the hell is wrong with
Northwest and all what Kim and Kanye have done?
How many people do you know that have changed their names? I know
my
one.
brother did. He didn't like Samuel. He just changed it to Sam legally.
Oh my! That is
What the hell is wrong with
I
him?
want to have a beer and hear that story.
I got it. Okay, I should probably keep my
I
mouth
thought he went
shut.
from Sam to Tony, but he went from Samuel
Hold
to
on.
Sam.
What? I would have thought. So if you don't know, Spadoni's he comes from a family of 42 kids. I'm sorry, 9. Right? 10 kids.
I'm number 7 out of the 10. 6 brothers, 3 sisters.
See, I would have thought Samuel would have changed his last name because he didn't like, for whatever reason, Samuel Spadoni, even though I kind of like it.
Yeah.
Sam.
That's double.
How old? Is he an older brother?
He's the oldest.
Oh, boy.
But did he have to legally change it from can't you just say Sam?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Right.
It's a good question. All right.
Yeah, that's the weird part. Ain't no one called him Samuel ever in his life. That's the weird part.
Wow, that is things we do.
And he locked that in.
Yes, he did. He made damn sure that nobody was going to call him that. All right, 888-957-9570. We're getting back to the 49ers on the other side. Trey Lance is going to play tomorrow against the Texans. Kyle Shanahan says a half at the most. Do you care at all? Is there any reason not to play Trey Lance tomorrow? Guru thinks that might be the better way to skin this cat. 888-957-9570. How much do you want to see Trey Lance play tomorrow? It's all sponsored by Innova International.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Spend your middays with Willard and Dibs.
They got to go to the playoffs this year, or it's a complete and total disappointment. They have to go to the playoffs,
Especially in this NFC.
And if they don't, and someone uses the word rookie, take a lap.
Followed by Steiny and Guru.
I believe this from the bottom of my heart. I think there'd be 12 teams that want Jimmy Garoppolo.
But not at $25 million. That's a lot of money for him.
On 95.7, The Game.
Live on DAZN Pay-Per-View, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G. To take the trilogy, Bad Blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th. live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Hon, look, it's heartburn. How did he know we were at the beach?
No clue, but he's not ruining our vacation. I packed Prilosec OTC. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production that can cause frequent heartburn, so we can enjoy ourselves.
Speaking of, time for our luau.
Aloha heartburn.
One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
Gum, Dad. You stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate. And ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Ceremony Ford is your Bay Area pre-order headquarters for your next Ford. Customize your Ford today and take delivery later. No markups, no additional fees. Pre-order the 2023 Ford F-150 through July 31st and save $1,000 off MSRP. Only at Ceremony Ford. Expect delivery fourth quarter 2022 to 2023.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with auto pay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
O'Reilly. When was the last time you changed your spark plugs? Replacing your spark plugs can restore the efficiency and performance of your vehicle. Stop by and get a $12 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after mail-in rebate when you purchase 4 or more select Iridium spark plugs. Get better performance with new spark plugs from your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup sound experiment. We're looking to find the perfect way to hear Reese's so you'll buy more of them. Here we go. Reese's. 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 Reese's.
Reese's. Hey, get out of here, you little stinker.
Reese's.
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 peanut butter cups. That breathy one sounded very creepy, am I right?
In Sunnyvale, highs near 82, mostly sunny.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. During summer, be sure to use dishwashers and stoves in the evening to minimize the effects of heat. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
I got to agree with Steiny.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty.
You okay?
What do you mean, am I okay? I'm fine. I'm doing well.
Well, I got to go ahead and set it up. I'll tell the people what just happened. We had a visitor.
I didn't want to start there. I wanted to start somewhere else.
Well, go ahead.
You go first. Everybody, okay, I'll go first. Here's a text. I love listening to Steiny tell everyone they're wrong and talk down to Guru for hours every day. Guru deserves a raise dealing with him.
See, I don't take
You have gotten I haven't had a 408. I got news for you. I haven't had a raise in forever. You have gotten
don't
raises.
Don't speak on my chicken now.
You have gotten raises in the last couple years.
You
I haven't.
know that.
Come on.
Yeah, come on.
Listen, word gets out.
Just stop. What are
word
you
gets out.
Please.
And
I'm the dude who complains about gas.
Stop. No, you know what? Gas has never been higher, and you haven't complained in the last 2 years. I knew something
It's actually going down. Real quick.
He was the kind of guy. Let me tell you what he did. Spadone and Evan. When we first started, we were talking. You and me, baby. You and me, baby. We're a package deal.
Oh, my goodness.
Ain't nobody doing anything to me if they ain't doing it to you, too. Guru comes in like 6 months later. Hey, dude, I signed. Signed what? Oh, I signed a contract. What do you mean? They're not even talking to me. I thought we were a team.
Hey, stop.
Yeah.
No, we would stop it. Dude, you're pretty good, man.
I finally saw the Cadillac the other day. It's pretty nice, Goo.
It is nice.
Well, we rode to the Giant game together. Yeah. What happened?
Did you tell him that story?
No, nobody could. That's for our ears only.
No, about the caddy. So
I got so many stories quietly.
I have to be honest here. This was so Guru's caddy. The first caddy was
a bucket.
It was
91 Seville. Don't put some respect on it.
So I'm leaving here about 3 months ago.
I'll never forget.
And and Guru's on the phone. And he's leaning up against this nice Cadillac.
Dude, this bothers me.
I know. It's kind of bad.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, Goo.
And you meant it when
you
said.
Get off that car.
Yeah, you meant it,
I didn't think it was your car.
That hurt me.
I know.
Yeah.
I know it did.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you in it.
But here's the other thing. Like, I didn't know it was a it's a new Cadillac kind of.
XTS.
So, and I wasn't right next to it. So it didn't look like a Cadillac.
Yeah.
It just looked like
windows
a
tinted.
damn nice car.
But you said it like, I know. Return the slippers.
Yeah.
I was like, does he know it's mine? But anyway, back to my story before we finish this show.
Yes, sir.
You just went out there pushing your book on everybody and gave the book to Damon, the great Damon Bruce.
He can't do
Damon comes in during the break. He goes, nah. I go, what happened? I'm looking to my left. What happened? You wanted him to like the book so much so he didn't like it.
I don't care if you like it or not.
And I'm asking you and the listeners are you hurt?
No.
Because he gave you the book back like, I'm not interested.
Because here's the bottom line. It's a book we're talking about called Magic
Eye 2.
And
I just want to light it 3D, on fire.
It's 3D. You don't touch this. Although I got an extra one up in Canada. It's 3D art. Yes, there was a Seinfeld on it a long time ago.
I missed that one.
It's pretty funny.
I got to find
Basically, there's a guy who couldn't do it. Anyway, it's this art that you look at, you stare at, and eventually you should begin. Some 3D will begin to appear in these in these paintings.
But you brought it to work.
And you know what? Did you ever think that I brought it to work to frustrate people?
Well, you did.
Because not everybody can do it.
And I hate you like it.
And I can do it in a second now because I've been doing it a while. So, I'll look in this picture in this Magic Eye for about 5 seconds and I'll be like, I see it. I see the Buddha.
And you
look,
smile,
it's the Buddha.
though, like you hit bingo.
You can see Buddha popping right out at you in 3D. And, of course, Buddha, he only sits one way, legs crossed, fat.
Yeah.
Facing so I'm saying, look at the Buddha. and nobody else can see it.
The stuff that makes us happy. If I had to take a Steiny test, I would have said, F no, this gets him off, but wow. I know what to get you for Christmas.
Don't give me the Magic Eye 2. Give me the Magic Eye 1. We couldn't find it anywhere on the internet.
Don't hold your breath.
All right. Yeah. Okay, what do you want to start the segment with?
Why are we going to see Trey at all tomorrow?
Gotcha.
I get what Kyle's doing. I don't get what he's doing. But man, Steiny, all he can do is get hurt before week 1. Why would you run him out there? He could throw 8 picks. I won't come over here overreact. He can throw 5 touchdowns. Nothing really is going to manifest tomorrow to where the risk is worth it. So just let Sudfeld and your boy Brock take it over.
What if? And I'm playing devil's advocate here. Because I feel like the regular season, let's just say 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's what it
is.
The
NFL season starting in 2 weeks. So whether he plays 10 plays or no plays or 20 plays Thursday, who cares? Like, who cares? He's going to play. Yeah. He's got to play week
coming.
1.
Yeah.
So, like, if no matter, like, I guess if he goes out tomorrow and stinks, then for the next 2 weeks we'll say, uh-oh.
But that's natural in our job.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't matter because it's all about what he does game 1 anyway, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm thinking you were thinking week 1 and 2. Yeah, no doubt.
I kind of think, like, I hear what you're saying, for sure.
There's a risk element. Respect that, because that's where I'm coming from. There's a risk element in a game that means nothing, and I would hate my star quarterback to even to bruise a nail in a game that means nothing. So why are you running him out there, Kyle?
Because maybe there are things that he wants to see from him. Maybe certain plays. Maybe
you can't see that in week 1 in Chicago in the Shy?
Well, I mean, yes, you can, but the stakes are higher then.
And if he fails at what he wants to see, Steiny, he's still going to run out there.
Exactly.
Dude, I cannot. I'm telling you, man, we've been waiting a year for this. I cannot wait to see what Trey Lance is going to be. And sorry, you know how you say
I think
stuff
I know what
and
he's
you think
be.
It's profound, but people don't catch on to it?
Okay, go ahead.
You can't hide your quarterback in the NFL. And I feel like that should be on a T-shirt. And I said it.
Some people would say the 49ers essentially did that with Garoppolo. I'm just saying what people would say.
Okay, but to Garoppolo's defense, when he messed up, he had to come back throwing, and more times, often than not, he got the team in the end zone like that Green Bay game, last year Sunday night. Defense gave that up. When I tell you it's a smorgasbord of Trey Lance is going to be the quarterback we're about to find out what he is.
Can he stay healthy?
And that's enough.
What kind of a leader is he?
Right.
How's he going to handle adversity? How does he throw the ball over the middle?
And will number 10 be his teammate? See?
No,
gotcha.
He won't be.
And you're going to have to pay Mark, or Mark's going to have to pay you a bunch.
Mark should have to pay me.
Well, we're going to know. Did you say September?
That's the thing. Okay.
Yeah. See, now we're getting down to it.
I made a bet with Mark Ibanez, and basically he said at the end of last year, Jimmy's coming back. And I said, Jimmy's not coming back.
Okay.
Let's make a bet. We bet a case of beer. Well, so what's the bet? He said Jimmy's going to be on the Niners next season.
So that's week 1.
But technically, honestly, the start of the NFL season 2022, I think, is July 1st.
Yeah, but I'm
obviously
it's
with
week
you.
1 for me.
That's kind of what I think too.
Mark probably thinks. I'll call him.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll let him know.
Thank you, because he's going to say, "Look, we're two." He's going to be on the team 3 of the exhibition games.
He might have been looking for some beer from you at the party. He might have thought he already won.
I told Mark that if he has any dignity, he can't ask me for a case of beer if Jimmy Garoppolo gets released on Tuesday. I'm come on, Mark.
I want Jimmy to get a new home.
See if he's listening. Let me get to.
You getting him the Ying Ying?
It's Yingling. Trey.
Nice job, Goof.
Ling was like an
I
ape
was going
they sent
Yin
up in
Yang
space.
Because we've talked
Or no,
about
Ling was Siamese twins. Somebody they sent up in a rocket, a chimp. No,
this is a cartoon or Three Stooges?
This is life.
Oh,
this is real life. What the heck was the dog? Asta? They sent a dog up in space way back in the day, and then I want to say a chimp too. They're just throwing animals left and right up into the solar system.
Oh my goodness! No, let me stop.
Guru's point. You know what? You can't hide your quarterback in the NFL. I do like that one, Goo. I'm dead serious. Dead serious.
And you think they hid Jimmy, or he was the one?
Well, you can't hide him completely, but you can try to camouflage him. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what you try to do. So, are you looking up some stuff here, Spino?
Yeah, the first dog was Leica.
Leica.
Yeah, Leica.
God, that's right.
The sad story of Leica the space dog and her one-way trip into orbit.
That's right. It was one way.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound like Kyrie.
What about Ling Ling? Actually, I don't know. Actually, that could be off color.
Some say we never really got up there.
To where?
Space. The moon.
Yeah, the same people that said Trump won the election.
Come on. Hey,
exactly.
Don't kill the messenger.
Guru's point, listen, I got it. Guru's point still stands. You can't hide your quarterback in the NFL. Hence the reason they drafted a quarterback 3rd overall and made him the future of the team. Because when the time came, this was a good one, you needed a quarterback, you just couldn't quite get over the hill. Fair enough.
Maybe we'll say this for tomorrow, but you didn't bite on it like the Lake Up topic. What if I told you the Niner window has closed on them actually winning the chip?
Even I would say that's preposterous.
Okay, so what has Trey Lance to you done for the Kyle Shanahan and the stands out there when we talk about Farhan and the window? Okay, they've went almost to 2 Super Bowls. They went to 1, blew it. Should have got back to 1 last year.
Right.
So now here comes a new quarterback. What if you don't get to an NFC championship in 3 years? I mean, how are you judging Kyle Shanahan?
They got to make the playoffs this year.
So now there's Super Bowls off the table?
Yeah. Yes. For me.
For the next 4.
Well, first of all, it's not that they can't win the Super Bowl.
I didn't say they couldn't.
I'm not expecting it, and I'm not holding Trey Lance to that standard after he's only quarterbacked 2 NFL games.
So from a fan perspective then, what did the switch get me? Just hope for the next 8 years of this guy in year.
Yes.
But what about the fans that want NOW?
They would tell you their chances of winning a title this year have not suffered because Trey Lance right now is as good as Jimmy Garoppolo. And in 8 years, he's going to be infinitely better than Jimmy Garoppolo ever was.
Okay, so
that's not hard to understand.
So next year, they're still Super Bowl or bust. Like when does it?
No. Why is it Super Bowl or bust?
Because it was that before when Jimmy was here.
Well, you know what? And I've gotten into this too. That's a joke. And I was starting to think about this the other day. If you're a fan and you're Super Bowl or bust, you know what you're saying? I'm a fair weather fan. What do you mean? Super Bowl or bust? That means you're a fair weather fan. Plain and simple.
Okay.
Plain and simple. That means you either win the Super Bowl or everything stinks.
Okay.
That's why. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
And I'll ask you, because this is where I can't stand this. Can anybody, like the Warriors, they got to win it or they're a failure this year.
They'll never be a failure.
Yes, they will.
Because the residue of winning
year,
is
No. The year. If they don't repeat, this past year will be unsuccessful. What do you mean?
I'm not doing that. Because you got the euphoria of just winning it all. It buys you some time. So I should have prefaced this question better. So how are you the guy? And it's true, Kyle under 500. When do we judge him on
right now?
So they
got to make the playoffs this year. What's so hard to understand?
But man, you've taken the. Hey, we're trying to get it all done now to just making the. So he bought himself.
Why can't you do both?
He bought himself some time.
What do you like? I don't understand.
Kyle did.
People can multi-think. They can multi-think. But
I don't think I like the notion that now somewhat the pressures, like the goalposts have been moved to where now it's acceptable for Kyle just to make the playoffs because he got this rookie quarterback. He thought he told the world.
Then criticize him when they don't win the Super Bowl.
But if we go 3 years and Trey Lance, Aaron, there's no Super Bowl. Forget Trey. Okay. How do you look at Kyle?
He probably won't be here.
Quarterback, so just hit the.
He
restart
probably won't
button.
be here.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at.
Well, they're tied. They're tied forever. Trey Lance and Shanahan.
But I think
if Trey Lance,
Kyle's in his ninth life.
If Trey Lance is a bust, Shanahan's going to get fired in 3 years. He won't be the coach. He can't be the coach at that point.
And obviously, if he's a bust, they ain't getting to no NFC Championship. I'm just watching this year with your example you use for the Warriors. Oh, I'm comparing that last year when we thought was all bad, the trade is off the track, Jack, and they got to the NFC Championship game. And you're telling me this defense, and I'm watching it, is fast and mean, and you got Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, and Trent Williams. There's no, you know what? I might need to take a playoffs, Nani, because I've told you and John Dickinson that just making the playoffs would suffice from a team standpoint. But how long is that going to last?
1 year. I mean, what's so hard to understand? He's essentially a rookie quarterback. He might be
team.
Exactly.
Team.
So get him to
Kittle,
the playoffs.
Kittle don't want to hear that. Trent Williams don't want to hear that.
How long's George Kittle been in? 5 years?
I want to say more.
Okay, well, if it's more than 5 years, then Kittle, he's only been to the postseason twice in his career. Twice.
Those are facts.
So, I mean, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, obviously they believe Trey Lance can get them to the playoffs.
No, yeah, that's a given.
But so could Jimmy Garoppolo.
But he almost got you. Well,
but
he got
didn't.
you to the bowl.
But Shanahan is probably saying Lance gives us a better chance to win a Super Bowl than Jimmy once we get there.
But if you don't get there is why I threw that at you.
Well, he's 21 years old or whatever he is.
It's fascinating.
Guru, do you have Cowboy expectations?
Oh, no. They might not make the playoffs. And Sean Payton will be their coach next year. You heard it here first.
It's not first. That's been out there for the last 5 months.
But who's saying? Hey, I get. You're pretty sharp sometimes. Hey, I'm saying it this early. How about that? I'm ready for a disaster.
Okay.
But you like that. You like when I'm hurt.
Well, you can't take something that you've heard and said it's yours. You know what I'm saying? That's all. I mean, it's nobody's taking the Super Bowl off the table for the Niners.
A lot of people picking them, Steiny, even with Trey.
To do what?
Go to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
and
not winning
I understand it.
So they go to the Super Bowl and lose again.
Oh, my God.
Is that good enough? Damn right it's good enough for the rookie quarterback.
Come on, Steiny, yeah.
Dude, if they go 10-7, make the playoffs, and Trey Lance throws 4 interceptions in the wild card game, it's been a good year. That's the way I would look at it. Because your first year, he's a first-year quarterback.
I get that. I'm looking bigger picture.
Okay. Then
Kyle
next year,
will have lost
we
the
build
Super
off
Bowl
it.
and 2 NFC championships.
Well, this is where you and I are different. I'd rather make the playoffs and lose than go 6-11 and not make the playoffs. I'd rather you go to the playoffs and lose.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that. I told you that all day, every day.
So then Kyle says 3 out of the last 4 years we've made the playoffs. 2 of those years we went to the NFC.
I'll just say this, and I told JD this, and I mean it, Stouty. Niner fans had a sense of pride, and I'm talking Shasky, Bonte, and Larry. When they went to a Super Bowl, they won. They can't say that anymore. Because now you lost the Super Bowl, 2 of them, to the Ravens, to the Chiefs, and then you got stood up at the door against the Rams. I'm just telling you, that stuff matters to fans, man.
The 49ers haven't won a Super Bowl in 28 years. Right? 94?
Gotcha.
It's 2022. Get over it. You haven't won. You're not an elevated franchise.
Yeah, okay. But you were just
You're
there,
the 49ers.
Steiny. You were just there against the Chiefs.
That's great. And now what are they? 5-2 and the Super Bowl is a franchise. That's still better than this stupid idea. Once we get to the Super Bowl, we only win it. The Warriors didn't even do that.
But
the Warriors are 4-2 in the postseason. They did 30 years ago when the NFL was only 35 years old.
Well, they got a streak going now that ain't too hot. NFC Championship Ale, a Super Bowl Ale. And
so the 49ers have a postseason problem?
Kyle does.
Oh, God.
You going to tell me 4-2?
The 4-2.
Well, they got expectations this year. Big ones. And I know the playoffs will suffice for you, but nationally, it's not. Niners are people picking them.
Pete in San Ramon. Hey, Pete, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
Hey, Guru, about looking so far backward and so far forward, it's all well and good if you know what your ring size is. But do not expect delivery of that ring before the season even starts, Maine. Be here now.
Wow. All right.
Y'all stay well.
Wow. He had some swag to him, Steiny.
Steiny, once you've been to a bowl as a player, anything after that, it's bowl or bust. Yes, we're talking about players. Players, the people who play the game, you're right. Yeah. George Kittle, it's Super Bowl or bust. But for Joe Fan, who the hell are you to say Super Bowl or bust? 1 out of 32 teams a year. What do you mean it used to be that way?
Up until they lost to the Ravens, every time they went, they won. You hate that. It's real, though. It's a fact.
By the way, they only won 4 Super Bowls, right? Or 5? No, quest for 6, so they have 5 Super Bowls. Okay.
I thought you were trying to trick me.
You know what? They're 0 for 28 in the last 28 years.
No, they just...
So it's like, when we get there, that was...
I love that.
It's ancient history.
Yeah. Not a lot of teams can say that. When we get there, we win. I hated it, but they earned that, man.
No, they didn't. They've lost. They're 0-2.
Oh, yeah. I got it. That's over. But don't tell me that didn't... We had Randy Cross on, and I said
let me ask you a question.
Oh, you were gone.
So if they're 5-0 in 94, they don't go to a playoff for 25 years. They lose in the Super Bowl. Uh-oh. Well, we can't say that.
Got about 15 seconds here, boys. Trey Wingo, 345, former ESPN NFL guy.
You got me wound up today, Goo.
Damon Ratto next.
Started with what?
The outfit.
I know.
Yeah, dude, but I got a lot of good stuff. What you doing after? You going home? You got company.
Low Neal tomorrow on our show.
Lolo, you got house guests.
Taking Bart home.
No. You want me to drop you off?
Hey, you can see my mom.
Steiner?
No,
we got to get off the air.
The following is a commercial announcement.
There's nothing like hearing the songs you love on local radio with no subscriptions and no monthly fees. But there's a new bill in Congress that could stop the music. If passed, this bill would tax your local radio station simply to play the music you love. Text LOCAL to 52886 and ask Congress to support local radio stations. Help us keep you connected to the music, local news, weather, and traffic that you need each day. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
O'Reilly! Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
This week at Big O
Tires? Get up to $140 in rebate savings on select Michelin and BF Goodrich tires and up to $80 on select Uniroyal tires. Visit your participating Big O Tires for details. Ends September 18th. Great deals on great brands. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Odyssey knows that football fans can't get enough football. That's why we've got nonstop football coverage on the free Odyssey app. Podcasts and live shows dedicated to every pro team. NFL play-by-play and enough game talk for the most diehard fans. Local radio stations talking football, interviews with star players and coaches, and football fans being fans.
What kind of play calling was that?
Listen to everything you love about football, live and on demand with the free Odyssey app. Get in the game and download today.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art, dance, music, food, fur babies. Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Start your next summer adventure at Hotel Via, located steps from San Francisco's most exciting pro basketball, baseball, and concert venues. There's no better place to stay to get in on all the action than Hotel Via. Hear the roar of the crowd from the ballpark on our rooftop bar on King Street. Plus, 95.7 The Game listeners receive a 20% discount at HotelViaSF.com using promo code CHAMPS. That's HotelViaSF.com, promo code CHAMPS. Hotel Via, at the intersection of sports, entertainment, and technology.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well, all right. Hopefully you're having a better afternoon than the San Francisco Giants had a morning in Detroit today. Things were going well. Then it all fell apart. What was that, the fifth inning, I think it all fell apart in? We will get into all of that today. It is a Wednesday afternoon, and it's a what-if Wednesday, but it got even better. It's a Wingo Wednesday. Trey Wingo is going to be joining us a little bit later on this hour. Formerly of ESPN, your NFL draft. He is now with Caesars. He does a whole bunch of stuff and is deep in football still. Friend of the show, Ray. Show has a friend or two. He's one of them. He'll be joining us later on today. Be nice to him.
He'll regret that.
Yeah, it's probably something he's thinking about walking back right now, but it's going to happen. It's been booked, for goodness sakes, and there's no going back on a booking. We have a very interesting experiment that the 49ers are about to run. We have, for some reason, Major League Baseball schedules coming out for next year, even though this year is not even over. Why today? Why right now? Why not make a media event out of it? Why not release this in the middle of the hot stove to get a little bounce off a week where you might have been out of the conversation? The choice between getting it right and getting it wrong, baseball chooses wrong so often. But we'll get into some of the details of this new schedule, which is supposed to offer us a balance which I think has basically kind of ruined the schedule. I would much rather play division opponents more and other rando teams less, because that's where the drama is in my mind. Like the Giants are only going to play the Dodgers 13 times next year instead of 19 times. I don't like that.
Well, sorry. They'll do better next time.
No, they won't. It's Major League Baseball. They never get better the next time. But we'll kind of get into all of that stuff today. We got an awful lot to get into, including more drama with John Gruden. I don't know if you saw any of that today coming out, Ray, but there is a paper trail that we're maybe about to learn about when it feels like he tried to couch his entire argument as the emails that you read, which were disparaging, all came when I was out of the NFL. I was working for ESPN, and I wasn't a coach. Well, it appears that there are plenty of emails that are disparaging that came out after the Raiders had hired him for a second time, too. And that's kind of the game of cat and mouse that the NFL is playing over, like, do you really want discovery? Do you really want arbitration? It's an absolute mess, and I know how much you enjoy chaos and messes. It looks like we got one.
This is what happens when you're not a convincing liar. And if they've got the goods on him, and I hate the NFL, he's got to eat that. Because the only thing that makes it worse than, yeah, I did it, is, no, I didn't. Well, yes, I did, but here's why. Because that doesn't fly.
It's going to be a fascinating story to kind of keep an eye on. Might be a little legal jargony for some, but the hole that they're digging in is fascinating, to say the least. We have...
Lawyers get dirty.
Yeah, lawyers love getting dirty. And I'll just tell you, man, there is such a wild west out there now in terms of name, image, and likeness that it's amazing. Every single day, there is a news story about how, a college, a collective, a booster, someone associated with the school, is the school supposed to be associated with it, yes or no? There is a new way almost every day materializing when it comes to putting money in the pockets of highly coveted recruits and kids that are on scholarship. It's amazing to see all the different ways it's happening. It's fascinating to see the workaround loopholes that are already being enacted to some of the rules that are still very gray and fuzzy. It's just, we are seriously like at a moment in time that is going to redefine college sports for the rest of our lives. I mean, there's what we knew, there's what we're learning, and then there's what we're going to have when it's all spit out. And who knows what that's going to look like?
Well, we pretty much do know what it's going to look like. It's going to look like this, where there are no rules anymore because, A, there's nobody to enforce whatever rules there are, because college football is pulling away from the NC2A, and if college football pulls away from the NC2A, the only thing the NC2A's got essentially is the basketball tournaments. The second thing is there's never been any rules here. The only thing that's happened with name, image, and likeness is that all the things that used to happen surreptitiously are now happening out in the open. And they're happening out in the open because there's nobody around to say you shouldn't do that. And maybe they shouldn't do that. Maybe this is what it is. Long term, what happens to college football, I think we know. There'll be about 30 schools that survive. And everybody else will either just throw their hands up and give up, or they'll become Division II schools. That's it. I mean, we already know the end play, because the one thing that college athletics is very poor at is hiding its foul intentions.
You got a whole bunch of commissioners saying, like somebody needs to come in and get their arms around all this. Somebody needs to lasso name, image, and likeness before it just turns into the wild horse that runs all over the yard. Well, that's already happening. The horse is out of the barn for sure. It's got free range and wherever it wants to go. But what I think is hysterical is you got all these athletic directors who are making millions upon millions of dollars, and they're looking for someone to come be their daddy. Like, why don't you guys collectively get together and get your arms around this? What the hell are you being paid for?
Because they don't trust each other. That's why. They're
we're going to have to learn some trust. I mean, that's the thing. That's something's got to happen, Ray. I mean, something has to happen. Like, I don't want to hear about excuses or emotions or feelings. Like, there's a job to be done. We need some men to step up and do the job. Some people, men, women, I don't care. We need somebody who knows what being in charge looks and feels like and takes charge on this.
It's really very simple. There are athletic directors who work only for their schools. There are conference commissioners who only work for their conferences. This is the natural result of years and years of, I don't care about you, I'm taking care of me.
Right.
And none of them are going to unlearn that.
That narrow-minded selfishness is part of the downfall. So it's time to readjust. It's time to take another look. And we're going to get into this a little bit later on today. Somebody says, Damon, Killers delivered an A-list performance last night. I tell you, I'm going to tell, this is exactly what I said to Jillian on the way out of that show. And they were great. The only thing wrong with that concert last night was that it was on a Tuesday. That's the only thing that's wrong with it. It's tough to go wild on a Tuesday night, even at a rock show and a band that's really bringing it and killing it. And concerts on a Tuesday.
But they didn't want to go up against the Major League Baseball schedule.
That's definitely why they did it. We, of course, have the final preseason game for the San Francisco 49ers tomorrow. They're going to be in Houston. I know that our good friend from Houston, Sean Salisbury, is going to be joining us tomorrow afternoon to kind of preview that game, review what we've learned, if anything, in the preseason, and what we can actually apply going forward as the regular season starts to inch closer and closer and closer. And thank goodness, because football practice is kind of interesting, kind of not. I mean, I don't know what to make of anything that happens, because there's no amount of success which could possibly trump. Everybody was healthy. I mean, that's it. Like, who cares? Everyone starting week one healthy is now the only goal of the remainder of time between today and the start. That's it.
But that was true when camp opened. I mean, and coaches keep showing you their hands. They're going, we're not playing this guy very much. We're not playing that guy very much. It doesn't matter whether they get reps or not, because they're getting the reps in practice. The only difference is the league expects you to sit in front of your television and watch games that no longer have any value that way. And people will probably do it, in which case it won't matter.
Look, football is like heroin to sports fans. We are addicted to it. We will take any form of it whatsoever. Dirty needle, filthy spoon, doesn't matter. We are ready to shoot football directly into our veins in any form.
Which is why what happens in any of the games is now irrelevant, and why the league doesn't bother to do anything to encourage, marquee players to play, because nobody has ever told them this makes our audience smaller.
Well, and
if it doesn't make the audience smaller, then there's nobody to complain.
But beyond that, there was never a moment in time where we were leaning into the preseason if there was actually something there. It was never. Not any point in time in my childhood was preseason held in a more sacrosanct way than it is right now by any coach, by any fan. We all knew it was garbage that you were paying full price for. So you didn't go to those games. You gave them to, like, the kid on the end of the block who you're like, you want to go to a football game, kid? Here you go. Take these tickets.
I think, though, in the past, you got starters playing at least a nominal amount of time, and people could pretend that those plays mattered. Now starters don't play those nominal moments.
Because we live in an era now where athletes are not looked at as entertainers for the fans, but as investment for the owners. And no owner wants to go blowing his investment entertaining a fan that doesn't come back to count for them in the standings.
Exactly. I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, they've finally come to the logical conclusion that practice games are not as good as practice.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since opening their doors in July of 2021, BMW Fairfield has become the top-rated BMW dealer in the entire Bay Area. You can visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit, and you are more than welcome to stop on by and gaze at the machismo that is Ray and I on Twitch, on YouTube, and of course you can find us on the Odyssey app, which is free to download. Do it today. We're coming on back. Trey Wingo a little bit later on this hour. We are just underway this afternoon on 95.7 The Game.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
Experience the crown jewel of Hot Run with family and friends at America's favorite car show. It's the Good Guys 35th Race Deck West Coast Nationals this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Explore over 3,500 hot rods, muscle cars, and trucks through 1997. Plus, don't miss the Good Guys CPP Autocross Series racing action featuring the FiTech West Coast Shootout. And see who takes home the Good Guys 2022 BASF America's Most Beautiful Award. It's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's time to turn up your summertime fun with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is a smooth, refreshing, real brewed tea with 5% alcohol.
So whether you're camping, fishing, or at the beach with friends, don't forget to fill your cooler with those bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
New on Curiosity Stream. From infinity and consciousness to truth itself. Join YouTube sensation Diana Physics Girl Cowan as she breaks down the most difficult concepts for the masses on Proof of Concept. Plus, the Marx Brothers.
How do you like that?
Joan Rivers.
Oh, please.
Richard Pryor. Steve Martin.
Here we go.
Comedy legends weren't just born, they were self-made. It's Comedy Legends. Watch now on Curiosity Stream. Annual plans are $20, just $1.67 a month. Visit curiositystream.com.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit.
Trimark has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years. Trimark brings you innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit trimarkwest.com. Damon and Ratto, it is good to have you here. We are going to slip comfortably into football with Trey Wingo when he joins us coming up in about a half an hour from now, 3:45. Always love catching up with him. A little Wingo Wednesday for those of you who've been listening for a while. We used to do that. And we're going to have a What If Wednesday before it's all said and done today, too. But what if I told you that the Giants had things going well for them today and then things went poorly? Would you believe me?
Hasn't happened before this year.
Right? I mean, it was painful watching the Giants just have bat at bat after non-producing, runner left on base moment all through Logan Webb's start today. But Logan Webb was at least getting his job done. He had a no-hitter going through 4 and change, if you will. And so, 5th inning, I get the game on. He gives up his first hit. Kind of a blooper. Then he gives up another hit. Not a hard hit ball, just kind of a bleeder. Then he walks a guy. Then all of a sudden, a really routine type of ground ball gets hit to Brandon Crawford, of all guys, the surest glove out on the field for the San Francisco Giants, and he booted one. It didn't happen. Crawford was not happy with the 2-run single that went right off of his glove that started a 6-run rally in the 5th inning after Logan Webb basically had a no-hitter going to that point.
There are a lot of factors that kind of made it a tough play. I mean, initially off the bat, I thought it was a line drive that I was going to be able to catch in the air, but it had some top spin. He kind of inside-outed it with some top spin, and, the ball sank pretty hard at the last minute, and when I noticed that and tried to kind of drop step to give myself a good position, it hopped up kind of higher than I thought it was going to also, so kind of got the, like my wrist heal the glove, and obviously that was a turning point in the game, so I wish I could have been able to, make that play or get in front of it and knock it down and get it out somewhere. But yeah, it was a tough play.
Look, Brandon Crawford doesn't have to wear any defensive errors. The guy's a fantastic defender. It's what he's still best at. But yeah, ball took a funny hop on him today, and that started what we have lovingly prepared for you. Grandy, nice job. Grandy calls this the montage of pain.
Up the middle, one hop, and it kicks off Crawford. And that's going to score 2. Man, off the bat, you thought, well, that's the inning. 0-2. That's a soft liner over the reach of Estrada. And now it's 3-0 Tigers. And that one is going to get by Crawford. Throw's going to go to third. Not in time. Reyes comes in to score. It's a 4-run inning. Right away, there goes the runner against Sapucky, and that one's pulled into left field. He left that curveball up, and that's going to score 2 more. All the way to the wall. So from first, Harold Castro's going to come around. And those 2 runs will both be charged to the record of Logan Webb. It's 6-0 Tigers.
It was ugly. It just all fell apart. The wheels came off. in the Motor City. That's obviously Dave Fleming today on NBC Sports Bay Area. But Ray, when things go wrong, I mean, they go wrong, and this team is all out of time for things to go wrong. It's just that simple. They don't have to be good; they have to be great from here on out.
Well, if you're asking for that,
it's asking for a lot, isn't it?
The boat has left the shipyard. That is exactly the only way that the Detroit Tigers score, because they are one of the worst offensive teams since the American League was founded. They're awful. They had 5 guys in the lineup today who did not hit, who came into the game not hitting 200. They have not yet scored their 400th run, which means they're averaging about 3.1 runs per game. So the only thing they do get when they score a run is little bleeders here, little bloops there. They don't hit many home runs. But if you're going to go down to them, if you're going to give up 6, it's going to be like that. It's 100 paper cuts. It's not one big blow.
Lots of paper.
Yeah.
Lots of paper cuts today. Lots of paper cuts. Gabe Kapler talked about what went wrong in Webb's 5th inning.
Some falling behind, some falling some holes. I think when Logan is ahead in the count, he's getting more swings and misses. So there was some contact in that inning. Some of it was unfortunate. Some of it was hard. But I think if Logan could have that inning back, he'd probably get ahead of the bottom of the lineup. It's one way to think about it, to be fully accountable.
Giants put the leadoff runner on base in 4 of the first 5 innings. They advanced the runner to third every single time, but they just could not get that run in. Going 1 for 13 this afternoon with runners in scoring position. Gabe Kapler, what say you?
Yeah, I don't have anything specific for you. That's right. We didn't get the big hit when we needed to, and to kind of give Webby a little bit of a cushion, we weren't able to push runs across.
I mean, you could just pretty much apply that soundbite to just dozens of games, more than dozens of games for the Giants this year. Gabe, explain it all. What do you got? Can you specifically tell us what went wrong?
Yeah, I don't have anything specific for you. That's right. We didn't get the big hit when we needed to, and to kind of give Webby a little bit of a cushion, we weren't able to push runs across.
I mean, were you thinking about maybe, having one of your guys hit a home run at any point with runners in scoring position?
It was a consideration.
Well, did you think about maybe having Brandon Belt get in there to lay a bunt down?
It's worth consideration.
Obviously, Brandon Belt's not in the lineup. And Ray, are you seeing the doom and gloom stories that are coming out of, the Brandon Belt columns that we're getting everywhere? Susan Slesser, basically him sharing his fears about this being his last go around in a Giants uniform. I mean, they're calling this knee a career-ending type of injury. Now, I think that's a little overly dramatic. I don't think it's just the knee that's ending his career. It's his inability to get a bat on a baseball that is also ending his career. And I know that knees have an awful lot to do with swings, and I get all that. But this is a guy who is hit better than he's hitting right now through a lot of seasons where he's dinged up. Brandon Belt was constantly dinged up in some way, shape, or form, and he was better than this. So I think a man is looking at the end of his career, if not in baseball altogether, in a Giants uniform. And it's starting to hit him, and I think he's a little depressed, in the terms of look good, feel good, play good. He's not looking good, he's not feeling good, and he's not playing good.
Well, if the knee is that bad, and I don't question that, maybe he should have spent some time not playing. And by that, I mean put on the IL. I can only assume that they thought, well, it's just going to be kind of a nagging thing. He can play through it. There is a point, though, at which you see the results, and you just go, no, he can't play through it. And even if it's just to clear his head, you put him up on blocks for a little while.
No, he's on the IL now.
He is now,
it's too late.
But this has been going on for a while. And
do you think that is a kind of a sign that even though every player is now looked at as an investment, that certain players aren't offered the insurance policy that some others are offered? I mean, if Brandon
that's always been true in baseball. I think they clearly want to move on from a lot of these guys.
Is it hypocritical to treat one guy so valuable and carefully and to let the other guy basically screw himself into the ground with bad at-bats on a bad knee?
Well, baseball is about hypocrisy. I mean, if that's the term you want to use, that happens all the time. Guys get special treatment, other guys don't. I think one of the cultural things about baseball is you play through the pain. You play through the pain. And he tried to play through the pain, and it didn't work. And at some point, somebody had to say, look, we're going to sit you down for a while, and when your knee feels better, you'll play again. And I do not get the impression that that was a choice that they made in time. Now, I'm not a doctor, so I'm talking through my ear here. But even if a guy is just not performing, you could put him on the IL too. I mean, there's nothing in the history of baseball that says that can't happen. So maybe between the two things, somebody could have stepped up and said, we're going to shut you down for a while.
Well, I remember distinctly as the Giants were playing that miserable series in San Diego right after the All-Star break, you had Dave Fleming talking about, hey, I just spent a little time talking to Brandon Belt, and boy, he is telling me that he is feeling better than ever, better than he has all year. And the All-Star break did him right, and he has been miserable since the All-Star break has come and gone. The Giants collectively have been miserable. They're averaging, they're like 3.5, 3.6 runs per game since the All-Star break, and the magic number's 4. You win a lot of baseball games when you score 4 runs. The Giants don't have the run production that they did have by illusion, hook or crook, or however the hell they were doing it in the first half. They don't have the run production. They do not have a bullpen that they can point at and be happy. And what they've really got, we talk about the starting rotation. They got 2.5. They got 2.5 really good pitchers.
Yeah.
Carlos Rodon is a very good pitcher. Logan Webb is a very good pitcher. And then will either Alex Cobb or Alex Wood be a very good pitcher this week? They got 2.5 reliable pitchers, pretty much trying to drag this team into the playoffs all by themselves, which is why they ain't going to the playoffs.
Yeah, well, I mean, you said it yourself. When you're only averaging 3.5 runs a game, you're going to lose a lot more than you win. I mean, and this has been going on for a while. They simply do not have enough functional talent to be a factor. They would have to wildly overachieve to get into the argument. And that's been true, really, probably since the end of May. The evidence is there. It never changes. They have a day where they look good and a day where they don't. They don't put anything together in a sustained way. They're a profoundly ordinary team with profoundly ordinary players.
With profoundly poor defense and a bullpen that does them no favors.
Yeah, I mean, look, those are the two things that they were known for throughout the decade that just ended.
Pitching and glove work.
Well, bullpen and glove work. Even if they were a little light on starters, they always had 4 quality relievers that they could rely on and sometimes move around in different roles. But they always were 4 deep. They're now a half deep.
They were, from a rotation standpoint, I always thought the Giants were 3.5 deep. There was always wow, look at Ryan Vogelsong. Who would have ever expected it? They've always put together solid rotations.
Well, I mean, not always.
Not always, but
my point was throughout the teens.
The Bochy era.
They could catch the ball and they could shut down teams so that they didn't have to overtax the starters. Now, they don't have either of those things. Plus, they're still an ordinary hitting team. It is, frankly, a wonder that their record is as good as it is.
It really is. By the way, it's on to Minnesota.
It's our mentality always is once the game is over, it's time to, maybe a little bit of analysis, and we can do that on the plane, but we get ready for the game after the off day, and I don't feel the need to encapsulate today's game into one line.
In other words, we stunk. Let's get on an airplane. Let's get the hell out of here. We'll see you in Minnesota, everybody.
Yeah, the sort of thinly veiled no comment is him saying without saying, I'm out of ideas and I am pissed.
Yeah, we don't have answers. Yeah. We don't really have a collection of major leaguers as much as we've got a whole bunch of 4A players. And we're hurting in enough areas to where there's no one area that can all of a sudden turn it around and course correct what we're looking at. So the Giants, it feels like it is a fait accompli. Mathematically still alive? Sure. But man, not good. And unfortunately for Logan Webb, his final line today, he was so much better than his final line. He went 4 2/3, 5 hits, 6 runs, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks. After going at least 5 innings in 13 consecutive starts, he couldn't get past that mark in each of his last 2 starts now, so maybe he's hitting a little bit of a wall. And, he's a guy that is very much either on or off. And you can look at it in his strikeout total, which, again, was pretty good today, all things considered. But, he's a very good pitcher who's still got an awful lot to learn. And unfortunately, there's no reprieve for any mistakes or any errors to be made, because the run production that's supposed to come and save you just is not it's not showing up anywhere right now. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Over 400 Google reviews and an average review of 4.8 out of 5 means that they are now the highest rated BMW dealer here in the Bay Area. Go to bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit and find out why for yourself. So, we live in a world of manufactured media moments. Whether this is really supposed to be a media moment or not doesn't matter to the media anymore. If it's a reason for any league, any team to garner some attention, they will go out of their way to do it, which I don't understand why every single sport has figured out a way to make a schedule, release an event, yet baseball decided to just drop next year's schedule on us today. Why today? Why get to the next schedule before this one is even over? And don't tell me because people want to plan trips. You're not planning your next year baseball trip now. That's not how you do it. I don't know. Nobody looks that far in the future. Why not turn this into an MLB Network reason to tune in the middle of winter? I don't get what baseball is refusing to do, which every other sport has figured out a way to do.
It's too hard to keep secrets about schedules, for one. Last year, most of the schedules came out in September. Every team sort of issued their own. This is actually more coordinated than they usually are. And in addition, they actually had something to announce, which is that they're changing the scheduling format. There's going to be more interleague games. You're going to play every team in baseball for the first time ever. The only thing that I think they did wrong, as I think about this, is they didn't build up to this very much. I mean, the one thing you know about the NBA schedule, the NHL schedule, and the NFL schedule is weeks ahead of time.
Yeah, it's coming.
When they're going to issue it.
It's coming. Let me know if what teams will be home for the 4th of July. There's a little way to trickle out enough information to get people interested in the information drop. I didn't even know. I just opened up my Twitter timeline today and I'm looking at 2023 baseball schedules. I'm like, where the hell did this come from?
Yeah, I think they didn't do the build-up. Because it is kind of an interesting notion, is that you play your alleged your divisional rivals, whether they're rivals or not, less than you ever have before. You're going to see every team in the other league for the first time ever. I mean, there was some novelties here.
Well,
not enough to get me that interested, but I was like you. I didn't even know they were releasing it today.
Yeah.
And they released it earlier than they ever have.
All 30 teams will play one another in a season for the first time in the interleague era. Major League Baseball announced today as it released its schedule for the 2023 season. As a result, division opponents will play each other just 13 times, down from 19. again, of course this would happen as the Padres trade for Juan Soto, when you actually want to see them come into town. But it's fewer games against division opponents, and I don't know how that can be sold as better for baseball or more interesting, but I'm sure they're going to try because they're telling you that it's all about balance now. A new balanced schedule will feature all 30 clubs playing each other for at least one series in the upcoming 2023 season. Baseball's chief operations and strategy officer, Chris Marinak, said this new format creates more consistent opponent matchups as clubs compete for postseason berths, particularly in the recently expanded wild card round. Maybe. It also feels like nonsense because you can't predict anyone's season and what they're about to have or who is going to do what in baseball, or you're going to catch them at the right time or the wrong time. So to me, I would rather just err on the side of, all right, well, trying to win your division. There's going to be less opportunities to win your own division against division opponents. That's the way it looks to me. It doesn't look like this fresh opportunity to have the Giants are going to be opening in the Bronx. Like that's Giants at Yankees. Let's not pretend that that's just another series. But to open the year in the Bronx, like, okay.
There are only a few teams that are universal draws, but we'll take the Yankees as one of them. If you're let's say you own the Cincinnati Reds, you get to see the Yankees every 3 years, and that's it. And I think
that's okay. You know what? Your grandfather saw them never.
They're not marketing to your dead grandmother. They're talking about the right now, and every team says, well, we want the Yankees too. And so that's one of the things that they're trying to accomplish here. The other thing they're trying to accomplish, and I'm not defending the schedule because I don't know how it's going to work out either, is that every year there's always one like genuinely bad division. And there's always been the complaint that, well, they're not as good as they seem to be because they play, they play more bad teams than we do.
Right. It's like the A's went 18-1 against the tanking Astros or whatever it was a few years back.
And there have been complaints within baseball about that. So I think they're trying this to see if it's any better. My guess is it's not, but in a sport that has changed more things about itself in the last 10 years than any other sport, this is another change because they're trying to find out, well, what's going to work here? And so far, they haven't found it.
And what doesn't make any sense to me is like, okay, so you're a Giants fan. And instead of playing your arch rival, the Dodgers, 19 times, you're going to play them 6 fewer times so you can work in the Kansas City Royals. So you can work in the Tampa Bay Rays. Who cares? I mean, who would rather see, well, you get 4 games against the Royals, 2 games against the Rays, and those are the 6 games that you're not getting against the Dodgers. That sounds like a loss to me.
Well, on the other hand, if you're the Arizona Diamondbacks, it means 6 fewer games against the Colorado Rockies and maybe 3 more games with the Yankees and 3 more games with the Red Sox. So it's, you give up here, you get something back the other way. Again, I don't know if this is going to work or not, but it is at least a rethinking about the schedule. Now, how well they ballyhooed it, I mean, I think we can sort of judge by the fact that nobody knew it was coming. But I think they're trying to see if there's something better than what they've always done. And maybe it does, and if it doesn't, they'll revert to something new in 3 years. There's nothing static about baseball anymore. They are floundering around trying to figure out the thing that will hit.
They're so busy saving baseball, they just might ruin it.
Well, that's a very real possibility.
We have quite a bit more coming up on the schedule. And yeah, the Giants are opening in the Bronx, and all the little storylines that will falsely be attached to that won't actually be attached to that, but could be attached to that. Things that we need to get into. So stick around. Much more coming up today, including a conversation with a man who used to have an entire day named after him here on the show. Our pal, Trey Wingo, Wingo Wednesday? Sound good to you? Sounds good to me. We're going to do it next. We're going to talk to him about the upcoming NFL year and the grand experiment that the 49ers are about to run. It is fascinating indeed, so stick around. We got a lot for you this afternoon here on 95.7 The Game, and we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
The BetQL model has you covered for football season. I'm Joe Giglio here to help you beat the books with BetQL. BetQL has their win total projections ready to go for the college football season, and they see an edge on a number of teams. One team they think could overachieve in the Big Ten, Minnesota and PJ Fleck. The Golden Gophers' win total is listed at 7.5, but the BetQL model projects them at 9.5 wins. That two-game difference points to value on the over 7.5 wins. I'm Joe Giglio. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward into art class.
A 4-foot replica of the Statue of Liberty using elbow macaroni?
With glue and art supplies from Staples.
By tomorrow.
Right now at Staples, 1-inch binders are only $1.99 each. Plus select backpacks are 50% off. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, this year we're not going back. We're going forward to school. In-store only, ends 8/27, limit 30 on binder.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us to travel benefits to Scam Shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Alice in Chains and Breaking Benjamin. Live in concert this summer with Bush plus special guests at Shoreline Amphitheater, September 5th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. Get up and get outside this summer with Alice in Chains and Breaking Benjamin.
Life is hard enough, but BMW ownership shouldn't be. BMW of Fairfield understands that time is your most precious resource, and making time for automotive service can be challenging. So we offer a team of mobile service technicians who will come to you when you need maintenance on your BMW. Contact the BMW of Fairfield Mobile Service Concierge to schedule your appointment. There is a better way to service BMW. Visit bmwfairfield.com/mobile service to book your appointment.
Synanon was the world's first drug rehab. People called it the miracle on the beach. But soon, people were calling it something else. They were saying it was a violent cult. Listen to The Sunshine Place, a creation and presentation of C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Executive produced with Susan Downey and Robert Downey Jr. Available for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So, very much like our next guest, Trey Wingo is going to be joining us in just a moment. Kenny Mayne used to work at ESPN. Now he's part of Odyssey. He's got a new podcast called Hey Mayne. You can download Hey Mayne on the free Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcasts. More importantly, it's where you get Damon and Ratto. Piping hot and fresh. 3 hours, Monday through Friday. Are we hotter or are we fresher?
We're stale, lukewarm.
Boy, that's a great question.
But you know what we are? Done at 5:54.
That's right. And by the way, I was doing a little career kind of interview the other day, and I just said that if this show's got one market cornered, it's crustiness. I mean, if you like crust on your bread, we are your bread bakers. We have quite an interesting experiment coming up here. And someone wants to argue, of course, on the text line, Comcast Business text line. When I mentioned that the 49ers are running a grand experiment, somebody, before I even mentioned what I was talking about, and this is a good tease because it got you to interact with the show right away. It says, Damon, this is not a grand experiment. Most teams do what the Niners are doing every 4 or 5 years. And if you mean changing quarterbacks, in a way, you're right. But how the Niners are doing it is much different. Normally, when a team is drafting a quarterback as high as the Niners drafted their quarterback, it's because they were a team coming off of an awful year, which got them the premium draft pick. That is not the situation that Trey Lance has found himself in. Trey Lance is drafted on a team. Well, I mean, it happened the year, obviously, this is going to be his first year as a starter, but he was brought into a team that was just in an NFC title game. Trey Lance is in an incredibly unique situation. Most of your premium draft picks are showing up in situations that are hardly premium, still very much works in progress, you know, at the developmental stages of works in progress. You know, think about Trevor Lawrence showing up in Jacksonville. Think of Zach Wilson showing up with the New York Jets, or Davis Mills, or Mac Jones, who, you know, his great situation might have left for Vegas. That great offensive situation in New England might have been Josh McDaniels, and he's no longer there. And all reports out of anyone who covers the New England Patriots are that they are struggling offensively right now. They do not have an identity, and Mac Jones is getting very, very frustrated. Anyways, we know what happens when talent is put into bad situations. Normally, the bad situations dictate the season more than the new talent playing quarterback. What happens when the rawest of talents is put in a, I think, arguably great situation? Now, we've seen raw talent develop young talent in bad situations all the time. When's the last time we saw a raw talent in a great situation, like right from the get-go. That's what kind of makes the 49ers next season or two so fascinating and so unique, because I don't think we've ever seen as raw a talent. And I don't just mean like physical skill set, but I mean raw based on playing time, college accomplishments, as we have in Trey Lance. But he is on a very talented roster specifically on his side of the ball with playmakers. He's got the best left tackle in football. Other questions along the offensive line for sure. More talent than Lawrence or Wilson or Mills or Jones certainly had to work with in their first years as starters. He's got a premier defense that should be in the top 5, top 3 all season long. It's what makes the situation particularly unique.
On the other hand, he also has a wobbly offensive line, and he has a coach who, while very skilled, has a team that he has built that goes run first, which would seem to limit his skill set in the early stages. And one of the things that we'll have to see...
I'm sorry, but a quarterback's best friend is a great running game. So I don't look at that as a demerit for Trey Lance. I look at him as it's a strength to lean on.
Well, if he chooses to lean on it, he might be impatient, like a lot of young quarterbacks are. He might chafe at the notion that I'm handing the ball off 35 times a game when everybody else isn't. So this is sort of a test of his patience as well, because you know he wants to hit the ground running. You know he wants to put up dazzling numbers because his comp, at least stylistically, has been Patrick Mahomes, who did nothing but put up dazzling numbers. He will not put up dazzling numbers this year, in part because he hasn't had enough reps in live action, and also because Kyle Shanahan has a team that's built to not do that,
right, dazzling
at least
numbers
in the short end.
Aren't the name of the game.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is he's got to be able to temper his expectations for himself and not try to force things that Kyle Shanahan doesn't want forced. So he's got to develop a relationship with Shanahan that is at least as strong, if not potentially stronger, than the one that Shanahan had with Matt Ryan or Jimmy Garoppolo. So that's all part of the learning curve, too.
Every single football fan has a relationship with our next guest because his voice is synonymous with NFL coverage to this day. Trey Wingo, nice enough to join us here on 95.7 The Game. A Wingo Wednesday? Oh, yeah, we're back to it. It's good to have you on, Trey. Thanks for joining us here on Damon and Ratto. It's a pleasure. We know we got a lot of stuff that you got your hands in a lot of pots these days.
I do, Damon, Ray. Great to be with you. Always a pleasure. Let's bring back Wingo Wednesday. We're excited about that. Happy to be working with Caesars Sportsbook, Pro Football Network. I do a show every week with Spotify Live with Mark Schlereth. Announcement a little here, a little premature, but we're doing it anyway. We're going to just join the 33rd team, which is very excited about that. And, of course, the Half Forgotten History podcast. So we got a lot going on. We're very excited.
So I got to tell you, the 33rd team, I'm familiar with everything else that you're doing. The 33rd team came onto my radar about 10 days ago. And I've been seeing it pop up on my timeline. I've been seeing it in terms of some stories coming out. Can you what is the 33rd team? It sounds like there are a bunch of guys with ties to the NFL that have launched a new way to cover the league.
That's exactly right. It was launched by Mike Tannenbaum, who former GM of the Dolphins and also the Jets, and Tony Petitti, who used to run the NFL on CBS and launched Major League Baseball Network, is behind it. It's basically just a bunch of former players and coaches. There are 32 teams in the NFL. We consider ourselves the 33rd team, and we're going to be providing a lot of great content during the season. Mark Schlereth, as I said, who I do a show with on Spotify Live. We're going to do a show post-game every Monday night during the season. I'll also be doing a post-game show on their platform after every Sunday night football game. So it's just really, really good football content by the people that spent their entire careers inside the NFL.
I like it. I am in. all the way. So there is no doubt that we're about to have, and who knows whether it's a success or a failure, but it's going to be fascinating the whole way through 49ers season, because we know that there's a changing of the guard, certainly at quarterback, but the team that is built around the quarterback feels like a highly functioning team. And one of the things that Ray and I were just talking about is when you normally take a young quarterback and, drafted high and you put him on a team, he's in a bad situation right from the get-go because that's how he was drafted high. The team had a high draft pick, meaning that they were coming off a terrible year. That is not the situation that Trey Lance is walking into. He's got a supreme play caller. He's got an awful lot of talent on both sides of the ball. And he represents as big of an unknown as I think we've seen at starting quarterback in quite a few years.
Yeah, you're right. And listen, what you just said, I think, is the most significant thing to talk about when you talk about the Niners. It is a quarterback-driven league, there's no question. But the way Kyle Shanahan operates, and especially the way he's operated since he's been in San Francisco, is what matters most is around the quarterback. And let me give you an example, right? I am not a proponent of quarterback wins as a quarterback stat. The team wins or loses, and the quarterback plays a part in that, absolutely. And it's a quarterback-driven league. But, just go back to the last year's playoffs, the divisional game between Josh Allen and the Bills and Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. That goes down as a loss for Josh Allen in the official stat column. What else could he have done to help his team win that game? He did literally everything. It's not on him. But the reason I bring that up is Jimmy Garoppolo is the ultimate, swing state in an election when it comes to this. For example, if you go strictly by the numbers, as a starter, Jimmy Garoppolo's teams are 33-14, which is really, really good, right? He's one of only 9 quarterbacks since 1950 to have a winning percentage of over 700, minimum 30 games. So that sounds wonderful for Jimmy Garoppolo. But here's the part where I tell you he's averaged 1.5 touchdown passes per game, and he's had more 0 touchdown pass games, 8, than 3 touchdown pass games, 6. And that goes to the point you're talking about, David. San Francisco is about what's around the quarterback, perhaps more than any other team in the NFL.
Is that why, just going back to the Garoppolo stat you mentioned, is that why there hasn't been much of a market for him yet? Or is that entirely based on the fact that he had shoulder surgery and nobody's quite sure what kind of quarterback he is now?
Yeah, listen, I think that, Garoppolo is, you either love him or you don't. I tend to be in the middle because I do think he functions very well, but if you ask him to win a game, the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl a couple of years when he overthrew Emmanuel Sanders, the results are very, very mixed, right? But I do believe the market was soft for Jimmy G because he's literally coming off shoulder surgery on his throwing shoulder. I found it hilarious on some level that my longtime friend and former colleague Adam Schefter, when the news broke of Jimmy Garoppolo's surgery, the next line of the tweet was, "It's not expected to affect his trade value." I'm like, come on, man. We all know where that's coming from. We know who you're getting the information from. I mean, that's clearly coming from Jimmy Garoppolo's agent because anybody knows with a grain of salt in their brain that if you have a quarterback that just had a shoulder surgery on his throwing shoulder, it's going to affect your trade value. Everybody in the league becomes like the state of Missouri. Show me first, and then we'll believe it.
Trey Wingo, he understands how the whole broadcast game works, and we got a top of the hour. Welcome, everyone, to your 4 o'clock.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
There you go, Trey. If you ever need any voiceover work done for any of your endeavors, Ray is available.
I'm putting that on my Twitter page. Damn better well be free.
Just looking at the upcoming season, and thank God that we're at the 3rd and final preseason game. I think we're all ready to get to it. The team that used to be here, now moved to Vegas, is, I think, one of the other most fascinating teams, because if you told me that the Raiders were all that in a bag of chips offensively and figured out a way back to the playoffs, and McDaniels really proves that he is a head coach after all, and Derek Carr has an MVP-level year, and Davante Adams is the talk of fantasy football shows left and right, I'd believe you. If you told me that they also came in dead last in their brutal division, I think I'd also believe you. I don't know if any team out there has a big of a pendulum swing in what could happen than the Raiders.
No, you're exactly right, Damon, and it's fascinating. On Caesar Sportsbook, their over-under win total is 8.5. And, people will be like, wait a minute, they made the playoffs last year, and they very well could have beaten the Bengals in that first postseason game. By the way, every one of the 3 Bengals games in the postseason, the other team could have easily won before they eventually lost to the Rams in the Super Bowl. But you're right, like, the Raiders are this weird litmus test because, listen, I'm not here for Derek Carr slander. I think he's a really, really, really good quarterback, and now he's reunited with his former college teammate Davante Adams, and they were tremendous at Fresno State. Yet on the same token, you can make a very compelling argument that of the 4 quarterbacks in his own division, he's 4th, right? I mean, like, you have to put Mahomes over him. You have to put Russell Wilson over him based on his entire career, and then it's how high are you in Justin Herbert, and I'm pretty bleeping high on Justin Herbert. So I don't feel like it's a slam on Derek Carr to see that he's 4th in that division, but it also speaks to the quandary of the Raiders. He might just be 4th in that division. And the idea of what their season can be can literally be anything. Could I see them playing in the Super Bowl? Yes. Could I see them missing the postseason? Yeah. Like, it's really, really weird. They are the oddest team in the NFL, and on some level, I think Raider fans love that.
That said, the thing that has betrayed the Raiders year in and year out is not the quarterback. It's an awful defense. I mean, not just a bad defense, not just an inconsistent one, a terrible defense, a defense that creates no turnovers, a defense that gives up a ton of yards. Has that been addressed sufficiently so that Derek Carr can be the best quarterback he can be?
Well, they have arguably as good a dual-end pass rushers as anybody in the league right now. With the way Max Crosby has developed, by the way, the fact that Max Crosby was taken in the 4th round the same year as they took the kid out of Clemson, Cleveland Ferrell, doesn't absolve them of the horrible pick of Cleveland Ferrell. But you have Crosby on one side, you have Chandler Jones. Since he came into the league, nobody has more sacks than Chandler Jones. So they have what you want in terms of rectifying the defense. They have 2 guys that can run a game plan of rushing the passer. I mean, like, the Chargers went the other way. They not only get Khalil Mack to go opposite Bosa, but they also got J.C. Jackson, who has the most interceptions since he came into the league in 2018. Obviously, he's now on the mend now with that ankle surgery. But, the best way to make sure, like, if you had the choice always, to me, if you had the choice between a cover corner or a pass rusher, I would always take the pass rusher, because the cover corner takes one receiver out, pass rusher takes all of them out. So I do think that they did the best job they could in addressing that situation. The end result will be if Chandler Jones is the Chandler Jones we've seen in New England and in Arizona.
Trey Wingo here on 95.7 The Game. So, how disappointed were you by the Deshaun Watson outcome? And I'm not even discussing the creepiness of what Watson did. I think the disappointment almost has moved now to the commissioner, who negotiated for a power that he then abdicated twice to someone else. And to me, that just feels like a dereliction of duty by Roger Goodell.
Yeah, here's the best way I can. You're right. There's a lot there, and here's the best way to sort of go through that. I think you have to look at this as a 2-pronged approach: the process and then the player. And we'll deal with the player in a second. This was the first test of the new disciplinary system that the NFL put in place with the CBA that was adopted in 2020. And, the big knock against Goodell had always been, well, you're just going to do whatever you want. As we saw with Deflategate, when, they went through all the court injunctions and all that kind of stuff. And the federal judges basically said, cool, there's no real science that they deflated the footballs, but at the end of the day, you gave this guy the power, so you got nothing. And I think it was, on some level, actually decently respectful of the commissioner to say, guys, let's find a solution together with the NFLPA, as opposed to doing the old loggerhead thing, where, you can do whatever you want, but at the end of the day, I'm going to do what I want to do. And I think there's something to that, especially since this was the first test case through that new process. But all of that being said, Damon, to your point, if there was ever a player that deserved to have the entire book thrown at him, it's Deshaun Watson. And I know that Cleveland Brown fans are upset about that when I say that. The only question I would say to you as a Cleveland Browns fan is, if it wasn't your quarterback, what would you be saying about this guy? What would you, be honest with me. If he wasn't your quarterback, what would you be saying? And of course, they'd be saying the same things they said about Ben Roethlisberger all those years and all this other kind of stuff. I mean, it was pretty clear in the decision from the disciplinary officer and Sue L. Robinson that Deshaun Watson's actions, according to her own words, qualified for the NFL standards on what was considered nonviolent sexual assault, and that all those massage sessions were premeditated to end up in a sexual situation. Okay? So that's the creepiness that you're talking about. And then for him, Deshaun, to go on and have a press conference immediately as soon as the ink was dry on the deal and basically say, yeah, I apologize, but only for the people that were triggered by it. I don't have anything to apologize for. I stand on my innocence. Are you bleeping kidding me? That was so egregious, and it wasn't a surprise that right after that, as I mentioned earlier, my former colleague and friend Adam Schefter, who is still my friend, just my former colleague, basically had a tweet from the league that says, if he doesn't do exactly what those behavioral therapists tell him to do, this thing is torn up and we're going to throw the book at him. They were so angry at him. Deshaun Watson right now is what I like to call Cleopatra. He's the queen of denial.
You've been saving that for some time.
Yeah, that was good. He had that locked and loaded. That was ready to go.
That said, I mean, I don't want to do the Watson thing over and over again, but it also seemed like everybody just sort of got tired of it and just wanted to pick a midpoint between what Goodell said he wanted and what Sue Robinson gave him originally, which was 12 weeks, 11 games. It's just that let's just split the difference and go home because we're fed up. How do you make a win or a loss for the system when it just ended up being another compromise?
Well, listen, but I think the idea of compromise was important to both sides, because the NFL has always been able to do whatever the hell they wanted, and they could have done it, as Damon said, in this situation. I think it was, whether you agree or not with this was the case to use it on, they used this as a case of good faith with the NFLPA. They want, again, the Deshaun Watson camp wanted no suspension, which was a joke. The NFL wanted at least a year and $8 million. So while they didn't get what they really wanted, 11 games is not insignificant, but you're right. This was so overwhelmingly egregious. If you read the 15-page decision by Sue L. Robinson, I don't think anybody outside of A, someone with the last name of Watson, B, someone who makes money off the last name of Watson, or C, previously stated irrational Cleveland Browns fans, would have been upset in any way, shape, or form if they didn't throw the entire book at him.
Trey,
you can argue hypocrite. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying we're running out of time, and I just wanted to find out for sure who you got coming up on the next Half Forgotten History on Spotify. You're a great storyteller. These are great stories.
Oh, sorry about that, Damon. Yeah, we got to listen. We were taping with Julian Edelman on Friday. With Jake Plummer, who is now a mushroom farmer. We've got him. We got Megatron. We got Hall of Famer Leroy Butler, Fred Taylor. We got a bunch of amazing guests lined up on Half Forgotten History. Matt Ryan. It all drops September 8th.
Can I go to Caesars and say I want the Trey Wingo suite? Is there a Trey Wingo suite?
Yes, it's called the Mark Anthony Villa on the top of the Octavius Tower. Highly recommend.
Oh, and I hear it's reasonably priced. Trey, thank you so much for
billionaires. Yeah.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being a friend of the show. Really appreciate your time as always, man.
You got it, brother. Ray, always good to talk to you, too. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much. Trey Wingo, one of the good guys out there. One of the guys who's thriving in a post-ESPN existence, if there ever was one.
By having 9 jobs.
Well, but they're fun jobs. Like,
I wasn't saying they weren't fun. I'm just saying that's a lot of work for one little puppy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, plug in a microphone and talk. It's just who you're talking for today. It's good. It's good work if you can find it. It's good to be Trey Wengo. There's no doubt about that. Not all preseasons are created equal, and that seems to confuse a texter. We will mention and address this confusion as soon as we return here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. And if you're looking for the best Giants coverage from 95.7 The Game, text the word Giants to 20357 and make sure you hit the subscribe button. You'll be subscribed to all of those, even though there's probably not much of a chance of the Giants subscribing themselves to this year's postseason. Certainly not after today.
The final preseason game is tomorrow night.
Sideline and it's caught! Deebo Samuel with the catch and trying to turn on the Jets.
And we're reacting all day Friday to the good, the bad, and the ugly.
He'll take it all the way for the touchdown.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yay!
95.7 The Game.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh! Plus, a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh! Literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Now, local businesses can get closer to every customer in their city with fast, affordable shipping. Introducing USPS Connect Local. You want speed? We deliver same or next day. You want savings? We give you supplies at a flat rate. You want less legwork? We do free pickups. Move your local business forward with the United States Postal Service. Let's connect at USPSConnect.com/local. Specific markets, restrictions apply. Same day or next day delivery expected, but not guaranteed with entry close to final destination.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay. Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Of all the multitudinous manifestations that water can take, in oceans and ice cubes, in glaciers and streams, vapors and rain, double black diamonds, lap swims, and brains. Of all that water everywhere, only 0.5% is fresh water available for human use. That's why at Moen, we're innovating to save 1 trillion gallons of water by 2030. Discover Mission Moen at moen.com.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
In Lafayette, mostly cloudy overnight, lows in the high 50s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it's great to have you here today. Again, thanks so much to Trey Wingo for stopping on by on a Wednesday, which technically makes this a Wingo Wednesday. It's technically true. It's also a What If Wednesday. We'll see what Lucas has cooked up coming up in our 5 o'clock hour. In the meantime, we are guest-free the rest of the way, which gives you a great opportunity to slip on in, 888-957-9570. You know what we're talking about. Thank God the 49ers preseason comes to an end tomorrow in Houston, and there is nothing more important that could happen in that game than anyone who plays in that game coming out of that game without an injury, which means the game is disposable. The players, they're the ones who are not. If I were Kyle Shanahan, I wouldn't play a single snap with a player who I expected to start or play significant role in the Week 1 game against the Chicago Bears. I wouldn't. I would have this full-on third stringers and ain't gonna be here's going in Houston. Now, Kyle has taken a different approach. At least he keeps on saying that there is going to be a different approach to Game 3. He told us we'd see starters in Games 1 and 3, not in Game 2. We didn't see them in Game 2. Here he is talking about Game 3.
I haven't decided exactly. I mean, I want them to get out there, definitely the ones, but we're going to talk about it as a staff more tonight. After we watch this practice and stuff, I plan on playing those guys, but I haven't exactly decided how much. I know they won't go past the first half. It'd be the first half at the most.
Look, when you're a young single guy, you don't do a lot of risk-reward math. Since getting married, since becoming a parent, I definitely do more risk-reward math. The risk-reward math that comes out on any important player getting hurt in Houston tomorrow, it equals zero. That's the total. You know, having somebody get hurt in this game is just such a bad idea. I don't know why they're doing it.
This is it. It's a change in a lot of ways because the last game always used to be the one where, the guys who were going to end up playing Arena League were going to play. I think they've sort of mitigated that by creating such a huge gap between the end of the exhibition season and the start of the regular season. And because there's only 3 games now, for whatever reason, they've decided that Game 2 is the disposable one. I think, though, for the most part, that the third game, the first game, the second game, they all have the same value, which is almost none if you're a starter, and especially if you're an important starter. Trent Williams should play 0 plays. Just 0.
Right, and anytime Trent Williams is playing 0 plays, whoever your starting quarterback is, no matter what his name is, should play the same amount of plays.
Yeah, and Nick Bosa should play 0 plays. Fred Warner should play 0 plays. And I think Sean McVay has been on the right side of this since he came into the league. Now, I don't know if there is any pushback from the league about load management, but this is more a matter of load management than even the NBA has, because none of these games are helpful. I mean, you could still get hurt in practice.
Sure.
But the chances of that happening are far smaller because it's a far more controlled environment. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle Shanahan plays almost nobody and plays them a very limited amount of time, to the point where if you happen to go to the bathroom right after the national anthem, you may miss them all.
You might have missed it. It's funny that you brought up the NBA there as an example of you can control things, because that's sort of what somebody here on the Comcast Business text line brought up when we were talking about the value or lack thereof of preseason. Somebody said, the Warriors preseason last year, the starters played. They wanted to gain some cohesiveness. Okay. The difference between basketball and football, and I'm not saying that basketball exists in a realm where no one gets hurt. We all know that that's totally false. Those are huge bodies playing at unbelievable speed, doing incredible athletic things. And again, I can't believe that there aren't broken ankles on contested layups and guys rolling knees and ankles all the time. It's amazing how infrequently there is a catastrophic injury in an NBA game, much less a preseason game. It's amazing. But a reason for that is it's a much safer sport than football. Full stop. Football is built to destroy bodies. Basketball's not built to destroy bodies. The flow of a preseason game in a basketball game is no physical challenge compared to the physical challenge of surviving a single snap of live action football on an NFL field.
But also you had players who had missed a ton of time and just wanted to get out there. I know Stephen Curry agitated to play some in the preseason last year, and I think Draymond Green did to a certain extent as well. They couldn't play with Thompson because he was still out, but I think after the 2 years, they were sort of champing at the bit to work up a sweat. And I think Steve Kerr said, well, I don't have a problem with that, because he tends to let them have their way about playing time or changing rotations or things like that. That's the level of player empowerment they've got. So I think, comparing that Warrior tactic to what the NFL does is a little misleading, only because players aren't volunteering to play exhibition football games. They do it because they're told to.
I think the Warriors are going to get quite a bit of preseason run for their marquee players when they go over to Japan. Because remember, that is not just a preseason game. That is an international diplomacy mission.
It's a marketing plan.
Exactly. So you're going to see, and those players are going to want to expose themselves and the brands to the international market. That is, a boon for everyone who's going to go play in that game. I mean, there is a ton of basketball fans just waiting to gobble up whatever you're selling in the Far East. So it's smart business, even though it might be a little risky. But again, because it's basketball, it's less risky than anything that's going to happen in an NFL preseason game.
But players also have their own deals out there, so they're pimping their own brands as well.
Of course,
Warriors.
Of course, and then I think see very little of Warriors players back when they come back for their stateside slate of their preseason. That's when you're going to want to get Moody and Kuminga and all the guys that where the future lies, hoping where the future lies. That's when you're going to see them start to get more seasoning. And I think this basketball season that's coming up is going to be absolutely fascinating. The football season that's coming up is going to be absolutely fascinating. Unfortunately, neither one of our Bay Area baseball teams has entered the absolutely fascinating conversation. Doesn't appear to be. So they're out. At least we got two ready to move in to the absolutely fascinating portion of the program. So there you go. It's probably not much of a aha moment for a lot of you, but it's a lot less likely to hurt yourself in a basketball game than it is a football game. And having said all that, let me tell you about today's bad basketball injury, because we might have one. I told you I got a little bit of a rookie crush on Chet Holmgren. I was fascinated by him in the summer league. I think that he's just got an incredible body type that is either going to redefine what body types look like in professional basketball, or it's going to be aha, I told you he didn't have the type of body type that could live up to an NBA pounding. Well, rookie Chet Holmgren of the Oklahoma City Thunder is undergoing tests for a possible right foot injury that he suffered early in a Pro-Am game Saturday up in Seattle. The number 2 overall pick in this year's NBA draft suffered the foot injury in the crossover Pro-Am event while defending LeBron James on a fast break. Holmgren was one of a number of NBA players to participate in the Pro-Am, along with Jason Tatum, Paolo Banchero, Dante Murray, Aaron Gordon. So there was a lot of NBA talent out there, but only one of those NBA talents is a 7'1", 195-pound freakish frame of a human being, and that's Chet Holmgren. And he might have either a broken or torn Les Frank, which means this goes way beyond plantar fasciitis. I mean, if that's what really is revealed in this, what they strongly suspect is ligament damage in his foot, it might cost him in his entire rookie year. Be like when Blake Griffin couldn't play his rookie year because he got hurt right away for the Clippers. It's a terrible way to start a career, and it's doubly terrible that someone with body type questions has this happen right away. And Ray, I've been saying this for years. When big men have trouble with knees, ankles, and feet, they are by definition in trouble right there. Like their career is at a crossroads the minute any of that happens. And we are.
Bill Walton, Greg Oden, Yao Ming. I mean,
the
those
list
are
goes
just
on.
3 guys who were really good but didn't get a chance to be great. And in Oden's case, that also happened right away. And it never got right. Now, maybe he wouldn't have had a great career, but we won't know because he got hurt right out of the chute and essentially stayed hurt.
By the way, one other note for you. Earlier, Shams was all over this Chet Holmgren story. He also told Rich Eisen today that the single best offer that the Nets had on the table for Kevin Durant was from the Celtics. They had a first-round pick, Derek White, and Jaylen Brown on the table for Kevin Durant. I could see why that's not enough to land you Kevin Durant. I was reading kind of an interesting article today where they were going through a collateral damage of the Kevin Durant trade request. 4 through 1. 1 being the Nets themselves. 2 being Kevin Durant's reputation. I forgot what 3 was. 4 was Jaylen Brown's relationship with the Boston Celtics. And you even brought this up yesterday, that is, like, Jaylen Brown heard his name in trade rumors, and Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum need to be split up because it's just not happening. And he was the subject of any and all trade rumors. They're 2 wins away from being NBA champions. And he figures, finally, I was one of the best players in this NBA Finals. You think that's going to establish me as a can't walk away from that guy? Nope. The Celtics were thinking about doing it right away once again. I would offer him this if you were really offended by it. Jaylen Brown, it's one thing to be considered tradable, and it's another thing to be considered tradable for Kevin Durant. And I think that's a little bit of a badge of honor more than it is an insult.
No, but if you take it the other way, which I suspect is how Jaylen Brown is taking, is how did I not prove to you that I am indispensable to you?
Right. What else do you want to see?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you put Tatum in that deal instead of me, and I could play with Kevin Durant? And then we'd be much better than we were. So I get the logic there too. And the problem here is that the fact that deal got out as quickly as it did, it just suggests to me that one of the things that hung up any Durant deal, in addition to the asking prices never meshing, is that they were immediately made public. And a lot of general managers don't like doing their business in public for just the reason that the Celtics got caught at, which is we make you an offer, we expect it to be held in confidence, and within 6 hours, Shams has it, or Woj has it. How can we do business with you? And the problem is that it's not usually the general managers who leak that stuff. It's usually the agents. And Jaylen Brown is going to have to, he's got to come to some serious accommodations with the Celtics and the Celtics with him, because he earned the right to be left alone. Well, after the year he had, after the way he and Tatum sort of came to an accommodation with each other, and they became the best team in basketball over the last half of the season. I mean, I think if I'm him, I'm saying, I shouldn't be in this trade. Find somebody else. Do something else. But I showed you that you guys aren't as good without me.
I think that a lot of players in basketball, rightfully so, thinks, respect is either reflected in a max contract or being deemed immovable. And Tatum has neither right now. Jaylen Brown has neither right now. So a lack of respect, yeah, I mean, maybe that is a little collateral damage. I also think they have the kind of coach that is going to get everybody in and everyone on the same page quickly. And look out for the Celtics next year again. They're going to be fantastic. There's no doubt in my mind. Somebody on the text line, Comcast Business text line, says, didn't KD recover from a Jones fracture early in his career? I can't remember how early it was, but KD really hurt his foot at Oracle Arena, if I remember correctly. Like he just had a monster first half against the Warriors. This is when he was in the Thunder uniform still. And then he didn't come out and play the second half. I think he might have actually done that at Oracle. But
I mean, yeah, you might be right, but
I might be wrong.
But Durant he might be the exception that proves the rule, because he's also had the Achilles, and he came back from that essentially none the worse for wear. He might be a freakish healer.
I think he's a good healer. I think he's a quality healer. But again, once legs, knees, feet, ankles, Achilles, for goodness sake, start going on guys, it's when other trouble creeps up. That's why he had the knee problem that shut him down. I don't know if you can directly correlate it, because it was also an on-court injury, which happens. But, the give and take in your body, once something goes wrong with your base, it changes your kinetics totally. Look at me, kinetics. Huh? Kevin Durant, what does he want? Was a question that I saw today that I thought was pretty interesting, because no one really knows, right? To try to guess what Kevin Durant wants seems like a fool's errand. But I do have a list of things that I think we could admit he doesn't want. After he did want the instant success that the Warriors looked like it could offer him and delivered him, he then didn't want it. After he did want to establish himself as an NBA champion, for whatever reason, that became an unfulfilling task with the Warriors, and he no longer wanted that. He didn't want the Warriors' culture to define his career. He didn't want to continue with three amazing teammates that he had had great success with in Curry, Clay, and Draymond Green. He obviously didn't want to keep on playing for Steve Kerr or have the team that he's on shaped by Bob Myers, who we know to be really good guys that are incredibly easy to get along with, that accommodate feelings and considerations. If I could quote someone else here in the Bay,
it was a consideration.
They go out of their way to make sure guys who might be wired to be uncomfortable are comfortable. He didn't want Chase Center. He didn't want to stick around with the Warriors. So, what Kevin Durant wants, what is going to make him happy, I don't even know if he's got the answer to that, because it feels like he said, Brooklyn's going to make me happy. And he got to Brooklyn and realized, this isn't making me happy at all, and I need to get out of here. So what is the end game for him? Is it to win more? Is it to gain further respect for his individual talents? Because I think that that's easily accomplished anywhere he goes. You can't take your eyes off of him on a basketball court. But does he really want to win anymore? Does he want that championship anymore? Because just acquiescing and going back to Brooklyn, and I keep on reading that, hey, they could absolutely have a championship nucleus there. Yeah, it could absolutely not happen too. Like, I don't know what X marks the spot is for Kevin Durant, and I don't even know if he does.
I think I have a theory. It makes sense in my head. May have no validity at all, but...
Scary place to live, but here we go.
No, I think he wants to win, very much so. But he wants the power to be the guy who determines that in the same way that Michael Jordan determined things in Chicago, in the same way that LeBron James determines things now, in the same way that Kobe Bryant did. And with Kobe and LeBron, it came undone at the end. But I think Kevin Durant went to Brooklyn to say, I'm going to win these with players of my choosing, with a coach of my choosing. And I think the big fallout with the Nets was over the fact that he, couldn't control the players of his choosing, and when he got frustrated about that and wanted to get out, he couldn't control the identity of the coach that he had himself hired after getting rid of the previous one. I think he feels like, I was brought here under the impression that I had the power to run this place, and now it's clear that I don't. And I think that's what he's been after. And this is all with hindsight. I think that he looked at the Warriors as, the ensemble cast that he would never be able to break out of. And he's probably right, because I think it's more than just winning. It's winning on his terms.
He should have stayed in Oklahoma City, Ray. He seriously should have. He should have said, you know what? It's time to say, thanks for the memories, Russell Westbrook. You move on from him, and build around me right here in a town that absolutely adores me. Like, he honestly should have never left, even though him leaving benefited the Warriors greatly. That's where he should have stayed.
But the problem with that is he didn't have the power to change the roster there.
But he would have gone. I mean, he would have had it. He was their Steph Curry.
Not until he won one. And when he didn't win in 2016, he says, I don't think I'm going to win here with these guys. He made a calculated choice on his own. So for him, not for the Thunder, but for him, I think he thought that Oklahoma City was a dead end. That's why he left. And he went to Golden State and he got the rings that he wanted. And then he said, okay, now I've got the throw weight to create my own team. And he went to Brooklyn and made a series of ill-advised, if not disastrous, choices.
I think Durant would have had that throw weight without the rings. That's who he is as a player. Kevin Durant did not need to win an NBA championship for everyone to completely understand his power on a basketball court.
But nobody else has ever had that throw weight without winning several rings. And I think he viewed it that way, which is Jordan didn't have throw weight until he won those first three. LeBron didn't have throw weight until he got to Miami and won those there. And even then in Miami, he didn't have the throw weight because that Riley's shot. Right. But he did go back to Cleveland, and he had the throw weight then.
There's no such thing as a great player who does not need a great organization around him. And you cannot be a great organization unto yourself. And I think that is the lesson that is kind of hitting Kevin Durant in the face like a shaving cream pie these days. And just to wrap it up from the Comcast Business text line, here's a good theory that just said, hey, he wanted to be the sole star of a team. He wants to be the hero. But in the end, he's turned himself kind of into the villain. And he really has. I mean, nobody had the power to ruin Kevin Durant's reputation other than Durant himself. And it looks like the player empowerment era has done that for him.
I think that's assuming, though, that the player empowerment era can only be achieved by guys who get to run their own franchise. Stephen Curry is plenty empowered.
Yeah.
It just depends on how you define power. And Stephen Curry has defined it in a lot of different ways. He gets to walk in and talk to the general manager about anything, and he knows that he will be heard, but he won't be obeyed all the time. And so it's really about how the individual player defines how much power is the right amount of power. And I think in the future, more players will come to realize that it's hard to be a player, it's harder still to be a general manager, and it's better to have access to the guy who has to do that job.
Speaking of power, it was obvious that the San Francisco Giants did not have the required amount of power to win today in Detroit. We'll kind of go over the disaster that unfolded in Motown when we come on back. We got open lines. It is our longest commercial-free segment of the entire day, and it's right around the corner. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook.
Ken Barkley filling in for Nick Costos. Fall's almost here. Let's check out the pro football markets, especially win totals. I'll play Philadelphia under 9.5 wins. Still have a lot of unanswered questions about their quarterback. And this was a team that beat 0 playoff teams last year. They're much more likely to finish 500.
That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Check out the latest lines at betrivers.com. I'm Nick Costos. Keep it locked here for more throughout the day.
Is online casino and sports betting not yet legal in your state? BetRivers.net offers all of your favorite casino games and sportsbook free. Visit BetRivers.net and create your account today. It's 100% free to sign up and play. BetRivers.net offers a variety of games like slots, table games with live dealers, and so much more. You can share the excitement with other players online anywhere, anytime from your desktop or mobile device. Don't miss out on the fun. Create your free account at BetRivers.net today. BetRivers.net is a play for fun site for entertainment only. Must be 21 or older.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Life is hard enough, but BMW ownership shouldn't be. BMW of Fairfield understands that time is your most precious resource, and making time for automotive service can be challenging. So we offer a team of mobile service technicians who will come to you when you need maintenance on your BMW. Contact the BMW of Fairfield Mobile Service Concierge to schedule your appointment. There is a better way to service BMW. Visit bmwfairfield.com/mobile service to book your appointment.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same.
But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Doug. Chances are you're jamming in your car right now. And since Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance so you only pay for what you need, Limu and I are going to show you some safe car dance moves. Hit it. Everybody, check your blind spots real quick. Now hands on the wheel. Put them 10 in 2 and move your head like a bird do. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Why choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because our Sleep Number 360 smart bed is really smart. It senses your movement and automatically adjusts to help keep you both comfortable. Plus, it's temperature balancing so you stay cool. It's even smart enough to know exactly how long, how well, and when you slept. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Sleep Number takes care of the science. All you have to do is sleep. Don't miss our weekend special. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed plus special financing. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So, we got an awful lot coming up over the next 50 minutes or so here on 95.7 The Game. Lots of things to get into, including the Giants just no-showing in Detroit after Logan Webb showed up with some really good innings. It all fell apart for him. Really not even his fault. The Giants could do nothing behind him to help him out. They could do nothing at the plate to help him out. And we're getting into Logan Webb and him struggling in his last couple of starts. And just the Giants are going nowhere with either Carlos Rodon or Logan Webb struggling in any starts between here and the end of the year. They got to win all of them. And today they did not win all of them. But we were just talking about, Kevin Durant. There's a lot of theories on the Comcast Business text line about why this, why that. Halftime Jay thinks it's because Kevin Durant needs to settle down with a nice lady. He thinks that, he needs to he needs to grow up a little bit, And look, I don't know if settling down is the sign of that, but I can tell you that, if you really want to become an adult, having an adult relationship is a good thing, no doubt about it. It's part of it, but there are a lot of people, especially in his kind of generation, who don't look at it that way anymore. And to each their own. Be in whatever relationship or whatever relationship you don't want to be in. You have all the rights to it. And during the break, Ray and I were talking about this, and you offered up what you think his kind of X marks the spot might be.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways, he's a basketball lifer. He wants to win titles, but I think his sort of model for the kind of player he envisions himself is LeBron. Not stylistically, but in terms of controlling his surroundings, in terms of being the guy who makes the profound decisions in a franchise. LeBron James basically runs the Los Angeles Lakers right now. And that's been true since the day he got there, because that was the deal. He came to LA because he has business ventures outside of basketball that work best for him in LA, and LA, A, needed him because they'd been bad for a while, and B, because they are addicted to big names. So it was a marriage made in heaven for both of them. And I think Kevin Durant has always sort of looked at the world outside basketball with that as one of the templates.
Well, and he's also got a legitimate case not just in his own mind, but in the real world of basketball, to say, I am the only person on the planet that has maybe ever actually outranked LeBron James in terms of talent and upside and basketball gifts and ability. With all due respect to Steph Curry. Steph Curry will never be 6'8", 6'9", 7 feet tall like Kevin Durant. You know, and obviously it hasn't slowed him down from becoming quite a productive NBA player. But, you know, in a sport where size matters, Kevin Durant had everything that you could ever put on the table to argue against LeBron not being the best player in the league. And you might have been wrong, but you could make that strong Durant argument. So I could understand why he wasn't just chasing the impossible to catch idea of LeBron, but he had it in his mind, I can do that.
I don't think it was basketball based, though. I think it was, that's a guy who controls his surroundings and his circumstances. There's no sort of surprise that's going to happen without me being in charge of it, because that's the aura that LeBron gives off. In part because he essentially ran the franchise in Cleveland the second time, and he's sort of run the franchise in LA since he's gotten there. And I think Kevin Durant has made what is essentially a logical choice. That's what I want. I don't want the whims of others to control what's the rest of my career. The basketball I will take care of on my own, but I want to be in charge of my surroundings. And so when he went to Brooklyn, he went there with an idea toward installing his own coach, installing his own teammates, and essentially running that franchise the way LeBron runs the Lakers. The problem is that even general managers don't control all their surroundings because they work with 29 other general managers. And rosters don't just magically congeal. If you want to acquire a guy, you can, but you can't get rid of somebody that you don't think you want to play with without somebody else taking him. I mean, that's what LeBron James has found out with Russell Westbrook. And I think Kevin Durant, learned that the hard way in Brooklyn last year. And when he wanted to get out to find another situation like that, none materialized. And when he overplayed his hand by wanting Sean Marks and Steve Nash fired, the owner did something that very few owners dealing with a player of Durant's stature ever do, and just said, no.
Public clapback on the Twitters.
So, and I think that came as a huge surprise to him. But it did not take him long to realize that without leverage, you have to make the best of whatever situation's presented to you. And that's how I think he's viewed this. That for the time being, he'll be a net and he will play hard and he will try to get a championship there and either reestablish some sort of hegemony over the franchise or get the trade that he wants made for him at age 35. I mean, good luck to him again. But, it's a fascinating set of circumstances. And again, this is the first time he's been told no. And it's the first time almost anybody of his stature has been told no. Nobody ever told Magic Johnson no. Nobody told Kareem Abdul-Jabbar no. There are guys in the history of the league who had that power, but they never insisted on it being so overt. Bill Russell had as much power as any living human being. I mean, he replaced the guy he most admired in sports, and his team owner, loved him. I mean, he had a great situation. And, it turned out to result in 11 championships, including one when he was a coach. So player empowerment's not dead. It's just there are limitations when you don't have the political skill to match your basketball skill.
From the text line, it says, everyone's addicted to big names. I don't think you can just hold that against the Lakers. Like, you telling me the Warriors and their fans weren't drooling when they signed the very first big name ever in Kevin Durant? Well, I mean, let's give Andre Iguodala a little love there, too. But, yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. There's never been it's one of the biggest free agent signings in the history of free agency. I mean, that's what Kevin Durant coming to the Warriors really represented at the time.
No, but the Lakers have always been built around, let's get the best guy.
Right. And I mean, look, how many years in a row?
Going back to Chamberlain, going back to getting Kareem from Milwaukee, drafting Magic, getting Kobe Bryant. I mean, theirs is everybody would like a big name. The Lakers believe that they are entitled to them to the point where it is the central core of their philosophy as an organization. We have to have the best. We have to have the biggest name.
There's nothing really wrong with that.
No, and for the most part, it's worked.
Yeah, and look, for the Warriors, how many years in a row did they not have an All-Star? I mean, it might have been a record at one point, right? I mean, it was ridiculous how many years in a row they didn't have an All-Star. The Lakers could not exist as a franchise had they ever broken off a streak like that. It just you'll drown in Los Angeles with all the other options around you if you don't have a real draw. I mean, this is what the Dodgers learned. This is what the Rams have learned. Like, all NBA teams in Los Angeles have learned this. The Clippers are even trying to run this experiment. We'll see if they can stay healthy enough to do it. Bill Plaschke, not a fan of the LeBron contract extension, by the way. He was saying that the Lakers, they've got an investment in LeBron, and all they really have now is an aging star, but a very little basketball team to actually show for it. Plaschke wrote, LeBron James's new contract only guarantees 2 more years of embarrassing Lakers mediocrity. Instead of beginning a massive rebuild, they must now endure a frustrating rerun. And, there's a coin flip chance that Plaschke's right about that. There's also a coin flip chance that he's wrong, because I have yet to see the NBA team that can't get itself into a different situation quickly when they go all hands on deck to do that. It always happens. The turnover in this league can be extreme, even when you think it's borderline impossible. And it does look borderline impossible based on the numbers and age and reputations that are attached to some of the Lakers' moving pieces. But to say that they are just dead in the water, have no chance, look, technically, as long as you got LeBron James and Anthony Davis both healthy, you got a little bit of a chance.
But the problem that they've got is that they don't have a cohesive front office of any kind.
Right. There's no one executing a vision.
Yeah, and that's the problem. The vision there is being executed, if it's being executed at all, by LeBron. Do you want to entrust the operation of your franchise to Rob Pelinka? Do you want to entrust it to Kurt Rambis? Do you want to entrust it to
Kurt Rambis' wife?
Yeah, to the shadow of Phil Jackson. They don't have a cohesive structure, which is why this last decade has been largely a hot mess with one title dropped in the middle of it. I mean, the Lakers are as non-functional as any team in the NBA, because, Jeannie Buss, to her credit, knows what she doesn't know, but she hires friends and holds on to them. And what she's gotten in return is the same sort of thing, and you won't like this analogy, but it's what Manchester United has. They have all the name and all the cachet and none of the brains.
I'm not opposed to a soccer analogy if it fits.
Well,
I just want to understand it for the most part.
Oh, well.
You have to explain it to me.
Okay, well, Manchester United is the biggest sporting brand in the world in any sport, in terms of what it's worth, in terms of how much money it generates, bigger than the Cowboys and bigger by a lot.
I mean, I've heard of them.
Okay, but over the last decade, since Alex Ferguson retired as their manager.
Sir Alex Ferguson?
Sir Alex Ferguson.
I mean, let's get the title right. Come on.
Well, I don't call him, Mr. Steve Kerr. Well, he's Alex Ferguson. Right. I don't care what the Queen did to his shoulders.
But Sir is a title. I mean, what do you acting like you're not a redcoat?
Yeah, pretty much.
By the way, welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. No, the thing that's happened to Manchester United is the thing that happened to the Lakers. It became a moneymaker but the inside rotted out.
They ate themselves alive.
Essentially, they now have a bunch of people making sort of half decisions and nobody, being the adult saying, I'm in charge here. That's what the Lakers have. And that's why LeBron has sort of stepped into that breach, happily for him. But they have a rudderless team with one of the 2 or 3 greatest players of all time running it.
Speaking of rudderless teams, can we get back to the San Francisco Giants? Logan Webb was not just pitching well, he was basically cruising, absolutely cruising to the point where he had a no-hitter going into the 5th inning today in Detroit, and then everything fell apart.
Up the middle, one hop, and it kicks off Crawford. And that's going to score 2. Man, off the bat, you thought, well, that's the inning. 0-2. That's a soft liner over the reach of Estrada. And now it's 3-0 Tigers. And that one is going to get by Crawford. Throw's going to go to third. Not in time. Reyes comes in to score. It's a 4-run inning. Right away, there goes the runner against Zapucki, and that one's pulled into left field. He left that curveball up, and that's going to score 2 more. All the way to the wall. So from first, Harold Castro's going to come around. Those 2 runs will both be charged to the record of Logan Webb. It's 6-0 Tigers.
Yeah, something that no Giant starter wants to hear is, here comes Zapucki to clean up your mess.
I think what it is, it's not necessarily Zapucki, it's here comes X to clean up your mess.
Yeah, anyone out of this bullpen is probably going to go ahead and tack an earned run or 2 onto your ERA. So everything was going great for Logan Webb until everything fell apart for Logan Webb, and it weren't even hard-hit balls that did it. Defense betraying him, bloopers, loopers, Texas leaguers, victim of all of them, and of course, he's the victim of a lack of his own team's run support. Once again, the Giants are struggling scoring runs. They were 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position today. And today was a day where they had traffic. The Giants put lead runners on base in 4 of the first 5 innings. They advanced that runner to third each and every time, but getting that runner to come on home was a near impossibility. Again, when asked about 1 for 13, explain it away, Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kapler said,
"Yeah, I don't have anything specific for you. That's right. We didn't get the big hit when we needed to, and to kind of give Webby a little bit of a cushion, we weren't able to push runs across."
I mean, you didn't get the big hit, you didn't get the little hit, you didn't get the hit, you didn't do anything with runners in scoring position once again. So, rough beat for the Giants. They won the Rodon start yesterday, but they lose the Logan Webb start. If you wanted to say what are their quickest ways to make sure you ain't going to be in the playoffs, lose Rodon and Logan Webb starts. They just can't do that. They can't do that from here on out. They did it again today. They got a day off tomorrow, I believe, and then they're on to Minnesota. So good luck against the Twins. You need all the luck in the world because actual baseball skill isn't something that enough San Francisco Giants seem to possess.
Well, they don't possess it in large enough quantities, and they don't possess it consistently. I mean, these are the same players that did win 107 games last year. But they all had career years because they were playing well every day. The biggest takeaway from this year is nobody plays well every day on this team. I mean, they've all sort of reverted to type. And their type was also the one that was below 500 team for 4 straight years before last year. So they regressed.
They have
as predicted.
They have massively regressed. And for whatever reason, today Major League Baseball decided, with plenty of this season still left, that they were going to get you thinking about next season. Baseball schedules came out today for next year. Why? We don't know. Why today? We don't know. Why Major League Baseball Network didn't turn this into a middle-of-the-winter show to get you to tune in? I don't know. Why you'd want to start talking about next year before this year was even done? I don't know. But that's what baseball did. So the one thing that you can't help but notice is you look at what the Giants will be doing next year, and it is a year where all 30 baseball teams are going to play one another in the season for the first time in the interleague era, which means instead of getting 19 games against the Dodgers, you're going to get 13 games against the Dodgers. You can get 13 games against the Diamondbacks, Rockies, and Padres as well. They're looking for a more balanced schedule. That's what they hope to create. The Giants are going to open next year in the Bronx. So you know what that gives us an opportunity to do, Ray? It gives us an opportunity to spend, I don't know, the entire hot stove flirting with the idea of Aaron Judge. And then, they'll kick the tires. They'll do their due diligence. They will, they'll consider adding him.
It was a consideration.
How much of a consideration?
It's worth consideration.
It certainly is. Aaron Judge is a hell of a player. You should probably get a guy like that in here. But with Farhan talking about budgets and what is and what isn't, and when he's talking about how, when it comes to the best players, most expensive isn't always the solution, I look forward to hearing the Giants in a whole bunch of Aaron Judge conversations, only to watch him hitting opening day home run wearing pinstripes still. That's what's going to happen here, isn't it, Ray?
Well, I mean, one, the Yankees would probably match any offer he gets. Two, why would he leave a team like the Yankees, who even though they've been struggling in the second half, still light years better than the Giants?
Right, they're going to be fine.
I mean, what do the Giants have other than money that they probably won't spend that would attract him? I mean, there really isn't anything.
It's not a big sell. It's not a big sell to make.
If I'm Farhan Zaidi, I am making the call and I'm doing my damnedest. But I think Aaron Judge is going to go, man, he's going to tell them what Bryce Harper told him. I don't want to play there. I don't want to play for you guys. I got better deals waiting for me.
Now, could you imagine if the opposite happened? Like, let's say, I always did want to play for the Giants, and he actually shows up. Could you even imagine what Aaron Judge's first game with his next team would look like if it were at Yankee Stadium? That would be unbelievable. You want to talk about an event level happening? That would be one of them. That would be one. Oddly enough, opening day next year, we're already talking about opening day next year, is Thursday, March 30th in the Bronx. The Giants and the Yankees have the Friday off before wrapping up a series on Saturday and Sunday. It's one of 3 Friday off days that the Giants will have in 2023, 2 of which are in the month of April. Again, what are you doing, baseball?
They've been doing that the last couple of years, though.
I hate it.
Okay.
No baseball on a Friday night. It's stupid.
Well, the fact they do that because they're trying to stretch out like the big events in the first week. They don't put 15 games on day 1 and then 15 more games on day 2. So this is not new for them to take that first Friday off. Now, if you have a complaint, you want to say, well, why don't you start on Wednesday? And then you can take the Thursday off, and then you can have Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There's nothing wrong with that.
No. As a matter of fact, I think you just solved it.
Yeah, but the last few years, they've started on Thursday.
Farhan, again, was on the Tim Kawakami podcast saying things like, hey, the most expensive player isn't always the best player, which all you need to do is look at the correlation between top 10 payrolls and top 10 winning records, and you can see that there is an absolute correlation to be made. Anyways, here's what Farhan had to say about the most expensive not always being the best.
I would just say the best solution for any organization isn't always going to be the most expensive solution. And, you referenced Craw and Belt, and this past offseason, bring those guys back was definitely the best move for us. I mean, Belt was one of the best offensive performers in 2020 and 2021, and we really wanted him back as part of the team this year. And Craw was a top 3 MVP performer last year. These guys were leaders in the clubhouse. They were tremendous performers. And so, could we have spent more at first base and shortstop last offseason coming into this year? Sure, but I don't think those would have been the right decisions. So there is that ability, but we're always going to balance it with what's the right baseball solution for us. And again, those things don't always correlate, exactly.
Again, look, Farhan's a really good talker, but what he did was just offer up a nonsense point to talk around what they didn't spend. No one didn't expect you to re-sign Belt and Crawford off the years that they had. I think everyone expected them to take big nosedives this year, but still, they got enough house credit where I think everyone was saying, all right, bring those two guys back. They get to leave on their terms in a way. But the problem is the money that they didn't spend elsewhere.
Well, the problem is ultimately that he cannot come out and say, I have a budget that I don't get to exceed, and my budget is smaller than it was 3 years ago, and it may get smaller again next year. That's how you get fired, by basically calling your owner, your boss, a cheapskate. So he did dance around it, but it's not hard to figure out what he's saying there, and he's sort of hoping that you'll figure it out on your own.
Well, he was asked by Tim if he has to keep the payroll under a certain level, and here's what he said.
It's not sort of a hard number, but we are given ranges. I mean, we know, we go through the finances of the operation and, come up with a payroll number or raise that makes sense. And then at some point, we're just kind of going case by case when we want to make late additions to it. So, look, it's not sort of a blank check, consequence-free environment as far as the payroll goes, but it's also not, you can't go over X no matter what. So, that may not be a wholly satisfying answer, but that's the reality. I mean, we have economic constraints like any business, but, we have flexibility built in, and we have an ownership group that's showed it's willing to push chips in when a compelling case is made.
I mean, not lately. Not lately. You could say that Carlos Rodon was the big chip push-in to the risky proposition. And it's paid off in some ways. But it's just, look, it's not necessarily... I'm going to make this up as I go along. Let's say the Dodgers. You are chasing the Dodgers. Everyone's chasing the Dodgers. That is who you want to be measuring yourself against. That's the way rivalry works for the Giants. Let's say the Dodgers spend 57, 58, 60. Let's say the Dodgers spend 65% of their income on a major league roster. And I'm just pulling that number completely out of thin air. I don't know what the number is. But let's say they spend, of all profits, they take 65% of their profits and they put it right back into that team. The Giants need to be spending 65% of their profits. The 65% that the Giants have that number, whatever 65% is for the Giants, it'll be less than the 65% than the Dodgers make, because the Dodgers make more money. But the Giants have at least to be operating on the same level of percentage ratio. I think it is unrealistic to say, you know what, you need to spend more money than the team that's spending the most money just because. That's stupid to throw that around, even though you can directly correlate the teams that spend even stupidly do very well. But you got to be meeting the Dodgers on the same playing field. And that's like ratio of profits that you're putting back into your own team. If the Giants are only spending 40% of their profits on their team and the Dodgers are at 65, again, I'm making these numbers up just as examples, though, then you are going to forever be behind the other team's willingness to really be competitive.
Yeah, but it's not a ratio that gets it. It's a willingness and an eagerness to be in on everything. And every time you hear about a big name guy who signed somewhere else, the story you get is the Giants were in it. But there is apparently there is one of three things going on here. And it's not California taxes, because guys who had a chance to go to San Francisco ended up in LA, where the taxes are the same. It's about, if you're a hitter, it's about the ballpark. If you're a pitcher, it's about where can I have the most impact? And the Dodgers, who have finished ahead of the Giants in almost every season going back 10 years now, are going to be more competitive for you.
Well, it's protecting your own gaudy stats, too.
Well, sure, but that's part of the nature of getting that next fat contract. And the third thing is, if you had to go down the list of, how the Dodgers do things, how the Padres do things, how the Giants do things, the Padres do things the way the Dodgers do, except they don't win. The Giants did things differently than the Dodgers did, and they won for a while. What's happened now is that the Dodgers' biggest difference, not necessarily the money, is the fact that they can always back and fill with an endlessly churning minor league system that either creates players or it creates assets to move to get other players. The Giants have not really had that over the last 6 or 7 years. And before the last burst that they did have, when they picked up that bucket load of pitchers at the end of the aughts, they didn't have a great minor league system either. So it's been, the biggest problem, because it's not spending money. The Giants spent plenty of money a decade ago. It's that they can't replenish what they've got consistently. And that's where they're jammed up now, is they don't want to spend the kind of money it would take to become immediately competitive with the Dodgers again, and they don't have the assets in their farm to create that organically.
And are they willing to make the decisions in their scouting department, in their development department, in player development to improve what is a stalled out farm system? Farhan was actually talking. Tim Kawakami asked him about the whole Juan Soto situation and how when it came time to put cards on the table, they didn't have the cards to put on the table that obviously the San Diego Padres did.
The Soto conversation, what it resulted in, and I don't want to get too far down this rabbit hole and certainly not mention specific names, but it became a situation where perhaps we could have done a deal, but we couldn't have just done a prospect-based deal. So now you're talking about trading major leaguers as part of a deal like that, which ultimately the Padres traded some guys that had major league experience but weren't really central to their major league roster. I imagine if we even had a shot, which ultimately, I don't really think we did, but if there was a path to a deal, it probably would have included significant pieces off of our major league roster, which, again, to your point, it is really a consequence of not having a farm system that's really firing on all cylinders with guys putting up the type of stat lines that excite people. And then you're in this kind of robbing Peter to play Paul situation. And I'm honestly not sure that that's the best way to make your major league team better.
And he's right about that. But at the same time, this is a take everything from Peter to pay Paul when Paul is Juan Soto. Like, there's no single major leaguer that the Giants employ today that should not have been offered to try to get the Soto deal. And you can say, well, then all of a sudden they're going to be the Washington Nationals. They'll have Juan Soto and nothing around him. Well, then you take Juan Soto and you say, hi, welcome to San Francisco. We'd like to give you a $15 million or a 15-year, $600 million contract. We good? All right, great. So we're going to have you now, and we're going to build it all around you, and we have a 15-year window in which to figure it out around you. That's what they should have done. And if there was an opportunity that they backed away from because they weren't willing to include, Logan Webb or whoever might have gotten that deal done, that's nonsense.
No, but they didn't have nearly, and even if they throw Webb and Rodon in the deal, both of them, the Nationals made it clear they wanted young, controllable major leaguers.
And the Padres gave a historical haul. They did.
Yes, and the Giants don't have young, controllable major leaguers. It's an old roster. Who are the young guys off that team that would be appealing to Washington?
Joey Bart.
Not even close.
Well, yeah, I mean, young, controllable, with upside, he does fit that bill.
But it's not upside. What they wanted was an affordable version of Juan Soto. That's what the Nationals wanted, and they got
who doesn't want that? I mean, good Lord.
Well, my point is they got a better shot with the haul they got from the Padres, because the Padres emptied out
the whole farm system.
Yeah, the Giants' whole farm system to be emptied out. It's Joey Bart, and then crickets.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Bunch of rumors.
Is that no matter how eager Farhan Zaidi might have been to make that deal, he didn't have chips. He might have had a good hand, but he had no chips. He couldn't stay in the game.
Jose in Oakland. Oh, by the way, we'll let you know that the A's did avoid a sweep this afternoon against Miami. They win 3-2 in 10 innings. AJ Puck is now 3-1 on the season. Ray, did you get your triple-digit attendance?
Of course not.
I'm sorry. This is Jose in Oakland, and it says here he is annoyed by the Giants and Farhan. What's going on, Jose?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Damon, pleasure talking to you and Mr. Ratto. This situation with Farhan is very confusing to me because this morning I was really upset about, the way Farhan keeps, explaining to the fans what the situation is. He's always laughing and smiling when he's for the next 2-3 years because their farm system stinks. I mean, I don't know if we should blame him because he stinks at drafting players, or if he should be at the ownership because they're cheap and they don't want to spend the money.
I think you can blame both. I mean, I think that's fair. I think you can say Farhan has not done the job drafting, developing that you would have hoped him to, but he even gets a little bit of house credit on that because the last couple of years have been really screwed up, and drafting and developing and evaluating have been harder in the age of COVID than probably just about any other time in baseball. So I'll give Farhan a little bit of a mulligan on that, although other teams clearly have had success in the exact same circumstances that the Giants have yet to find success in. Jose, thank you very much for the call. When it comes to the budget, that is out of his hands. That is out of his hands. He can say, I would like to spend, but the Johnson family is going to tell him exactly what he can spend. And since you were talking about, him answering questions, here he was asked the questions, could the Giants be back in the top 10 payrolls as early as next year?
Yeah, I certainly could see us moving in. Again, we're not going to go to the offseason saying, let's get back into the top 10. But, we could certainly have some targets that work out that push us back into that area.
Okay, so hit those targets, get into that area. Here's the thing. Unless he's bold-faced lying there to Tim Kawakami on the podcast, it does sound like he's got more money to spend.
He's hedged it in so many ways that I'm not sure that he does. I can't speak with any accuracy about that, but he didn't actually commit to anything. He said, well, you have a number. We could go over it, but, it depends on the circumstances. He never really committed to any sort of philosophical notion that you can pin on him.
Well, he can't talk in any specifics or it's tampering. So.
No. It's not about players. It's about money, which he can talk about. But he didn't talk about that either because, A, they haven't had the budget meeting for next year yet. That always happens at the end of the season. And B, the budget has gone down the last 4 years. And based on these attendance figures, which are hardly inspirational, I can't imagine it going up. I mean, right now, their 26-man payroll is $125 million, and their total payroll is $155, which puts them 13th. To get into the top 10, they would have to chunk in another $30 million. Do you think they're going to do that? I got my doubts.
I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, the $30 million isn't even a number that makes me blink in baseball anymore. $30 million is where you go to find an all-star.
Okay, but $30 million is also, it's a 20% increase in a team that hasn't increased at all. And unless Greg and Charlie Johnson are suddenly going to have an epiphany and go, we got to get back into this, I don't think they're going to go beyond 150 again.
I mean, sell the team then. Artie Moreno's like, I've done enough. I'm out.
Artie Moreno has not done enough. He'd like to leave it to his kids, but his kids don't want it. That's a different thing.
Well, he hasn't done enough. When he says he's done enough, I don't mean enough success.
Yeah.
He's just had enough look at the business, and he knows that he can flip this sucker that he bought for like $140 million for $2 billion right now. Cash out before the casino cashes you out, for goodness sakes. And he's old enough to think about, I'm going to die soon. So time to cash it in.
Well, but that's a decision you make when your kids say, I don't want to run that.
By the way, here's something that nobody in the Bay Area has brought up. Let's just say, as John Fisher is trying to figure out whatever is going to cure the A's, either getting Howard Terminal built or moving to Las Vegas eventually or whatever, there is enough acrimony in Anaheim over that stadium and the surrounding land deal to where if you did come in to buy the Angels, maybe you'd think of moving them. Can you imagine if the Angels get to Las Vegas before the A's do? If that is kind of like the backdoor plan of this whole thing, which just looking at, any Dave Cavill timeline would tell you that might be the backdoor plan. They can talk about how publicly close they are to Howard Terminal, but they could be working the other side of this aisle as hard as they have worked the other side of the aisle harder than anything they've done in Oakland. And could you even imagine if all of a sudden, they're saying, we're going to bring in Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani, and we're going to call them the, Los Angeles or the Las Vegas Angels.
I could imagine.
Change your name to Devils instantly, by the way.
Probably. Except that Las Vegas doesn't want baseball. And it's not they don't want the A's. They don't want baseball because baseball means you have to build them a $2 billion domed stadium, and they're already committing their money to a building project that includes a basketball arena for the NBA expansion team that they really want.
Hey, let's say the equivalent of Sam Walton decides to go ahead and buy this team. So the $2 billion purchase price of the Angels, no big whoop. The $2 billion purchase price right now of a dome stadium in Vegas, yeah, I'm going to foot that bill too. No big whoop. Make it 3, make it 4. Let's go spectacular. Make it a $5 billion stadium. I got the money. And oh, by the way, just look at what happened to the Raiders' financials. Since moving to Las Vegas, they have gone from the absolute caboose of NFL profits to top 10.
But they didn't spend all their money on the stadium. They got $850 million from the state and a bunch more from the city and county.
Oh, I know.
And the state and the city and county have said, we're out of that business because they feel like they got burned. So the Sam Walton guy that you're talking about, is more likely to want to stay in L.A. because even as the second banana, if you ran that thing correctly, you could get back. You could get the television deal that you want and the multimedia operation that you need, and you could convince Shohei Ohtani to stay. In fact, I think the long-term play here is Japanese ownership that doesn't care whether it's in LA or Vegas or anywhere. If they could guarantee that they could keep Shohei Ohtani, it could stay in Anaheim, and they would make so much money in Japan that it wouldn't matter where
they move the team to Tulsa if they needed to.
Yeah, so I don't think Vegas is viable for the Angels or the A's or any other baseball team.
Here's a really good question on the Comcast Business text line. Damon, do you think that they could actually move to Las Vegas and still keep the Los Angeles name? Call them the Las Vegas Angels of Anaheim of Los Angeles?
They could. Why not?
Yeah.
The New York Giants spent much of their time playing in New Jersey. So, yeah, you can call your geographically based team anything you want. The A's could call themselves Monaco.
Geographical bigamy? Just have a whole bunch of homes.
Sure.
Yeah. So we're the Oakland A's of Monaco.
Or just call themselves New York.
The Oakland A's.
No, not even the Oakland A's. Just say, we're the New York A's now. Yeah, you can lie about that stuff. You lie about anything.
Rooted in New York.
Yeah. Rooted in Staten Island. No, I've never heard anybody who lives in Las Vegas and knows people who has said, "Boy, there's an urgency for baseball."
Oh, it wouldn't even
they're
be like
not interested.
It wouldn't even be like their arms are open. It would be like a full-on choice. Like I'm moving the damn team where I want to move it. Is what the new owner kind of gusto I'm talking about would maybe bring to the table. Anyway, I said that we were going to get to this, and we will indeed have a What If Wednesday to wrap up today's show. But as I was saying earlier, right, name, image, and likeness is such a wild, wild west right now. The world of college football is looking at, things that just 18 months ago would be unthinkable, unheard of. Nathan Baird said that Monday night at the Foundation's kickoff event, had someone pay $20,000 for a dinner with 4 Buckeye football players. $20,000 to sit down and have dinner with 4 college football players. 2 different bidders ponied up a total of $23,000 for a dinner with offensive lineman Paris Johnson Jr. Ohio State football coach Ryan Day and basketball coach Chris Holtmann headlined this event, which raised so much money they didn't even disclose how much money they raised. They were both auctioned off as dinner attendees too, and according to the collective, the fund is going to trickle down to their players. The Ohio State athletic director, Gene Smith, says around 350 athletes have earned over now 1,200 different name, image, and likeness deals with a value of $3.6 million. Day created national headlines when he said in an event in May that he believed that Ohio State needed $13 million annually in NIL in order to be, a top player in college football. $13 million is what the new cap number for Ohio State to be competitive. It's just absolutely amazing. And this is all happening in college football. You have a whole bunch of Hooters signed 51 offensive linemen from 10 different schools this past week to name, image, and likeness deals. LSU, Auburn, Oklahoma, Miami, Texas A&M, Georgia Tech, Missouri, Vanderbilt, FAU, and USF all see players who are now offensive linemen and Hooters ambassadors. It's amazing. It's amazing the money that's getting thrown around, and it's amazing how some of these athletic directors are just putting their hands up saying, geez, we really need someone to come in here and control this. You guys need to control this. Athletic directors need to get together and make some gentlemanly agreements to figure out the right way to do this. And the right way to do this is there's name, image, and likeness now coming to high school. This is a wild, wild west. A sports equipment and technology company called Kong IQ is signing 70 high school players to endorsement deals. St. John Bosco, a Southern California powerhouse, is like getting into the name, image, and likeness game right away. Right away. They're not gonna wait around. It's nuts. And everything that they told you would ruin student athletes. Everything they told you would ruin the amateur element that attracted so many people to college sports was a lie this entire time. Look at the money that the Big Ten just signed up for. And that's in a world where now college players are getting played. CBS would not have signed that contract with the Big Ten if they thought that the product that they're getting is damaged in the public eyes because it's no longer amateur.
Oh, no. This is the business they've always done, only now it's out in the open. That's the only difference. And because it's out in the open, they can do business even louder. So if it seems like the Wild Wild West, it's because it's what the athletic directors want. They don't want anybody to get their hands around this because they don't work for anybody except their own school, and every conference commissioner only works for the conference he's in charge of. The SEC has gone whole hog on this. The Big Ten has gone whole hog on this because they're the ones who have the most to gain. They don't want anybody controlling it. They're delighted by this because they're the ones in the end that will be able to outspend everybody else until there are essentially 2 conferences.
ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips says that Congress is the only way to solve the name, image, and likeness issue. This isn't something that Congress really has any time to figure out, and I don't know if you happen to notice that is about a dysfunctional body of leaders humanly possible.
Almost as much as college administrators.
Look, all I know is that the NCAA had decades to do something about this, and they twiddled their thumbs under the name of amateurism, which was another word for them to disguise their greed with. And conference commissioners now having like their palms up going like, we don't know what to do. We don't know what to do. Like,
they're lying hypocrites.
Well, totally. And they're all making millions of dollars themselves, yet seem to be powerless to even face or address the biggest issue that is going to be facing the rest of our lifetimes of college sports.
The biggest issue that they have is the money that they can't get their hands on, the money they can't control. And that's the name, image, and likeness dollars that are going to the high school kids. It's once you open this up so that you can put your hands in, you look around and you suddenly realize everybody else has their hands in the same bucket as you do. And what they want is to be able to control it only to the extent that they're the only ones who get to put their hands in. And those days are gone. You know, they had it better in the old days when nobody was monitoring them, but they could lie and pretend. Now it's out in the open where everybody can see how everybody has always done business, and there's no getting it back. So, you know, the idea that somehow athletic directors are trustworthy enough to do this, let alone are willing to look away from their own self-interest, is preposterous.
What's really funny is how Lane Kiffin has talked about this and brought up something that I don't even know if people are considering. Lane Kiffin said basically, so there are going to be boosters who are controlling funds and offering money to have players come to school that we're not even necessarily interested in offering scholarships to, but that is going to happen. And then all of a sudden, you're going to have some guy at an auto dealership guaranteeing snaps that the coaching staff had absolutely no say on, and that's not going to happen. And wait until you see the very first time some, local auto dealership, or let's just say, our man DeColdest.
I'm always the coldest.
Let's just say that, they're going to pay a new quarterback to come on in, and they're going to give him $3 million to join the Arkansas Razorbacks, but the coaches just don't like the way he throws, so they're not going to play him at all. When is a college going to be sued by a name, image, and likeness provider for not getting the bang for the buck that they thought were coming? Like, the amount of nonsense that is going to eventually bubble up from this cauldron is just going to be extraordinary. Lane Kiffin is just saying, they're going to be guaranteeing snaps without coaches even knowing. Dan Wolken, USA Today, said, the more I hear about these $3 million commissioners talk about Congress, the more I'm convinced they're worth about 2% of their salaries. Congress is going to bail you out of this. Figure it out yourselves.
They're not in a position to figure it out because athletic directors and football coaches run college football. College commissioners are basically guys who do TV deals, and that's the end of it.
Well, but that's the thing. But once you get a TV deal done, what else are you going to do now?
No, he's just going to sit there and do what Roger Goodell does, put his feet up until the next TV deal comes in. The fact is, Lane Kiffin's full of crap on this because he knows that nobody can promise a kid a place on the football team without the acquiescence of the football team. And who's the football team? The head coach. So Lane Kiffin is essentially creating a straw man that doesn't exist. But
it might. It might have. I mean, obviously, I can't buy your scholarship. But if I'm a booster who puts so much money into your program that I'm paying for these scholarships in one way or another, eventually there's a level of power there. It's we got to take a real quick break, and when we come on back, we're going to get into What If Wednesday. But it is just crazy.
It's what they deserve. Screw 'em.
The world that we're embarking on. There is no doubt. We have so much to get in here. Damon, Ozzy should grow up studying name, image, and likeness law. Yeah, I got to tell you, we're looking at the 1-year-old, and we're not seeing a law degree in his future at this particular time. But but
you're making him throw left-handed.
We're not animals. Damon and Ratto here. Make sure you subscribe to Damon and Ratto on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. We got to get rid of that element of it. What do you mean, wherever you find your favorite podcasts? The internet. Damon and Ratto, Odyssey app. Do it now. Thank you.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh! Plus, a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh! Literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Life is hard enough, but BMW ownership shouldn't be. BMW of Fairfield understands that time is your most precious resource, and making time for automotive service can be challenging. So we offer a team of mobile service technicians who will come to you when you need maintenance on your BMW. Contact the BMW of Fairfield Mobile Service Concierge to schedule your appointment. There is a better way to service BMW. Visit bmwfairfield.com/mobile service to book your appointment.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Oh, order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us, to travel benefits, to Scam Shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 8/27 in store only, limit 30.
DQ presents how to experience the new DQ Reese's Take 5 Blizzard with your 5 senses. First, open your eyes and see it all. Reese's peanut butter cups, caramel, peanuts, pretzels. It's beautiful. Then feel it. Oh, it's cold. Next, listen to it. Now, smell it with your nose. Oh, sweet top notes. And finally, taste it. Experience the new Reese's Take 5 Blizzard today. DQ, happy tastes good. Get it delivered at DQ.com. Delivery subject to availability, additional fees, and minimum order requirements.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 8/27 in store only, limit 30.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
I don't need to see the starters. Sure, they need some work, they need some cohesion, but you got the Bears week 1. You can build up some cohesion and some chemistry against the Chicago Bears in week 1.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
They got to go to the playoffs this year, or it's a complete and total disappointment.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
I tried to win a title as a number 1, and I couldn't get it done. But you know what? I can sleep at night.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Gabe Kapler. I mean, were you thinking about maybe, having one of your guys hit a home run at any point with runners in scoring position?
It was a consideration.
Well, did you think about maybe having Brandon Belt get in there to lay a bunt down?
It's worth consideration.
The best of the game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
What if I told you hindsight is always 20/20?
The Minnesota Timberwolves select Stephen Curry.
That everything happens for a reason.
With the first selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Aaron Rodgers, quarterback from California.
What if I told you it's time for What If Wednesday?
Hey, what if I told you that every single segment today, Ray remembered to turn his microphone on? Would you believe me? It happened. We don't normally have a lot of 100% days.
Bite me.
Congratulations. I'm proud of you.
Good job, Ray.
Bite me twice.
What do you got for us, Lucas?
I have 2 stories about sound, and I would like you to choose. Would you rather go with one that is ominous or one that is more hype-based?
Oh, give me the ominous. Give me ominous.
Okay, so here is the story. NASA tweeted a few days ago. Here is how they captioned this. The misconception that there is no sound in space originates because most space is a vacuum, providing no way for sound waves to travel. However, a galaxy cluster has so much gas that we, NASA, picked up actual sound of a black hole. Have you guys heard what a black hole actually sounds like?
No, I've been asked the question, is this what space smells like? But apparently the answer is aluminum.
Really?
Yes, this is what space smells like.
Would you like to hear what a black hole sounds like?
I'd love to. By the way, if this is the 1982 Disney movie, The Black Hole, this is going to be fantastic. Go ahead. Yeah, we're all going to die.
What if you had to describe that to someone? What would you say that sounds like?
It's whales. That's what it is.
You think that's it? Space whales?
The country?
Oh, jeez.
Talking to idiots.
No, but is it?
No, it sounds like that. Remember those old recordings of whales in the ocean?
Oh, I listen to them all the time. Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. That's all it is.
It sounds a little. Give me a little bit more though, Lucas. It sounds like somebody took that whale recording and slowed it down a little.
Added some bass.
Grandy said it sounds, and maybe he found this on the internet that someone else said this, that it sounds like souls dying. I didn't
Why
get
couldn't
that.
Grandy come up with that himself? Why did he have to
Maybe
find
he
that
did.
off the internet?
I couldn't remember.
Thanks, Lucas.
Didn't want to ask him.
It does. It sounds like souls. You know what it sort of sounds like? Remember the scene in Ghost where he gets dragged down the alley by the ghosts that come out from the alley? It's a little bit like that. It sounds scary. But black holes are scary places. It's like the name, image, and likeness frontier. No one knows what to expect.
Same thing, pretty much.
Do we have time for the hype?
Yeah. Let's end on a positive note. Edwin Diaz is the Mets closer, and the video of him walking out from the bullpen with the trumpets blaring went viral earlier this month. It was an awesome video. That song is actually a song by Timmy Trumpet, who is a DJ, and he actually plays the trumpet live during his sets.
We know all about this.
Okay.
It might have been the week that you were out. We celebrated how this is one of the best closer entrances going. It is fantastic.
Just want to give everyone a reminder.
And I'll just tell you right now that when Diaz comes out of the bullpen, I mean, they got that camera making sweet, sweet love to that moment on Mets broadcasts.
Well, you know what might make that moment even better? If this song was played live. Timmy Trumpet will be at Citi Field to throw out the first pitch, and if Edwin Diaz pitches on Tuesday, which is when he's throwing out that first pitch, Timmy Trumpet will he'll play the trumpet, play that song Narco live.
I mean, he should just stand right on top of the Mets dugout and just let her rip. By the way, so let's do a remix. I want you to play this over the sound of the black hole. Let's see if they fit together.
Just in time for the drop. See that, DJ? Come on, Grandy.
Drop them whales. I mean, that's scary. Now you're in trouble. Okay.
I don't know. I mean, it's the Mets. That's all I know.
It's the Mets?
It's the Mets. Because the Mets will ruin this the way they ruin everything.
So my question is, what if we incorporated more live music, like Timmy Trumpet playing the trumpet as someone's walking out from the bullpen? This is the most intimidating time. Music is used to create emotion, right? What if we had like E40 or Too Short rapping, doing player intros at Warrior Games, P-Lo, getting the crowd hyped at going into the fourth quarter down at Levi's? Is that something you'd be interested in?
No.
Okay.
I gotta be honest with you. I mean, the right song, sure. I like a good drum line at a football game.
Yep.
I like that an awful lot. You want to get a horn section?
They've been doing this for years. That's what the college marching band was about.
Dude, you go to a game in Ann Arbor, Michigan never stops the drum line the entire game. It's
yeah, I mean,
okay, it's awesome.
Yeah, all this is just it's exchanging the drum line for some contemporary artist. It's still noise.
By the way, rest in peace, Len Dawson. Hands down, the Kansas City Chiefs' greatest quarterback of all time until Patrick Mahomes walked into the frame. All due respect to Joe Montana. Len Dawson passes away, and all I can tell you is that, Ray and I were talking about this during a break, he is in the center of like 4 or 5 of the greatest sports photographs of all time because he's sitting in front of his locker room. In his locker, he's smoking a cigarette, drinking
at
a soda.
Halftime. Yeah, at halftime of the Super Bowl, he's pulling on a heater, and there's a bottle of Fresca between his legs.
Want a Fresca? Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you know what Fresca is. Basically Mountain Dew with more chemicals.
A little hint of lemon to go along with those more chemicals.
I mean, it was supposed to be like a diet drink, but it had more sugar than Cuba.
Didn't they have like a really bad, a jingle too? Like, I want a pow, pow, I want a Fresca. It just didn't happen for Fresca.
I don't remember that. But maybe that was an Indiana thing.
I don't know. Is that like the whales in Star Trek? like the Star Trek that was in San Francisco? It was a little bit like that. Right. Oh, it's time for Ray to leave now. Thank you very much to Trey Wingo for joining us today. Thank you for joining us today. Ray, thank you for staying to the allotted and agreed upon time in your contract. Thank you very much to Grandy and Lucas. Spectacular What If Wednesday. You now have me thinking about a sound that will haunt us. And then if I get a little upset, I can just think about how awesome Narcos is. Thank you very much for tuning in. We're going to be back tomorrow, and ahead of the 49ers preseason finale in Houston, we're going to have Mr. Houston stop on by. Our friend Sean Salisbury is going to join us tomorrow. Until then, please do remember that sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone. Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Evan Longoria, who hit a grand slam in the Mile High City, keeping the Giants' hopes alive.